Chapter 1 Kill. Cavalry. Charge for me. Before his eyes had even opened, a cacophony of heart-wrenching battle cries and the chilling clash of metal had already filled his ears. Listening to the chaotic sounds of steel meeting steel and the shouts of war, Mulin did not even need to look to surmise his current predicament. Is this a battlefield? As expected, upon opening his eyes, the scene that greeted him was not far from what he had anticipated. He found himself amidst a sea of people, clad in coarse garments, wielding a nearly tumter-long iron spear. Foot soldier? Cannon fodder? These two terms instantly surfaced in Mulin's mind. Indeed, the surrounding environment, combined with his current state, bore a striking resemblance to the foot soldiers depicted in television dramas. How'd I end up here? Mulin vaguely recalled that he had been at home playing League of Legends, commonly known as LOL. However, just as the game was nearing its conclusion, a sharp pain had shot through his mind, and then everything went dark. It was as if he had lost consciousness. Could it be that I have died? No. If I were truly dead, given the surroundings, this could not possibly be the underworld. It resembled an ancient battlefield more closely. In his own time, warfare no longer relied on swords and spears in the 21st century. Who fights without firearms? Spatial confirmation. Dynasty warriors. Character confirmed. Lü Bust General, Lü Lingqi, commanding the 9th Legion of Ordinary Spear Wielders, Mulin. Personal attributes can be queried. Who? With eyes wide open, Mulin was engulfed in disbelief. What was that series of metallic sounds? Dynasty warriors? Wasn't that a game he had played? Lü Lingqi? Wasn't she the daughter of Lü Bu? How had he become a soldier under her command? A multitude of questions flooded Mulin's mind, leaving him in a state of utter confusion. What on earth is happening? However, the battlefield offered no time for Mulin to ponder or adapt. Before him, a soldier wielding a large blade charged forward, swinging his sharp weapon down towards Mulin's head. If Mulin did not evade, that strike would undoubtedly cleave him, an unarmored foot soldier, in two. His scalp tingled. Mulin understood that this was not the time for confusion or shock. This was a battlefield. No one would grant him the luxury of contemplation, and he certainly did not wish to perish. Regardless of where he found himself, he could not afford to die. If he wished to uncover the truth behind his presence in this world, he had to survive. Only by living could he earn the right to seek answers. With that thought, Mulin dared not hesitate any longer. He raised the iron spear in his hand to shield his head. Clang! A sharp sound of metal colliding rang out, and Mulin felt his arms grow heavy, unable to suppress a grunt as he stumbled back a few steps. What tremendous strength! Casting a deep glance at the seemingly frail soldier before him, Mulin felt a surge of astonishment. This seemingly weak soldier possessed such incredible power? Ding! Information query successful. The mysterious voice that had previously echoed in his mind resurfaced. Mengzhan, Lü Bust General, Liao Hua, commanding a long-blade soldier, combat power, 2. Shortly after that announcement, a stream of information flooded Mulin's consciousness. Combat power, 2. Is this a joke? At that moment, Mulin felt a deep sense of humiliation. This soldier, who had initially seemed so formidable, had a combat power of merely 2 points. During his time on Earth, Mulin had played numerous games set in the Three Kingdoms era. In one game called Romance of the Three Kingdoms, even some lesser-known minor generals boasted combat power in the dozens. The legendary Lü Bust combat power reached an astonishing 100, the highest in the entire game. While Mulin could accept being inferior to Lü Bu, or even lesser-known generals, to be outclassed by a mere foot soldier was a blow to his pride. How preposterous! How utterly absurd! The host need not feel anger. Your very existence is akin to a bug in the system. Your current identity is that of a foot soldier, and the abilities of this foot soldier have been inherited by you. It is only logical that your initial strength is low, but rest assured, as long as you accumulate more points, transcending Lü Bu, marrying Lü Lingqi, and conquering Jiao Chan will no longer be a dream. The metallic voice resonated once more in Mulin's mind. Now, after a period of adjustment, Mulin had come to some realizations. He was likely no longer on his original Earth. It appeared he had traversed into a game world, and that game was indeed the Dynasty warriors mentioned by the mysterious voice. Furthermore, the owner of that metallic voice seemed not to be human, but rather some entity residing within his mind, a voice that appeared to be audible only to him. Conquering Jiao Chan? Marrying Lü Lingqi? Conquering Jiao Chan? Surpassing Lü Bu? Mulin's lips twitched for the time being. He dared not even entertain such thoughts. Lü Bu was hailed as the mightiest figure in the Three Kingdoms realm, his combat power likely reaching a terrifying level. Forget about Lü Bu, he hadn't even dispatched the soldier with a combat power of 2 yet. By the way, what is my combat power? After distancing himself from the long-blade soldier, Mulin inquired of the mysterious voice in his mind. The mysterious voice responded truthfully. What the hell? At that moment, Mulin felt as though 1,000 alpacas were galloping through his heart. The emotions he experienced were beyond compare. Although he had prepared himself for a low response, the sheer absurdity of his situation was staggering. After struggling against that soldier's blow, he had guessed that his own abilities would not be particularly high, but he had never anticipated they would be this abysmal. 1 point of combat power? Upon receiving that answer, Mulin nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Is this how you treat people? 1 point of combat power? Surely, that must be the lowest tier in this world. What could 1 point even accomplish? Mulin doubted he could even kill a pig with that. Chapter 2. Lü Bus Army versus Lü Bai's Army. Chapter 2. Lü Bus Army versus Lü Bai's Army. Hey you, didn't you say there was a way to increase combat power? What is it? With a woeful expression, Mulin queried the mysterious presence in his mind. No wonder he couldn't even defeat a mere long-blade soldier. It turned out his combat power was even weaker than his opponent's. One must not underestimate that single point of combat power. The disparity was significant. If an average person could exert a force of 100 pounds, then a combat power of 2 could muster only 20 to 50 pounds. Such a gap was not insignificant. Of course, this was merely a metaphor. Someone with 0 combat power could not exert 1,000 pounds of force. Gazing at the pitiful 1 point of combat power displayed in his profile, Mulin felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. If he struggled against a long-blade soldier with 2 points, how would he fare against a minor leader with a combat power in the teens? He recalled how, during his time playing Dynasty Warriors, he had felled those foot soldiers as easily as chopping vegetables. Now that he had become a foot soldier himself, Mulin finally grasped the lamentable fate of such characters. When encountering enemy foot soldiers, there was a chance for victory, but when faced with enemy generals, one could only await their demise. This was the tragic plight of foot soldiers. Points. By acquiring points, the host may augment their abilities. Currently, you are in a battlefield. I cannot elaborate further. I can only tell you that the more enemies you slay, the more points you will earn. Points can be exchanged for various rewards, such as increased abilities, martial skills, weapons, and so forth. In other words, points equate to power. Points, you say? Muttering to himself, Mulin began to grasp some of the implications, and Mulin cast his gaze once more towards the soldier wielding a long knife, who was not far from him. At that moment, this soldier appeared to Mulin almost as a shimmering point of golden points. Of course, this would all have to wait until after he successfully eliminated his opponent. I wish you good fortune. Thank you for your kind words. Squinting slightly, Mulin kept a close watch on the long knife soldier while also remaining vigilant of his surroundings. In the battlefield where he currently found himself, the number of combatants was not particularly large. Among the densely packed throngs, Mulin estimated there were no more than 5,000, indicating that this was a relatively small-scale skirmish. The side at a disadvantage was the army of El Bu. It was quite easy to distinguish between the soldiers of the two armies. Those from El Bus faction wore black, while the soldiers of Lü Bai's army donned green. After surveying his surroundings, Mulin increasingly sensed that his situation was precarious. Among the several thousand soldiers nearby, fewer than 1,000 were clad in the black attire and armor of El Bus army, whereas Lü Bai's forces numbered between 2 to 3,000, almost 2 to 3 times that of El Bus men. More critically, this battle had seen no generals enter the fray. From Mulin's observation, the most formidable among them were merely a handful of captains with a combat power not exceeding 20. There was not a single bona fide general present. While the absence of enemy generals was a fortuitous circumstance, the same could be said for his own side. There were none to be found. In a scenario where both sides lacked general leadership, how could El Bus' mere 1,000 soldiers withstand the onslaught of Lü Bai's nearly 3,000? The hope for victory for El Bus army appeared exceedingly dim. Charge! As Mulin's mind raced with thoughts, the long knife soldier lunged at him once again, offering him no respite whatsoever. Though it had seemed as if Mulin had conversed with that mysterious entity for quite some time, in reality, only a few seconds had elapsed. Seeing that his initial strike had failed to take down Mulin, the long knife soldier pressed the attack, leaving Mulin no chance to collect himself. In the chaos of battle, every detail could determine success or failure, as well as whether one would survive. Fighting among foot soldiers was in essence not overly complicated. If you managed to slay your opponent, you would live to fight another day. If you wished to emerge alive from this conflict, your only option was to continuously eliminate your foes until the enemy was routed. Of course, while engaging in battle, one must not neglect to observe the surrounding situation, for this was a battlefield. No one would engage you in a fair duel. You had to remain wary of your opponent, while also being alert to whether anyone else had set their sights on you. This point was of utmost importance. If you focus solely on your opponent, you might not even realize when a bloodied blade pierced through you. However, in combat, while awareness and strength were paramount, luck was equally indispensable. If misfortune struck and one encountered an enemy general, the situation could become dire. Having played Dynasty Warriors, Mulin knew that foot soldiers posed little resistance against generals. The latter could dispatch them with ease, akin to mowing grass. The disparity in strength between generals and foot soldiers was primarily based on power, followed closely by martial skills. Every general possessed their own martial skills. These martial skills were extraordinarily lethal once an enemy general unleashed their technique. The soldiers who fell to their might would surely be numerous. Given Mulin's current capabilities, if an opposing general were to unleash their martial skill, he would need to evade immediately. A moment's delay would see him joining the ranks of the fallen, becoming mere fodder for slaughter. Martial skills? Do I possess martial skills as well? Gazing at the information panel, he noticed a few subtle words resting in the martial skill section. Devastating sweep. Martial skill, devastating sweep, utilizing the weapon in hand to perform a sweeping strike against targets ahead. The higher the power level, the greater the damage and range of the skill. Activation requires 0 rage points. Current rage points, 0. Mulin understood that rage points could be acquired by defeating enemy soldiers. Typically, a common foot soldier would yield 1 or 2 points, while a minor captain might grant 5 or 6. As for generals, the rewards would be even greater. However, Mulin had no intentions of targeting minor captains or generals at this moment. For now, it was best to remain a humble foot soldier. To Mulin's surprise, he discovered that he possessed 100 rage points. He was certain he had not dispatched any enemy soldiers prior to this. Thus, he surmised that these rage points were likely a benefit bestowed upon him by that mysterious entity. Let's test its power. With that thought, Mulin activated the martial skill without a moment's hesitation. His 100 rage points could be utilized 10 times. This was a battlefield, not a place to conserve rage points. Once he had enough to activate a martial skill, he should act without hesitation. In such a tumultuous battlefield, who could guarantee their survival in the next moment? If he were to fall, what use would remain for the rage points? Devastating sweep. As the skill was unleashed, Mulin swung his iron spear with great force. A faint blue glow erupted from the spear's tip, transforming into a crescent arc that surged forward. Martial. Boom. Before he could utter another word, the long knife soldier was cleaved in two by Mulin's martial skill, blood spilling across the ground. In truth, it was not just the long knife soldier. Several enemy soldiers in close proximity to Mulin perished under the same strike. Despite Mulin currently possessing only a meager amount of combat power, the martial skill he unleashed, while not overwhelmingly powerful, was still formidable enough to be beyond the capacity of these ordinary soldiers to withstand. In Dynasty Warriors, there were both martial generals and strategists. Those strategists with limited combat power should never be underestimated, for they too possessed martial skills. Their strength could far surpass that of many minor captains, and even some less formidable generals might find themselves outmatched. Ding! 3 enemy soldiers slain. Points gained. 3. The metallic chime resonated once more. I've killed. As he beheld the lifeless bodies of the 3 soldiers, Mulin felt a surge of excitement, tempered by a flicker of fear. Though this realm embodies the essence of the 3 kingdoms, I have ultimately taken a life. Soon, Mulin steadied his heart. If he refrained from striking, it would be his own demise. Thus, he resolved to show no mercy. With a glimmer of determination in his eyes, Mulin grasped his spear and charged towards the soldier nearest to him. At that moment, the soldier was engaged in combat with one of Lu Bu's troops. Oblivious to Mulin's approach from behind, the outcome was all but inevitable, though somewhat improper. This method raises the question of fairness on the battlefield. Who truly speaks of equity in such a chaotic realm? As it stands, with his meager abilities placing him among the weakest of soldiers, Mulin would hardly engage in discussions of fairness or chivalric spirit. A mere foot soldier must accept the reality of his position, with only a pitiful amount of power to his name. To engage in one-on-one combat with others would not be considered courageous, but rather foolish. Clearly, Mulin swiftly acclimated to his role. Chapter 3. The Commanding Lü Lingqi. Congratulations, host, on slaying an enemy soldier. Points 2. With his martial prowess sweeping across the battlefield, Mulin thrived amidst the chaos, occasionally dispatching a few ordinary soldiers without relying solely on his overwhelming techniques. In this conflict, Mulin's combat strength was among the lowest on the field. Yet he possessed a fundamental distinction from the other foot soldiers. Skill in martial arts was one aspect. The second was that Mulin's intellect surpassed that of his peers. Foot soldiers with martial skills, who would dare challenge them? In the absence of generals on both sides, Mulin, as a mere soldier, enjoyed an unprecedented degree of freedom on the battlefield. Once danger approached, his sweeping technique could transform any threat into points, enriching Mulin's reserves. From the beginning until now, he had already slain nearly 20 to 30 enemy soldiers, amassing over 50 points. A glimmer of excitement began to flicker in his eyes. If this trend continued, upon the battle's conclusion, he would be rewarded with a substantial number of points. His strength would undoubtedly undergo a profound transformation. Ding. Warning. Enemy general has appeared. Warning. Host has attracted the attention of the enemy general. Just as Mulin basked in his success, a notification plunged him from the heights of triumph to the depths of despair, as if he had fallen into a frozen abyss. This was disastrous. Upon hearing the alert, Mulin felt an overwhelming sense of regret. He had been too inexperienced. After all, this was his first battle, and with the temptation of accumulating points flowing in, who could resist? Regrettably, Mulin was no exception. In his view, as long as no generals emerged on the battlefield, he faced no peril. In the absence of such leaders, his martial skills allowed him to navigate the fray with impunity. Even when confronted with danger, he primarily faced foot soldiers, easily dispatched through his formidable techniques. In truth, there was nothing inherently wrong with the situation. However, Mulin had forgotten the most crucial principle: discretion. The loudest bird catches the bullet. As a mere foot soldier, he had slain so many enemy troops without the slightest semblance of restraint. It was nearly impossible not to attract attention from the opposing side. Now that the enemy generals had emerged, he was inevitably the first to be targeted. In all fairness, it was understandable that Mulin found himself in such a predicament, as this was his inaugural battle. Who would he aspire to rise to greatness? Who would he wish to be the protagonist on the battlefield? Yet, Mulin had significantly overestimated his own abilities, relying solely on a modicum of martial prowess. He harbored dreams of becoming the center of attention amidst the chaos of war. Were it not for the aid of a particular skill, he would likely struggle to defeat even a single enemy soldier. Reflecting upon his actions, Mulin felt a profound sense of regret, but at this juncture, it was far too late for remorse. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead, and as Mulin cast his gaze toward the battlefield, he was nearly rendered speechless by the sight before him. The very soldiers he had labored so hard to defeat were utterly powerless against a formidable giant. With a mere casual sweep of his weapon, the robust figure caused a multitude of soldiers to fall lifelessly to the ground. Mulin estimated that under that single strike, at least a dozen soldiers from Lü Bu's army had perished. After all his exertion, he had only managed to claim the lives of 2 or 3 dozen enemies, while this mighty warrior effortlessly extinguished the lives of so many in an instant. Such a disparity, is it not excessively vast? To be able to effortlessly slaughter soldiers, one can only surmise the identity of the adversary. A military general. This marks the first encounter Mulin has faced after arriving in this world. A formidable general. Ding. Information retrieval successful. The metallic sound resonated as the details of the general were inscribed in Mulin's mind. Liao Hua. Affiliation. Lü Bei's army. Status. General. Strength. 76. A strength of 76 could easily eliminate me, I fear. Gazing at the imposing figure mounted on his steed in the distance, a profound sense of helplessness welled up within Mulin's heart. His eyes met Liao Hua's, whose gaze was fixed upon Mulin, akin to one observing a lifeless corpse. Mulin recalled the enigmatic metallic voice that had previously stated, "The host has attracted the attention of the enemy general." Mounted on his warhorse, Liao Hua wielded a long-handled broadsword, each swing claiming the lives of several soldiers. At this moment, Liao Hua charged toward Mulin with a tyrannical demeanor, crushing all in his path. The soldiers before him posed no obstacle whatsoever. Mulin understood that without a general on his side, Liao Hua was virtually unstoppable. As he beheld the oncoming enemy general, Mulin felt as though his spirit had been extinguished. His misfortune seemed to have reached its zenith. The army of Lü Bu held no advantage against the nearly 3,000-strong Lü Bei's forces and was, in fact, at a significant disadvantage. To make matters worse, not only had Lü Bu's reinforcements failed to arrive, but Lü Bei's side had also deployed a general of substantial prowess, a true leader with a strength score of 76. What hope was there for victory now? Ding. Notification. Lü Bu's reinforcements have arrived. The main commander of our side has arrived. Just as Mulin resigned himself to despair, the mysterious metallic voice ignited a flicker of hope within him. The reinforcements from Lü Bu had indeed arrived. Moreover, it was the main commander of Lü Bu's forces who had come to their aid. Mulin, familiar with the game Dynasty Warriors, knew that the number of generals under Lü Bu was limited, and those who could command were even fewer, easily counted on one hand. He turned his gaze toward the rear, eager to see which general was leading the reinforcements. Roar. A fiery apparition descended from the heavens, a colossal crimson steed, nearly double the size of an ordinary horse, engulfed in flames. As Mulin beheld this magnificent creature, 2 fiery characters surfaced in his mind. Red hair. Could it possibly be Lü Bu himself who had arrived? Mulin's breath quickened. Boom. While Mulin pondered this, the steed had already landed with a thunderous crash at the center of the battlefield, unleashing an invisible shockwave from its point of impact. The Lü Bei soldiers nearest to the red hair were hurled away, blood spewing forth as they met their demise. The formidable entrance of this figure far eclipsed that of Liao Hua from Lü Bei's army. Upon her arrival, before any confrontation had even begun, Nearly 100 soldiers from Liu Bei's ranks perished beneath the hooves of the descending steed, red hair. Lü Lingqi, belonging to the faction of Elbu, holds the esteemed position of commander, boasting a martial prowess of 89, her mount being the legendary red hair, and wielding the formidable thunder god cross halberd. It is none other than Lü Lingqi, adorned in resplendent crimson armor, wielding a split cross halberd in both hands, and seated upon the magnificent red hair. She appeared diminutive yet striking. Although a warrior, she possessed a visage capable of inciting calamity, her jade-like arms exposed to the open air, revealing their delicate and alabaster slenderness. It is almost inconceivable that such fragile and fair arms could harbor an immense and terrifying strength. Despite her petite stature, she exuded an undeniable aura of dominance. A testament to her lineage as the daughter of Elbu, inheriting his unparalleled ferocity. It was no surprise to see Lü Lingqi mounted on the red hair. For she is indeed Elbu's daughter. At first glance, Muin found himself captivated by her commanding presence and overwhelming authority, her gaze sweeping disdainfully across the battlefield, as if dismissing all in its path, including Liao Hua of Liu Bei's forces. A woman of valor, she does not yield to her male counterparts. Truly, she embodies the fierce spirit of her father, Elbu. What a remarkable display of might. To wed such a woman would indeed be a remarkable fortune. Chapter 4. The Might of the Red-Haired General Lü Lingqi. General Lü Lingqi. The resounding cries of exhilaration erupted from the ranks of Elbu's army. A chorus of nearly 1,000 voices that, while not earth-shattering, was undeniably invigorating. The presence of Lü Lingqi had evidently bolstered the morale of Elbu's soldiers. In stark contrast, the soldiers of Liu Bei, upon witnessing Lü Lingqi's awe-inspiring arrival, were rendered paralyzed with fear. The daughter of the ghostly deity, Lü Lingqi. Do not be deceived by her youth and petite stature, for she resembles a delicate gem. Her prowess is unmatched, with few in Liu Bei's army capable of standing against her. The title of the daughter of the ghostly deity is not one earned lightly. What is there to fear? The emergence of Lü Lingqi instilled a sense of dread among Liu Bei's soldiers, many of whom began to retreat, ready to flee at a moment's notice, clearly demonstrating the immense pressure she exerted upon them. Liao Hua observed everything unfolding before him, and it was precisely because he witnessed this scene that he felt an overwhelming sense of shame. The forces of Elbu boasted formidable generals. Could it be that Liu Bei's army lacked such warriors? As a distinguished commander within Liu Bei's ranks, was he not a martial leader in his own right? What right did Lü Lingqi have to instill such terror in their soldiers? There were even whispers of desertion among the ranks. Is it not blatantly stated that Liao Hua is inferior to Lü Lingqi? Although Liao Hua may not be the most formidable warrior in Liu Bei's army, he is certainly not someone that an ordinary woman can easily oppress. Liao Hua must demonstrate his prowess. What of the daughter of the gods? Merely a woman of little consequence. If it were Elbu himself, Liao Hua might feel some trepidation. But Lü Lingqi does not possess the merit to instill such fear within him. Gripping his long-handled sword, he tightened his legs around the horse's sides, preparing to charge at Lü Lingqi. However, an awkward scene unfolded. The warhorse beneath Liao Hua let out a long neigh and, instead of surging forward, retreated. If anyone had observed the horse's eyes at that moment, they would have discerned a profound fear directed towards the steed beneath Lü Lingqi. Among men, Elbu is supreme. Among horses, the red hair reigns. Elbu is the paragon of martial prowess, and the red hair, the king of steeds. Under its formidable presence, ordinary warhorses can only tremble in fear, lacking the audacity to confront the red hair. Laughter erupted among Elbu's soldiers, a cacophony of mirth. At such a critical juncture, Liao Hua's warhorse had displayed cowardice, a most humiliating predicament. Even Mulin could not suppress his laughter. Liao Hua's steed had truly shamed him. Yet, one must ponder. How many steeds can face the red hair without quaking in fear? Useless. Liao Hua scoffed, his face flushed crimson, evidently embarrassed by the mockery of Elbu's soldiers. At this moment, he no longer relied on his horse to charge. Instead, he propelled himself upward, leaping from the saddle to confront Lü Lingqi. Come forth. A fierce battle spirit surged within his beautiful eyes, and the red hair beneath Lü Lingqi sensed its master's fervor. With a thunderous neigh, it transformed into a blazing red apparition, hurtling towards the approaching Liao Hua. Buzz. At this moment, Liao Hua's broad sword shone with a brilliant golden light, transforming into a blazing golden arc as it descended upon Lü Lingqi with fierce intent. The unparalleled technique. From the very outset, Liao Hua unleashed his ultimate skill. The unparalleled technique. This so-called unparalleled technique is the ultimate ability of a warrior, consuming an immense amount of rage points, far exceeding ordinary martial arts by several or even tenfold. Likewise, the power of the unparalleled technique vastly surpasses that of typical martial arts. The levels of martial arts are generally categorized into 3 tiers: ordinary martial arts, unparalleled martial arts, and the awakened dance of chaos. Ordinary martial arts are known to be mastered by nearly all warriors, while unparalleled martial arts are not accessible to every warrior. Those with a martial prowess below 60 rarely learn the unparalleled technique. However, exceptions exist, such as Zhuge Liang, whose martial prowess is less than 40 yet possesses the unparalleled technique. As for the final tier, the awakened dance of chaos, it is exclusive to the most elite warriors within the true romance of the 3 kingdoms world, such as Elbu, Zhao Yun, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and others of that caliber who can comprehend it. Few with a martial prowess below 90 can grasp the awakened dance of chaos, and those who can typically have a martial prowess above 90. Nevertheless, Lü Lingqi, having inherited the bloodline of the demon god overlord, appears to be an exception. With her martial prowess reaching 89, she too mastered the awakened dance of chaos. Whirling slash. In response to Liao Hua's release of the unparalleled technique, Lü Lingqi did not yield, unleashing a surge of intense lightning from her cross halberd. As the two halves of the cross halberd came together, she swung it with ferocity, resembling a whirlwind of lightning charging toward the golden arc. The martial technique Lü Lingqi employed was not the unparalleled technique, but merely an ordinary martial art. In her eyes, there was no need to resort to the unparalleled technique against someone like Liao Hua. She truly regarded him with disdain. With a martial prowess of 89 and the blood of the demon god within her, she believed even some warriors boasting martial prowess over 90 might not be her match. In contrast, Liao Hua's prowess stood at a mere 76. Requiring the unparalleled technique to confront such an opponent felt like an affront to her dignity. Boom. The deafening sound of energy colliding reverberated across the battlefield, as the clash of lightning and golden light unleashed a force that was nothing short of earth-shattering. With a splatter, a figure was sent hurtling from the center of the collision, bloodied and battered. It was none other than Liao Hua. Swish. The whirling cross halberd slowly returned to Lü Lingqi's grasp. With a dismissive snort, she paid no heed to the fallen Liao Hua, indifferent to his fate. Even in victory, she felt no joy or excitement. To her, defeating Liao Hua was a matter of course, for she was the daughter of the demon god. With a wave of her hand, her voice resonated throughout the battlefield once more. Kill, roar, charge. With the enemy warriors in disarray, Lü's soldiers, as if fueled by a stimulant, erupted into a furious roar and charged towards Liu Bei's forces. In terms of momentum, Lü's army completely overpowered Liu Bei's. Especially with their commander Lü Lingqi leading the charge, it was only a matter of time before Liu Bei's forces retreated. One must not underestimate the significance of momentum. In battle, it is an indispensable element. If the morale of one's own soldiers surpasses that of the enemy, there is a likelihood they may unleash up to 120 of their potential, utterly overwhelming their foes. Witnessing this scene, Mulin felt a surge of bloodlust, yearning for that supreme power. When would he, too, be like Lü Lingqi, descending upon the battlefield like a celestial deity, single-handedly turning the tide of battle? How magnificent! How imposing! Yet, amid his excitement, Mulin was aware of his own limitations, given his current martial prowess. It would be prudent to refrain from attempting to emulate a divine being, lest he be overwhelmed by the enemy's ranks and meet an untimely demise. However, with the mysterious presence in his mind, Mulin believed that one day he would surpass even Lü in strength. Let us not forget that the martial prowess of every warrior in this world is nearly fixed. While enhancements may occur, they are seldom significant. For instance, Lü Lingqi currently possesses a martial prowess of 89, and in a few years, when her potential reaches its peak, she may surpass 90. But it is unlikely to exceed 95. Achieving the heights of Lü seems nearly impossible. Every individual has their limitations, and once their potential is exhausted, their strength stagnates. Conversely, Mulin has the unique ability to exchange points for martial prowess, rendering the notion of talent irrelevant. One might say that Mulin's potential is boundless. As long as he possesses points, he can continually grow stronger. Mulin fundamentally differs from every other warrior in this world. Chapter 5. Marrying Lü Lingqi. With Liao Hua's obstruction removed, Lü's army, under Lü Lingqi's leadership, surged forth like a tidal wave. A mere 1,000 troops decimating over 3,000 of Liu Bei's soldiers with minimal casualties. Indeed, Lü Lingqi alone accounted for over 1,000 of those fallen foes, while the remainder fell to the collective efforts of Lü's army. This battle, where the few triumphed over the many, clearly demonstrates the influence and significance of a single warrior on an entire army and the overall battle. In situations where forces are evenly matched, the warrior will be the decisive factor in determining victory or defeat. Alas, while Liu Bei's army was nearly obliterated, their commander Liao Hua, after being vanquished by Lü Lingqi, fled the scene. Had he been slain, Mulin would have undoubtedly gained a substantial number of points, for defeating a warrior yields far more points than vanquishing ordinary soldiers. Typically, Mulin would not dare to confront Liao Hua, as Liao's martial prowess of 76 far surpassed his own by a staggering 75 points, an insurmountable divide. However, one must remember that Liao Hua had just been gravely injured by Lü Lingqi's strike. Mulin believed that with his martial skills, he stood a fair chance of defeating the severely wounded Liao Hua. Yet, it seemed fortune was not on his side. After scouring the battlefield, he could find no trace of Liao Hua, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Ding! Liu Bei's army has fallen. Lü's army has triumphed. The host has slain 81 enemy soldiers. Earning points. To the mysterious voice in his mind echoed once more, delivering a series of notifications shortly after the battle concluded. During his search for the injured Liao Hua, Mulin had also utilized his martial skills to sweep through the ranks, slaying numerous soldiers from Liu Bei's army. Unbeknownst to him, he had already claimed nearly 100 lives, and he felt quite satisfied with his performance. He recognized that all of this was thanks to his skill. The sweeping army technique. Without this ability, he would struggle to survive on the battlefield, let alone kill over 80 enemies. As for Lü Lingqi, she must have slain nearly 1,500 foes, right? If all those kills could translate into points, how immense would that be? Over 1,000? Perhaps even thousands more? Mulin could hardly fathom the magnitude of points he would earn had he been the one to achieve those kills. Certainly, Mulin was aware that within his mind resided that enigmatic presence, capable of transforming fallen adversaries into points of merit, a phenomenon absent from Lü Lingqi's consciousness. Thus, despite vanquishing over 1,000 foes, Lü Lingqi would reap no rewards. Contemplating this, Mulin could not help but feel a tinge of regret. How splendid it would be had those 1,000 souls been claimed by his own hand. If he wished to partake in the merit points that Lü Lingqi acquired, there existed a potential avenue. The mysterious voice echoed once more within his thoughts. What method? He inquired, momentarily taken aback, before a surge of exhilaration coursed through him. Should he be able to share in Lü Lingqi's merit points, it would undoubtedly amount to a staggering sum. This was merely a minor skirmish. In the event of a grander conflict, Lü Lingqi could potentially slay thousands, if not tens of thousands, across the battlefield. Even if he could claim half of her total points, it would represent an extraordinarily formidable figure. Marry her, make her your wife. And thus you may share in Lü Lingqi's military achievements, the mysterious voice asserted without hesitation. Ahem. The mysterious voice startled Mulin to the core. Marrying Lü Lingqi? Oh dear, how I wish that were possible. But is it even feasible? Setting aside whether Lü Lingqi would harbor any affection for me, I must at least be worthy of her. With a combat prowess of 89, she is among the most formidable warriors in this realm, possessing the bloodline of deities. My meager abilities are akin to those of a mere foot soldier. Even if Lü Lingqi were inclined to accept, would her father, Elbu, ever allow it? One misstep, and I could easily find myself cleaved by his Fa Tian Huaji. Furthermore, Mulin discerned that Lü Lingqi was an extraordinarily proud individual. As the daughter of a deity, her standards would undoubtedly be lofty, lacking in strength compared to her. I could hardly expect her to take an interest in me. My aspirations of marrying her seem as distant as the stars. Please, spare me these jesting remarks. They are far from amusing, Mulin sighed. His mood dampened, and a hint of resentment laced his words. This enigmatic being knew full well the impossibility of such a scenario yet chose to taunt him instead. Do not be so hasty, host. Since I have broached this subject, I assure you I have my reasons. Even with your limited abilities, there remains a chance for Lü Lingqi to develop feelings for you, the mysterious voice teased. Maintaining an air of intrigue. What do you mean? Mulin inquired, intrigued yet skeptical. The divine system comprised numerous side quests, some of which could enhance affection levels. Every individual possesses an affection value ranging from 0 to 100, with 70 generally allowing for marriage proposals with a high success rate. As a renowned warrior in the realm of true romance of the Three Kingdoms, the divine system had tailored specific quests to boost Lü Lingqi's affection levels. Completing any one of these tasks could potentially increase her fondness for him. Moreover, Mulin need not fret about Elbu's approval. He adored his daughter immensely. In most instances, if Lü Lingqi made a decision, Elbu would not oppose it. Thus, if Mulin could capture Lü Lingqi's heart, all obstacles would be surmountable. However, the voice cautioned that while eloquence could sway someone's affections, it would hold little weight with Lü Lingqi, who revered strength above all. Flattery might even provoke her disdain. So this method was ill-advised. But I possess only a modicum of combat prowess. Can I even undertake these tasks? Mulin asked weakly, acutely aware of his limitations. The notion of being tasked with assassinating Liu Bei felt akin to courting death. Fear not, host. The exclusive quests designed to enhance affection do not necessarily demand martial prowess. Should you find the time, you may explore the task system at your leisure. The divine system's assurances reignited a flicker of hope within Mulin. Lü Lingqi, a paragon of beauty and strength, was the epitome of the ideal partner. Who wouldn't desire to wed such a woman? Not only could one engage in splendid intimacy, but they could also fight side by side, bolstered by her tremendous power. Furthermore, marriage would bestow upon him a father-in-law of unparalleled might. Chapter 6. Elevating Lü Lingqi's affection. Have you been captivated by Lü Lingqi's beauty? Is she not extraordinary? Do you not wish to claim her for yourself? A taunting voice echoed in Mulin's mind, unmistakably the mysterious entity claiming to be the divine system. Cough, cough, do not speak such nonsense, Mulin stammered. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Admittedly, the thought had crossed his mind, yet he was taken aback that the divine system could perceive his innermost desires, leaving him feeling rather self-conscious. Do not rush to deny it. Any man would be moved by a beauty such as Lü Lingqi. If you lacked such thoughts, I would look down upon you. Yet, while she is exquisite, not every man can win her favor. Nodding in agreement, Mulin recognized the truth in the divine system's words. Lü Lingqi esteemed strength, and few would meet her standards. In this world, the number of individuals possessing greater martial prowess than Lü Lingqi could be counted on two hands, and most of them were brutish warriors whom she would not regard. While Lü Lingqi was indeed exceptional, winning her affection posed a daunting challenge, perhaps even more formidable than courting the renowned beauty Jiao Chan of the Three Kingdoms. I have a method that could significantly enhance Lü Lingqi's affection for you, though it will require a price. Are you willing to pay it? After much preamble, the divine system finally revealed its intent. A price? I possess little more than 100 points. What could I possibly offer? Mulin furrowed his brow at the thought. What I seek is your 121 points. You remember that so clearly? Surely you do not harbor any ill intentions towards me? A note of suspicion crept into Mulin's voice. Cough, cough, do not misunderstand. What ill intent could I possibly have? If I did, you would not still be standing here. To be frank, I am in a severely damaged state, and to restore myself, I require those points. As your host, I cannot directly access the points you have obtained. You must transfer them to me for my self-repair. My motives are straightforward. I seek points, and rest assured, I have no desire to harm you. After all, I exist within your mind. Your demise would spell my end as well. Thus, it is in my best interest to aid you in gaining strength and perhaps returning to Earth. You are damaged? My points can assist in your restoration? Indeed. I believe you are beginning to grasp the situation. As thoughts raced through his mind, Mulin quietly contemplated all that had transpired, including the reasons behind his arrival in this world. I shall tentatively accept your existence. Now, tell me how to greatly increase Lü Lingqi's affection for me. After clarifying certain matters, Mulin found himself conversing with the divine system without the trepidation he had previously exhibited. At this moment, he understood that he and the system were inextricably linked. If he were to perish, so too would it vanish into oblivion. Grasping this truth, Mulin recognized that their collaboration was predicated on mutual respect and equality. The adaptability of the host is far stronger than I had anticipated, the system remarked. My method is quite simple. In just 2 minutes, an arrow will be shot from afar, aimed directly at Lü Lingqi. Your task is to step forward and shield her from this impending strike, not by using an object, but with your own body. You must sustain injury. Only then will Lü Lingqi feel compassion for you and develop a favorable impression. Rest assured, as long as you invest 100 points, I can ensure that the arrow will not strike a fatal blow. It will hurt immensely, but it will not be lethal. What do you think? Mulin couldn't help but feel a pang of incredulity at the absurdity of the situation, likening it to a cliché trope from television dramas. Yet, he could not deny the efficacy of such a tactic, especially in this era. The divine system, now imbued with a sense of warmth, chuckled in response, shedding its earlier rigidity. How excruciating is very painful? Imagine a long arrow piercing through your body. How would you quantify that agony? The mere thought made Mulin wince. Recalling the extent of pain he had endured as a reclusive individual on Earth, where the worst he had faced were cramps in his feet. Such discomfort paled in comparison to the prospect of being impaled by an arrow. Are you afraid? The divine system inquired. Of course I'm afraid, Mulin admitted. It was only natural to feel apprehensive, having been an ordinary person until now. The thought of being struck by an arrow was enough to evoke terror. Although it was not a direct heart shot, it would certainly be akin to a piercing through the chest. Then what is your decision? The system's tone was laden with uncertainty. It understood that Mulin, just a few hours prior, had been a pampered homebody, and asking him to experience such pain was indeed a tall order. I will follow your advice. One must risk losing a child to trap a wolf without sacrifice. How can one expect reward? A resolute glimmer flashed in his eyes. If he was determined to grow stronger, he had to embody that resolve. Hesitation would only hinder his aspirations of becoming formidable and winning Lü Lingqi's affection. Was there any strong individual who had not emerged from countless battles? Expecting rewards without sacrifice was unrealistic. Though fear lingered in his heart, Mulin chose not to retreat. However, he felt a pang of regret at the thought of relinquishing the hard-earned points he had just acquired after vanquishing numerous foes. You are truly the one I have chosen. You have not disappointed me, the divine system reassured him. Do not worry. While it will hurt, it will not claim your life, as your existence is intricately linked to mine. Ding. Side quest accepted. The cloud-piercing arrow from Huangzhong. Quest reward. Randomly gain a degree of favorability with Lü Lingqi. The prompt from the divine system sent a jolt through Mulin. Chapter 7. The betrothed wife General Lü Lingqi is formidable. When she appears, all tremble in her presence. Victorious in every battle. A chorus of fervent cheers erupted from Elbu's soldiers, each voice unified in calling out Lü Lingqi's name. They understood that their survival and their triumph over Liu Bei's forces was solely attributable to her. Despite being a woman, Lü Lingqi commanded immense respect within Elbu's army, second only to Elbu and Zhang Liao. Elbu, the supreme commander, was rightly esteemed as the fiercest warrior of the age, while Zhang Liao, the foremost general under Elbu, had accumulated countless accolades through his numerous campaigns. Lü Lingqi, a female warrior, held a position of honor among the tens of thousands in Elbu's ranks, her reputation built not on beauty, but forged in the crucible of battle. In this chaotic world, none dared to underestimate her prowess. As the daughter of a deity, Lü Lingqi brought no shame to her father. At under 20, her combat skills rivaled the top generals of her time. Beyond her martial prowess, Lü Lingqi's beauty was legendary, rivaling the famed beauties of the Three Kingdoms era. She was indeed a paragon of both strength and grace. Throughout the city of Xiapi and beyond, many admired Lü Lingqi, and countless sought to marry her. Even among Elbu's soldiers, she was a frequent topic of conversation, a woman whose beauty and skill made her an object of desire. To win her hand would be akin to a lifetime of fortune. Nonetheless, for many, the thought of marrying Lü Lingqi was little more than a fantasy. For such a woman was nearly impossible to attain. All troops, heed my command. We must return to Xiapi immediately. The city is under siege by Cao's forces. My father entrusted me with its defense. I cannot bring shame upon him. Xiapi must not fall. Even if I must perish, I will defend it. Riding her magnificent steed, Lü Lingqi turned resolutely. Despite the victory her army had just secured, her beautiful visage bore no trace of joy, only profound gravity. Xiapi was under attack by Cao's forces. A wave of realization washed over Mulin, understanding why Lü Lingqi's expression was so somber after their victory. The city, the stronghold of Elbu's army, was in peril, and Elbu was absent for reasons unknown. Before departing, he had entrusted the defense of Xiapi to Lü Lingqi. No wonder she was so agitated. As the commander now overseeing Xiapi, entrusted by her father, if the city were to fall, how could she ever face him again? Rest assured, my future wife, I will help you safeguard Xiapi. In his heart, Mulin silently vowed, and a glimmer of determination appeared on his face. Though his martial prowess was modest, he possessed the divine system, which he firmly believed would help him and Lü Lingqi defend the city of Xiapi. His motivations were not solely for Lü Lingqi, they also stemmed from a desire for self-preservation. Should he successfully safeguard Xiapi, Lü Lingqi's affection for him would undoubtedly increase, bringing him closer to the day he could call her his wife. With Lü Lingqi already destined to be his, what reason did Mulin have not to assist her? The mere thought of Lü Lingqi becoming his bride, her shy demeanor on their wedding night, made him involuntarily smile, a smile tinged with a hint of mischief. After all, what man does not dream of such a day? It was no surprise that Mulin's thoughts wandered. He was hardly a paragon of virtue, and there was no need for him to masquerade as a gentleman. Yet, he reminded himself not to indulge in fantasies. Once Lü Lingqi became his wife, she would be under his command. At that point, even fantasies would be unnecessary, and he could charge into action without hesitation. The divine system interrupted his musings, directing him to focus on the imminent events. The arrow of destiny was approaching, and he was to gradually close the distance to Lü Lingqi. He was to wait for the command to charge, without a moment's hesitation, a critical instruction to remember. The divine system, perhaps lacking in subtlety, yanked Mulin back from his daydreams into the stark reality of the battlefield. With a slight pout, he chose not to dwell on it. He understood the importance of the task ahead, which would determine Lü Lingqi's opinion of him. His gaze narrowed as he observed Lü Lingqi mounted upon the fiery steed. Chi Tuesday. At that moment, she was oblivious to his presence, a fact that both relieved and disheartened him. Had his performance on the battlefield been insufficient to capture her attention? A self-deprecating smile crossed his lips. After all, he was merely a foot soldier. How could Lü Lingqi possibly notice him? Even after vanquishing nearly 100 foes, he remained merely a nameless combatant. Unbeknownst to him, Lü Lingqi had indeed taken note of him earlier, but her focus lay elsewhere due to the dire situation surrounding the city of Xiapi. Under normal circumstances, she might have offered him words of encouragement, but with the city on the brink of collapse, her mind was elsewhere, seizing the opportunity while Lü Lingqi's attention was diverted. Mulin slowly approached her position. The chaos among Elbu's soldiers provided the perfect cover for his discreet movements. Before long, he found himself near Lü Lingqi and her steed, unnoticed by those around him. 3. The voice of the divine system resonated in his mind, tightening his focus. His fists clenched in anticipation, his gaze locked onto a specific spot, the concealed position of the valiant General Huang Zhong of Lü Bei's forces. In that moment, Mulin was taut with tension, like an arrow poised to be released. At the divine system's command, he would spring into action. 2. The chilling countdown echoed in his thoughts, and Mulin's consciousness was entirely consumed by the divine system, rendering the surrounding noise of soldiers' cheers completely irrelevant. 1. In this moment, Mulin's heart raced to his throat. Unbeknownst to her, Lü Lingqi, atop the crimson steed, was swiftly approaching a perilous assassination. Up. A single word, the divine system bellowed, as if fearing that Mulin might not hear. General, be cautious. With a furious roar, Mulin surged forward, reaching the utmost speed he could muster at that moment. Chapter 8. This wave is not a loss. The sudden outcry reverberated throughout the battlefield, reaching the ears of all soldiers in Elbu's army, including Lü Lingqi, who was mounted on red hare, startled by the unexpected shout. Whoosh! The sound of the arrow cutting through the air echoed, filling Lü Lingqi with a profound sense of impending doom. This instinctual awareness of danger rendered her deeply unsettled. As a seasoned warrior, she instinctively pinpointed the source of the threat. However, when Lü Lingqi beheld the fiery red arrow racing towards her, she felt as if she had fallen into an icy abyss. At the moment she noticed it, the arrow was less than 10 meters away. A surge of horror filled her heart. In such proximity, there was hardly time for a breath before the arrow would pierce her very being. Lü Lingqi attempted to evade, but the distance was so minimal that even her quick reflexes could not save her from this impending doom. The arrow was simply too swift. It was a meter-long projectile, entirely crimson, engulfed in fierce flames, exuding an overwhelming sense of peril. Upon seeing the arrow, Lingqi felt the intense murderous intent emanating from it. There was no escaping it. With a resigned sigh, Lingqi accepted her fate. She chastised herself for being careless. After Liu Bei's army suffered a crushing defeat, she had believed the danger had passed. Lost in thoughts of the battle in Xiapi, she had momentarily let her guard down, allowing the enemy to seize upon this fleeting moment of distraction to launch a deadly strike. Who could have anticipated that an arrow would suddenly be shot from the shadows of the forest? Lingqi understood all too well that the archer was exceptionally formidable, undoubtedly possessing the prowess of a top-tier warrior. Had the arrow been loosed by an ordinary soldier, she might have sensed it in time to evade. And even if she could not, it would likely not inflict significant harm. However, the strength of the one who had released this arrow was not inferior to her own, a fact she could discern from the pressure radiating from the arrow. In that moment, her heart sank. She knew she could not evade this strike. Whoosh! Yet, just as Lingqi resigned herself to the inevitable, a shadow suddenly surged from the crowd. She felt a rush of darkness before her, as a figure clad in black interposed itself between her and the deadly arrow's path. Though slightly gaunt, this figure stood resolutely like an unyielding fortress, shielding her from the incoming threat. Boom! A tremendous force surged from the arrow, and in that instant, Mulin relinquished complete control of his body to the divine system. He understood that with his own strength, he could not hope to withstand such a fearsome shot. If he relied solely on his own power, the arrow would mercilessly pierce through him, leaving Lingqi exposed to the same peril. Thus, Mulin entrusted his entire control to the divine system, harnessing its power to shield both himself and Lingqi from this lethal arrow. For otherwise, relying on his own strength would surely be inadequate against this formidable projectile shot by one of the three kingdoms' mightiest archers, Huangzhong. At this moment, the time had come for the divine system to take action. Having collected 2 points of credit from Mulin, the divine system could not remain inactive. Moreover, should Mulin perish, it too would cease to exist. With a swift motion, a domineering arrow pierced through his own body. In that instant, Mulin felt as though his very soul was being transfixated by the arrow, an indescribable agony emanating from his heart, nearly causing him to faint on the spot. Although this arrow was blocked by the divine system, let us not forget that it was still absorbed by one's own body. All the pain must be borne solely by Mulin. Had it not been for Mulin's relatively steadfast willpower, the excruciating sensations would have rendered him unconscious on the spot. In his hazy state, Mulin could sense a tempestuous force wreaking havoc within him, threatening to obliterate the vitality of his body. Undoubtedly, had the divine system not mitigated a substantial portion of the force, this arrow would have surely created a gaping hole in his physique. Despite the arrow's overwhelming might, Mulin ultimately managed to withstand it. Once the arrow pierced his chest, it could advance no further, and the danger for the one behind him, Lingqi, was entirely averted. Suddenly, a voice filled with astonishment echoed through the jungle. Slightly aged in tone, it was unmistakable. The speaker must be Huangzhong, who likely did not foresee that an ordinary soldier garbed in humble attire could thwart an arrow shot with nearly all his might. Though Huangzhong had reached the venerable age of 60 or 70, his martial prowess should not be underestimated. At this age, he still possessed an impressive combat strength of 93 points, even surpassing Lingqi. However, it is essential to note that despite his superior martial value, Huangzhong may not necessarily prove to be Lingqi's match, as her lineage imbued with divine blood grants her true combat capabilities that far exceed mere numerical strength. Had this arrow been intercepted by Lingqi, Huangzhong would have felt less astonished. However, the fact that it was thwarted by a mere foot soldier was utterly unacceptable to him, leaving him with a sense of indignation. To think that an arrow he had unleashed with all his might could not even penetrate the body of a lowly soldier. If this were to spread, the reputation of the top generals would undoubtedly be called into question. How can a general, who cannot even slay a mere foot soldier, truly be regarded as one of Liu Bei's foremost warriors? Casting a penetrating glance at Mulin, Huangzhong appeared to commit to memory this insignificant soldier who had intercepted his arrow. Despite his profound doubts, Huangzhong chose not to continue the fight. Instead, he resolved to withdraw. If he could not eliminate his target with a single arrow, remaining would serve little purpose. Lingqi possessed combat prowess not inferior to his own, and should she become aware of the situation, it would not be an easy feat for Huangzhong to escape. With this thought, Huangzhong turned and departed the thicket, vanishing from the battlefield. Meanwhile, Mulin, struck by the crimson arrow, though alive, suffered grievous injuries of a most dire nature. His body, propelled through the air by the force of the blow, lay weakened and breathless. Without hesitation, Lingqi leapt from her steed, the red hare, and caught the falling Mulin in her embrace. A faint, enchanting fragrance wafted through the air, and as Mulin inhaled this captivating scent, he realized that his suffering had not been in vain. Chapter 9. Lingqi's concern, are you all right? Lingqi's voice carried a note of genuine concern, her tone softening considerably from its earlier fervor. At that moment, a semblance of femininity graced her demeanor. It was no wonder that Lingqi fretted over Mulin. After all, he had thrown himself in front of her to shield her from that lethal arrow. Had Mulin not rushed forward in time, Lingqi could scarcely imagine the consequences. Though the arrow might not have claimed her life, serious injury was inevitable. As the highest commander of Xiapi, Lü Lingqi understood that should she sustain severe wounds, the fall of the city would merely be a matter of time. Without her leadership, how could Xiapi withstand the onslaught of Cao Cao's vast army? Currently, the total military strength within Xiapi barely exceeded 10,000. While Cao Cao's siege forces were conservatively estimated to number 40 to 50,000, several times that of Elbu's troops. The forces of Elbu within Xiapi were already at a distinct disadvantage against Cao Cao's army, and the ramifications of Lü Lingqi sustaining further injuries were all too clear. Lü Lingqi was the spiritual pillar for all the generals and soldiers of Xiapi. Despite being outnumbered, they continued to fight because they believed in her, trusting that General Lü Lingqi would lead them to defend their city. Should anything happen to her, the Elbu forces in Xiapi would surely falter against Cao Cao's advancing legions. Thus, Mulin's earlier act of shielding Lü Lingqi from that fatal arrow took on even greater significance. It was not merely a matter of saving her life, but rather a means of preserving the entirety of Elbu's forces in Xiapi, should the city be successfully defended. A considerable share of the credit would undoubtedly belong to Mulin. As he attempted to speak, a mouthful of crimson blood erupted from his lips, staining Lü Lingqi's delicate arm a vivid red. I apologize, he managed to utter with the last of his strength, his eyes reflecting deep remorse for soiling her fair skin. This was not a deliberate disguise by Mulin to elicit sympathy from Lü Lingqi. Rather, Mulin's condition was indeed dire. Just as he attempted to speak, a sharp pain radiated from his wound, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Do not speak. It will only worsen your injury. Furrowing her delicate brows, Lü Lingqi swiftly covered Mulin's mouth, preventing him from uttering another word. At that moment, Mulin's complexion was alarmingly pale, a clear indicator of excessive blood loss. Holding him close, Lü Lingqi could distinctly observe that with each word Mulin attempted to speak, the wound on his chest would widen slightly. Fearing that if he continued to speak, it might cost him his life, she hurriedly intervened. As for the vivid crimson blood staining her arm and clothing, Lü Lingqi paid it no mind. She was not one of those pampered young ladies from noble families. She was a warrior, having shed blood countless times, and the souls that had perished by her hand were innumerable. How could she possibly fault Mulin for spilling blood upon her, especially after he had just saved her? Moreover, Mulin had become her benefactor in that moment, and Lü Lingqi could never bring herself to blame him for such a trivial matter. Her frown stemmed from her deep concern for Mulin's injuries. The arrow must be removed at once. It may be painful, but you must endure. Gazing at the ghastly red arrow protruding from Mulin's chest, 1/3 of it had already penetrated his body, and it was mere inches away from piercing him completely. All right, Mulin nodded, gritting his teeth. With that affirmation, Lü Lingqi wasted no time. She grasped the crimson arrow firmly and, with a sudden, forceful pull, blood gushed forth. Without hesitation, Lü Lingqi tore a sizable piece of fabric from her skirt to staunch the relentless flow of blood, silently tending to his wound. Though words were unspoken, Mulin could feel Lü Lingqi's concern for him in that moment. Hold on, do not speak. I will take you back to find a doctor. Forcing a faint smile, Lü Lingqi tightened her embrace around Mulin, and the steed, red hair, let out a long neigh before galloping towards the direction of Downpai City. Despite Lü Lingqi's slender and delicate arms, the strength they contained was formidable. Carrying Mulin posed no challenge. Furthermore, Mulin noticed a subtle detail. To prevent her body from shaking violently, Lü Lingqi pressed herself against him, mitigating the jarring movements caused by the red hair's frantic pace, which could have exacerbated his injury. It was a subtlety easily overlooked, yet Mulin remained acutely aware of it. This gesture also warmed Mulin's heart. Ah, Lü Lingqi, your sacrifice to shield her from that arrow was not in vain. That fortunate lad truly stumbled upon incredible luck. How I too yearn for the embrace of General Lü Lingqi. Upon her return to Xiapi City, accompanied by Mulin, the soldiers of Elbu's army gazed at the departing duo with a profound envy in their eyes. Indeed, that young man is exceedingly fortunate. Why does fortune not favor me in such a manner? I would willingly sacrifice years of my life for but a single embrace from General Lü Lingqi. Yet, let us not indulge in fanciful dreams. If you wished for General Lü Lingqi to hold you, why did you not step forward to shield her from that arrow? I simply did not react in time. Had I been quicker, I would have rushed to her aid without hesitation, even if it meant my demise. I would have gladly accepted. The soldier who spoke was flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, had they truly reacted in the moment, most of the soldiers would have willingly thrown themselves in front of Lü Lingqi to take that arrow. The issue lies in the fact that, at that moment, no one was able to respond. Even the mightiest Lü Lingqi herself was caught off guard. As for how that fortunate lad managed to react, who can say? Enough of this idle chatter. Even if you had reacted, could you truly have withstood that arrow? An officer among them interjected. The officer's words rendered the soldiers present speechless. Indeed, that overwhelmingly powerful arrow, even if they attempted to intercept it, would undoubtedly pierce through their bodies. Their feeble attempts at obstruction would have no effect on its trajectory whatsoever. They were also perplexed, wondering how someone as slender and frail as Mulin could possibly have stopped that crimson arrow. An arrow that should have been capable of piercing through his very being had, astonishingly, been deflected by him. Although these soldiers continued to chatter enviously about Mulin, they bore him no hatred. On the contrary, they felt a profound gratitude towards him. Had it not been for Mulin, their spiritual pillar, the esteemed General Lü Lingqi might have perished with that single arrow. Should anything happen to General L, the fate of Xiapi city would be sealed, and as soldiers of Elbu's army, their own demise would be all but certain. Chapter 10. The scheme to annihilate Xiao's army. How exquisite. Cradled in Lü Lingqi's embrace, Mulin beheld her delicate visage up close, marveling at the creator's grandeur. Lü Lingqi's beauty was undeniably flawless. While Mulin had encountered numerous beauties during his time on Earth, from celebrities to models, they paled in comparison to Lü Lingqi. Her unadorned face radiated a purity that epitomized natural beauty. It is human nature to appreciate beauty, and Mulin was no exception. Of course, to claim that he harbored no impure thoughts regarding Lü Lingqi would be an exercise in self-deception. Despite these thoughts, Mulin's feelings leaned more towards admiration, a celebration of her beauty. At this moment, he finally understood the bittersweet sensation of being both pained and elated. Although he was gravely injured, he found solace in the embrace of an exquisite maiden, her youthful fragrance wafting into his senses and soothing his soul. As a top-tier general with a remarkable combat prowess of 89, Lü Lingqi possessed keen senses. She sensed Mulin's gaze upon her. This kind of scrutiny was all too familiar, typically emanating from those with ulterior motives. A slight frown crossed her brow, as she instinctively felt a twinge of distaste toward such gazes. However, when Lü Lingqi turned her attention to the youth in her arms, she was momentarily taken aback. Mulin, too, was gazing at her, and what startled Lü Lingqi was the purity within his eyes. She discerned no unsavory intentions in his gaze. Instead, it resembled one appreciating a flawless gem, only admiration, devoid of any distasteful impurities. Gradually, the flicker of aversion Lü Lingqi had felt towards Mulin dissipated beneath the clarity of his gaze. Such a gaze, Lü Lingqi does not find displeasing. This young man, unlike those repugnant individuals, brought a profound sense of relief to Lü Lingqi's heart at that moment. Deep within her subconscious, she harbored a desire that the one who courageously stepped forth to shield her from the lethal arrow was not a lecherous rogue, drawn solely by her beauty. Upon meeting Mulin's gaze, Lü Lingqi felt reassured. She believed that a person's eyes are the most honest, incapable of deceit. They often reveal the innermost reflections of one's soul. I haven't had the chance to express my gratitude yet. Thank you for intercepting that arrow on my behalf. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Lü Lingqi's words of thanks were imbued with sincerity. Had that crimson arrow struck her, the ramifications were indeed unfathomable. Her own life was of secondary concern. The safety of Xiapi city was paramount. She had promised her father that the city would remain unchanged upon his return. And if it fell, even if she survived, she would have no face to confront Elbu. Thus, the significance of Mulin's act of protection was immense, explaining Lü Lingqi's deep concern for him. As for how Mulin, with his frail physique, managed to block that arrow, Lü Lingqi chose not to inquire. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Shoo, do not speak. She gently placed her delicate, alabaster hand over Mulin's lips, shaking her head softly to indicate that he should remain silent. After a brief moment of struggle, Mulin soon fell quiet, understanding that Lü Lingqi was worried about the potential worsening of his wound. Whatever needs to be said can wait until you have healed. We shall soon arrive at Xiapi city. Raising her gaze, Lü Lingqi looked toward the distant silhouette of the city. The faint outline of the city visible in the distance is Xiapi city. At this moment, numerous bonfires rise on the outskirts of Xiapi, with tents appearing across the land. Above the countless tent poles, flags emblazoned with the character for Xiao flutter in the wind, strikingly prominent. This is the army of Xiao. Presently, Xiao's troops are not besieging Xiapi, but have established camp outside the city, seemingly awaiting something. Riding the fiery steed, red hair, Lü Lingqi does not approach any of the 4 gates of Xiapi city, but instead directs her mount to a hidden section of the city wall. At this time, Xiao's forces have nearly sealed off all 4 gates of Xiapi, rendering entry through them impossible. For the average person, this wall presents an insurmountable barrier. However, for Lü Lingqi, scaling this wall is as effortless as eating or drinking, especially considering she rides the renowned red hair. Charge! A sharp command escapes her lips. And red hair, as if responding to an order, accelerates with remarkable speed, resembling a crimson nightmare racing toward the city wall. With a thunderous sound, just a dozen meters from the wall, red hair's hooves pound the earth, and the powerful steed, bearing Lü Lingqi and Mulin, leaps high, easily clearing the nearly 10-meter-high wall. In Lü Lingqi's embrace, Mulin feels as if he is soaring. The world around him descends rapidly, leaving only the dim gray sky in his view. For reasons unknown, Mulin does not sway violently, nor does his wound reopen. Yet he feels an overwhelming drowsiness wash over him. Before he can utter a word, he succumbs to unconsciousness, completely unaware of his surroundings. He only knows that at the moment red hair lands, his consciousness fades entirely. When Mulin awakens, he finds himself no longer in Lü Lingqi's embrace, but lying within a tranquil room, the faint scent of sandalwood wafting through the air, exuding an aura reminiscent of ancient times. Young master, you're awake. As he sits up, Mulin assesses his injuries, and, relieved to find himself fully healed, exhales deeply. The voice that speaks belongs to a young maidservant in the room, whose delicate features are quite charming. How long have I been asleep? Stretching his somewhat sore body, Mulin inquires. Young master, you have been unconscious for half a day. The physician has examined you and confirmed that while you suffered no serious harm, you must still rest for half a month, the maidservant replies, her expression filled with curiosity. Logically, given the severity of his injuries, he should not have awakened so soon, and the color of his complexion suggests he bears no signs of injury. Did the physician misdiagnose him? That cannot be. The maidservant had witnessed the grievous wound that nearly pierced his chest. Such an injury cannot simply heal overnight. Ignoring the maidservant's puzzled gaze, Mulin rises from the bed. Young master, wait. Alarmed by his movement, the maidservant rushes to stop him, but upon realizing Mulin's ability to move freely, her mouth falls open in shock. Having sustained such grievous injuries just half a day ago, and with the physician stating he would not awaken for at least 2 or 3 days, let alone walk for 2 weeks, what is this vibrant figure before her? What? Mulin turns his head, having missed what the maidservant just said. In nothing, she stammers, shaking her head rapidly, her prior thoughts rendered meaningless by Mulin's current condition. Where's General Lü Lingqi? Not seeing her presence, Mulin immediately asks. The general has gone to oversee important matters within the city. Before leaving, she instructed me to tell you to rest well, and if she has the opportunity, she will come to visit you, the maidservant explains. I see. Mulin has a certain understanding of the situation in Xiapi city. Faced with Cao's forces, which vastly outnumber Elbu's army, Lü Lingqi cannot afford to be negligent. This battle is crucial, and the ability to defend Xiapi hinges on the outcome of this confrontation. Of course, under the current circumstances, the probability of Elbu's army successfully holding Xiapi stands at no more than 20%, even with Lü Lingqi leading. Without her, that probability would plummet to below 1%. This is not an exaggeration. Cao's total forces are 4 to 5 times greater than Elbu's, bolstered by several formidable generals. In contrast, aside from Lü Lingqi, Elbu's side lacks any noteworthy commanders, as Zhang Liao and Gao Shun have already departed with Elbu from Xiapi. Thus, it is remarkable that Lü Lingqi has managed to elevate that meager probability from 1 or 2% to 20. Yet, a 20% chance remains exceedingly low, merely 1 in 5. Shaking his head, Mulin muses that with his involvement, that probability might rise to 50% or even higher. Mulin understands that with his current strength, it is entirely unrealistic to assist Lü Lingqi in defending Xiapi through sheer force. His capabilities are insufficient. He possesses the self-awareness to recognize this. If brute strength is not an option, then he must rely on strategy and the divine system. With the aid of the divine system and a clever plan, it may not only be possible to repel Cao's forces, but also to annihilate them entirely. Divine system. Let us collaborate. I have a strategy, but I require your cooperation. After this battle, I will acquire a significant number of points. I want half. The straightforward demand of 4 simple words clearly conveys the divine system's stance. Its assistance comes at the cost of half the acquired points. That is an outrageous demand. Mulin inwardly berates the divine system. With my assistance, you will undoubtedly win this battle. It is a surefire investment, the divine system replies nonchalantly. Chapter 11. Borrowing troops from Lü Lingqi on the day he awakens. Mulin chooses not to continue resting, but insists on being taken to see Lü Lingqi. The situation in Xiapi is urgent. Cao's army could launch an attack at any moment. Mulin's plan requires time to implement, and if Cao's forces strike immediately, complications will arise. Thus, Mulin aims to complete his preparations before Cao's army initiates their offensive. Initially, the maidservant assigned to care for Mulin refuses to escort him to meet Lü Lingqi, as Xiapi is at a critical juncture. As the highest commander within the city, Lü Lingqi has numerous matters to attend to and no time to meet with others. However, Mulin insists on seeing Lü Lingqi and unable to deter him. The maidservant leads him to the conference hall where Lü Lingqi is located. She makes it clear that she can only bring him to the hall. Whether he can meet Lü Lingqi is beyond her control. Stop. Indeed, prior to entering the council hall, Mulin and his companion were promptly halted by the 4 guards stationed at the entrance. General Lü Lingqi, I have urgent matters that require your audience, Mulin declared, casting a glance at the soldiers, who he chose to disregard entirely. Instead, he cupped his hands and called out into the council hall. He understood that no amount of reasoning would persuade the guards to allow him entry. They were resolute in their duty. Thus, he had no intention of wasting time in futile dialogue. In this era devoid of soundproofing, Mulin's voice undoubtedly resonated within the hall. Should General Lü Lingqi be present, she would certainly hear him. Preposterous. This is the council hall, not a place for your raucous outbursts. The guards, already irked by Mulin's indifference, were further incensed by his loud demand to see General Lü Lingqi. Who did he think he was to request an audience with her? If General Lü Lingqi were to take offense, they would be in dire straits, especially at such a critical juncture when disturbing her could lead to their execution in a fit of rage. The soldiers, with fierce expressions, glared at Mulin, weapons drawn, ready to apprehend him on the spot. The attendant following Mulin stood in shock, her face pale at the unfolding scene. Let him in. Just then, a weary voice echoed from within the hall. Lü Lingqi's Despite her evident fatigue, none dared to defy her command, and the guards reluctantly lowered their weapons. They lacked the audacity to oppose General Lü Lingqi, and though they felt considerable disdain for Mulin, they could only swallow their grievances. With a sigh of relief, Mulin stepped into the council hall under the scrutinizing gaze of the guards and the attendant. Had the soldiers truly attempted to obstruct him, he would have been compelled to force his way through. While the guards were undoubtedly stronger than he, Mulin possessed the skill to sweep through legions. Though his current strength was diminished, he could still handle 4 guards, whose prowess was merely a notch above that of ordinary soldiers. Naturally, he preferred to avoid conflict with them. Upon entering the vast hall, Mulin discovered that only Lü Lingqi occupied the expansive chamber. Despite her unparalleled beauty, traces of exhaustion marred her exquisite features. It was evident to Mulin that since her return to Xiapi, she had not found a moment's respite. With Cao's forces looming outside the city, an assault could commence at any moment, leaving Lü Lingqi with no opportunity for rest. General, while the war is pressing, your health is paramount. If you do not restore your body to its optimal state, how can you hope to unleash your full potential against Cao's army? Observing the fatigue etched on Lü Lingqi's face, Mulin could not help but express his concern. Thank you for your concern, but I am well, she replied, shaking her head with a smile. Although Mulin's concern offered no tangible assistance, it warmed her heart. In her moments of exhaustion and helplessness, the fact that someone cared for her well-being brought her solace. By the way, your injuries suddenly, Lü Lingqi recalled that Mulin was supposed to be gravely wounded. She had been present when the physician diagnosed him, who had clearly stated that Mulin's injuries would take no less than half a month to heal. Even if he were to awaken, it would take him a day or 2 to recuperate. Yet, upon closer inspection, she noted that Mulin appeared completely unscathed, brimming with vitality, as if he could fell a bull with ease. The appearance of this situation stands in stark contrast to what the doctor described. Indeed, Mulin had never contemplated this issue. Faced with Lü Lingqi's inquiry, Mulin found himself at a loss for words, as it was impossible for him to divulge the existence of the divine system residing within his mind to Lü Lingqi. That was a secret belonging solely to him. Naturally, even if he were to share it, Lü Lingqi might not believe him, for it was simply too far-fetched. If you choose not to speak, then so be it. Everyone harbors their own secrets. With a glance laden with meaning directed at Mulin, Lü Lingqi refrained from pressing further. Ever since Mulin shielded her from that arrow, Lü Lingqi had sensed that this young soldier was extraordinary. The crimson arrow, which had instilled a profound sense of peril within her, was thwarted by Mulin, an ordinary soldier. If Mulin harbored no secrets, Lü Lingqi would resolutely refuse to accept that notion. Of course, while she remained unaware of the nature of Mulin's secret, Lü Lingqi could be certain of one thing. The young soldier harbors no malice towards himself and poses no threat to his own existence. Understanding this is sufficient, had he intended to harm himself, he would not have risked his life to intercept that lethal arrow. Were it not for the favor of fortune, that arrow could have claimed his life. Now, speak of your business with me. Without further ado, Lü Lingqi cut to the chase. In truth, she had little time for frivolities, as numerous tasks awaited her attention. Fortunately, it was Mulin who sought her out. Had it been an ordinary general, Lü Lingqi would have likely dismissed him without a second thought. Although Mulin was merely a lowly soldier, he held a unique significance in Lü Lingqi's heart. I seek to borrow troops, Mulin declared, fixing his gaze upon Lü Lingqi. Borrow troops? Lü Lingqi paused, her expression filled with skepticism. A soldier like him seeking to borrow troops? What could this mean? Indeed, I recognize this may seem abrupt, but I wish to borrow 1,000 death warriors from you, General. Mulin's tone remained resolute, his demeanor serious, devoid of any jest. 1,000 soldiers? Death warriors? Almost every faction cultivates a cadre of death warriors, though their numbers are seldom great. These warriors are typically not thrust directly into battle. Their purpose is to undertake perilous missions, such as suicide assaults, necessitating their unique skill set. The Elbu army had indeed trained a contingent of death warriors, approximately 1,000 in number. Lü Lingqi could scarcely believe that Mulin would make such a request of her. I trust you are aware that your subordinate harbors certain undisclosed secrets. It is precisely due to these secrets that I was able to shield you from that arrow. And the fact that my injuries can heal within half a day is also attributed to it. If you would believe in me and lend me 1,000 death warriors, I cannot guarantee 100% success, but I assure you they will yield results that will astonish you. The Mulin referred to as the so-called divine system, which Xiao had mentioned but had not elaborated upon for Lü Lingqi. In response to Mulin's request, Lü Lingqi remained silent, contemplating her decision. Meanwhile, Mulin continued to gaze at her, waiting for her verdict. Having already articulated his case, the decision rested with her. In his heart, Mulin harbored his own plans. Should Lü Lingqi agree to lend him troops, it would be ideal. However, if she declined, he had prepared for the worst-case scenario, resorting to a second plan, which offered significantly lower chances of success and would merely fortify Elbu's defenses at Xiapi, incapable of annihilating the tens of thousands of Xiao troops. After a prolonged silence, Lü Lingqi still offered no words, the tension weighing heavily on Mulin's heart. Did she still doubt him? Or was his request perhaps too audacious? As Mulin contemplated how to phrase his withdrawal of the request should it prove burdensome for her, Lü Lingqi unexpectedly nodded in agreement. The affirmation came as a shock. Mulin had presumed her silence was due to her discomfort in rejecting him. Truly. In that moment, Mulin's heart swelled with joy. With these 1,000 death warriors, his strategy would unfold flawlessly. Logically speaking, Lü Lingqi would not relinquish 1,000 warriors to Mulin, for while this number was not excessive, it was certainly not negligible either. Even if they were not to be deployed in battle, their mere existence would undoubtedly yield significant benefits in the future. Indeed, there were reasons for Lü Lingqi to acquiesce to Mulin's request. Firstly, Mulin possessed certain secrets, some of which Lü Lingqi had witnessed with her own eyes. Secondly, even in the event of conflict, those 1,000 death warriors would not be thrust into the fray, rather than keeping them. It would be wiser to entrust them to Mulin, for he might indeed conjure some miraculous outcomes for her. This battle is of paramount importance. Should Elbu's army be defeated, the lives of those assassins would become utterly futile. In such a scenario, it may be wiser to entrust them to Mulin, for he might indeed unlock their potential. Although Lü Lingqi harbored little hope in her heart, even the faintest glimmer of hope remained a hope nonetheless. Presently, Lü Lingqi was unwilling to let even a sliver of hope slip away. She was determined to aid her father and defend the city of Xiapi. Every situation holds a possibility, and Lü Lingqi was prepared to place her bet on Mulin. Chapter 12. Sinyu's remote strategy gazing at Mulin's departing figure. Lü Lingqi offered a wry smile and shook her head. Her agreement to lend 1,000 assassins to Mulin bore a hint of gratitude for his life-saving intervention. However, despite her willingness to provide these warriors, Lü Lingqi's expectations of Mulin remained modest. It was true that he possessed certain secrets, yet she did not believe they would be sufficient to alter the tide of battle or to withstand the might of Cao Cao's vast army. The prospect of victory in this confrontation appeared exceedingly dim. General, when shall we commence our assault? Our forces far surpass those of Elbu's army. Should we attack? They would be utterly unable to withstand our onslaught. Why do we delay? In a clearing within the Xiao army's camp, Xiao Yuan contemplated the city of Xiapi, which stood resolutely upon the earth. The Xiao army had encamped outside Xiapi for nearly 2 to 3 days, yet had refrained from launching an assault. Not only were Elbu's forces within the city perplexed, but even Cao Cao's soldiers and numerous generals shared this confusion. Clearly, the total strength of Cao Cao's army outnumbered Elbu's by several folds. A direct attack could likely overwhelm the city before it could even endure the initial wave. Nevertheless, Xiao Yuan, the commander of this siege, had intentionally delayed for 3 days, still opting against an offensive. The time for action had not yet arrived. However, with half a day remaining until the period indicated by the strategist Sun Yu, the dawn of the following day would mark the commencement of the attack. Paying no mind to his subordinates behind him, Xiao Yuan harbored his own thoughts. The prolonged encampment of the Qiao army outside Xiapi was not due to the arrival of additional reinforcements, nor was it solely Xiao Yuan's decision. Rather, it was a strategy proposed by the strategist Sun Yu from the distant city of Xuchang, suggesting that they should refrain from hasty assaults and instead wait outside the city for 2 to 3 days before launching an attack, thereby significantly enhancing the probability of successfully capturing Xiapi. This point had long eluded Xiao Yuan. Why, after waiting outside for 3 days, would it enhance Cao Cao's army's chances of successfully capturing Xiapi city? If this assertion had been uttered by another, Xiao Yuan would have dismissed it as absurd. Yet, this proclamation came from the esteemed strategist Sun Yu. On the following morning, Cao Cao's army, having encamped outside Xiapi for an extended period, finally commenced their assault. Within the city, the resounding beat of drums reverberated through the air, rousing the weary soldiers of Elbu from their slumber. A disoriented throng of troops began to assemble rapidly, bracing themselves for the impending conflict. On the city walls, a multitude of archers had taken their positions. Yet the fatigue etched upon their faces was palpable. Clearly, they had been jolted awake from their dreams. How much combat effectiveness could one muster if they had not had sufficient rest? Observing the exhausted countenances of Elbu's soldiers atop Xiapi, Xiao Yuan finally grasped the wisdom in Sun Yu's words. Surrounded by Cao Cao's forces, whose numbers far exceeded their own, the inhabitants of Xiapi were gripped by an overwhelming tension. How many could possibly find restful sleep? Some soldiers, in the throes of anxiety, had gone 2 days and nights without closing their eyes. It was no wonder they were weary. It is akin to a person overtly declaring their intent to take your life, yet they remain elusive, leaving you in uncertainty as to when they might strike. You remain perpetually unaware of whether a blade is stealthily approaching from behind. Under such circumstances, could you find solace in sleep? Could you remain unperturbed? Furthermore, the forces of Cao Cao have been engaged in some inscrutable stratagem over the past few days, refraining from any offensive maneuvers. This has rendered them even more enigmatic, prompting speculation among all about whether reinforcements are on the way. Given the already formidable strength of their army, if additional support were to arrive, would there truly be any hope of defending the city of Xiaopei? Upon reflection, the soldiers within the city of Xiapi grew increasingly fearful and anxious. Thus, the torment of fear and doubt gnawed at the soldiers of Elbu's army for 2 to 3 days, subjecting them to an unbearable psychological strain that threatened to drive them to madness. They would have preferred an immediate assault from Cao Cao's forces. A decisive confrontation rather than languishing in this torturous limbo. After 3 days of such mental anguish, the soldiers of Elbu's army found themselves not only physically exhausted but also mentally drained. In this state, how much of their true strength could they possibly muster? It must be said that Sun Yu truly lived up to his reputation as one of the most renowned strategists of the Three Kingdoms. His seemingly casual tactic inflicted a grave crisis upon Elbu's forces in Xiapi, diminishing their chances of holding the city from 1 in 5 to merely 1 in 10, or even less. Meanwhile, upon receiving news of Cao Cao's impending assault, Lü Lingqi hastened to the city wall, her brow furrowed as she observed the advancing troops. She was acutely aware of the dire condition of Elbu's soldiers. It was impossible for her not to grasp the reason behind Cao Cao's delay in launching an attack. Seeing the weary expressions of the soldiers beside her, Lü Lingqi's heart sank with realization. A heavy sigh escaped her lips, for there was little she could do. It would be folly to command an offensive against Cao Cao's army while her own troops still retained some semblance of morale. The sole reason Elbu's forces had a 1 in 5 chance of victory was their defensive position within Xiapi, which conferred a certain advantage. Should they venture outside the city? With over 10,000 soldiers facing Cao Cao's formidable 50 to 60,000, their chances of survival would be virtually non-existent. However, after 3 days of psychological torment, Elbu's army had seen their primary advantage erode significantly. Gazing at the exhausted soldiers, she wondered how much strength they could possibly wield. This thought deepened Lü Lingqi's sense of helplessness. Every circumstance appeared to conspire against Elbu's forces at this moment. Faced with the overwhelming numbers of Cao Cao's troops, she pondered how they could possibly hold their ground. Even Lü Lingqi, renowned for her prowess in battle, had to concede that the likelihood of Elbu's army defending Xiapi successfully had dwindled to well below 1 in 5. The sheer might of Cao Cao's forces left her feeling utterly powerless. Then, a sudden thought crossed her mind. She recalled a certain individual, the young warrior who had borrowed 1,000 of her elite soldiers, claiming he could assist in the defense of Xiapi, though she held little hope for his return. In this moment of despair, he inexplicably occupied her thoughts. Report to the general. That rogue has vanished from Xiapi a day ago without a trace, leaving not a word behind. Even the 1,000 elite soldiers seemed to have disappeared as if into thin air. I feared disturbing General Lü Lingqi. Hence I did not dare to report until now. Please punish me, General. The soldier who was questioned immediately knelt in panic, confessing his guilt. What? He has disappeared? And taken the 1,000 elite soldiers with him? Lü Lingqi's mouth fell agape, her heart filled not only with shock but also profound disappointment and sorrow. The young warrior who had boldly promised to help her defend Xiapi had vanished along with the soldiers she entrusted to him. Although Lü Lingqi had not placed much expectation on him, the fact that someone had shown the willingness to assist her in her time of need had deeply moved her. Furthermore, she harbored a special sentiment for that young warrior. Whether it was love, she could not say, but her concern for him surpassed that of an ordinary acquaintance. Yet, the one who had given her a glimmer of hope in her moment of despair had now vanished. In this critical time, his disappearance was a bitter pill to swallow. Lü Lingqi could not help but feel deceived. To this day, she remained perplexed as to why he had chosen to mislead her. Was it merely for the sake of the 1,000 elite soldiers under her command? That seemed illogical. He had risked his life to intercept a deadly arrow meant for her, only to abandon her and her soldiers? If he were a spy sent by the enemy, then why would he put himself in harm's way to save her? Wouldn't it have been more advantageous for him to allow her to be struck by that arrow? Lü Lingqi racked her brain but could not discern the truth. The impact of this betrayal weighed heavily upon her, compounded by the earlier psychological blow dealt by Sun Yu's strategy. Initially, she felt overwhelmed by the might of Cao Cao's army, and now the flicker of hope offered by the young warrior had been extinguished. In that moment, Lü Lingqi found herself adrift, uncertain whom she could rely on. Staring blankly at the slowly advancing forces of Cao Cao, she fell silent. Chapter 13. Lü Lingqi versus Xiao Yuan. I am Xiao Yuan. Who dares to challenge me in battle? As the commander of Cao Cao's forces, Xiao Yuan boldly rode forth to the front lines. Wielding a crimson blade, his martial spirit soaring high, his arrogance and domineering presence evident in every word he spoke. Though brash and somewhat overconfident, Xiao Yuan possessed the prowess to back it up. As one of the mightiest warriors in this realm, his capabilities surpassed even those of Lü Lingqi, boasting an astounding strength rating of 9. Such an individual undeniably had the right to be haughty. As the imposing figure of Xiao Yuan loomed large, the soldiers of Elbu's army atop the city walls felt their hearts race with trepidation. Even before the battle had commenced, the morale of Elbu's forces had plummeted to a dismal low. The disparity in numbers and their fatigue had already sapped their spirit, and now, faced with Xiao Yuan's intimidating presence, their already diminished morale shattered completely. To falter before the battle had even begun is a grave misstep in warfare. Yet Elbu's soldiers had succumbed to this very folly. It cannot be solely blamed on them. The current circumstances are indeed exceedingly unfavorable for the Elbu army. In terms of troop strength, Cao Cao's forces greatly outnumber Elbu's by 5 or 6 times. Moreover, Cao's army boasts formidable generals such as Xiao Yuan and Xiao Dun, both of whom are renowned as top-tier warriors. With such overwhelming pressure from all sides, it is a stroke of fortune that they have not yet fled. Arrogance! I shall engage you in battle. The expressions on the faces of the Elbu soldiers did not escape Lü Lingqi's notice. Anxious yet resolute. She understood that now was not the time for retreat. She must rise to the occasion and inspire the waning morale of the Elbu army. With her delicate jade-like legs, she leapt upon the azure bricks, soaring into the air, wielding her cross halberd that crackled with blue lightning. Its target was none other than Xiao Yuan. "Come forth," she declared. "I shall see if you, the daughter of Elbu, bring shame upon your father." Unfazed by Lü Lingqi's onslaught, Xiao Yuan met her challenge head-on, swinging his crimson blade with ferocity, clashing against the advancing halberd and igniting a dazzling shower of sparks. Though Xiao Yuan managed to parry Lü Lingqi's strike, his steed could not withstand the tremendous force of the halberd and collapsed to the ground, lifeless. With the loss of his horse's support, Xiao Yuan stumbled back several paces. The halberd, with a swift spin, returned to Lü Lingqi's grasp as she landed gracefully on the ground outside the city gates, casting a cold gaze at Xiao Yuan. Now standing alone against both him and his brother, Xiao Dun, with the formidable Cao Cao forces of 50 to 60,000 behind them. Yet, she exhibited not a trace of fear. In that previous clash, Xiao Yuan had suffered at Lü Lingqi's hands. Although his steed had faltered, the undeniable truth was that he had retreated while Lü Lingqi remained steadfast. Roar! The general is mighty. Lü Lingqi shall surely prevail. These mere Chao thieves. Had not Lord Elbu been absent from Xuchang, would you have dared approach? With a single strike, Lü Lingqi managed to overpower Xiao Yuan, whose martial prowess was supposed to exceed her own, creating an exhilarating surge of inspiration among her troops. On the city walls, the Elbu soldiers shed their previous despondency. Their fighting spirit rekindled. In that moment, they felt a profound pride in Lü Lingqi, for she had bestowed upon them the very essence of pride. Though the Elbu army found itself in a disadvantageous position, what did it matter? Their mightiest warrior had been repelled by General Lü Lingqi. "Are you all right, cousin?" inquired Xiao Dun, the one-eyed dragon, stepping forward with concern. "Fear not, cousin, I am unharmed, merely caught off guard." With a slight cough, Xiao Yuan's expression softened considerably. Although Lü Lingqi's strike had not inflicted any substantial harm, it had effectively extinguished the arrogant aura that once enveloped him. The once steady energy within him had become chaotic, and he now appeared considerably diminished from his former bravado. What is this called? Instant karma? They are still arrogantly self-important. Yet now, do not underestimate the impact of that single clash. When the commanders of both sides engage, should one falter, the effect on morale can be profoundly significant. At that moment, the once demoralized army of Elbu, following the clash between Lü Lingqi and Xiao Yuan, was instantly invigorated and filled with fervor. They rallied. One must rise from where they have fallen, to be repelled by a mere woman. Even Xiao Yuan could not escape the profound embarrassment. He could distinctly sense the peculiar gazes of tens of thousands of Chao soldiers directed at him. As the supreme commander of Chao's forces, it was utterly humiliating to find himself at a disadvantage in a confrontation before his troops. How would he command their respect moving forward? What authority could he wield to garner their allegiance? Moreover, in that previous encounter, Xiao Yuan had indeed been careless. He should not have lingered atop his steed when Lü Lingqi launched her assault. That horse was merely an ordinary mount, not the legendary red hare, and certainly not a distinguished steed capable of withstanding Lü Lingqi's formidable strength. At this moment, gazing upon the figure of Lü Lingqi clad in exquisite armor, Xiao Yuan no longer harbored the slightest trace of carelessness. Although this is a woman, her strength is by no means inferior to my own. The daughter of the demon god. Truly, her reputation is well-deserved. However, relying solely on this will not suffice to defeat me, Xiao Yuan. With a fierce roar, wielding a crimson blade, my somewhat plump figure surged forward. Do not be deceived by Xiao Dun's slightly rotund physique. His speed is extraordinarily terrifying. In mere moments, Xiao Yuan had already closed the distance to Lü Lingqi. "I shall cleave you beneath my blade." As the halberd was dismantled, Lü Lingqi instantly collided with the oncoming Xiao Yuan, producing a cacophony of thunderous clashes of weaponry that left many covering their ears, faces contorted in agony. At this moment, the earth trembled. Each clash between Lü Lingqi and Xiao Yuan sent ripples of intense vibrations across the ground. This was a duel of supreme martial prowess, one that could astound the heavens and move the spirits. On the battlefield, two formidable auras clashed, one a vivid crimson, belonging to Xiao Yuan, and the other a profound azure, that of Lü Lingqi. The immense energies exchanged blows in a fierce back and forth, with Lü Lingqi and Xiao Yuan engaging in over 10 rounds of combat within mere breaths. Despite the relentless exchanges, neither contender could establish dominance. This was hardly surprising, as their strengths were closely matched. By conventional standards, Lü Lingqi should not have been a match for Xiao Yuan, whose martial prowess rated a formidable 9, while Lü Lingqi stood at 89. A mere 2-point discrepancy in combat ability might seem trivial, yet in the realm of elite warriors, particularly those exceeding a martial value of 90, each point represents a considerable gulf. Lü Lingqi's ability to hold her ground against Xiao Yuan stemmed from the divine bloodline coursing through her veins. Although her ability rating did not strictly classify her as a top-tier warrior, the essence of her bloodline empowered her to contend with the finest. It must be acknowledged that having a remarkable lineage certainly bears its advantages. Were it not for her divine bloodline, Lingqi would unlikely stand a chance against Xiao Yuan. Alas, there are no hypotheticals in reality. Possessing the divine bloodline, Lingqi's combat capabilities were not inferior to those of Xiao Yuan, whose martial prowess reached 9. In fact, they might even surpass him. Chapter 14, Xiao Yuan's defeat. The siege begins. A thunderous crash reverberated across the battlefield. In the wake of this resounding impact, a visibly disheveled figure quickly retreated from the fray, leaving deep gouges in the earth beneath him. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, a clear indication that he had sustained considerable injuries in the preceding skirmish. The figure that was almost sent flying was none other than Xiao Yuan of Cao Cao's army. On the battlefield, only Xiao Yuan and Lingqi were engaged in combat, and now that Xiao Yuan had been hurled from the fray, the sole remaining presence on the battlefield could undoubtedly be identified as Lingqi. Observing the disheveled figure, with traces of blood still lingering at the corner of her mouth, the tens of thousands of soldiers behind Xiao Yuan could scarcely believe their eyes. General Xiao Yuan has been defeated, bested by the hands of the enemy's commanding general. For the soldiers of Cao's army, the shock and blow were undeniably profound. Although Xiao Yuan was not the strongest among Cao Cao's generals, he ranked among the formidable. Numerous renowned military leaders of the contemporary world had fallen to Xiao Yuan's prowess, some even perishing at his hands. Yet today, Xiao Yuan faced defeat. And the one who overcame him was none other than a seemingly delicate woman. In their previous encounter, one could attribute his misfortune to the inadequacy of his steed. However, in this instance, both sides fought with unwavering resolve, and Xiao Yuan suffered a complete and utter defeat, leaving no room for excuses. On the city walls, the soldiers of Elbu reveled in their triumph, hurling provocations at Cao Cao's army with words that were particularly scathing. Given that they were adversaries, the soldiers of Elbu felt no need for civility. If they could incite anger among the troops of Cao, it would serve their purpose splendidly. Some soldiers within Cao Cao's ranks, inflamed by the vitriolic taunts, felt the urge to seize their weapons and charge at the soldiers atop the walls of Xiapi. Faced with such harsh provocations, they found themselves unable to retort. After all, Xiao Yuan had been defeated. Although the words of Elbu's soldiers were harsh and unpalatable, each utterance struck a chord that they could not contest. Had Xiao Yuan emerged victorious in that battle, it would have been the soldiers of Elbu who were deflated. Yet the stark reality was that it was Xiao Yuan who had fallen. This time, Cao Cao's army stood as the principal force besieging the city of Xiapi, led by their highest commander. Such a result, though difficult to accept, must be acknowledged as reality. Cough, 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 a violent fit of coughing erupted, and Xiao Yuan spat forth a pool of crimson blood. Brother Yuan, are you all right? The same voice echoed from Xiao Dun, who, unlike before, rushed to support the injured Xiao Yuan. In their previous encounter, Xiao Yuan had merely been caught off guard by Lingqi. Though he had staggered back a few steps, he had sustained little harm. This time, however, the situation was starkly different. In the clash with Lingqi, Xiao Yuan had genuinely been wounded, though not gravely injured. It nonetheless inflicted a significant toll upon him. Brother, I have disappointed you. I have been defeated. With a visage marked by pallor and remorse, Xiao Yuan faced Lingqi, conceding his defeat wholeheartedly. He had not anticipated that a mere woman could possess such formidable strength, rivaling some of the world's most elite warriors, and even surpassing many, including himself. During their earlier confrontation, Xiao Yuan had exerted all his strength, even resorting to his awakened dance of chaos, yet he was still unable to overcome Lingqi. Conversely, once Lingqi activated her awakened dance of chaos, her power surged dramatically, allowing her to utterly dominate Xiao Yuan in his awakened state. Although both had entered the awakened dance of chaos, the disparity in their abilities was astonishing. Prior to the activation, Xiao Yuan had managed to hold his ground against Lingqi, yet upon her transformation, he found himself not only at a disadvantage but completely suppressed. It was already surprising that a warrior of lesser strength than his own could comprehend the awakened dance of chaos. But what astonished him even more was Lingqi's remarkable increase in power after activating it. The contrast was as if she were an entirely different person. Xiao Yuan estimated that Lingqi in her awakened state could likely contend with some super warriors boasting battle powers of 92 or even 93. This is indeed rather terrifying. A mere woman possesses such formidable strength, which undoubtedly fills Xiao Yuan with profound shame. In this world, the status of women inevitably pales in comparison to that of men. To be defeated by a woman is unquestionably a significant disgrace. Who claims you have lost? This battle has yet to commence. Casting a glance at the multitude of Cao soldiers behind him, Xiao Dun implied as much. As Xiao Yuan's elder cousin, Xiao Dun is acutely aware of his strength. Should a confrontation arise, Xiao Yuan's prowess surpasses that of his cousin, for his own martial capability stands at a mere 90 points, while Xiao Yuan boasts an impressive 9. Xiao Yuan's potential defeat is not due to a lack of strength, but rather the overwhelming might of his opponent. Were he to take the field, the outcome would likely mirror that of Xiao Yuan. Indeed, the opponent is worthy of being called the daughter of deities, though reluctant to concede. Xiao Dun must acknowledge that neither he nor Xiao Yuan stands a chance against Lingqi. If, in terms of one-on-one combat, both he and Xiao Yuan are no match for Lingqi, what then if they were to unite? bolstered by several other formidable generals. Moreover, even if the combined efforts of the two were insufficient to overpower Lü Lingqi, it would suffice to merely delay her. In that case, the over 10,000 troops of Elbu stationed in Xiapi would stand little chance against the 50 or 60,000 soldiers of Xiao. With the alliance of himself and Xiao Yuan, along with a few other generals boasting martial skills in the range of 60 to 70, they could besiege Lü Lingqi, leaving her unable to escape. As long as they can contain Lü Lingqi, the forces within Xiapi, including Elbu's troops and commanders, would amount to nothing more than a flock of mere chickens and dogs. In this battle, Cao's forces were exceptionally well prepared, equipped with siege engines and ladders. Unperturbed by the prospect of breaching the walls of Xiapi, it was indeed somewhat disgraceful for several formidable men to besiege a solitary woman. However, given the circumstances, they had no alternative. This was the only means to delay Lü Lingqi. Despite her solitary presence, if Lü Lingqi were to join the battlefield among ordinary soldiers, countless lives would be claimed by her hand. Once she activated her awakening dance of chaos, she became an unstoppable force, vanquishing deities and demons alike. Thus, although this strategy was somewhat ignoble, the capture of Xiapi justified such shame. After all, the battlefield knows no absolute fairness, and few would return to speak of equity. If victory could be attained, what matter if the means were unsavory or less than honorable? All troops, heed my command. Capture Xiapi. The proclamation of assault did not come from Xiao Yuan, but rather from Xiao Dan. Ordinarily, this command would be his prerogative, yet having been defeated by Lü Lingqi, few would heed his orders. Only Xiao Dan, undefeated thus far, could issue commands that inspired confidence. With a resounding order from Xiao Dan, the Qiao army resonated with the sound of drums and horns. Waves of soldiers brandishing ladders surged forward, while siege engines paraded into view, one after another. As expected, the inevitable had come to pass. With a faint sigh, Lü Lingqi observed the throngs of Qiao soldiers, her heart brimming with resignation. Following her earlier victory over Xiao Yuan, her countenance revealed no joy or exhilaration, for she understood that defeating him did not equate to winning the battle. Her triumph over Xiao Yuan might diminish the morale of the Qiao forces slightly, but it could not alter the broader dynamics of the battlefield. The myriad of feeble soldiers could easily be felled by a mere sweep of her cross halberd, claiming dozens of lives. Yet, would the martial prowess of Xiao Yuan and Xiao Dan permit her to slaughter the Qiao soldiers unimpeded? Clearly, that was not a possibility. As she beheld the approaching figures of Xiao Yuan, Xiao Dan, and other formidable generals, a profound sense of helplessness enveloped her. Was Xiapi destined to fall from her grasp? Father, I have disappointed you. Lü Lingqi truly wished to avoid witnessing her father's disappointment. Yet in this moment, what could she do? The brothers Xiao Yuan and Xiao Dan, alongside several other capable generals, could certainly hinder her, even if they could not overpower her. Without her support, how could the 10,000 soldiers of Xiapi withstand the overwhelming might of Cao's forces? As despair and helplessness swelled within Lü Lingqi, a thunderous explosion reverberated across the battlefield, startling her. Raising her gaze, she was met with a shocking scene not far from her position. Her mouth agape. A profound astonishment flickered in her beautiful eyes. Chapter 15. The stratagem of Mulin in Lü Lingqi's line of sight, amidst the ranks of Cao's formidable army. An immense explosion erupted at the heart of the tightly packed soldiers. Those closest to the epicenter were nearly obliterated. Lü Lingqi surmised that the explosion had claimed the lives of at least several hundred Qiao troops. The sudden calamity rendered the soldiers of Qiao, who were poised to launch an assault on the city of Xiapi, utterly astounded, their intent to attack forgotten. A wave of speculation swept through them regarding the origin of the immense explosion that had erupted behind them. An inexplicable sense of dread began to take root in the hearts of the Qiao army. Boom, 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 boom. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, the colossal explosions reoccurred, as if triggering a chain reaction, with the deafening sounds of detonation reverberating throughout the ranks of the Qiao forces. At that moment, a scene that sent shivers down their spines unfolded before them. A series of explosions erupted within the ranks of Cao's soldiers. Standing frozen, they could almost distinctly witness countless soldiers being hurled through the air, their bodies obliterated, meeting their demise on the spot. Some explosions occurred mere feet away, where once vibrant soldiers now left no trace behind. Those fortunate enough might leave a corpse, while the less fortunate vanished entirely, evaporating from this world without a single remnant of flesh or blood. At this moment, even Lü Lingqi was rendered speechless. What on earth was happening? Why were there so many explosives among Cao's troops? If one were to claim that the explosives were buried underground, that would be utterly implausible. In recent days, every movement outside the city of Xiapi has been under the vigilant scrutiny of Cao's forces. Attempting to plant such a considerable amount of explosives in plain view of so many eyes is an endeavor more arduous than scaling the heavens. However, even Lü Lingqi, who has witnessed numerous grand spectacles, found herself utterly astonished by the scene before her. Ah, what are you doing? Why did you kill him? He is. Before the terrifying explosion could subside, chaos erupted once more within Cao's army. Numerous soldiers clad in the military garb of Qiao, Xiao brandished their weapons, ruthlessly striking down their comrades beside them without a moment's hesitation, dispatching one before immediately lunging toward another. Similar situations unfolded in many places within Cao Cao's vast army. Alas, there are enemy spies lurking among the troops. Boom. At this moment, the ranks of Cao Cao's soldiers, numbering in the tens of thousands, surged with fervor. There is a spy within the army. The news swiftly spread among Cao Cao's troops, reaching every soldier present. Why are you looking at me? I am no spy. Not a spy? Humph. Then why were you sneaking behind me just now? Speak. Are you not an agent sent by the enemy? I truly am not. With a series of thuds, bodies fell one after another. Keep your distance. Get away from me. Anyone who approaches will meet their end. In that moment, chaos erupted among the tens of thousands of Cao Cao's soldiers. Each individual became acutely aware of their surroundings, fearful that someone might suddenly draw a weapon against them. With an army numbering between 50 to 60,000, it was impossible for everyone to recognize one another. Moreover, the soldiers had been summoned from various regions, resulting in scant familiarity among them. Without prior acquaintance, they could not discern who among them was a comrade and who was a potential infiltrator. Clad in identical uniforms, who could tell if one were a spy or an ally? In this world, the means of distinguishing friend from foe were few, primarily through attire and banners. If an adversary donned the same garb and was unknown to them, they would struggle to identify each other as comrades or treacherous spies. At this juncture, distrust permeated the ranks of Cao Cao's soldiers. No one dared to trust another, each vigilantly scanning their surroundings, forbidding anyone from approaching. Similar incidents continued to unfold within the ranks, as the dead piled up one after another. The earlier series of explosions had already claimed numerous lives among Cao Cao's forces, and this new turmoil only exacerbated their plight, further diminishing their numbers. Yet, this was not the most pressing concern. The gravest issue at hand was the deep-seated mistrust among the soldiers. Who would be willing to trust a companion who could very well be an enemy spy? In the span of mere minutes, the once formidable army of 50 to 60,000 had dwindled to approximately 30 to 40,000. This is not the most critical point. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the entire army of Cao Cao has descended into chaos, with casualties occurring almost every moment. If this continues, there will be no need for the forces of Elbu to strike. The Cao Cao army will collapse under its own weight, disintegrating without any external assault. With such a disordered army, can they still engage in battle? Who would entrust their safety to a group of enemies whose true intentions remain shrouded in mystery? Who can assure themselves that, while fiercely battling the foe, a comrade won't suddenly turn and strike them down? Meanwhile, amidst the turmoil of Cao Cao's forces, a group of soldiers imbued with an enigmatic aura slowly emerges on a hillside not far from Xiapi city. The size of this contingent appears to be around 10,000, neither too few nor too many. At the forefront of this army stands a handsome young man. It seems that my strategy has proven to be exceedingly lethal for Cao Cao's forces. With a smile illuminating his face, Mulin gazes at the chaotic scene of Cao Cao's army, feeling a sense of pride swell within him. Indeed, this young man at the head of the uncanny legion is Mulin, who departed from Xiapi city just a day prior. What was Mulin's purpose in leaving Xiapi city? Naturally, it was to execute his plan. As it stands, his scheme has been remarkably successful, even surpassing his expectations. At this juncture, his plan is complete. The next phase is entrusted to the more than 10,000 black-armored soldiers summoned by the divine system, whose sole purpose is to annihilate Cao Cao's army right here. Chapter 16. The affection of Lü Lingqi soars. All troops, heed the command. Retreat. At this moment, Xiao Dun exhibited no hesitation whatsoever, issuing a direct order for the entire army to retreat. Given the current circumstances, persisting in the assault on the city would only culminate in one inevitable outcome: total annihilation of the forces. Retreat? A commendable thought, but alas, it seems that you shall not have the fortune to escape this place. The city of Xiapi is not a location one can enter at will and leave freely. A voice of overwhelming authority resounded from behind Cao Cao's army, remarkably loud and commanding. The soldiers turned their gaze to behold a mass of black-armored warriors emerging silently behind Cao Cao's multitude, their presence unnoticed until that very moment. Had it not been for the voice that had just emanated from their ranks, it is doubtful anyone would have acknowledged them at all. The speaker was a young man positioned at the forefront of the black-armored soldiers, a figure unknown to the crowd. Yet his demeanor suggested he was the leader of these formidable warriors. Under his command, the legion of black-clad soldiers effectively obstructed the retreat of Cao Cao's forces. Should they wish to withdraw, they would first need to vanquish this daunting host, which numbered over 10,000, predominantly cavalry. Breaking through their encirclement would undoubtedly prove a formidable challenge. Although Cao Cao's army still boasted 30 to 40,000 soldiers, the morale among the ranks was shaky at best. With trust utterly absent and even hostility brewing, the prospect of uniting to break through the siege was an impossibility. To think they could escape the encirclement of those 10,000 black-armored warriors was nothing short of folly. Moreover, one must not forget that within the walls of Xiapi, Lü Lingqi and Elbu's forces were no trifling adversaries. Lingqi could very well lead Bu's army to launch a devastating strike against Cao Cao's troops at any moment. At this moment, the countenance of the soldiers and generals of Cao Cao's army was markedly grim. Presently, a substantial threat loomed over Cao Cao's forces. With more than 10,000 troops of Bu's army lurking menacingly within the city of Xiapi. To exacerbate the situation, a group of unwelcome guests had now emerged from the rear, as if fate itself conspired against Cao Cao's army. Initially, the dominant force had been Cao Cao's troops, boasting a numerical superiority far exceeding that of Bu's forces, which should have allowed them to easily overpower the defenders of Xiapi. However, the balance of power had shifted, and it was now Bu's army that held the upper hand. Although the origin and allegiance of this sudden appearance of the black-armored troops remained a mystery, one thing was certain: these black-armored soldiers were foes, not allies. The distinction between hunter and prey can sometimes hinge on a mere thought. As for Mulin, neither Cao Cao's soldiers nor Bu's men recognized him. But Lingqi certainly did. The soldier, once perceived by her as a traitor, unexpectedly emerged as her savior, staunchly resisting the relentless onslaught of Cao Cao's forces. Moreover, given the current state of both armies, it was questionable whether Cao Cao's remaining 30 to 40,000 soldiers could even retreat from this place. With over 10,000 troops under Bu's command, complemented by an additional contingent of more than 10,000 black-armored soldiers brought by Mulin, there existed a significant possibility of annihilating Cao Cao's entire force. At this juncture, if Lingqi remained oblivious to the identity of the orchestrator behind the earlier chaos within Cao Cao's ranks, she would indeed be a fool. The explosion could not have occurred without reason, and recalling Mulin's previous words, Lingqi could almost be certain that he was the mastermind behind the turmoil that had thrown Cao Cao's troops into disarray. As she gazed at Mulin, who was also looking back at her from a distance, Lingqi's beautiful eyes shimmered with profound emotion and gratitude. Beyond gratitude, however, a deep sense of guilt lingered within her. How could she have ever doubted his loyalty? In truth, she had completely misjudged him. He had not betrayed her nor deceived her. From the very beginning, Mulin had never contemplated betrayal. Rather, he had been wholeheartedly committed to this battle. While she had harbored suspicions against him, the more she reflected, the heavier her guilt became. If Lingqi's conjectures were correct, Mulin had likely taken 1,000 death warriors from Xiapi city to implement his plans. How he managed to extricate those warriors from Xiapi, or how they infiltrated Cao Cao's army, remained a mystery to her. The origins of those black-armored soldiers were equally unknown to her. All Lingqi was aware of now was that Mulin had aided her in defending Xiapi city. Ding. Lingqi's affection for the host has increased. Current level, 50. Ding. Lingqi's affection for the host has increased. Current level, 60. Ding. Lingqi's affection for the host has increased. Current level, 68. The string of notifications left Mulin momentarily stunned. Then, a wave of joy surged through him. A level of 68. Just shy of reaching 70. Generally speaking, an increase in affection signifies mutual recognition. When the level reaches 30, one can become friends. At 50, they are considered good friends. An affection level exceeding 60 denotes intimacy, indicating that the feelings have transcended mere friendship and veered into the realm of affection. Once the affection level hits 70, one may express love or even propose. Of course, the other party may not necessarily accept, but there exists a reasonable chance of success, signifying that they have developed feelings. The reason for refusal might simply be a lack of readiness. When the affection level reaches 80, the chances of a successful proposal significantly rise, indicating that the other party has fully fallen in love. With Lingqi's affection for him now at 68, it suggested that her feelings had surpassed friendship, infused with a hint of romantic interest, revealing a strong fondness for him. At this moment, Mulin was overwhelmed with an impulse to shed tears. His tireless efforts to defend the city of Xiapi for her were not in vain. Now, Lingqi was one significant step closer to becoming his wife. Only 2 more points of affection stood between them, and she would genuinely come to cherish him. However, before that, he must first enhance his strength. At the very least, on the day he confesses his feelings to Lingqi, his martial prowess must not fall short of hers. Soon, the joy in Mulin's heart was subdued, replaced by a profound determination. He must grow stronger. He must become worthy of Lingqi. Otherwise, even if she did not disdain his weakness, Mulin would feel unworthy to be with her. If she could accept him, he could not accept himself. As a man, Mulin possessed a certain degree of masculinity. With a pride that surpassed that of the average individual, the notion of his woman being stronger than he was something he could never tolerate. If one day Lingqi's affection for him were to rise to 70, yet his strength remained inferior to hers, Mulin would resolutely refrain from expressing his love. For he would not yet deserve her. Only when he surpassed Lingqi in strength and could protect her would he dare to confess his feelings or even propose. It must be said, the pressure of wanting to marry a woman as formidable and beautiful as Lingqi was indeed immense. Chapter 17, Frenzy. A surge in martial prowess. With a wave of his hand, Mulin commanded, "All troops, advance." In that moment, he exuded the aura of a great general. Charge! At his command, The legion of black armored cavalry surged forward, 5,000 to 6,000 strong, creating an overwhelming spectacle that instilled fear in the hearts of the nearby soldiers of Cao Cao, their faces paling at the sight. As they beheld the dense formation of black armored cavalry charging towards them, the soldiers of Chao's army turned ashen, devoid of any will to fight. With such a multitude of cavalry, what could they possibly use to defend themselves? There was indeed a significant disparity among the soldiers. The cavalry is vastly superior to ordinary soldiers. A single cavalryman can easily dispatch 5 or 6 regular troops. When it comes to ironclad cavalry, their prowess is even more formidable. Unless faced with a dozen adversaries, it is nearly impossible to inflict any substantial harm upon them. Adorned in heavy armor, their steeds are similarly clad in refined iron plating, rendering them nearly invulnerable. Those dark-clad riders charging towards me are all iron-armored cavalry. With 5,000 to 6,000 of these formidable heavy cavalry against 30,000 ordinary soldiers of the Qiao army, how can one hope to withstand such an onslaught? The soldiers of the Qiao army, no matter how they racked their brains, could not fathom whence these 5,000 to 6,000 black-armored heavy cavalry had emerged. Heavy cavalry is a rarity, even among Cao Cao's vast forces. From the hundreds of thousands of soldiers, only a mere 10,000 are heavy cavalry. Training heavy cavalry is no trivial endeavor. While the armor is important, the most challenging aspect lies in the war horses themselves. Ordinary horses cannot bear the weight of such heavy armor, let alone support a fully armored soldier. Even if a regular horse were draped in iron, its ability to move would be in question, much less to engage in battle. Indeed, it is not only within the ranks of the Qiao army that heavy cavalry is scarce, other factions in the world possess even fewer. And some weaker forces do not have any heavy cavalry at all. The role of the heavy cavalry on the battlefield is undeniably several times, if not a dozen times, more significant than that of ordinary soldiers. As the thundering black-armored cavalry drew ever closer to Cao Cao's forces, many of the soldiers were compelled to muster their courage and grasp their weapons. Although facing such a formidable number of black-armored cavalry rendered victory impossible, they could not simply resign themselves to despair, could they? With a resounding crash, the formation of black-armored cavalry charged fiercely into the ranks of the defenseless Qiao soldiers. How could a throng of unarmored infantry withstand the onslaught of such a menacing cavalry? It was evident to all that as the black-armored cavalry penetrated the throng of 30,000 Qiao troops, a vast number of them were flung aside, and countless soldiers perished beneath the relentless onslaught of the ironclad riders. In that singular charge, the 30,000 Qiao soldiers suffered casualties exceeding 10,000, while the black-armored cavalry sustained only a handful of losses. The disparity is rather excessive. In this moment, Cao Cao soldiers and generals finally grasped the essence of powerlessness. Impudent wretch! Even in defeat today, I shall ensure your head adorns my blade. With a furious roar, Xiao Yuan's eyes blazed crimson. He understood that the fate of the battle was sealed. The defeat of Chao's forces was inevitable. From an initial strength of 60,000, their numbers had dwindled to less than 20,000. How could Xiao Yuan face Cao Cao upon his return? If they could seize the city of Xiapi, the heavy toll might be justified, allowing them to redeem themselves. Yet, the grim reality was that they had lost tens of thousands of soldiers without capturing the city. Instead, they had been ensnared and slaughtered by the enemy. How could Xiao Yuan face Cao Cao in such disgrace? At this juncture, both Xiao Yuan and Xiao Dun comprehended the truth. It was undoubtedly the leader of the black-armored soldiers, the one known as Mulin, who had orchestrated the demise of their troops, leading to the slaughter of countless members of Cao Cao's army. The animosity Xiao Yuan and Xiao Dun harbored for Mulin was profound. Witnessing the relentless fall of their comrades, Xiao Yuan realized that the momentum of Chao's forces had waned. It would not be long before the remaining 10,000 soldiers would also meet their demise beneath the onslaught of the black-armored cavalry. Their morale, already fragile, offered no resistance against the formidable black-armored knights who struck them down with ease, one by one. At this moment, Xiao Yuan had finally succumbed to madness. He had become numb. As he envisioned Cao Cao's furious countenance and contemplated how he would explain himself to Cao Cao, rage consumed him. With a thunderous roar, he seized the crimson blade in his hand and surged through the throngs of heavy cavalry, charging directly towards Mulin. Although the heavy cavalry was formidable, they posed little threat to a warrior of Xiao Yuan's caliber, whose combat prowess exceeded 90. Slaying those heavily armored soldiers required but a single strike from him. Even if there were 5,000 to 6,000 of them, it was impossible for them to impede Xiao Yuan's advance. His actions sent a jolt through many hearts, including that of Lü Lingqi, stationed at the gates of Xiapi city. She had not anticipated that Xiao Yuan would charge straight towards Mulin. Xiao Yuan had the audacity to face this general in battle. Although she recognized the futility of her words, Lü Lingqi could not restrain herself from shouting out, her concern for Mulin propelling her forward. In an instant, she entered a state of awakened frenzy, her speed reaching unprecedented heights, far surpassing her usual capabilities. In this moment, not only had Xiao Yuan lost his senses to fury, but Lü Lingqi too was engulfed in madness. The mere thought of Mulin possibly facing death filled her heart with a profound sense of desolation and pain, while others were unaware of Mulin's true strength. Lü Lingqi possessed that knowledge. During the battle against Liu Bei's army, where they faced over 3,000 soldiers, Mulin had fought desperately but could only claim the lives of a few dozen. Against Xiao Yuan, he had no means of resistance. As expected, Xiao Yuan paid no heed to Lü Lingqi's furious cries. His intent was unequivocal, to eliminate Mulin. All of this transpired because of Mulin, who can be said to have single-handedly led the downfall of 60,000 Xiao troops. This scoundrel, without a doubt, must be eliminated by Xiao Yuan. General Lü Lingqi, your adversary is none other than I. In a swift motion, Xiao Dun positioned himself directly in Lü Lingqi's path, having activated his awakened duel state. Faced with Lü Lingqi, he dared not show even the slightest negligence. Begone! For the first time in her life, Lü Lingqi was engulfed in fury, and in that moment, her singular conviction was to save Mulin. She must rescue him. He cannot perish. It is unclear when exactly Mulin began to occupy a significant place in Lü Lingqi's heart, with the Thunder Goddess cross halberd radiating with electric brilliance. Lü Lingqi was enveloped in a cascade of lightning, transforming her into a majestic thunderbird that fiercely charged toward Xiao Dun. Boom! As Xiao Dun clashed with Lü Lingqi. On the other side, Xiao Yuan drew ever closer to Mulin, witnessing the relentless advance of Xiao Yuan, who regarded the multitude of cavalry as inconsequential. Mulin felt a profound despair settle within him. Ultimately, a top-tier general is indeed a top-tier general. Even if this grand battle leads to the inevitable defeat of the Qiao army, Xiao Yuan's intent to slay him would be a trivial task. This exemplifies the formidable prowess of a top-tier warrior, capable of severing the enemy's head amidst a sea of adversaries, unstoppable by any force. With a deep exhale, an overwhelming battle fervor surged within Mulin. I, Mulin, am not to be trifled with. You wish to take my life? What is Xiao Yuan to me? Divine system, consider this a debt I owe you. Convert all my points into combat strength. Understood. I have long harbored disdain for that old rascal. Unable to defeat Lü Lingqi, he dares to cast his covetous gaze upon us. Does he truly believe my divine system is weak? The current divine system is intrinsically linked to Mulin. Should Mulin perish, it too cannot exist. Therefore, at this moment, the divine system comprehended the necessity of complying with Mulin's request. Despite the pangs of reluctance, it recognized the imperative of action. Points can be acquired anew through Mulin, but if he were to fall, everything would be lost. Ding. Exchange successful. Combat strength increased. Current, 20 ding. Exchange successful. Combat strength increased. Current, 50 ding. Exchange successful. Combat strength increased. Current, 70 ding. Exchange successful. Combat strength increased. Current, 85. Chapter 18. Awakening Dance of Chaos. Boom. Gazing at his tightly clenched fists, a torrent of ferocious energy erupted from within Mulin. With a combat strength of 85, the countless points expended had nearly all transformed into power. This achievement is attributable to the divine system, without its contribution of points. Mulin could never have attained such heights. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have comprehended the ultimate martial technique, Awakening Dance of Chaos. Mulin initially thought that the notification would cease upon reaching a strength of 85, but unexpectedly, after a brief silence, the system's voice resonated once more in Mulin's mind. The sudden sound of a prompt caused Mulin to momentarily freeze, only to be overwhelmed by an exhilarating joy that surpassed even the thrill he felt upon reaching a combat power of 85. He had awakened the Dance of Chaos. Having witnessed the battle between Lü Lingqi and Xiao Yuan firsthand, Mulin was well aware of the formidable nature of this skill. Each individual's bloodline is unique, and thus their interpretation of the Dance of Chaos varies greatly. Lü Lingqi's possession of a powerful Dance of Chaos allowed her to triumph over Xiao Yuan, who had a mere combat power of 9, a fact that speaks volumes of its potency. Although both had comprehended the Dance of Chaos, Lü Lingqi's version was significantly stronger than that of Xiao Yuan's. Without the Dance of Chaos, Lü Lingqi would likely struggle even against Xiao Dun, who boasted a combat power of 90. Amidst his elation and excitement, Mulin felt a pang of anxiety for having just grasped the Dance of Chaos. He was uncertain of its strength. Was it formidable or feeble? Unlike conventional martial techniques, which merely require a certain amount of fury points to unleash powerful attacks, the Dance of Chaos is a unique state. It demands the expenditure of one's entire fury points. The more fury points one possesses, the longer the duration of the Dance of Chaos. You have truly stumbled upon extraordinary fortune. Awakening the Dance of Chaos at a combat power of 85 is indeed remarkable. To my knowledge, prior to you, only Lü Lingqi had achieved this before reaching a combat power of 90. Now, you surpass her, having awakened the Dance of Chaos at a mere 85. The voice of the divine system held a trace of admiration. Mulin's accomplishment was solely attributable to his own insight and talent, with the divine system merely elevating his combat power to 85. It appears that the strength and potential unleashed in the face of death are profoundly fearsome. Without the pressure from Xiao Yuan, it is uncertain whether Mulin would have been able to awaken the Dance of Chaos. How many points do I have left? Mulin inquired of the divine system. Though he had expended nearly all his previously acquired points to enhance his combat power, he suspected there remained a few, albeit insufficient for further enhancement. 5,000. The divine system replied candidly. 5,000. Does that mean I will require over 5,000 points to increase my combat power, even slightly in the future? Mulin's words seemed to pose a question to the divine system while also reflecting his own thoughts. Indeed, you will need 5,200 points for a minor enhancement. And as your strength increases, the required points will escalate correspondingly. Please help me exchange for a weapon. After a brief silence, Mulin decided to set aside thoughts of the points. Although the future demands for points would be substantial with his current prowess, acquiring points would be far easier than before. It was akin to the tax system on Earth. The higher your salary, the more tax you pay. However, would one prefer a higher deduction or a lower one? While Mulin could not speak for others, he certainly desired to accumulate more points, as that would signify an increase in his own strength. What type of weapon do you desire? While 5,000 points may not procure an exceptionally powerful weapon, it suffices for now. You may upgrade once you accumulate more points, the divine system advised. Implicit in its words was the understanding that with only 5,000 points, acquiring an impressive weapon was unrealistic. It would be prudent to select a serviceable one for the time being. Anything will do, as long as it feels comfortable. Mulin's consciousness gradually withdrew from the divine system, returning to reality. Despite the length of his dialogue with the divine system, only a few seconds had elapsed in the external world. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed that Xiao Yuan was now less than 200 meters away, charging towards him. A brilliant white light burst forth before Mulin, and soon, a colossal black cross sword materialized out of thin air. This was the weapon chosen for him by the divine system, a magnificent cross sword. The colossal cross-shaped sword is enveloped in an enigmatic black haze, its hue a deep obsidian. The hilt, nearly half a meter in length, complements the broad blade, resembling an elongated and amplified version of a crucifix. The entire weapon stretches close to 2 meters, towering above Muin. From this formidable sword, Muin can faintly perceive a pressure that even his combat prowess of 85 cannot withstand, underscoring the extraordinary nature of this weapon. This is the finest weapon I could procure for you, intoned the voice of the divine system. Its name is Mo Gong. For now, make do with it. Mo Gong. An intriguing name, yet it suits the sword perfectly, Muin mused, nodding in agreement as he beheld the entirely obsidian cross sword, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He grasped the Mo Gong firmly, then employed both hands to wield it, although he could manage it with one hand. He knew he would not be able to unleash its full potential. You there. Prepare to meet your end. At that moment, Xiao Yuan finally arrived, charging towards him. The crimson blade in his hands erupted with a dazzling brilliance, seemingly unleashing a peerless technique. A resounding roar echoed, a dragon's cry emanating from the fiery blade, reverberating across the battlefield. Before countless gazes, a phantom crimson dragon surged forth from Xiao Yuan's weapon, racing towards Mulin. This is disastrous. The sound of the dragon's roar reached the distant Lü Lingqi, who sensed the impending doom. Her heart sank as she realized the gravity of the situation. With Xiao Dun obstructing her, she could not extricate herself to rescue Mulin, although Lü Lingqi possessed greater strength. Defeating the formidable Xiao Dun, who wielded a remarkable power level of 90, within such a brief span was utterly impossible. General Lü Lingqi, that wretched lad has slaughtered my 60,000 troops. His death means nothing. Xiao Dun's countenance was equally grim as he obstructed Lü Lingqi. Despite the imminent demise of the true culprit, he found no joy in the fate that awaited him. The 60,000 soldiers he commanded had nearly all fallen prey to that scoundrel's treachery. This was the most significant defeat he had ever endured in his life, and the adversary was merely an inconspicuous youth. I command you to retreat. Enraged, Lü Lingqi struck back, forcing Xiao Dun to stagger. With a powerful stomp, she propelled herself forward, racing towards the battlefield where Xiao Yuan stood. Even though she understood that her arrival might be too late, deep within her heart, she still clung to the hope for a miracle to unfold. On this occasion, Xiao Dun surprisingly refrained from obstructing Lü Lingqi, likely recognizing that by the time she arrived, that young man would have already vanished into oblivion. The song of the Azure Dragon brought an abrupt cessation to the chaos of battle. All eyes turned in unison towards the battlefield where Xiao Yuan and Mulin contended. Witnessing Mulin on the verge of being engulfed by the fiery Azure Dragon, countless soldiers of the Qiao army displayed expressions of fervent anticipation. They understood that their demise was inevitable this day, yet the prospect of taking down the very architect of their slaughter alongside them was not without a semblance of satisfaction. Xiao Yuan. Humph. To rise to prominence upon your downfall should yield a most gratifying outcome, should it not? Meanwhile, gripping the ink-wielding weapon with both hands, Mulin's gaze sharpened to a lethal intensity. Awakening Dance. Activate. With the proclamation of his voice, he unleashed the ultimate martial skill he had just comprehended, Awakening Dance. At this moment, Mulin, in the awakened chaotic dance state, had his hair flowing in the wind, his gaze a fierce crimson. Exuding an aura of terror, this was indeed the manifestation of the awakened chaotic dance. Chapter 19. A single sword. Slaying Xiao Yuan. Bang. In the awakened chaotic dance state, Mulin's combat prowess surged tremendously. With a firm step upon the ground, he soared into the sky, wielding a colossal sword. Soon reaching an altitude of nearly 10 meters above the ground. One sword. Annihilate you. A chilling yet domineering voice emanated from Mulin. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan did not smile, nor did he mock Mulin's ignorance or arrogance. Instead, his resolute visage was etched with solemnity. Is this the awakened chaotic dance? How could it be possible? As a top-tier martial general, Xiao Yuan sensed the moment Mulin entered the awakened chaotic dance. Undoubtedly, the state Mulin now embodied could only be comprehended by the most elite of warriors. Xiao Yuan found it incomprehensible. How could an apparently ordinary young man, who had hidden behind the black-armored soldiers at the onset of battle, possibly grasp the awakened chaotic dance? When did the awakened chaotic dance become as commonplace as cabbages on the streets, accessible to everyone? Or perhaps this fellow had been feigning weakness from the outset, deliberately adopting a submissive facade to deceive his enemies, aiming for a surprising strike? Previously, the fact that Lü Lingqi, a woman with a combat power below 90, could comprehend the awakened chaotic dance had already astounded Xiao Yuan. Now, encountering an even more outrageous Mulin, what kind of misfortune had befallen him today? To not only encounter someone like Lü Lingqi, but also come face to face with another such anomaly, each more extraordinary than the last. Regarding Mulin's combat prowess, Xiao Yuan was not entirely certain. However, he could sense that Mulin's strength was undoubtedly below 90, possibly even significantly lower than Lü Lingqi, who had battled him previously. How had he managed to comprehend the awakened chaotic dance? Xiao Yuan racked his brain, yet could not arrive at a satisfactory explanation. Lü Lingqi's situation was somewhat explicable. After all, she possessed the divine bloodline of Elbu, being his daughter. Although it was exceedingly difficult for her to grasp the awakened chaotic dance before reaching a combat power of 90, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. But what of Mulin, this impudent young man who seemed to have emerged from nowhere, while Lü Lingqi's reputation preceded her? Xiao Yuan had never heard of this brash little upstart, Mulin. Unparalleled technique. Ink slash. Without granting Xiao Yuan a moment for contemplation, Mulin, high in the sky, wielded the ink attack and unleashed a single sword strike. A long arc, reminiscent of flowing ink, burst forth from the blade. The inky sword light seemingly tearing through the void, colliding violently with the azure dragon charging towards Mulin. An ear-splitting roar instantly reverberated across the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. The inky sword light was incredibly domineering, and the colossal azure dragon had virtually no resistance against it, crumbling under the onslaught in an instant, torn asunder and dissipating into the ether. All of this transpired in an instant. How could it be possible? Xiao Yuan's voice erupted in a near scream, imbued with profound shock and disbelief. At this moment, Xiao Yuan's complexion turned ashen, for he had never anticipated that after his defeat at the hands of Lü Lingqi, he would face yet another loss. Moreover, this defeat came at the hands of an unknown minor character. That strike represented the pinnacle of his martial prowess. Yet it was effortlessly extinguished by Mulin's single sword strike. He could not even endure for a fleeting moment. How formidable must that sword be? Xiao Yuan inhaled sharply. And at that moment, he finally comprehended that the youth not far away possessed strength that could rival even Lü Lingqi. It was laughable that he had regarded him as an easy target. Now, it was evident that the opponent was not a soft persimmon, but rather an exceedingly hard piece of steel. His kick had truly struck iron. Even before his injury, he might not have been a match for him, let alone in his current state, where he was unable to awaken his chaotic dance. He had been reckless. Before grasping the true nature of Mulin, he had foolishly rushed toward him. Xiao Yuan indeed regretted not assessing the situation and probing into Mulin's strength before taking action. In that moment, he had allowed his anger to cloud his judgment, losing even the most fundamental sense of calm. Regret was now futile, as the inky sword light descended, and the violent energy tore apart Xiao Yuan's body. Before he could even let out a scream, he was shattered into countless pieces. His flesh scattered across the heavens and the earth. From Mulin's leap into the air to the moment the inky sword light obliterated Xiao Yuan, only a few breaths had passed. The countless soldiers on the battlefield remained oblivious even after Xiao Yuan's demise. On the quiet earth, an eerie silence fell. All witnesses were rendered speechless, particularly those soldiers of Cao Cao's army who had hoped Xiao Yuan would vanquish Mulin. They were left in shock, unable to utter a single word. He was dead, indeed, but it was not the youth they had envied, but rather their supreme commander, Xiao Yuan. With a single sword stroke, Xiao Yuan was slain. Instantly. As a prominent general under Cao Cao, even injured, Xiao Yuan's prowess was beyond that of ordinary warriors. Yet he had been annihilated in an instant. Perhaps even Xiao Yuan himself had never imagined that he would one day meet such a fate. Yuan, Xiao Dun, standing not far behind Lü Lingqi, had eyes that burned with a frightening intensity. He had undoubtedly witnessed the moment when Xiao Yuan's body was torn apart by the ink-like strike. Xiao Dun could hardly fathom that his brother, rushing toward Mulin, would meet such a tragic end. In this moment, tears streamed down Xiao Dun's face as he mourned. The bond between the two brothers was profoundly deep, having fought countless battles side by side. Yet, little did they anticipate that this particular conflict would leave Xiao Yuan eternally behind. Had he foreseen such an outcome, Xiao Dun would have sought to intercept Xiao Yuan instead of Lü Lingqi. Had he known, he would have done everything in his power to prevent Xiao Yuan from approaching Mulin. Alas, there are no what-ifs in this world, nor is there any elixir for regret. Some actions, once taken, must be borne with the weight of their consequences, regardless of how burdensome they may be. Who could have imagined that the seemingly unremarkable youth possessed such formidable strength? The deceased Xiao Yuan had not foreseen it, nor had Xiao done. Casting a glance at the lifeless body, Mulin's gaze shifted toward the battlefield not far away. Those soldiers of Cao Cao's army who met Mulin's eyes immediately bowed their heads, too fearful to meet his gaze. After slaying Xiao Yuan, Mulin's countenance was cold and severe, emanating an oppressive terror, as if to lock eyes with him would lead one to an abyss of despair. Mulin's scrutinizing gaze swept across the battlefield, ultimately landing on Xiao Dun, who, in turn, fixed his eyes filled with resentment upon Mulin. Wishing nothing more than to exact vengeance. If revenge is what you seek, then come forth. With a gesture of his colossal sword, Mulin, having just dispatched Xiao Yuan, boldly issued a challenge to Xiao Dun in the presence of thousands of soldiers. At this moment, Mulin was no longer the timid young soldier who had once cowered behind the black-armored warriors. His demeanor now starkly contrasted with his former self. Had it not been for his identical visage, it would have been difficult for anyone to imagine that the current Mulin was the same timid youth who had previously hidden in fear. All eyes were inevitably drawn to Xiao Dun, who stood before Mulin, the very one who had just slain his younger brother. Would Xiao Dun dare to engage in battle? Chapter 20. The annihilation of 60,000 Xiao soldiers. I shall avenge this grievance in due time, but not now. With a cold, penetrating gaze fixed upon Mulin, Xiao Dun, though seething with anger, did not allow rage to cloud his judgment. The tide of battle had turned decisively against Cao Cao's forces, with only a few thousand soldiers remaining on the battlefield. The outcome of this confrontation had already been determined, rendering any further action by Xiao Dun almost meaningless. Not only was Mulin's strength unfathomable, but there was also the formidable presence of Lü Lingqi on the other side, making the prospect of revenge utterly unattainable. Faced with the choice of either remaining to face certain death without the chance for retribution or retreating to gather strength for a future confrontation, any intelligent individual would know which path to choose. Although the death of Xiao Yuan grieved Xiao Dun, staying now would yield no benefit. He could not even hope for vengeance and might very well meet his end here. Under the watchful gaze of the assembled crowd, Xiao Dun ultimately disappointed them all. I will not fight. The disappointment was palpable not only among Elbu's soldiers, but also among the remaining few thousand of Cao Cao's troops. Their general, confronted by the provocation of the enemy, had shown no willingness to engage. How could they not feel disheartened? Thinking of leaving? You must first consult my thunder god cross halberd. After witnessing Mulin's unscathed demeanor, Lü Lingqi felt a surge of confidence. She turned to Xiao Dun, her eyes glinting with a hint of coldness. Earlier, she had attempted to rescue Mulin, but was thwarted by Xiao Dun's relentless interference. Her hatred for him had reached an intense depth. I intend to leave, and you cannot stop me, she declared, wielding the fierce Emperor Tiger King blade. Her voice laced with disdain. Although Xiao Dun understood that he might not be Lü Lingqi's equal, the disparity in their abilities was not insurmountable. If he chose to depart, she would indeed be unable to halt him. What if I were to join in? A ghostly voice echoed from behind Xiao Dun. He turned abruptly, astonished to discover that Mulin, who had previously stood behind the black-armored cavalry, had somehow appeared at his back. At that moment, the chaotic state of awakening seemed to linger, with his crimson eyes fixated on Xiao Dun, a faint but palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from him. In that moment, Xiao Dun could no longer suppress his gravitas. The prowess of Mulin was not inferior to that of Lü Lingqi, as evidenced by the earlier instance where he swiftly dispatched Xiao Yuan. If it were only Lü Lingqi, she might indeed be unable to halt Xiao Dun. However, with Mulin's presence, the situation became uncertain, despite neither Mulin nor Lü Lingqi exceeding a combat power of 90. Their martial capabilities were nearly on par with top-tier generals. Even in their awakened state of chaotic dance, they could surpass him, a seasoned general. Currently, the most formidable challenge on the battlefield was not Lü Lingqi, but rather Mulin, who remained in the awakened state of chaotic dance. Lü Lingqi had already utilized her chaotic dance and would be unable to activate it again in the near future, likely rendering her combat prowess inferior to his. Yet, Mulin, in his awakened state, was significantly stronger than the current Lü Lingqi. Should they join forces, Xiao Dun's predicament would become exceedingly perilous. Resolute and with a grim expression, he ceased to hesitate and unveiled his trump card. He activated chaotic dance. As a top-tier general, Xiao Dun had naturally mastered this technique. He had refrained from using it until now, but facing the combined onslaught of Mulin and Lü Lingqi, he realized that failure to employ it would likely seal his fate today. At this moment, Xiao Dun ceased to hesitate and directly activated his awakening dance state. Whoosh! Just as everyone anticipated an imminent clash between Xiao Dun, Mulin, and Lü Lingqi, a shocking turn of events unfolded. To everyone's astonishment, Xiao Dun, having just entered his awakening dance state, turned on his heel and fled without a glance back. This scene nearly caused the soldiers of Elbu's army in the city of Puyang to burst into laughter. Xiao Dun, entering the state of awakening dance, merely to flee? How utterly amusing. Should we pursue him? Turning to Mulin, Lü Lingqi inquired softly. At that moment, perhaps even she was unaware that despite being Mulin's superior, she sought his counsel. Do not chase after him. Even if we were to catch up, we would be unable to detain him. As Mulin spoke, The crimson flames surrounding him gradually receded, and the state of awakening dance dissipated entirely. With a chuckle, Lü Lingqi found herself amused by Mulin. It turned out that he had merely been putting on a show. Xiao Dun had only just escaped, and his state of awakening dance had already faded. He had merely intended to intimidate Xiao Dun. If a real confrontation were to occur, the two of them, unable to activate their awakening dance, might not be able to prevail against Xiao Dun. It is crucial to understand that the presence or absence of awakening dance creates a stark distinction. When in the state of awakening dance, Lü Lingqi could potentially defeat Xiao Yuan, who possesses a battle power of 9. However, without activating that state, Lü Lingqi would struggle to overcome Xiao Dun, whose battle power stands at 90. This exemplifies the vast disparity between the two states. As Mulin gazed at the exquisitely beautiful Lü Lingqi, particularly when she smiled, he felt a profound stirring within his heart. This marked the first instance when Mulin beheld the enchanting smile of Lü Lingqi, a smile so exquisite it was heartwarming. Clearing her throat, Lü Lingqi's demeanor returned to its usual composure, though she shied away from Mulin's gaze. With a swift turn, she charged into the battlefield. Unbeknownst to anyone, a subtle blush adorned her cheeks as she turned away. Lü Lingqi let out a bitter smile, while Mulin grasped his ink attack and followed her into the fray. In the absence of formidable generals to impede their advance, Mulin and Lü Lingqi, akin to phantoms on the battlefield, traversed the chaos with unparalleled ease. Wherever they went, none could stand in their way. The remnants of Cao Cao's army, numbering 7,000 to 8,000, dwindled swiftly after the arrival of Mulin and Lü Lingqi. In the span of mere breaths, they had jointly dispatched over 1,000 of Cao's soldiers. Astonishingly, all of this unfolded within just a few fleeting moments. This time, Mulin finally indulged in the thrill of reaping souls on the battlefield. He reminisced about his arrival in this world, where he had to fight desperately to slay a mere handful of soldiers. Now, with a single stroke of his sword, he could effortlessly claim the lives of several, if not dozens, of foes. The contrast between then and now is undeniably vast. Chapter 21. Elbu trapped in Xiapi? On the desolate expanse of land, corpses lay scattered, the battlefield strewn with the fallen, nearly all of whom were soldiers of the Cao army. In stark contrast, Mulin's black-armored heavy cavalry suffered casualties numbering nearly in the hundreds, a figure insignificant compared to the vast number of slain Cao soldiers. This disparity was not solely due to the exceptional prowess of the black-armored cavalry, capable of single-handedly confronting 100 foes, while they were indeed superior to ordinary soldiers. Claiming that they could vanquish 100 adversaries was somewhat exaggerated. If 10,000 black-armored soldiers were to engage in a direct confrontation with 30 to 40,000 of Cao's troops, the victor would be far from certain. Even if the black-armored soldiers emerged triumphant, the cost would be substantial. Yet, at this juncture, with only a few hundred heavy cavalry lost, they had decimated the Cao army's ranks, a phenomenon attributable to several factors. Firstly, Mulin's strategies had plunged Cao's forces into chaos. Trust among soldiers had evaporated, rendering the battlefield akin to a disjointed team devoid of basic camaraderie, an outcome one could easily anticipate. Secondly, the defeat of their commander, Xiao Yuan, had plummeted the morale of Cao's army to an all-time low. Mulin's black-armored soldiers then effectively sealed off all avenues of retreat for the Cao troops, utterly shattering any remnants of their will to fight. Thirdly, the adversaries they faced were not the black-armored infantry, but rather heavily armored cavalry, adorned in formidable armor that rendered their defenses nearly impenetrable. The ordinary weapons wielded by the Cao soldiers could scarcely inflict any significant damage upon the black-armored cavalry. From the outset of battle, the Cao army found itself in an unequivocally disadvantaged position. It was precisely due to these myriad factors that the disparity in casualties between the two sides was so pronounced. Ding. The battle has concluded. Victorious side, Elbu's army. As the last soldier of the Cao army fell, the divine system's notification resonated within Mulin's mind. Ding. Points tallying in progress. Host has earned 25, 200 points. These points of merit naturally do not include those already expended by Mulin. They are solely derived from his martial prowess being elevated to 85 and the subsequent acquisition of the ink weapon. In truth, the meager points garnered from Mulin's collaboration with Lü Lingqi to vanquish the soldiers of Cao's army scarcely contributed to the tally of over 25,000 points. This considerable sum is primarily attributable to Mulin's defeat of Xiao Yuan. As a premier general in the realm of dynasty warriors, the points awarded for slaying Xiao Yuan are indeed substantial. Mulin, allow me to remind you, these points are beyond your reach. Let us not forget our prior agreement. The annihilation of Cao's 60,000-strong army bears my share of merit. The points you previously consumed are twice that of what you possess now. If you consume all the meat, do not dare to rob me of my broth. Otherwise, do not expect my assistance in the future. The resolute voice of the divine system resonated within Mulin's mind, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, his martial value's ascendance to 85 is a testament to the divine system's earlier generosity. Without the divine system's allocation of points at that time, Mulin would have never reached such a level, nor would he have had the opportunity to comprehend the ultimate skill of awakening dance. While Mulin had entertained thoughts regarding those 25,000 points, the divine system's admonition swiftly extinguished those notions. One must ultimately be magnanimous, having feasted on the meat. It would be ungracious to deny the divine system its due broth. Mulin is a person of gratitude. Had it not been for the divine system, he would likely have perished at the hands of Xiao Yuan. Nevertheless, although he dismissed his intentions toward the 25,000 points, a twinge of regret lingered in his heart. After all, that is a considerable sum. Had it been entirely his, he might have elevated his martial prowess to a staggering 90. What a pity. You need not lament so deeply. I shall utilize these points to restore myself. My recovery will ultimately benefit you greatly. As I become more refined, the capabilities of the divine system will strengthen as well. In the future, should you wish to return to Earth, you will require my assistance. Thus, aiding me is synonymous with aiding yourself, the divine system interjected, seemingly attuned to Mulin's thoughts. What it stated was indeed factual. The more powerful it becomes, the more potent the functions bestowed upon it. Rather than merely assisting itself, it is equally aiding Mulin. Understanding this, Mulin nodded, albeit his spirits remained somewhat dampened. After all, to see points earned through his own struggles vanish into thin air is not a pleasant experience for anyone. Enough with the long faces. I shall not reclaim the over 10,000 black-armored soldiers. They are all yours. If you are still dissatisfied, I shall have no further recourse, Mulin declared. Observing Mulin's glum demeanor, the divine system shared in his discontent, feeling as though it were the one at fault despite having rendered significant assistance to Mulin. Ah, what a delightful turn of events. Upon witnessing the smile that graced Mulin's face, the divine system suddenly realized it had been outwitted by this crafty young man. A wave of unnameable fury surged within the divine system. If possible, it would have gladly delivered a punch to Mulin to alleviate its vexation. You should truly consider a career in acting. Your talent would be a tremendous loss to the film industry. It growled through gritted teeth. Thank you for the compliment. Should the opportunity arise, I would indeed like to give it a try, Mulin replied with a grin. A day had elapsed since the clash with Cao Cao's forces. Following the defense of Xiapi city, normalcy returned. Mulin was appointed by Lü Lingqi as her deputy general. The position of deputy general under Lü Lingqi was coveted by many within the Elbu army. After all, Lü Lingqi had only appointed one deputy thus far, Mulin. Historically, Lü Lingqi had always led her troops into battle alone, not due to a lack of volunteers, but rather because she deemed her potential aides unworthy. Mulin had thus set a precedent. The over 10,000 black-armored soldiers were also strategically placed by Lü Lingqi to conceal their origin. Lü Lingqi publicly declared that these soldiers were her privately trained troops, effectively quelling the multitude of questions that had arisen. No one dared to question her assertion. For as the commander of the Elbu army, Lü Lingqi had every right to maintain a private force. But why is there no limit to Lü Lingqi's personal troops? One might ponder. The answer is simple. Her father is the supreme commander of the Elbu army. Does this explanation not suffice? On that day, Lü Lingqi appeared to have something of great significance to discuss with me, and in her haste, she summoned me to the council hall of Xiapi city. This time, unlike the last, no one dared to obstruct Mulin as he entered. The soldiers who had previously guarded the entrance cast glances at him filled with reverence, even tinged with a hint of trepidation, as if they were anxious about whether Mulin would harbor ill feelings towards them due to past events. Mulin's status had risen to heights that could no longer be compared to earlier. He was now the deputy of General Lü Lingqi. Such a title alone was sufficient to elevate Mulin's standing above many others. As he approached the entrance of the conference hall, Mulin did not even spare a glance at the guarding soldiers, proceeding directly into the meeting room. The outcome left several soldiers feeling a mix of relief and self-mockery. Given Mulin's current strength and status, he might not even bother to take them seriously. In his eyes, they were probably just insignificant characters, hardly worth considering, merely a few minor henchmen, unworthy of his ire. Indeed, Mulin had not given a second thought to the guards who had obstructed him. What could have transpired that required such urgency in summoning me? Upon entering the conference hall, Mulin immediately spotted Lü Lingqi, pacing anxiously within. The urgency etched on her face filled him with an ominous premonition. My esteemed father is currently trapped in Xiaopei. I must depart immediately to rescue him. I hope you can oversee all affairs in Xiaopei during my absence. Her piercing gaze fixated on Mulin, revealing a profound sense of urgency. From Lü Lingqi's words, it was evident how much she trusted Mulin, entrusting the major headquarters of her father, Elbu. And Xiaopei to him had transcended mere trust. It was a sign of camaraderie. Yet, what truly captured Mulin's attention were the initial phrases of Lü Lingqi's speech. Elbu was ensnared in Xiaopei? Upon hearing her words, Mulin was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing with thoughts. How could this be possible? Who was Elbu? The foremost warrior of the three kingdoms, an unparalleled figure with an extraordinary martial prowess reaching a staggering level. And yet he finds himself trapped in Xiaopei? Surely this is a jest. As for Xiaopei, it is known that this city lies on the border of Xuzhou, adjacent to Yinzhou, and is currently under the control of Tao Qian. But how could Tao Qian possibly confine Elbu? This inevitably left Mulin feeling bewildered. The strongest general under Tao Qian was merely Sun Quan, whose martial prowess was rated at a mere 78. It was laughable to even mention the might of Elbu, whose strength reached 100. Even Zhang Liao and Gao Shun, both of whom served Elbu, could easily vanquish or even slay Sun Quan. It is worth noting that Elbu had departed from Xiapi city with a considerable force, including numerous warriors such as Zhang Liao, Gao Shun, and Wei Su, along with over 20,000 soldiers from Xiapi. Such a formidable contingent was hardly something a mere Tao Qian could hope to confine. Mulins seemed to recall from Lü Lingqi that the military strength of Xiapi city was actually inferior to that of Elbu's forces in Xiapi. In terms of martial commanders, Elbu completely overshadowed Tao Qian, and in terms of soldiers, he was undoubtedly no weaker. How could he possibly restrain Elbu? If it weren't for Lü Lingqi's grave expression, Mulin would have surely thought the other was jesting. Chapter 22. Zhao Chan trapped in Xiaopei. It was inconceivable that Tao Qian could confine his father. Although anxious, Lü Lingqi patiently began to elucidate the situation to Mulin. A flicker of pride crossed her face as she spoke of Elbu's prowess. She felt an extraordinary sense of admiration for her father, who stood as the mightiest general in this chaotic era, the only super general with a martial prowess rating of 100. Elbu had always been an object of her adoration. A father who inspires pride in his daughter undeniably fulfills his role with distinction. Observing Lü Lingqi's expression, Mulin couldn't help but smirk. Of course, it wasn't jealousy over Elbu. After all, why would he intentionally seek discomfort by envying his father-in-law? He mused silently. Today you take pride in your father. In the future, I shall surpass your father and become your greatest source of pride. There shall come a day when you too will feel pride and admiration for me. The matter unfolded as follows. Not long ago, Lü Lingqi explained the entire sequence of events to Mulin, including why Elbu had departed from Xiapi. It turned out that a week prior, Xiaopei city, where Tao Qian resided, was besieged by Cao Cao, leading an army of 50,000. Cao Cao dispatched his general Su Huang to launch a fierce assault on Xiaopei. Faced with the overwhelming might of Cao Cao's forces, Tao Qian was almost paralyzed with fear, fully aware that he had no capacity to resist the advance of such an army. He had survived thus far only by navigating the conflicts between Cao Cao and Sun Jian. Cao Cao had many enemies and had been engaged in battles with other factions, thus never having the opportunity to target Tao Qian directly. Otherwise, how could Tao Qian have endured for so long before Cao Cao's army? Not only Tao Qian, but Elbu's forces in Xiapi were equally vulnerable. Cao Cao boasted an army of over 500,000, with 200,000 stationed in Qinlu and 300,000 in Suchong. Should he choose to concentrate his forces against Suzhou, no city within would withstand such a crushing onslaught. Of course, with the formidable Sun Jian and other rival factions diverting his attention, it was unlikely Cao Cao would deploy hundreds of thousands against Suzhou. 50,000 troops may seem modest, yet they were more than sufficient to capture Xiaopei. Given that Tao Qian's total forces amounted to little over 20,000, the absence of notable generals among Tao Qian's ranks meant they could not hope to challenge the 50,000 soldiers led by Su Huang. Tao Qian understood all too well that he stood no chance against such an elite force. Thus, on the night Cao Cao launched his assault, Tao Qian sent a distress signal to Elbu in Xiapi, seeking assistance. Historically, the relationship between Elbu and Tao Qian had been cordial. Although their forces were not allies, they were steadily progressing towards an alliance. Logically speaking, Elbu ought to assist Tao Qian, after all. If he could help fend off Cao Cao's attack, Tao Qian had promised to ally with him immediately, which indeed piqued Elbu's interest. While Elbu's army appeared formidable, it still seemed feeble before Cao Cao's 500,000 troops. With only 30,000 soldiers at his command, the disparity was significant. Engaging Cao Cao's forces directly would spell disaster for Elbu's army, even if Elbu was renowned as the mightiest warrior of the three kingdoms. Could he alone slay 10,000 of Cao Cao's troops? What about 20,000? The limitations of an individual's prowess are undeniable, especially when Cao Cao had several generals of comparable strength to Elbu. Consequently, Elbu had been actively seeking allies, extending proposals of alliance to figures such as Kong Rong from Beihai and Yuan Xiao from Nanpi, all to no avail. No one was willing to offend Cao Cao, who commanded 50,000 elite troops for Elbu's sake. Thus, despite his earnest efforts, Elbu found no faction willing to ally with his forces. Now, with Cao Cao attacking Xiaopei, an opportunity arose. They shared a common adversary in Cao Cao. Should Elbu manage to assist Tao Qian against the Cao army, it would finally yield him his first ally. This was precisely why Elbu led an army of 20,000 to support Xiaopei, with nearly all his generals, except Lü Lingqi, following him. Then, a realization struck. Mulin instinctively remarked, "So it was a trap? Oh, how did you know?" Lü Lingqi gazed at him in astonishment, taken aback that he had anticipated the turning point she was about to reveal. Indeed, it was a trap. With a sigh, Mulin reflected on the prior ambush by Liu Bei's forces against Lü Lingqi, leading to the current situation with Cao Cao's army at their gates. If this were not premeditated, he would find it hard to believe. From Lü Lingqi's tone, it seemed Mulin had accurately discerned the truth. As he had surmised, Elbu had indeed fallen into a trap. Xiaopei city was not under siege at all. While Cao Cao had indeed dispatched 50,000 troops towards Xiaopei, their true objective was not to attack Tao Qian's stronghold, but rather to annihilate Elbu. All of this is merely a grand conspiracy. The assault on the army of Tao Qian by Cao Cao is nothing but a fade. The true target is Elbu. Furthermore, This endeavor is a collaboration among three factions, Cao Cao, Liu Bei, and Tao Qian. As for the unfolding events, without Lü Lingqi's insight, Mulin has already surmised much of it. With a helpless shake of his head, Mulin comprehends that this is not due to Lü Bu's folly, but rather Cao Cao's cunning. Every element has been meticulously orchestrated, seizing upon the opportunity that Lü Bu's army, in desperate need of allies, would fear Cao Cao's advance into Suzhou and thus rush to support Xiapi, thereby leading Lü Bu into an immense trap. It is not the ignorance of our troops that is to blame, but the treachery of the enemy forces. If this matter were left to Mulins to decide, he would likely choose to send troops to support Xiapi, much like Lü Bu. Presently, Lü Bu's forces find themselves not only at odds with the formidable Xiao and Liu factions but also engaged in conflicts with other powers, making the need for allies acute. Moreover, should he choose not to provide assistance, whether Cao Cao's army conquers Xiapi or Tao Qian's forces manage to defend it, it would bode ill for Lü Bu's army. If Cao Cao's forces seize Xiapi and enter Suzhou, the next target for annihilation would undoubtedly be Lü Bu's troops in Xiapi. Conversely, if Tao Qian's army successfully defends Xiapi, they would harbor resentment towards Lü Bu's refusal to assist, potentially leading to open conflict, thereby resulting in Lü Bu losing an ally and gaining yet another adversary. Thus, it is imperative for Lü Bu's army to support Tao Qian, not solely for the sake of their ally but for their own interests. Cao Cao has astutely recognized this, which is why he remains unperturbed by Lü Bu's potential indifference. I wonder whose stratagem this is, Jia Su, Guo Jia, or perhaps the earlier strategist Sun Yu, who had previously engaged in a battle of wits with him. It must be said, Cao Cao's ranks are replete with exceptional military commanders and strategists. Jia Su, Sun Yu, and Guo Fengxiao, each a paragon of cunning in the Three Kingdoms. Lü Bu, with only Qin Gong at his side, would find it exceedingly challenging to contend with such remarkable intellects. Chapter 23, Mulins goes to war. General, I have a suggestion, said Lü Lingqi, particularly attentive to Mulin's words. After all, it was Mulins alone who had previously helped her to defend Xiapi and completely vanquish Chao's forces. She held a quiet anticipation that Mulins might devise an effective plan for her. What if I go to rescue Lord Lü Bu, while you remain to guard Xiapi? Pausing for a moment, Mulins continued, Firstly, I trust you have witnessed the combat prowess of those black-armored soldiers. Though merely numbering 10,000 under my command, they could stand their ground against an enemy force of 40 or 50,000. Secondly, my standing within Xiapi is not particularly esteemed, should I be tasked with its defense. I fear it would breed discontent among many. Hence, you are the most suitable choice to guard Xiapi. You would go? Just as she was about to voice her concerns, Lü Lingqi realized that the proposal was indeed quite sound and feasible. As Mulins rightly stated, her presence in Xiapi would be far more effective than his. Although Mulins had led to the annihilation of Chao's forces at Xiapi, he had not been there long enough to establish significant prestige. Furthermore, Lü Lingqi had personally witnessed the formidable capabilities of the 10,000 black-armored soldiers, who seemed to respond only to Mulins' commands. If she were to lead 1,000 ordinary soldiers of Lü Bu's army instead, their impact would be minimal, and should her father remain in peril, she could find herself trapped as well, leading to an even worse predicament. Could it be that you still do not trust me? Mulins furrowed his brow slightly. No, it's not that. I merely worry for your safety, Lü Lingqi responded earnestly, fearing that Mulins might misconstrue her intentions. Yet, upon uttering those words, she sensed a flaw in her statement. Ah, you need not worry about that. You know my abilities well. When I awaken my chaotic dance, even Xiao Yuan would struggle against me. Observing Lü Lingqi's blushing visage, which radiated beauty, Mulins felt a surge of affection, wishing to embrace her immediately. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought, as their relationship had not yet reached such intimacy. Nevertheless, he found himself heartened by her somewhat ambiguous concern. Then I shall entrust this mission to you. With this, Lü Lingqi could no longer oppose the plan, and indeed, Mulin's proposal appeared to be the most advantageous. Rest assured, I shall certainly rescue Lord Lü Bu. Mulin's purpose in heading to Xiapi was not solely to save his father-in-law, Lü Bu, but also to encounter the renowned beauty Diao Chan. If fate allowed for a small romance to blossom between them, it would be even more splendid. From Lü Lingqi, Mulins learned that Diao Chan and Lü Bu shared no romantic ties. Their relationship was merely that of a superior and subordinate. With Diao Chan being a general in Lü Bu's forces, devoid of any emotional entanglements. It was not just Diao Chan, the world was replete with such dynamics. For instance, Sun Shangxiang remained aligned with the Eastern Wu faction and had never wed Liu Bei. Similarly, Xiao and Xiao were merely generals under Sun Jian's command. Rather than characters from the scripted narrative, one could surmise that the historical events such as the legendary battles against Lü Bu, the borrowing of arrows by Cao Cao, and the coalition against Dong Zhuo had never transpired in this world. Does this mean that Wang Yi is not a widow? And that Jin Ji has never married? Are they both still untouched? A sense of inexplicable joy enveloped Mulin's heart. Indeed, though they had not yet married others, the future remained uncertain. Thus the urgency was palpable. The divine system could not resist teasing Mulin about seizing the moment. Given the pressing circumstances, Mulin refrained from lengthy farewells with Lü Lingqi. After parting ways, he promptly made his way to the military camp, where he summoned over 10,000 black-armored soldiers, called forth by the divine system, preparing for departure. Time was of the essence. Elbu was trapped in Xiaopei, facing the treacherous onslaught of three formidable factions. How long he could endure remained in question, and the threat of demise loomed ever closer. For the sake of his future wife, Lü Lingqi, and the enchanting Diaochan, the most beautiful woman of the three kingdoms, Mulin had to act swiftly. Among the 10,000 black-armored soldiers, over 6,000 were heavy cavalry, while the remaining 4,000 comprised formidable black-armored infantry. Although the infantry's combat prowess paled in comparison to that of the heavy cavalry, they could easily overpower several ordinary soldiers. Fully equipped and ready for action, Mulin quickly gathered the black-armored soldiers in the camp, with Lü Lingqi personally seeing him off. Mounted upon the famed steed Red Hair and clad in resplendent silver armor, Mulin appeared exceptionally striking. Many young maidens, filled with budding affection, cast admiring glances in his direction. Mulin was already handsome, and the enormous 2-meter-long cross-sword slung across his back only enhanced his commanding presence. Perched atop the fiery red hair, Mulin felt a euphoric lightness, astonished that he too could be the center of such attention. The steed, entrusted to him by Lü Lingqi, was intended for Elbu, who was ensnared in Xiaopei. After all, the true owner of red hair was Elbu. Possessing the steed would facilitate his escape, should he find himself outmatched by Cao or Liu Bei. Initially, red hair had been quite resistant to Mulin's presence, refusing to allow him to mount. However, with the assistance of the divine system, this issue was effortlessly resolved. Be careful, I shall await your return. Lü Lingqi's sparkling eyes gazed at Mulin, resembling a devoted wife bidding farewell to her husband, yearning for his swift return. I shall not fail my duty. With a respectful bow, Mulin turned and galloped out of Xiapi city atop red hair, followed closely by a dense throng of soldiers. Chapter 24. De Xiao and Sun Shangxiang in a narrow valley. The formidable black-armored soldiers advanced slowly, with a strikingly handsome youth leading the charge at the forefront. Though not particularly robust, his presence was commanding. Riding the blazing red hair, he stood tall among the ranks, a colossal cross-sword strapped to his back, exuding an air of majesty. These individuals are undoubtedly the black-armored army led by Mulin. After several days of travel, the group encountered little in the way of unforeseen events, although they faced attempts at ambush by some bandits. The mere sight of the nearly 10,000 soldiers behind Mulin sent those brigands fleeing in terror. Who would dare to provoke Mulin and his entourage? Typically, these ordinary bandits would only target merchant caravans or vulnerable farmers, yet when confronted with a disciplined military force, they lack the audacity to instigate trouble. Moreover, the black-armored soldiers following Mulin are all elite warriors, fully equipped for battle. The bandits are not foolish, although the black-armored army consists of just 10,000 troops. In a genuine confrontation, they would easily overpower a regular force of 30 to 40,000. Such a formidable army is certainly not one that can be trifled with by mere bandits or petty thieves. Even if the opposing force were to number only in the hundreds, they remain an entity far beyond the reach of these insignificant marauders. As they journeyed forth, the black-armored army, led by Mulin, appeared as formidable as a deity of death. Wherever they tread, countless souls were engulfed in trepidation, particularly the mountain bandits, who fled as far as their legs could carry them. In this vast canyon, its size is relative. To an ordinary caravan of 100, it may seem substantial. Yet to the tens of thousands of the black-armored army, it is indeed rather diminutive. After 3 days of travel, where have we arrived? Perched upon the steed known as Red Hair, Mulin inquired of a soldier beside him. This soldier was not one of Mulin's black-armored troops, but rather a soldier from Elbu's army who had fled from Xiapi city seeking aid. He was a subordinate of Diaochan, assigned to guide Mulin and his forces towards Xiaopei, as Lü Lingqi feared Mulin might be unfamiliar with the route. Reporting to the general, beyond this canyon lies the vicinity of Xiaopei, the soldier replied respectfully, offering a slight bow. He was acutely aware that the seemingly innocuous youth before him was the very orchestrator who had recently orchestrated the massacre of 60,000 of Cao's troops, even slaying the renowned General Xiao Yuan with ease. This event had sent ripples through the entirety of Xiapi city, and it would not be long before the name Mulin became synonymous with fame throughout Xuzhou and the chaotic times that enveloped it. After all, Xiao Yuan was no ordinary warrior but a top-tier general with a martial prowess rated at 9. The fact that Mulin had vanquished such a figure would make it impossible for him to remain inconspicuous. One could only ponder how many elite generals would partake in the forthcoming battle. A subtle smile graced Mulin's lips as he felt a burgeoning anticipation within. He believed that to ensnare Elbu and Zhang Liao, relying solely on Su Huang from Cao's ranks would be insufficient. Many other formidable warriors would undoubtedly join the fray, and not just a handful, but a veritable host of elite fighters. Without such support, even with 50,000 troops, Su Huang could not hope to contain Elbu. It is essential to recognize that Elbu is heralded as the fiercest warrior of the three kingdoms. A figure of such extraordinary combat prowess is impervious to the meager assaults of ordinary soldiers. Even 100,000 troops would be unable to restrain him should he desire to flee. Though Elbu alone might not withstand an army of 100,000. His escape would be assured if he so chose, such was his might. The prospect of successfully restraining Elbu suggests that among those tasked with his encirclement, there must be genuine top-tier warriors present, likely more than just 1 or 2. The mere thought of witnessing such superlative martial prowess, or even engaging with them in battle, filled Mulin with exhilaration. Suddenly, as Mulin mused, red hair came to an abrupt halt. He sensed a wave of restlessness emanating from the steed beneath him, which let out a long whinny, its copper-like eyes fixed intently upon the canyon ahead, a flicker of battle intent glimmering within. This action momentarily stunned Muin, who soon directed his gaze forward. Before him, on the opposite side of the canyon, a formidable assembly of troops emerged, clad in crimson armor. The sheer number was beyond estimation, as the narrow confines of the canyon obscured the view of any forces that might lie beyond. All that was visible was the seemingly endless line of soldiers advancing towards him. Though unable to ascertain the exact strength of this army, Muin surmised that their ranks could not be fewer than 20,000, if not more. 20,000 soldiers. It is worth noting that the entire Taoqian army comprised merely 20,000 troops. Encountering this formidable force, which already matched that number, left Muin pondering how many more soldiers lay hidden behind them. His expression grew grave. In the face of such a colossal army, he dared not underestimate their might. Moreover, within Muin's perception, among the ranks of the crimson-armored soldiers, several powerful presences stood out, one of which was scarcely weaker than the formidable Xiao Yuan he had previously slain. A top-tier general. This aura is possessed solely by the most distinguished warriors. I am indeed fortunate. Having just ventured out, I unexpectedly encountered an army of such vast numbers. Along with a top-tier general boasting a combat prowess exceeding 90. In the entirety of Shuzhou, aside from Xiapi, no other city or faction could possibly muster such a formidable force. Or perhaps, these troops hail not from Shuzhou, but from external factions beyond its borders? As time progressed, the Crimson Army that had entered the gorge drew ever closer to the black-armored troops of Mulin. It would not be long before the two armies clashed. As the distance between them diminished, Mulin finally discerned the figures at the forefront of the tens of thousands of soldiers, 2 women and 3 men. Upon fixing his gaze upon the 2 women, he could not help but silently muse on their exquisite beauty. The 2 girls mounted on horseback were indeed captivating. One appeared delicate and fragile, while the other exuded the grace of a noblewoman, immediately revealing her distinguished lineage. The subtle nobility emanating from her soul and bloodline was striking. This marked the second occasion in which Mulin encountered such stunning maidens in this world, the first being Lü Lingqi. The countenance of the 2 women before him seemed to rival Lü Lingqi's, making it difficult to declare one as the most beautiful. Each possessed their unique charms and distinct temperaments. De Xiao, Sun Shanxiang. The 2 women on horseback bore an uncanny resemblance to De Xiao and Sun Shanxiang from the Dynasty Warriors game, and Mulin instantly recognized their identities. In the game, both De Xiao and Sun Shanxiang were commanders under Sun Jian, the Tiger of Jiaodong, with Sun Shanxiang being Sun Jian's daughter. Thus, the origin of this faction was clear: Eastern Wu, led by Sun Jian. The man at the forefront of Sun Jian's army was equally recognizable to Mulin. The young overlord, Sun Su. No wonder he radiated such formidable strength. He was indeed the son of Sun Jian. Sun Su, known as the young overlord, was among the most powerful figures in the Jiaodong region, likely second only to the mightiest generals of Eastern Wu, Taisher Ci and Gan Ning. Chapter 25, the young overlord Sun Sassoon, the slow-moving Sun Wu army came to a halt, having also spotted Mulin's forces at the opposite end of the gorge. The gorge was narrow, and the sheer number of soldiers from both armies was overwhelming, particularly the Sun Wu troops, which nearly filled the entire gorge, making it impossible to pass by. In this predicament, one side would need to retreat to the mouth of the gorge to allow the other to advance. But who would concede the way? The Elbu army? The Sun Wu army? As one of the superpowers of Jiaodong, the Sun Wu army commanded immense respect, even from Cao Cao's formidable 500,000 troops. And with the young overlord Sun So leading them, it was doubtful he would yield ground in front of so many of his soldiers. This not only represents the dignity of Sun Su but also embodies the honor of the entire Sun Wu faction in Jiaodong. Therefore, Sun Su would never yield. The renowned little overlord, Sun Su, has always been imperious, with others yielding to him rather than the reverse. The sight of the prominently raised banner of Elbu's troops momentarily startled Sun Su. Naturally, he was aware of Elbu's forces, not only having heard of them, but also knowing that they were currently besieged by the tripartite alliance of Lu, Chao, and Tao. Elbu, along with his generals such as Zhang Liao, faced imminent peril, and if Sun Su's conjecture held, this contingent of Elbu's army was likely en route to offer support. However, in the face of the combined might of these 3 factions, even he would need to withdraw, let alone a mere 10,000 troops. Even if they reached Xiapi, what could they achieve? The demise of Elbu's forces seemed inevitable. Contemplating this, a cold smile crept upon Sun Su's lips. Though Elbu's army was not vast, their audacity was remarkable, especially Elbu himself, who, despite his own limited strength, made enemies everywhere, provoking not only Liu Bei but even inciting Cao Cao's murderous intent. Such a character was hardly deserving of sympathy. When Elbu's name was mentioned, a glint of cold light flickered in Sun Su's eyes. He and Elbu had their share of grievances. Sun Su had previously suffered losses under Elbu's command, and thus harbored a deep-seated resentment. Now that Elbu was trapped and facing annihilation, Sun Su felt a sense of satisfaction unparalleled by anyone else. Although Sun Su possessed remarkable combat prowess, scoring an impressive 92, it paled in comparison to Elbu's ultimate combat value of 100. This disparity had led to Sun Tzu's earlier misfortunes, fostering his animosity. Were it not for the fear of excessive repercussions, he might have already led his troops to assault Xiapi, leaving Lu Chao and others to contend with the aftermath. I am Sun Tzu, the little overlord of Jiangdong. Back off. His countenance turned cold as he glared fiercely, his voice booming with a domineering arrogance that afforded no dignity to the opposing commander Mulin. He ordered Mulin's contingent of 10,000 troops to vacate the gorge, clearing a path for the Sun Wu army. Notably, Sun Tzu used the term roll rather than retreat, signifying his utter disregard for Mulin and his forces. Indeed, Sun Tzu truly viewed Mulin and the entire contingent of over 10,000 black-armored soldiers with disdain. Though they were not Elbu himself, they belonged to his ranks. And with Elbu besieged by the tripartite forces, Sun Tzu could not seek revenge on Elbu directly. Thus, his frustration found an outlet against Mulin's troops. With 60,000 soldiers backing him, Sun Tzu deemed the mere 10,000 of Elbu's army insignificant. In the past, he might have hesitated to engage Elbu's forces. But with Elbu's own survival at stake and imminent destruction looming, Sun Tzu felt no trepidation. In a matter of days, Elbu, along with the remnants of his forces in Xiapi, would likely meet total annihilation, causing Elbu's influence to evaporate from this chaotic era. This was one of the reasons Sun Tzu demanded Mulin and his men to leave. Additionally, the individual before him was not Elbu nor the formidable General Zhang Liao, but rather an unknown subordinate, unworthy of Sun Tzu's concern. Among Elbu's ranks, only Elbu, Zhang Liao, and Lü Lingqi commanded Sun Tzu's respect. All others, including Mulin, were insignificant in his eyes. Unable to exact vengeance upon Elbu, Sun Tzu found it acceptable to vent his frustrations on Elbu's troops. Confronted with his 60,000 soldiers, he was confident that Mulin would not dare resist. The disparity in numbers was too great, and Sun Tzu anticipated that they would choose to withdraw rather than engage in battle. He relished the thought of watching Elbu's soldiers retreat in humiliation. Sun Tzu's arrogant declaration deepened the scowl on Mulin's face. While the soldier sent to guide Mulin felt a cold sweat break out, nervously glancing at Mulin, as if silently urging him to retreat in the face of the overwhelming East Wu army. Brother, let it go. Allow them to leave. There's no need for this. Unexpectedly interjected Sun Shangxiang, who stood beside Sun Tzu. Upon first seeing Mulin, she felt a certain admiration. Mounted on a fiery steed and bearing a colossal cross sword on her back, he exuded an inexplicable charisma, showing no fear even in the face of 60,000 troops. Facing Sun Tzu, one of Jiangdong's mightiest generals, few could maintain their composure. Regardless, Mulin's audacity impressed Sun Shangxiang, and she believed her brother's actions were somewhat excessive. Unaware of the history between Sun Tzu and Elbu, she viewed Sun Tzu's behavior as overly harsh. Xiangxiang, stay out of this. If they do not withdraw today, I will ensure our East Wu army annihilates them. A mere 10,000 of Elbu's forces do not intimidate me. Sun Tzu huffed, unyielding. The humiliations he suffered at Elbu's hands were known only to a select few, and he considered it a disgrace he would not openly discuss. Thus, he felt no guilt in his actions. In this urgent situation, Mulin was eager to rush to Elbu and Diaochan's aid and was reluctant to engage with other factions along the way. Regardless of whether his 10,000 black-armored soldiers could contend with Sun Tzu's forces, a battle would incur heavy casualties, leaving him without the means to rescue Elbu and Diaochan afterward. Mulin was keen to avoid conflict, yet Sun Tzu's provocations were intolerable. To command him to roll was an affront. Even clay figures possessed some measure of indignation, let alone Mulin. Attack. Without further negotiation, Mulin issued a direct command to his 10,000 black-armored soldiers to engage in battle. My volatile temper, even if it costs dearly, I will make Sun Tzu understand the consequences of provoking me. Who does he think he is, ordering me to roll away? Cao Cao's 60,000 troops I dared to confront. Does he believe his East Wu army surpasses theirs? Chapter 26, The Thunderous Momentum with Mulin's Command. An abrupt silence fell over the gorge. At that moment, not only was Sun Tzu taken aback, but also Sun Shangxiang and Xiao, along with the tens of thousands of soldiers from Sun Wu behind him, stood frozen in place. Some soldiers even questioned whether their ears had deceived them. Gazing upon the formidable black-armored army that radiated a powerful aura of combat, the Sun Wu soldiers, despite the enemy's mere 10,000 troops, felt a subtle chill creep into their hearts. These individuals, even in the face of an army of 60,000 from Sun Wu, exhibit an astonishing fearlessness. Are they truly willing to stake their lives? It is essential to recognize that the Sun Wu forces boast a staggering strength of 60,000, while Elbu's troops number merely 10,000. Given such a stark disparity in numbers, and with no apparent chance of victory for the adversary, what could possibly be occupying their minds? How could they dare to take the initiative in battle? With slightly parted lips, Xiao was taken aback by Mulin's resolute and decisive choice. Initially, she expected that under the overwhelming might of Sun Tzu, the enemy would surely opt to retreat and avoid confrontation. To her astonishment, the adversary's audacity surpassed even that of Lord Sun Tzu. At the slightest provocation, they engaged directly in combat. Such sheer dominance. Though they are foes, Xiao found herself harboring a faint admiration for Mulin. A man ought to embody such spirit. Regardless of the multitude or strength of enemies, what does it matter? Sometimes, one must possess a fervent passion and an indomitable spirit. It is not the time for cowardly retreat or evasion. The notion that stepping back leads to broader horizons is but a fallacy in this chaotic era. More often than not, the more one withdraws, the more they appear vulnerable to exploitation. Kindness can indeed be mistaken for weakness. In this world, how many women would truly be drawn to a man who is weak, inept, and cowardly? Whether others admire Xiao or not is unknown. But one thing is certain, Xiao herself would never find such a man appealing. In contrast, the figure of Mulin in the distance appears exceptionally charismatic in her eyes. The battle cries of roar, kill, resonate through the air. For an ordinary soldier, facing such a vast disparity in strength would not only deter them from charging forth, but they might even consider fleeing. However, Mulin's black armored army is different. They possess no consciousness and follow his commands without question. At a mere utterance from him, not only would 60,000 troops charge, but even 100,000 would do so without a hint of hesitation. In a certain light, these black armored soldiers, despite their lack of intelligence, are far more effective than ordinary soldiers. They may lack the ability to adapt or think independently, yet they exhibit unwavering loyalty, incapable of betrayal. In their minds, fear does not exist. When commanded to advance, they will never retreat. The deafening shouts of battle echo throughout the canyon, reverberating ominously, awakening the stunned soldiers of the Sun Wu army. As they witness the encroaching mass of black armored troops, an involuntary shiver runs down their spines. One by one, they draw their weapons, ready to confront the impending challenge. What a bold lad! Sun Tzu, a prominent figure of the Sun Wu dynasty, quickly regains composure after a brief moment of surprise. He casts a penetrating glance at the silver-armored youth charging towards him, yet he remains largely unperturbed. Although Mulin's actions have greatly taken him aback, he believes that the opposing force cannot stir any significant turmoil against his own 60,000 troops. Back off. He barks angrily, vaulting onto his steed and charging forth. Sun Tzu wields 2 spinning staffs, each over a meter in length. These are not mere wooden sticks. They are crafted from an exceptionally rare type of wood, capable of withstanding strikes without leaving a mark. Xiao's expression tightens slightly. Not from fear of the battle before her, as her strength surpasses that of an average soldier, but rather from concern. She initially intends to urge Sun Tzu to show mercy, not wanting to see the silver-armored youth, who has already captured her affections, fall victim to Sun Tzu's prowess. Yet, as her words begin to form, she realizes she has no grounds to request such leniency. With a sigh, Xiao finds herself inexplicably anxious, not for Sun Tzu, but for the silver-armored youth. How could she worry for someone she has only just met? At this moment, Xiao wrestles with the dilemma of whether to speak up. She is uncertain of the silver-armored youth's capabilities, but doubts he can match Sun Tzu, who stands as one of the top martial generals in the region, boasting an impressive combat prowess rating of 92. In this chaotic world, few can contend with Sun Tzu. And Xiao knows that the silver-armored youth does not resemble any of the renowned martial leaders she is familiar with. This clearly indicates that the opponent is certainly not a top-tier warrior, as their martial prowess cannot possibly reach a value of 90. How could they possibly rival Sun Tzu, whose martial value stands at 92? It is essential to note that the disparity between warriors with martial values above 90 and those below is exceedingly vast. Warriors with martial values exceeding 90 have almost universally grasped the ultimate technique, the awakened dance of chaos. Once this technique is activated, their strength can multiply by at least 1 or 2 times, if not more. Conversely, warriors with martial values below 90 seldom possess the capability to comprehend the awakened dance of chaos. This elucidates why generals with a martial prowess exceeding 90 are heralded as the pinnacle of warriors. They have comprehended the essence of the awakening dance of chaos. Thus their strength is vastly superior to that of ordinary generals. Even those whose martial might reaches 89 find themselves significantly outmatched by these elite figures. As one observes the imminent clash between Sun Tzu and Mulin, not only Xiao, but also Sun Shanxiang and the entire Sun Wu army harbor no illusions about Mulin's chances of victory. In an instant, the battlefield witnessed the fierce confrontation between the mightiest warriors, Sun Tzu and Mulin. As their weapons met with a resounding clash, the spinning staff collided with the colossal cross-sword. A thunderous roar erupted, not from Sun Tzu, but from Mulin, whose eyes began to glow a fierce crimson as he engaged with Sun Tzu, flames of deep red flickering and swirling around him. This is the state of awakening dance. At the onset of battle, Mulin unleashed his awakening dance. He was acutely aware that without resorting to this state, he would stand no chance against Sun Tzu. Sun Tzu's sheer martial prowess reached an impressive 92, while Mulin barely managed to attain 85. Although a strength of 85 is formidable, it pales in comparison to Sun Tzu's overwhelming 92, rendering him a negligible threat. What sets Mulin apart from others is his awakening dance. Only in this state can he contend with top-tier warriors. Unleash the awakening dance. Swiftly resolve this clash. If he fails to defeat Sun Tzu in a short span, once his awakening dance concludes, he would be left without any opportunity. With a sudden cough, blood spewed forth, and Sun Tzu's expression shifted dramatically. A formidable and domineering force emanated from his hands, and he felt as though his body was beyond his control, hurtling backward. Boom. Sun Tzu's body was forcefully embedded into the rock wall, and in that moment of triumph, Mulin did not hesitate for even a heartbeat. With a powerful stomp on the ground, he charged towards Sun Tzu with the speed of lightning. Mulin was not the least surprised that he had sent Sun Tzu flying. In a state of awakening dance, he was capable of battling any warrior with a martial strength below 94, and Sun Tzu's rapid defeat was not without reason. Firstly, Mulin activated his awakening dance the moment the battle commenced, while Sun Tzu, underestimating him, had no intention of utilizing his own awakening dance. This critical miscalculation led to Sun Tzu's swift downfall. "You will pay for this, little demon." A furious voice resonated from the rock wall. It was none other than Sun Tzu. A powerful aura erupted, causing the entire canyon to tremble. The disheveled figure emerging from the rock wall was Sun Tzu, now having activated his awakening dance. However, before the stunned onlookers, the recently emerged Sun Tzu was met with a devastating strike from Mulin, who sent him flying with incredible swiftness, offering no chance for retaliation. Ink slash. After striking Sun Tzu, causing him to spew blood and fly backward, Mulin did not relent. He resolutely launched his unparalleled technique, ink slash, pressing the attack against Sun Tzu. The relentless onslaught surged like a tide, leaving Sun Tzu no opportunity to catch his breath. Struck down for the first time by Mulin, he had already sustained some injuries. And just as he activated his awakening dance in a bid for vengeance, before he could even make a move, Mulin's sword struck him down once more. And the ink slash under the state of awakening dance was once again directed toward him. During this period, Sun Tzu was utterly unable to mount any resistance. Chapter 27. A sudden strike in less than a minute, Sun Tzu, known as the Little Overlord of Jiaodong, was decisively defeated by Mulin with astonishing swiftness. In this scene, both the Xiao and Sun Shanxiang were momentarily taken aback. Sun Tzu had been defeated, and so swiftly at that. They had barely registered the situation when Sun Tzu fell to Mulin's prowess, without even granting them a moment to comprehend. Their hearts were overwhelmed with profound astonishment, and both women gazed at Mulin with eyes filled with a monstrous incredulity. Who, indeed, is this young man clad in silver armor? He is clearly not among the most eminent of martial generals, yet he effortlessly vanquished Sun Tzu. The presence of certain renowned warriors within Lu Bu's ranks, such as Gao Shun and Zhang Liao, has reached their ears. However, this youth is neither Zhang Liao nor Gao Shun. Apart from Zhang Liao, which other general in Lu Bu's service possesses the capability to contend with Sun Tzu? The two women cannot help but harbor doubts. Could this young man genuinely hail from Lu Bu's forces? If so, then Lu Bu's army must be extraordinarily formidable. Not only does it boast the unparalleled warrior Lu Bu himself, but also the top-tier general Zhang Liao, whose martial prowess exceeds 90. If yet another warrior capable of defeating Sun Tzu emerges, to what extent does the terror of Lu Bu's army extend? Merely a single general from their ranks possesses the strength to overpower one of Jiangdong's finest, Sun Tzu? It is worth noting that Sun Tzu's martial prowess is an impressive 92. In this chaotic world, those capable of effortlessly defeating him can be counted on one hand. Although Mulin employed some cunning tactics in his victory over Sun Tzu, it cannot be denied that the strength of this armored youth remains formidable. If it were an ordinary warrior, even if Sun Tzu allowed you to launch a surprise attack or exploit an advantage, could you truly claim victory? To defeat Sun Tzu, regardless of the methods employed, is a testament to one's prowess, indicating that the adversary is not inferior to him. Otherwise, it would be impossible to conquer Sun Tzu, who possesses an impressive pure combat power of 92, even when awakening his chaotic dance. Indeed, in this tumultuous era, few can lay claim to having bested Sun Tzu. And this young man is evidently among that select group. The youth's age is likely not even 20 yet. The fact that he possesses strength capable of contending with Sun Tzu at such a tender age is indeed astonishing. It must be acknowledged that the shock experienced by Sun Shanxiang and Xiao to Mulin has been immense. From initially facing the formidable forces of Sun Wu and the little overlord Sun Tzu with composure, to now defeating Sun Tzu with overwhelming might, Xiao's gaze towards Mulin is now filled with wonder. From the very beginning, Xiao held a certain fondness for Mulin, and this affection has now reached a new height. One cannot deny the undeniable charm that such a man possesses. With just a sword in hand, he fearlessly vanquished the mightily powerful Sun Tzu, whose strength was rated at 92, in a mere minute, despite being outnumbered. On the other hand, Sun Tzu, severely injured by Mulin, was half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath and continuously coughing up blood. It was evident that Mulin's earlier thunderous attack had inflicted grave wounds upon him. Sun Tzu felt a deep sense of indignation. Why? His defeat stemmed from not activating the awakening dance. Had he done so, Sun Tzu firmly believed he would never have succumbed to a mere child. Yet, who could have known that this boy had concealed his strength so deeply? The frustration within Sun Tzu was palpable. Had he known earlier, he would have activated the awakening dance at the first opportunity, in front of the 60,000 soldiers of Sun Wu, and before Xiao and his sister Sun Shanxiang. He had been defeated by a mere brat. The humiliation and frustration were unbearable. At this moment, Sun Tzu regretted his carelessness. Had he been more cautious, perhaps he could have sensed something amiss as his opponent charged towards him. If he had activated the awakening dance immediately, defeat would have been out of the question. But now that he had lost, what use was regret? You little brat, have some guts. Just as Sun Tzu was about to speak, Mulin kicked him fiercely, propelling him several meters away, landing him on the ground in a most disgraceful manner. How dare you? Sun Tzu glared furiously, wishing he could tear Mulin apart. Who was he? He was Sun Tzu, the son of Sun Jian, the tiger of Jiangdong. How dare this fellow trample on his dignity so brazenly? It was utterly outrageous. Slap. A resounding slap. Unmoved by Sun Tzu's threats, Mulin interrupted him mid-sentence with a forceful blow, causing Sun Tzu to see stars and tremble uncontrollably. He was shaking. Not from fear, but from the indignation of having experienced such humiliation. He had never endured such disgrace. Not even his father, Sun Jian, had struck him like this. How could Sun Tzu not be furious? Even my father has never struck me. How can you little brat, do this? With a cold stare directed at Sun Tzu, the threat was palpable. As long as Sun Tzu dared to retort, Mulin would not hesitate to deliver more slaps. He wouldn't mind beating him to near death. Everyone, cease this at once. Mulin's voice, amplified by his spiritual energy, resonated throughout the battlefield and canyon, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. How could General Sun Tzu, the soldiers of Sun Wu, still engaged in battle, were momentarily stunned as they gazed at Sun Tzu, half kneeling and in a pitiful state before Mulin. They could not comprehend how the battle, which had only just begun, seemed to have concluded in under a minute, with their general being so easily subdued. Now, the enormous cross-sword in Mulin's hand was poised ominously above Sun Tzu's head, as if it could strike down at any moment, ending Sun Tzu's life right there. Witnessing this scene, the soldiers of Sun Wu dared not continue fighting. They dropped their weapons and surrendered. Despicable coward! How dare you ambush our general? Do you have no shame? Although most of the Sun Wu soldiers had been engaged in battle with the black armored army, a few had remained uninvolved and witnessed the clash between Mulin and Sun Tzu. To them, Mulin's sudden activation of the awakening dance was tantamount to a sneak attack. They firmly believed that had their general, Sun Tzu, also activated the awakening dance, he would have never been defeated by Mulin. What? A sneak attack? Is that why General Sun Tzu was defeated? This statement immediately incited considerable commotion among the soldiers of Sun Wu. The bewildered voices belonged to those who had previously engaged in battle, yet remained oblivious to the unfolding events. How could a general possibly be defeated by an unknown adversary? It must have been an ambush. What utter shamelessness! Indeed. Had it not been for the treacherous attack, how could the general have faced defeat? The soldiers of Sun Wu seemed to awaken to this realization, interpreting every whisper as a confirmation, hastily concluding that Mulin had vanquished Sun Tzu through deceitful means. Despicable wretch! Release the general at once. If you possess any courage, engage in a fair fight. Release the general! Release the general! Despicable scoundrel! Despicable scoundrel! The resounding cries of thousands of Sun Wu soldiers were anything but insignificant, exuding an undeniable aura of intimidation. For an ordinary individual, such intimidation might disquiet the mind, but would it affect Mulin? An ambush? Despicable? The words of those soldiers nearly provoked laughter from Mulin. How could his use of the awakened dance be deemed an ambush? Had he ever declared that Sun Tzu should not utilize it? Sun Tzu had underestimated him, believing himself unworthy of employing the awakened dance. What was it to him? How had he become the despicable one in the end? These soldiers are indeed incomprehensible. Let us not even discuss whether they initiated a surprise attack, even if they did. What of it? On the battlefield, who adheres to the code of Bushido? In truth, Mulin had no intention of reasoning with these individuals. In such circumstances, he had always relied on strength to resolve matters. Believe it or not, utter one more word of nonsense, and I shall slay him on the spot. The colossal cross-sword slowly moved to Sun Tzu's neck. Mulin's gaze was icy, devoid of any hint of jest. Gradually, the soldiers of the Sun Wu army, who had been clamoring, fell silent like wilted eggplants, entirely subdued. Despite the presence of tens of thousands of soldiers in the canyon, an eerie silence enveloped the area. In the face of Mulin's menacing words, no one dared to question their veracity. From Mulin's eyes and actions, they could discern that he truly would kill Sun Tzu. This was no jest. Please, General, we acknowledge our wrongdoing in the earlier incident. I, your humble servant, apologize on behalf of my brother. I implore you to spare him. Mulin's frigid gaze startled both Sun Shangxiang and Xiao. His expression was chilling, as if he were gazing upon a corpse. Sun Tzu, being Sun Shangxiang's elder brother, could not be allowed to perish without a fight, compelling her to intervene. No one anticipated that matters would escalate to this point. Sun Shangxiang had not foreseen it, nor had Xiao, and the 60,000 soldiers of the Sun Wu army were equally unprepared. Even Sun Tzu himself had never imagined that he would find himself in such a perilous predicament. This is undoubtedly the greatest humiliation that Sun Tzu has ever endured. Chapter 28. The abduction of the Xiao General. I trust your intention this time is to rescue Elbu, who was trapped in Xiapi City. De Xiao's voice was soft and enchanting, laced with a hint of vulnerability, accompanied by her breathtaking beauty. It would not be surprising if those with wavering resolve found themselves utterly captivated by her charm. Even Mulin experienced a fleeting moment of distraction. Casting a knowing glance at De Xiao, Mulin couldn't help but silently acknowledge her intelligence. Although he had previously portrayed himself as exceedingly formidable, seemingly unafraid of the Sun Wu army, ready to take Sun Tzu's life at the slightest provocation, he had managed to deceive most. Yet, the Xiao saw through his facade and understood his reluctance to harm Sun Tzu and engage in conflict with the Sun Wu army. His earlier bravado was merely a ruse to intimidate the soldiers of Sun Wu. Indeed, Mulin had no desire for confrontation. He sought to conserve his strength and troops to rush to Xiapi and rescue Elbu and Diaochan. Furthermore, he was unwilling to offend the colossal force of Sun Wu, which would spell disaster for Elbu's army. Although he had humiliated Sun Tzu, the Sun Wu army would not easily declare war on Elbu's forces over such an affront. War is no trifling matter. While Elbu's army may not rival Cao Cao's in strength, it remains formidable. The Sun Wu army faces numerous enemies, and unless absolutely necessary, they would prefer not to oppose Elbu's forces. If Mulin merely chastised Sun Tzu without taking his life, it was unlikely that the Sun Wu army would retaliate against Elbu's forces, as it did not directly threaten Sun Wu's interests. However, should Mulin kill Sun Tzu, the situation would alter drastically. He was certain that once Sun Tzu was slain, the Sun Wu army, boasting hundreds of thousands of troops, would promptly march upon Xiapi. Elbu's army was already in dire straits, besieged by Liu Bei and Cao Cao. Their survival was in question, and incurring the wrath of the Sun Wu would exacerbate their predicament. It is crucial to understand that the might of the Sun Wu army is no less than that of Cao Cao's. While the Xiao had discerned Mulin's disguise, she remained unaware that his reluctance to provoke the Sun Wu army stemmed from a desire to avoid conflict, not from fear. If pushed to the brink, Mulin would resort to any means necessary, including assassinating Sun Tzu. Though wary, he was not afraid. Caution and fear are entirely distinct. The Xiao's attempt to seize the initiative from Mulin was in vain. Stand aside. Mulin's response was straightforward, leaving no room for negotiation, demanding the Sun Wu army to clear the path for his troops to pass. Make way. Let them through. Without hesitation, Sun Shanxiang raised her hand, commanding the vast Sun Wu army to create a passage. Though narrow, it was sufficient for Mulin's 10,000 black armored troops to traverse. With Sun Tzu in Mulin's grasp, the soldiers dared not defy Sun Shanxiang's orders. Though 1,000 black armored soldiers were considerable, they required little time to navigate the narrow gorge. Within a mere 10 minutes, Mulin's forces had completely exited the canyon, leaving him alone amidst the Sun Wu army. All soldiers of Sun Wu regarded the captor of Sun Tzu with hostility, imagining that, were Sun Tzu not in Mulin's possession, they would have surged forward with weapons drawn. Now that you have done as you promised, will you not sheath your sword? Gazing intently at Mulin, Sun Shanxiang endeavored to appear composed, understanding that she could not falter at this moment. Am I foolish, or are you? Mulin rolled his eyes in disbelief. Did Sun Shanxiang truly perceive him as a naive child? To release Sun Tzu and invite the Sun Wu soldiers to attack him? Would he be so foolish? You. Mulin's retort left Sun Shanxiang's face flushed with indignation. I have already granted you passage. Do you intend to go back on your word? Of course not. But before I release him, he must consume this pill. With a swift motion, Mulin produced a translucent white pill from an unknown source, presenting it before Sun Tzu. What do you mean by this? Do not press too hard. Sun Tzu glared at Mulin, fully aware of the adage that one must bow their head beneath the eaves. Yet, this fellow was pushing the limits. Your choice is non-existent. If you refuse to swallow it, I will slay you now. If you doubt my resolve, feel free to test it. With a more piercing gaze, he positioned his massive sword against Sun Tzu's neck, mere millimeters from his skin. A slight shift could spell instant death for him. This elixir is a lethal concoction, exchanged by Mulin from the divine system, possessing an efficacy that lasts merely a month. After this period, the toxins within the elixir will dissipate autonomously. Mulin harbors uncertainty regarding whether Sun Tzu might seek retribution afterward, thus he must exercise utmost caution. At this pivotal moment, he is on the verge of embarking on a mission to rescue Elbu and Diaochan. There can be no room for negligence. Who can guarantee that once he releases Sun Tzu, the latter will not retrace his steps to conspire with Cao Cao and Liu Bei to eliminate him? This is no trifling matter. Mulin would never wager his life. Whether Sun Tzu will seek revenge in the future is beyond Mulin's concern. Nor does he wish to dwell on it, at least during his rescue of Elbu's army. Mulin fervently hopes that the Sun Wu forces do not reappear to complicate matters. Could that thing be fatal? Sun Shanxiang inquired cautiously, her gaze fixed upon the sharp cross sword poised at Sun Tzu's neck. The hearts of all present were lodged in their throats, fearing that a moment's carelessness could lead to Sun Tzu's demise. It won't. Its effects will last only a month, after which it will dissipate on its own. Why should I trust you? Once again, you have no choice. Very well. I shall trust you. Sun Shanxiang, casting a deep glance at Mulin, addressed her brother Sun Tzu. Although she only articulated half her thought, the implication was clear to all present, including Sun Tzu. She urged him to consume the poisoned gallbladder. At this juncture, there seemed to be no alternative. They could only comply with the adversary's demands to ensure Sun Tzu's survival. Humph. Sun Tzu shot a resentful glance at Mulin. Though he felt a sense of frustration and unwillingness, he had no recourse but to swallow the pill, as this was the only way he might endure Mulin's clutches. Very well. Should I detect even a hint of pursuit, your fate will be dire. Remember my words. Nodding in satisfaction, Mulin retracted the sword from Sun Tzu's neck, leaped onto the fiery steed Shitu, and vanished like a crimson specter into the wilderness. That scoundrel! I shall see him torn to shreds. A heart-wrenching roar erupted from Sun Su after Mulin's departure. Exhaling deeply, Sun Shangxiang appeared utterly drained, the earlier events having drenched her in cold sweat, as she nearly faced the specter of death alongside her brother. As she breathed a sigh of relief, Sun Shangxiang suddenly sensed something amiss, though she could not pinpoint the source of her unease. "De Xiao, that wretched scoundrel!" An outraged cry escaped Sun Shangxiang, echoing throughout the canyon. It became evident that De Xiao, who had been beside her, had vanished without a trace, connecting this to Mulin's sinister smile upon his departure. Sun Shangxiang grasped the situation. That rogue, after forcing Sun Su to ingest poison, had still not been content. He had taken De Xiao hostage. "Rest assured, as long as you do not cause trouble, I shall release her soon." Although Mulin's figure had faded from the canyon, his voice rang clear from beyond, resonating in the ears of all present. Chapter 29. The beauty that sinks fish and loons. An hour later, within the dense forest, a contingent of soldiers clad in black armor advanced slowly. At the forefront stood a silver-armored youth bearing a massive sword, cradling in his arms an exquisitely beautiful maiden of enchanting allure. The group of individuals had naturally departed from the canyon, consisting of Muin and his black-armored army, while the girl held captive by Xiao Chu was none other than the enchanting De Xiao. After leaving the canyon, Muin and his black-armored army continued on their journey, and after an hour had passed, they found themselves with only a short distance remaining to their destination, Xiapi City. "Are you not the least bit anxious?" The fiery red steed trotted through the shadowy forest, with Muin sitting confidently atop its back. In his arms lay the breathtaking beauty, De Xiao, whose delicate fragrance wafted through the air, soothing and captivating. As one of the famed Jiandong sisters, De Xiao, unadorned by cosmetics, was undeniably mesmerizing. Her flawless skin appeared as though it could yield droplets of water, and like Lü Lingqi, she was a natural beauty of unparalleled grace. "Anxious? Why should I be?" De Xiao countered Mulin's inquiry with a question of her own. In contrast to the anticipated turmoil one might expect from a captive, De Xiao exhibited an unexpected tranquility. To an outsider, she appeared less as a hostage and more like a devoted wife nestled in her husband's embrace, her face adorned with a gentle smile, devoid of any signs of fear or tension. "Are you not afraid I might take your life?" De Xiao gazed at Mulin with a radiant smile. As Mulin scrutinized the exquisite woman in his grasp, she too assessed him with keen interest. "How can you be certain I won't harm you? Remember, we are adversaries, not allies," Mulin replied with a slow smile. "I sense no malice from you. I have always trusted my instincts, and I believe they will not lead me astray." "You will not inflict harm upon me," De Xiao stated, her charming face taking on a more serious demeanor, as if she were genuinely relying on her intuition to gauge Mulin's intentions. Their conversation resembled that of two close friends, devoid of any semblance of a captor and his captive. To an unknowing observer, they might even be mistaken for a loving couple, sharing sweet nothings. "Oh, sometimes a woman's intelligence can be a double-edged sword, especially one as beautiful and clever as you, which can leave a man feeling rather helpless," Mulin chuckled lightly. "However, congratulations. Your instincts are correct. You may go." With that, Mulin brought the steed to a halt, leaping down onto the grass, and gently set De Xiao down. After holding her for so long, even if she were willing, he felt it would be inappropriate to continue. Initially, he had taken De Xiao hostage out of concern that the Sun Wu army might pursue them, but now that they had distanced themselves significantly from the canyon, and with no signs of pursuit, the act of keeping De Xiao captive had lost its purpose. As for what lay ahead, Mulin was prepared to face danger alone. He had no desire to bring along such a delicate beauty. Despite De Xiao's remarkable intelligence and breathtaking allure, her combat capabilities were lacking, barely reaching a score of 60. To bring her along into a conflict with formidable warriors boasting strengths above 90 would be tantamount to courting death. In the inevitable clash, should De Xiao accompany him, she would not only be a hindrance but could also endanger herself. In the face of several elite warriors, Mulin harbored no illusions of victory, and he could not afford to divert his attention to protect De Xiao. What folly it would be to engage in battle against top-tier generals while distracted. He might struggle even in a one-on-one scenario, let alone against multiple elite fighters. In such dire circumstances, Mulin's own survival would be precarious enough, leaving no room to safeguard De Xiao. Thus, De Xiao would face a grim fate, either to be slain by the enemy or to be captured, which could result in an even more harrowing outcome. Neither scenario was one Mulin wished to witness. Such a breathtaking beauty. It would be a tremendous loss if she were to perish. Rather than that, it would be more prudent to allow her to depart early. Depart? With her delicate crimson lips slightly parted, De Xiao's serene visage finally betrayed a hint of astonishment. She had contemplated numerous scenarios, yet she had never anticipated that Mulin would so readily release her, shattering all her conjectures. For reasons unbeknownst to her, though she was on the verge of escaping his grasp, De Xiao felt no joy. Instead, a subtle sense of desolation enveloped her. Was her allure truly so inadequate? Did he so thoroughly despise her? Summoning her courage, De Xiao inquired, her enchanting eyes fixed intently on Mulin, seemingly awaiting his response. She was perplexed as to where she had faltered. It was customary for one to wish to be bound as a cherished consort, yet he had so easily let her go, prompting Xiao to question her own charm. During her time in Jiangdong, her exceptional beauty had earned her the esteemed title of one of the two Chaos of Jiangdong, admired for her grace and allure. This refers to the fact that within the entirety of Jiangdong, she is undoubtedly one of the most exquisite beauties, with admirers who could easily form an army. For a long time, Xiao has believed that few can resist her allure. However, today, one might jest, given your stunning beauty, it seems unlikely that there exists even a handful of men in this world who would harbor any disdain towards you. Mulins spoke the truth. In terms of Xiao's beauty, indeed few could resist her allure. Her beauty had reached an extraordinary realm, and Mulin could scarcely find anyone more exquisite than her. Even Lü Lingqi merely stood as her equal. Since he harbored no dislike for her, Xiao felt a sense of relief upon hearing Mulin's words, realizing that her charm still held sway. Yet it also sparked a perplexing question in her mind, if he did not despise her, why had he so readily let her go? Observing Xiao's slightly furrowed brow, Mulin was momentarily taken aback. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? Or did he perceive a hint of melancholy in her enchanting eyes? Had he truly done something to wrong her? Could it be that his earlier embrace had stirred such sentiments? The way she appeared made it seem as though she wished for him to hold her a little longer. Chapter 30. Departure. Why? Was it not evident? My purpose for this journey is to rescue Elbu, and I trust you are aware of the perilous state of Xiapi City. My undertaking is fraught with danger, and should I not release you, would I then drag you along to face certain death? Mulin regarded Xiao with a strange expression. Just moments ago, he had praised her intelligence. Yet now she seemed to falter, unable to grasp such an obvious reason. Her rosy lips parted slightly, and a blush of embarrassment immediately graced her delicate visage, prompting a wave of self-reproach within her. Xiao, how could you be so astute in everyday matters yet falter at such a crucial moment, forgetting something so simple? Surely, your image in his eyes is crumbling. It dawned upon her that his decision to let her go was not born from disdain, but rather from concern for her safety. Indeed, if Mulin intended to rescue Elbu, he would confront formidable adversaries, top generals under Liu Bei and Cao, many in number. In such circumstances, taking her along would be akin to courting death. While Xiao's martial prowess was not insignificant, it was relatively modest. On a typical battlefield, her combat skills would suffice to dispatch hundreds of soldiers, marking her as a capable commander. However, the battlefield Mulin was soon to enter was no ordinary one. And the generals he would face were far from ordinary. Each boasted a martial value exceeding 90. In the presence of such elite warriors, Xiao's martial value of 53 would be utterly inadequate. For the first time, Xiao felt like a burden in her past campaigns alongside the Sun Wu army. While she could not contend with the primary generals, she had no issues dealing with lesser ones. Even in defeat, she possessed a measure of self-preservation. Yet now, she pondered whether had she been stronger, Mulin might not have chosen to release her. A peculiar thought unexpectedly took root in her mind. What am I thinking, Xiao? He let you go. Should you not feel joy? This means you can return to Eastern Wu. Why should you feel sorrow? It is quite nonsensical. Shaking her head, Xiao gazed contemplatively at Mulin. Are you truly letting me go? Her words left it ambiguous whether she sought confirmation of his intentions or if she yearned for his plea to stay. Perhaps even she was unaware, as beneath her words lay a flicker of hope that Mulin might utter a phrase to persuade her to remain. Just one word could sway her. Nodding affirmatively, Xiao's actions left Mulin somewhat bewildered. It was unfortunate that his mind was preoccupied with the impending battle in Xiapi. Had he not been so focused, he might have sensed her underlying discontent. Regrettably, Mulin remained oblivious, unaware that Xiao secretly wished to stay rather than return to Jiangdong. Unbeknownst to Xiao, Mulin's earlier confusion was a mere charade. He too bore his own burdens, and he was not oblivious to the subtleties in her words. Yet even with this awareness, he would not choose to bring Xiao along. The forthcoming battle was no jest, and he could not bear to see such a rare beauty perish. I hope you do not regret this. Mulin's response ultimately left Xiao disheartened. He did not attempt to retain her. With gritted teeth, she scoffed softly before turning away. Departing from the scene, sighing deeply, Mulin watched her retreating figure, his heart weighed down with melancholy. I simply do not wish for you to accompany me to certain death. If I can survive this battle. He paused, contemplating the grim reality. If he were to fall in Xiapi, then all would be rendered meaningless. From the outset, Mulin had understood the perilous nature of this conflict, yet he did not waver. Although this battle is fraught with peril, the potential rewards are substantial. As long as I can survive this ordeal, the points I shall earn will undoubtedly be considerable. Glancing at the black-armored troops behind me, Mulin is confident in their strength. The 10,000 black-armored soldiers are destined to perish in Xiapi, a notion that Mulin had contemplated from the outset. The purpose of this contingent was to sacrifice themselves in order to assist Mulin in seizing the points of interest. Fortunately, these soldiers are devoid of life and consciousness. They are mere puppets. Had they been flesh and blood warriors, Mulin would likely have refrained from such a course of action. In essence, these 10,000 black-armored soldiers will not abandon the battlefield in Xiapi until the moment of their demise. Despite Mulin's seemingly eager promise to Lü Lingqi to rescue Elbu, he harbored little confidence within himself, uncertain even of his own survival. Mulin is a person unafraid to strive, understanding that nothing can be gained without effort. The points of interest are no different. In this chaotic era, no one will wait for one to develop gradually or afford time for advancement. Currently, Mulin's situation is dire, without rapidly enhancing his strength. How could he survive in this tumultuous world? How could he hope to win Lü Lingqi's hand? As a member of Lü's army, he is essentially in the same boat as Lü and the others. If Lü falls, their vessel capsizes, leaving Mulin adrift in this chaotic world. With nowhere to call home and facing the relentless pursuit of Xiao, having slain Xiao Yuan, Mulin believes Xiao harbors a profound desire for revenge. As long as he can save Lü and protect the city of Xiapi, there remains hope. While there is still life in the mountains, there is no fear of firewood running out. As long as Xiapi and Lü, the foundation of Lü's army, endure, there will come a day of resurgence. The entire army continues its march. Mounting the steed Red Hair, Mulin commanded, and the dense black-armored troops moved once more towards Xiapi. However, preoccupied with his thoughts, Mulin failed to notice a delicate silhouette watching him from behind some bushes not far from the retreating black-armored soldiers. This enchanting figure belonged to Xiao, who had not departed. Gazing with a complex expression at the receding army, Xiao found herself lost in contemplation. Chapter 31. Desperate Diaochan run? Is it even possible to escape? In the woods on the outskirts of Xiapi, an intense chase unfolded, with hundreds of soldiers clad in black cloth armor. Their appearance exceedingly disheveled, their eyes filled with terror and despair as they glanced back at their pursuers. Among the fleeing soldiers stood a woman of extraordinary beauty. Her exquisite face, slightly weary, glistening with fragrant sweat. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her delicate features, bright eyes, and slightly parted lips exuded an alluring fragrance. Her breath was somewhat hurried, and her graceful figure appeared particularly enchanting beneath her pink dress. Undoubtedly, she was another stunningly beautiful woman, whose appearance rivaled that of the exceptional beauties de Xiao and Lü Lingqi, perhaps even surpassing them. De Xiao and Lü Lingqi were already among the most exquisite in this world, yet this woman's beauty seemed to eclipse theirs, revealing her identity unmistakably. In the realm of true three kingdoms, there appeared to be but one woman whose beauty could surpass that of de Xiao and Lü Lingqi, Diaochan. This enchanting woman, renowned as the unparalleled beauty of a chaotic era, undeniably embodies the essence of the most exquisite woman in the realm of the three kingdoms. At this moment, Diaochan reveals a profound weariness upon her visage, evidently having gone several days without proper rest. While her resplendent pink gown is now marred by the dust of relentless travel, currently, Diaochan and her remaining soldiers from Lü's army find themselves in dire straits, being pursued. Initially, as she broke through the encirclement from the city of Xiapi, she was accompanied by nearly 4,000 soldiers. However, now fewer than a mere 1,000 Lü soldiers remain alive. Throughout their harrowing escape, they have suffered continuous losses, and in recent days, the number of surviving soldiers has dwindled significantly. The remaining troops are but a shadow of their former selves, either wounded or mentally exhausted. Their combat effectiveness inferior even to that of a novice recruit. The mere ability to flee is sustained solely by a flicker of survival instinct. Without that motivation, they would have long since succumbed to the relentless pursuit of their enemies. The assailants, a contingent of approximately 5,000 soldiers led by the valiant General Xiao under the command of Xiao, have been relentlessly pursuing Diaochan for nearly 2 days. In recent days, the 5,000 troops led by Xiao have repeatedly intercepted and attempted to apprehend Diaochan, yet he has deliberately refrained from doing so, seemingly intent on humiliating her. This has left Diaochan both furious and despondent, engulfed not only in anger, but also in a profound sense of hopelessness and helplessness. She is acutely aware of Xiao's disdainful treatment. However, what can she do in the face of it? With a mere martial prowess of 62, how could she possibly contend against Xiao, whose strength reaches 73? Despair, nothing but despair, fills Diaochan's heart at this moment. She cannot even glimpse a flicker of hope. Currently, Lord Lü Bu is ensnared in the small city of Xiapi, unable to secure his own safety. She has managed to escape alone with a few thousand of Lü Bu's soldiers, and no one is coming to her aid. A deep sense of powerlessness weighs heavily upon her, rendering it difficult to breathe. The only remaining glimmer of hope for Diaochan lies in the soldier she dispatched a few days ago to deliver a message to Xiapi. But that hope is equally tenuous. Setting aside whether the soldier can break through the encirclement to reach Xiapi, even if he does, reinforcements would not arrive at Xiapi in haste. The distance between Xiapi and Xiapi, while not overly far, is not negligible either. A solitary rider could traverse the journey in 2 to 3 days at most. Yet, a military contingent cannot achieve such rapidity. The time required multiplies significantly when compared to an individual. Thus, even if Xiapi were to send reinforcements, it would take at least a week for them to arrive in Xiapi, rendering her hope exceedingly faint, if not altogether unattainable. Regardless of her beauty and grace, Diaochan is ultimately a woman, and in her despair, she yearns for support. Yet, at this moment, there is no one upon whom she can lean, leaving her enveloped solely in profound despair. Suddenly, the heavy sound of galloping hooves reverberates through the earth, resonating not only in Diaochan's ears but also in Xiao's, who stands behind her. The unexpected clamoring of hooves causes the soldiers of both armies to halt, frozen in place. The troops led by Diao Chan are infantry, with no cavalry among them. And the pursuing forces of Cao Cao similarly lack mounted units. Thus, the source of this sudden cacophony is evidently not from either side. Judging by the sheer number of hooves, it must be at least several thousand. Cavalry numbering in the thousands? At this moment, the soldiers of Elbu's army ceased their retreat, while the pursuing forces led by Xia Hashang of Cao Cao's army halted in their tracks, their gazes fixed ahead. The thunderous sound of hooves resonated from the broad road before them. Was this an omen of doom for me? Nearly 100 meters ahead of Diao Chan, a formidable contingent of heavy cavalry loomed, advancing ominously toward her. This force likely comprised over 10,000 troops, and a banner, emblazoned with the grand character for Lü, fluttered proudly in the wind, unmistakably identifying the allegiance of this army. It was the army of Liu Bei. This contingent of nearly 10,000 heavy cavalry was, astonishingly, reinforcements from Liu Bei's forces dispatched to encircle Elbu's army in the city of Xiapi. Diao Chan had never anticipated that, in their bid to annihilate Elbu's forces. Both Xiao and Lü had mobilized a staggering 80,000 troops and even sent heavy cavalry, now blocking her only path of escape. Was this not a sign that even fate conspired against her? As she surveyed the approaching battalion, she discerned that heavy cavalry constituted nearly 70% of their ranks, with infantry comprising only about 30%, approximately 7,000 heavy cavalry. One must understand that the combat prowess of heavy cavalry far exceeds that of ordinary soldiers. When they charge into battle, they can obliterate enemy formations and defenses with ease. Though this force numbered around 10,000, its fighting capability could rival that of 30 to 40,000 regular soldiers, and the side possessing the heavy cavalry was likely to emerge victorious. With a tiger at her back and wolves in front, no? What approached was not merely a wolf, but rather the grim reaper wielding a scythe. At this moment, Diao Chan felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, as overwhelming despair threatened to engulf her. If she had harbored even a flicker of hope for escape before, now she felt utterly bereft of any optimism. Only boundless hopelessness, powerlessness, and desolation remained. At present, she possessed merely her own strength, rated at 62. Surrounded by only a few hundred remnants of Elbu's soldiers, all weary and battered, easily subdued by the advancing forces of Xia Hashang. And let us not forget the enemy's cavalry, numbering over 10,000, drawing ever closer. In this dire situation, both I and the surrounding soldiers of Elbu are undoubtedly doomed. Ha ha ha, I never expected to encounter the reinforcements from Liu Bei's army here. Ha 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 ha. In the rear, Xia Hashang laughed maniacally, his gaze toward Diao Chan brimming with mockery. My dear beauty, why aren't you fleeing? Go on, run. The sarcasm in his words was painfully piercing. And Diao Chan, with her chest heaving in agitation, nearly spat blood in frustration. Her silver teeth clenched tightly, yet she found herself utterly powerless to retort. In this predicament, where could she possibly flee? Such a stunning woman, perhaps even more exquisite than Xiao, is this Diao Chan? As the black-armored soldiers masquerading as Liu Bei's troops advanced, Mulin could not help but draw a sharp breath. Upon beholding Diao Chan, even he, who prided himself on his resistance to beauty, was utterly captivated. After encountering Lü Lingqi and Xiao, he had nearly concluded that they were the most beautiful women in the world. Yet upon witnessing Diao Chan, he realized that there existed women even more enchanting than Xiao and Lü Lingqi. Although Diao Chan appeared somewhat disheveled in the distance, Mulin instantly recognized her. Her visage closely resembled that of Diao Chan from the Gang Dynasty Warriors. Chapter 32. Who claims to be your ally? Countless black-armored heavy cavalry had completely blocked the retreat of Diao Chan and the soldiers of Elbu's army. In front lay a battalion of 10,000 black-armored heavy cavalry from Liu Bei's forces, while behind them pursued 5,000 soldiers from Cao Cao's army. The path was utterly besieged, rendering any escape for Diao Chan and her compatriots impossible. I am Xia Hashang, a commander under Cao Cao. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the allies of Liu Bei's army for intercepting these fleeing soldiers of Elbu's forces. I am immensely appreciative. Liu Bei's army and Cao Cao's army were never true allies. They were, in fact, adversaries. This alliance was merely a convergence of mutual interests, aimed solely at the annihilation of Elbu's forces. Regarding Liu Bei's troops, Xia Hashang was not particularly acquainted. Upon seeing the banner of Liu Bei's army raised among the black-armored troops, he mistakenly regarded the group led by Mulin as reinforcements from Liu Bei. As for the expression of gratitude towards Mulin and his companions for intercepting Diao Chan, it was nothing more than a courteous gesture. In truth, even in the absence of that contingent of 10,000 heavy cavalry from Liu Bei's army, Xia Hashang was fully capable of capturing Diao Chan naturally, as a temporary ally. Xia Hashang felt compelled to grant some semblance of respect to the other party. At this moment, Mulin, situated at the forefront of the 10,000 black-armored troops, was not mounted on the illustrious red hare, but had concealed it amidst the ranks of cavalry. From an external viewpoint, the existence of the red hare was nearly imperceptible, a deliberate act on Mulin's part. As the black-armored forces approached the vicinity of Xiapi city, Mulin had commanded them to don the prepared banners of Liu Bei's army, while he himself had switched to an ordinary warhorse, all to disguise his contingent of 10,000 black-armored troops. As for the duration of this ruse or whether they would be recognized by the enemy forces of Xiapi city, Mulin was rather indifferent. should they be exposed. He would simply order his 10,000 black armored troops to charge into Xiapi, directly entering the fray. The pretense of being Liu Bei's army was merely to minimize unnecessary complications. If they could deceive the enemy, all the better. If not, it was of little consequence. Perched upon his warhorse, Mulin gazed at the desolate figure not far from him, feeling a twinge of compassion. In that moment, Diao Chan appeared as a lamb ensnared by a pack of wolves, helpless and heart-wrenching in her vulnerability against such formidable adversaries. Gradually returning to his senses, Mulin was aware of Xia Hashang's earlier comments. However, he merely shook his head in response and dismounted, striding purposefully towards Diao Chan. To onlookers, it seemed that Mulin's intention was directed solely at her. Boom. Simultaneously, a surge of overwhelming murderous intent erupted from within Mulin. An aura so fearsome that it instilled dread in countless hearts. What a formidable individual! Unbeknownst to Xia Hoshang, aside from the few elite generals within Liu Bei's ranks, there existed such a powerful presence. From this display of might, Xia Hoshang discerned that this man's prowess was undoubtedly superior to his own. As Mulin drew closer to Diao Chan, the massive cross-shaped sword strapped to his back was unsheathed. General, do not. The murderous intent radiating from Mulin was unmistakable. Any discerning eye could see that this silver-armored youth harbored intentions to slay Diao Chan. In a swift motion, Xia Hoshang positioned himself before Diao Chan, shielding her from Mulin. General, Lord Cao Cao has issued explicit orders. This woman is not to be killed. I implore you to show mercy and hand her over to me. Though he stood in front of Mulin, Xia Hoshang's tone remained exceedingly respectful, even lowering himself. His prolonged pursuit of Diao Chan without taking her life was due to Cao Cao's previous command that she must be captured alive, not slain. Xia Hoshang dared not defy Cao Cao's directive, which was why he unhesitatingly placed himself in front of Diao Chan. He believed that the alliance between Cao Cao and Liu Bei still held, and that they would grant him this concession. Soft footfalls continued unabated, undeterred by Xia Hoshang's obstruction. The expressionless silver-armored youth advanced relentlessly towards Diao Chan General. Seeing this, Xia Hoshang's heart raced. He did not wish to offend the formidable general before him, whose strength and forces vastly outmatched his own. Yet, on the other hand, he could not disobey Cao Cao's orders, which demanded that Diao Chan be brought back alive. Caught in an excruciating dilemma, Xia Hoshang found himself at an impasse. Rest assured, I shall not kill her. As Mulin approached within 10 meters of Xia Hoshang, a faint smile finally graced his cold countenance. Observing this smile, Xia Hoshang exhaled deeply, the weight upon his heart lifting at last. Thank you, esteemed general. But before he could finish, a swift, decisive strike severed the air. Ugh! A muffled groan escaped Xia Hoshang as he felt the world spin around him. He was astonished to discover that his head seemed to detach from his body, the scenery around him shifting rapidly. In that moment, he lost the connection between his head and his body. Even in his final moments, Xia Hoshang could not comprehend how he met his demise. In the fleeting seconds before death, he realized that it was the silver-armored youth from Liu Bei's army who had taken his life, leaving him to question why this ally would do such a thing. Were Cao Cao's forces and Liu Bei's not allies now? Though riddled with confusion, no one would provide Xia Hoshang with answers, for he had bid a permanent farewell to this world. Muffled sobs escaped Diao Chan as she covered her mouth, striving to suppress any sound. At that moment, Diao Chan was taken aback, her beauty paling in fright by the sudden turn of events. In an instant, she had not even had the time to close her eyes before a flash of silver streaked past, and then, in a gruesome twist, Xia Hoshang found himself severed from his head. The events transpired with such swiftness that Diao Chan was utterly unaware of when the young warrior clad in silver armor had approached Xia Hoshang. She merely sensed a fleeting blur before everything went dark. What ensued unfolded precisely as she had witnessed. Xia Hoshang met his demise, the valiant general under Cao Cao's command, felled in an instant by the hands of that silver-armored youth. Everything unfolded with such suddenness that Diao Chan found herself utterly unprepared to respond. Her heart was overwhelmed with an abundance of perplexing questions. The silver-armored youth does not belong to Liu Bei's army, does he? Why did he slay Xia Hoshang? Is he oblivious to the fact that such actions could jeopardize the alliance between the two armies? Just moments ago, Diao Chan was prepared to close her eyes and await the arrival of death. However, she could never have anticipated that the one who would perish was not herself, but Xia Hoshang. After casting a glance at Diao Chan, Mulin raised his bloodied cross-shaped great sword. Kill. Without the need for further explanation from Mulin, the dark-clad heavy cavalry surged forth the instant they received his command, charging fiercely towards the 5,000 ordinary soldiers of Cao Cao's army. The battlefield echoed with the screams of anguish, predominantly emanating from Cao Cao's soldiers. With nearly 10,000 heavy cavalry against Cao Cao's 5,000 regular troops, the outcome was all but predetermined. The demoralized soldiers of Cao Cao's army were utterly decimated by Mulin's 10,000 black-armored troops within a mere 10 minutes. All 5,000 of Cao Cao's soldiers were annihilated, none survived, nor did any escape. Remarkably, among the 10,000 black-armored soldiers, only a scant few sustained injuries. The loss of just a handful of men, while obliterating over 5,000 of the enemy, was nothing short of spectacular. Initially, when Xiao Shang fell, the soldiers of Cao Cao's army were rendered completely dazed. In such dire circumstances, facing the oncoming charge of the black-armored heavy cavalry, they offered no resistance whatsoever. After a single charge, little remained of the surviving soldiers of Cao Cao's army. Chapter 33. Diao Chan's affection gazing upon the lifeless bodies of Cao Cao's soldiers strewn across the ground. Diao Chan and her subordinates regarded the heavy cavalry with eyes filled with monstrous awe. The combat prowess of this formidable contingent of heavy cavalry clad in black armor is nothing short of terrifying, is it not? After all, they have just vanquished 5,000 soldiers of Cao Cao's army. While 5,000 troops may not be an overwhelming number, it is certainly substantial enough. Two such battalions could easily coalesce into a formidable force of 10,000. Having witnessed the recent engagement, Diao Chan and her companions have come to realize that they may have significantly underestimated the martial capabilities of these black-armored knights. The complete annihilation of over 5,000 troops from Cao's ranks, with their own casualties barely exceeding a mere handful, underscores the staggering disparity in strength. As this brief skirmish draws to a close, the remaining hundreds of soldiers under Diao Chan's command remain vigilant, casting wary glances at the surrounding heavy cavalry. Though Cao Cao's forces have been obliterated, the specter of danger still looms large. The sudden emergence of Liu Bei's heavy cavalry, having slain the soldiers of Cao Cao, might not spare them either. After all, these heavy cavalry belonged to Liu Bei's forces, and the armies of Elbu and Liu Bei were adversaries. Why do you wish to save me? Unlike her subordinates, Diao Chan's gaze towards Mulin was devoid of fear or wariness, filled instead with profound curiosity. During the onset of the battle, Diao Chan had observed closely and noted that from the outset, the group of armored cavalry had only targeted Cao's soldiers, sparing her few remaining troops entirely. My lady Diao Chan, General Mulin is indeed the reinforcement I brought from Xiapi. We are saved. Lord Elbu is also saved. An excited voice rang out from among the black-armored cavalry. It was the young soldier sent by Lü Lingqi to guide Mulin, who approached Diao Chan with fervor, kneeling before her. In this endeavor, he had fulfilled his mission, breaking through the encirclement of the enemy around Xiapi and successfully bringing reinforcements from Xiapi City. The individual in question is the soldier who was previously dispatched by Diao Chan to Xiahang City to summon reinforcements. Upon his return to Xiahang City, he was subsequently assigned by Lü Lingqi to lead the way for both Lü Lingqi and the black-armored army. Diao Chan was naturally familiar with this soldier, and the moment she laid eyes upon him, her anxious heart finally found solace. Not only Diao Chan, but also the hundreds of weary remnants under her command experienced a wave of relief at the soldiers' arrival. One by one, they released the tension that had gripped them, and a few, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the grass and succumbed to slumber. The hundreds of wounded soldiers had not closed their eyes for quite some time, and throughout these days, their spirits had remained in a state of heightened tension. Now, upon learning of their safety, the fatigue that had been lurking within them surged forth, overwhelming many who succumbed to the immense drowsiness and fell into a deep slumber. It turned out to be reinforcements. I was nearly frightened to death, believing it was truly the army of Liu Bei. Ha ha, we are finally saved. No wonder they did not attack us. They are our own people. Ha ha. The remnants of Diao Chan's soldiers sat down on the ground, their faces finally revealing smiles akin to those who had survived a catastrophe. The wary gazes they had cast upon the black-armored troops dissipated in an instant, replaced by deep gratitude. Their salvation was entirely due to the appearance of this contingent of black-armored cavalry. Without these 10,000 black-armored troops, their demise would have been certain. How could they not feel grateful? Moments ago, they had believed their fate was sealed, yet little did they know that this heavy cavalry unit, disguised as Liu Bei's army, was actually the reinforcements from the army of Elbu, rushing from the city of Xiapi. Although they were unaware of how these reinforcements had arrived so swiftly, such details had become inconsequential. What mattered was that they were saved, and Lord Elbu, trapped in Xiapi, also had a chance of rescue. Though success was not guaranteed, at least hope had emerged. Reinforcements? A look of astonishment crossed Diao Chan's exquisite visage. She had not anticipated that such a large number of heavy cavalry would be reinforcements from Xiapi. When did Xiapi possess such an elite cavalry force? She had never heard of it. Lieutenant Lü Lingqi has seen Lady Diao Chan. With a slight bow, Mulin's face bore a genuine smile, unlike the cold or sinister smirks from before. Lieutenant? Diao Chan wondered when Lady Lü Lingqi had acquired a lieutenant, as she was completely oblivious to this development. It was no surprise that Diao Chan was astonished. As a military figure in Xiapi, she had some understanding of Lü Lingqi. Many sought to become her lieutenant, and among them were formidable warriors, yet Lü Lingqi had never favored anyone. Renowned for her solitary nature, she typically led her campaigns alone, devoid of any aides. Thus, the presence of this silver-armored youth claiming to be Lü Lingqi's lieutenant was indeed surprising to Diao Chan. The situation unfolded as follows, with a faint smile. Mulin realized he would have to provide an explanation. He decided to share all the details he and Lü Lingqi had concocted with Diao Chan. This includes the fact that he was once the leader of Lü Lingqi's private army, and it was only recently that Lü Lingqi employed him. All of this was a scheme devised between Mulin and Lü Lingqi. Only the heavens and the earth, as well as they themselves, were privy to it. Others were entirely unaware that this was merely an identity fabricated by Lü Lingqi for Mulin. As for Mulin's true identity, even Lü Lingqi was oblivious. He explained to Jiao Chan that the 10,000 black-armored heavy cavalry, along with the black-armored infantry, were elite troops secretly nurtured by Lü Lingqi over the years. Effectively her private army, which had only recently come to light. Prior to that revelation, they had been kept hidden from the public eye. Jiao Chan had no reason to doubt Mulin's explanation, as it was logical and well-supported, leaving little room for skepticism. Most importantly, Mulin had nothing to gain from deceiving her. Such a deception would yield him no benefit. Upon learning of Mulin's identity, Jiao Chan's demeanor towards him became notably warmer. Every young woman harbors romantic fantasies, despite being hailed as the most beautiful woman in a chaotic world. A goddess in the hearts of countless admirers, she was ultimately still a woman. Like any woman, she could not escape the whims of her heart, and at times, she found herself lost in daydreams, yearning for a man who would shield her from the storms of life, clearing away all her tribulations. In her moments of utmost despair and humiliation, Jiao Chan longed for a man to descend from the heavens and rescue her from her plight. During the days of being pursued and humiliated by Xiao, she had entertained such thoughts, and now, her wishes had come true. That man, akin to a celestial being, truly appeared. Mulin's appearance and demeanor were almost identical to the figure she had envisioned in her heart. In her darkest hour, this man emerged, decisively vanquishing the one who had humiliated her, Xiao, and effortlessly annihilating the pursuing forces of Cao's army, liberating her from the depths of despair. In this moment, the heart of Jiao Chan, which had never fluttered before, began to quiver ever so slightly. The trope of the hero rescuing the damsel, though employed countless times, undeniably remains one of the most effective means of capturing a maiden's heart. This singular approach, tried and tested, may not instantly evoke affection, but it certainly fosters a measure of fondness. Jiao Chan, of course, could not be expected to fall for Mulin simply because he saved her. However, while she may not yet have developed romantic feelings for him, she has undeniably begun to harbor a significant fondness for him, which may very well evolve into love in the future. This is a promising omen. Chapter 34, The Battle of Xiapi. Within the city of Xiapi, a monumental clash rages fiercely, having persisted for several days without any indications of abating. For factions are embroiled in this tumultuous conflict, the forces of Elbu, Cao, Liu Bei, and Tao Qian. Among these four factions, Cao, Liu Bei, and Tao Qian find themselves in a state of collaboration, collectively besieging the forces of Elbu, who stands alone without any support or allies. In the war-ravaged city of Xiapi, death looms incessantly. Amidst the densely packed enemy troops, 5 figures, stained with blood, are encircled at the center. Their bodies, drenched in the crimson of their adversaries, render their features nearly unrecognizable. The 5 figures before us are Elbu, Zhang Liao, Gao Shun, Wei Su, and Ho Cheng. Presently, these 5 remain as the sole warriors of Elbu's army, as the rest have perished at the hands of enemy generals. Each of these surviving warriors bears wounds, with Elbu sustaining the most severe injuries. From the onset of battle, he has been beset by 4 elite adversaries. Hailing from both Liu Bei's and Cao's forces, Su Chu, Su Huang, Jiang Wei, and Zhang Fei. Among these formidable foes, Zhang Fei stands out with an astonishing combat prowess rated at 98, closely followed by Su Chu with a commendable score of 97. Even the seemingly weaker Su Huang and Jiang Wei boast impressive ratings of 90. Incredibly, despite enduring a prolonged clash lasting several days against these 4 elite generals, Elbu has yet to be subdued. Although he is gravely injured, Zhang Fei and his compatriots are similarly afflicted. The fact that Elbu, encircled by such formidable opponents, not only withstands their onslaught but also inflicts considerable damage upon them, solidifies his reputation as a formidable warrior. It is noteworthy that both Zhang Fei and Su Chu are among the most powerful combatants of this tumultuous era. Few can rival their prowess. Yet, even in their combined efforts, although they have wounded Elbu, they too have sustained significant injuries. As the battle progresses, the state of affairs remains evenly matched. Neither side has gained a distinct advantage. However, one must recognize that a war cannot be determined by a single confrontation. While Elbu may be evenly matched against the 4 elite generals, his remaining troops are faring far worse. Particularly, Zhang Liao, with a combat prowess of 92, finds himself besieged by 2 top-tier generals, Wei Yin and Xiao Dan. Lacking Elbu's exceptional strength, he struggles to fend off their relentless assault, and it is evident that he is approaching his limits after days of conflict. The situation is similarly grim for the other warriors under Elbu's command, such as Gao Shan. In terms of martial prowess, Elbu's forces are at a distinct disadvantage. Aside from Elbu's stalemate with the 4 elite adversaries, the remainder of his warriors are no match for the combined might of Liu Bei and Cao's armies. Unless an unforeseen turn of events occurs, the demise of Zhang Liao, Gao Shun, and others seems inevitable. On the front lines, Elbu's forces are utterly overwhelmed. The troops of Tao Qian and Xiapi alone number over 20,000, while the combined might of Liu Bei and Cao's army swells to an astounding 70,000. Together, these forces approach a total strength of nearly 100,000. In stark contrast, Elbu's army comprises merely 20 to 30,000 soldiers, utterly outmatched by the enemy's overwhelming numbers. As the battle rages on, Elbu's contingent of approximately 30,000 soldiers is nearing total annihilation, with fewer than 2,000 remaining alive on the battlefield. After several days of relentless fighting, over 20,000 of Elbu's soldiers have perished. Though the enemy has also suffered losses, their vast numbers allow them to endure such attrition without fear. The united forces of Lü Xiao and Tao are resolute in their intent to obliterate Elbu's army, and they are prepared to bear any cost to achieve this aim. A heavy thud suddenly reverberates through the air as Zhang Liao, after days of contesting two elite generals, finally succumbs to defeat. A spurt of blood escapes him as he is hurled backward, leaving a long trail of crimson on the ground. Zhang Liao's ability to hold his ground against Wei Yin and Xiao done for several days is commendable, yet ultimately, he finds that sheer will cannot prevail against overwhelming numbers. Unlike Elbu, who can match 4 elite warriors, he is unable to do the same. Feeling the severity of his injuries, Zhang Liao desperately attempts to rise. But before he can regain his footing, 2 glinting blades are pressed against his throat, a clear warning that any movement on his part would result in his demise. Defeated, observing the battle unfold, a deep lament fills Zhang Liao's heart. The outcome of this battle has become an inevitability. The fate of Elbu's army is sealed, with over half of the generals fallen and the soldiers nearly obliterated. Outside the city of Xiapi, amidst the dense woods, a formidable army clad in black armor has stealthily assembled, shielded by the forest embrace, remaining undetected by the sentinels of Xiapi. General Mulin, is it truly impossible for me to accompany you? A soft, tentative voice emerged from Diao, laced with a hint of longing and entreaty, as she hoped Mulin would consent to her presence. Initially, Diao had yearned to follow Mulin into Xiapi, to rescue Elbu and Zhang Liao. Yet Mulin had dismissed her request without a moment's hesitation, leaving no room for rebuttal, which left her feeling rather helpless. Gaining entry into Xiapi is not a daunting task. Yet the exit poses a formidable challenge. My refusal to let you in is not solely out of concern for your safety. There are ulterior motives at play. Soon, I shall entrust you with 500 heavy cavalry. Your task is to wait. Here, await the moment when Lord Elbu and his companions emerge. Once they are free, you shall escort them from Xiapi with the cavalry. This may seem a task devoid of direct combat, yet it is not to be taken lightly. Casting a glance at Diao, Mulin spoke with an air of calm determination. He understood her desire to fight alongside him, to charge into Xiapi in a bid to rescue Elbu, and he recognized her reluctance to be a mere ornament. However, the forthcoming battle was no trifling matter. Moreover, once Elbu was rescued, there must be someone to provide cover, and Diao was the most fitting candidate. What about you, General? In Mulin's strategy, the plans revolved around Elbu and Zhang Liao, yet he had not mentioned his own fate. Diao concern extended beyond Elbu and Zhang Liao. She worried for Mulin. When Elbu and his comrades were liberated, what would become of Mulin? Faced with countless enemies and formidable generals, how would he escape? It must be noted that the enemy's top generals within Xiapi numbered 6 or 7. Such a lineup could even overwhelm Elbu, whose prowess is renowned. Surely, Mulin could not surpass Elbu in strength? How then could he find his way to safety? As these thoughts flooded her mind, Diao felt a tightening in her chest, suddenly struck by a chilling possibility. Could it be that Mulin had approached this endeavor with a fatalistic resolve from the very beginning? Was that why he had not outlined his own escape plan? Perhaps he had never contemplated fleeing at all? This realization sent a wave of urgency through Diao. No, I must go as well, for reasons unbeknownst to her. Diao found herself throwing a small tantrum, even puzzling herself with her own emotions. All she knew was that she could not bear the thought of Mulin perishing. She recognized her own limitations, understanding that her strength would not sway the tide of battle, yet she still wished to remain by Mulin's side, hoping to save him in a moment of peril and lead him to safety. I said no. It is absolutely not permissible. Remember, this is a battlefield. I am in command here. This is not the place for your whims. At this moment, Mulin was indeed quite angered. What can you do if you come in with me? To put it bluntly, I might have a chance to escape alive on my own, but if you accompany me, we shall both perish within. Mulin was baffled by Diao sudden change of heart. Previously, they had reached an agreement, yet now she seemed to retract her words. The situation was urgent. Every second counted. Any hesitation would only increase the danger for Lu Bu and the others in Xiapi. This was not a time for frivolity. Faced with Diao insistence to join him, Mulin could only unleash his frustration. For the first time, Diao felt utterly aggrieved. Chapter 35. The breach of the city general, I understand. After being scolded by Mulin, Diao heart brimmed with resentment. Yet she recognized that this was not the moment for her to sulk. She could only silently pray for Mulin's safe return. For the man who had saved her life, she genuinely hoped nothing ill would befall him. I apologize, my words were rather harsh. At this moment, Mulin realized his earlier remarks had been somewhat excessive. After all, Diao was a woman, and her concerns for her safety were understandable. It's nothing, General. I do not mind. I only hope for your safe return. Shaking her head, Diao truly did not care for such matters. Her sole wish was for Mulin's safe return, which was her greatest desire. Rest assured. With a smile, Mulin mounted his steed, the red hair. Soldiers. Heed my command. Yes. A multitude of 10,000 black-armored soldiers responded in unison. Once the city gate is breached, charge forth. Yes. Groups of black-armored cavalry stood resolutely, their eyes fixed intently on the distant gates of Xiapi. The moment those gates fell, they would initiate their charge. With orders given, Mulin hesitated no longer. Galloping towards the gates of Xiapi, his target was the city gate. Look, something is rapidly approaching. Is it a person? Where? Not long after Mulin burst from the woods, he was spotted by a sentinel atop the walls of Xiapi. At the sentinel's warning, many soldiers on the battlements turned their gaze towards the distance. On the ground not far from the city, a fiery red figure was hastily advancing towards Xiapi. Not good. We are under attack. A soldier on the wall, with vigilant eyes, observed the rapidly approaching figure, a fiery red warhorse, upon which sat a silver-armored youth bearing a massive sword. Ha! What was initially a serious matter turned into laughter among the soldiers upon hearing the sentinel's words. Newbie, don't be so tense. Take a closer look. It's just one person. One person hardly constitutes an attack. You're too inexperienced. An older soldier, appearing seasoned, patted the new recruit on the shoulder, his gaze towards Mulin tinged with amusement. But he's approaching the city gate. Should we not report to the captain? Mocked by his peers, the newbie's face flushed with embarrassment. He was a recent addition to the ranks and could not maintain the calm demeanor of the veterans. Fool. In response to the newbie's suggestion, the older soldier delivered a playful smack to his head. The four gates of Xiapi are constructed from rare steel. Even if he were a lone warrior, he could not breach them. Without specialized siege equipment, it is a fool's errand to think he could break through. The soldier's words resonated with the thoughts of many others. The old soldier's statement left the newbie momentarily stunned, but soon he regained his composure. If it were as the soldier said, then indeed, there was no cause for alarm. He had overreacted. What the seasoned soldiers did not mention was that there existed another method to breach the gates, utilizing a double skill to forcefully break through. Of course, the individual unleashing such a skill must possess a combat prowess exceeding 90, which categorized them as a top-tier warrior. Only the elite could invoke a double skill capable of inflicting devastating damage to the gates. Top-tier warriors, how many truly existed in this world? Which renowned general in this world is not a figure of great repute? The elite warriors known across the realm are well understood by the soldiers, and the figure charging towards the city gate is evidently not among them. It is absurd to think that without being a top-tier general and lacking siege equipment, one could breach the city gates. This is precisely why the soldiers atop the walls regard the scene with derision, showing no concern whatsoever. They observe the swiftly approaching figure as if he were a mere jester, delighting in the spectacle. Ready to witness a farce, they chuckle. The pig is about to crash into the wall. Their laughter reverberates among the ranks. The scorn and disdain from the soldiers atop the walls do not escape Mulin's notice. However, he merely responds with a cold smirk, unperturbed. I hope you can still find humor in this, he muses wickedly. As he closes into within mere meters of the city gate, Mulin propels himself from his steed, soaring high into the air. Unmatched technique. Ink slash. The colossal sword, dark as ink, is lifted high, a tempest of energy coalescing upon its blade. Flash. The command is given, and the ink-black arc of the sword descends with ferocity. Its target is none other than the gates of Xiapi City. Boom. The earth-shattering sound erupts dramatically. All mockery, derision, and disdain come to an abrupt halt. The soldiers on the wall feel the very stones beneath their feet tremble violently, and the resounding crash seems to signal the gate's destruction. Is this a jest? A wave of inexplicable terror washes over the soldiers. Report. The gates have been breached. How on earth did he accomplish this? Was it not said that only the finest generals could bring down these gates? He is clearly not among them. Why? Gasps of astonishment fill the air as some soldiers witness the city gates crumble under the might of the silver-armored youth's sword. In that moment, no one dares to mock him any longer. Mockery? Who is the fool now? Who overestimates their capabilities? The answer is glaringly evident. Just moments ago, they were the ones laughing. Now, who dares to continue? A profound silence envelopes the walls. As the gates fall under Mulin's assault, a swarm of dark figures bursts forth from the nearby woods, a mass of shadows racing towards Xiapi City. The ground trembles slightly, drawing the attention of many who gaze towards the distant commotion. Cavalry, heavy cavalry. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Alert the general. Alert your grandmother. Did you not say there was no need to notify anyone? Did you not claim they could not breach the gates? What good is a warning now? Grab your weapons. Prepare for battle. Boom. At this moment, the soldiers atop the walls of Xiapi City were thrown into utter chaos. Chapter 36. One man holds the pass. 10,000 cannot break through. The thunderous sound at the city gate drew the attention of countless individuals within Xiapi City. The soldiers and generals, who had been engaged in battle, shifted their gazes towards the city gates. Boom. Just as everyone turned their eyes to the gate, a blood-red light shot skyward from that very spot. Was it a person? On the battlefield, there were many formidable individuals whose vision surpassed that of ordinary men. Although the crimson light was several hundred meters away, they could still discern what lay within. It was a young man clad in silver armor, wielding a colossal cross sword. At this moment, many within Xiapi city were captivated by the blood-red light soaring into the heavens. And a singular question echoed in their minds. Who was the person enveloped in that sanguine glow? Xiao done. Wei Yin. Get out of the way. A thunderous roar erupted from Su Chu, who was locked in combat, with Elbu nearby. His robust voice reverberated across the battlefield, awakening Xiao Dun and Wei Yin, who had been observing the scene. As Su Chu's warning rang out, an overwhelming sense of danger surged forth, sending a shiver down the spines of both Wei Yin and Xiao Dun. A chilling sense of crisis enveloped them, and in that instant, they could think of nothing else but to withdraw the weapons they had aimed at Zhang Liao and retreat hastily. Boom. The blood-red light descended just as Wei Yin and Xiao Dun had not fully retreated. Both Xiao Dun and Wei Yin were struck by the sanguine beam, blood gushing from their mouths as their faces turned ashen. Bang, bang. The tremendous force propelled their bodies away, leaving behind gruesome trails of blood on the ground. Their figures flung hundreds of meters away. One strike. Xiao Dun is defeated. Wei Yin is defeated. The onlookers collectively gasped in shock. Though the attack bore the element of surprise, it was undeniable that the assailants' power was terrifying. Who were Xiao Dun and Wei Yin? Both possessed combat prowess exceeding 90. Their reflexes and strength vastly superior to those of ordinary generals. Yet, even they failed to react in time? Had it not been for Su Chu's warning, they might have suffered far worse than mere injuries. They could have perished with that single blow. This thought sent a wave of profound terror through the hearts of many. If the silver-armored youth were to come after them, would they be able to react in time? It was crucial to note that among those present, few possessed a combat prowess of 90. In fact, there were hardly any with a score above 80. If even Xiao Dun and Wei Yin, with their prowess at 90, could not evade the attack, how could those with scores in the 60s or 70s hope to do so? The realization silenced the crowd. It was no jest. If even Xiao Dun and Wei Yin could not respond in time, how could they, with their significantly lower abilities, hope to survive? As Zhang Liao lay beside the silver-armored youth, he had a clear view of the young man's visage. Before him stood a youth no older than 18 or 19, possessing striking features. Though his physique was not particularly robust, he exuded an air of remarkable stature. Zhang Liao acknowledged that this young man was indeed extraordinary. His appearance, demeanor, and prowess were impeccable. Yet, Zhang Liao was certain he had never encountered him before. What compelled him to offer assistance? I am Mulin, the aide-de-camp to General Lü Lingqi. By her command, I have come to rescue Lord Elbu. As he beheld the somewhat disheveled yet commanding figure, Mulin felt a stir of emotion within. Before me stands my future father-in-law, the formidable warrior Lu Bu. Though he bears wounds, they do not diminish his imposing presence. Adorned with a trident-shaped purple-gold crown and wielding a nearly 3-meter-long halberd, he exudes an aura of authority that suggests one would never witness a smile upon his face. Reinforcements? Zhang Liao was momentarily taken aback, quickly replaced by a surge of elation. The silver-armored youth before him is indeed the reinforcements from Xuchang. If that is the case, it would explain why he rescued me earlier. An aide to Lingqi? When did Lingqi acquire an aide? A commanding voice emanated from Lu Bu, coupled with his intimidating demeanor, which could easily intimidate the average person into submission. Fortunately, Mulin is not an ordinary individual. It must be acknowledged that conversing with Lu Bu requires a certain level of courage. Most would likely lack the fortitude to meet his gaze. I was appointed as General Lü Lingqi's aide after Lord Lu Bu departed from Xuchang, Mulin replied candidly. Though facing my future father-in-law fills me with apprehension, I cannot deny a flutter of nervousness in my heart. After all, he is the father of my future bride, Lü Lingqi. Can one not feel anxious when meeting their prospective father-in-law? Though it is not yet the case, it is certainly destined to be so. Suddenly, a sharp sound of hooves resonated in the air, interrupting the dialogue between Mulin and Lu Bu. A magnificent red stallion, taller and more robust than the typical Shiliang steed, galloped into view. Lu Bu, standing amidst the battlefield, recognized the steed at once. Is that not my steed, Red Hair? Having accompanied me through countless battles, I am well acquainted with it. Upon seeing Red Hair, the flicker of doubt I harbored towards Mulin has entirely dissipated. It is inconceivable for Red Hair, left behind in Xiapi, to appear here without reason. The only explanation is that this youth before me has brought it. Mulin's words. General Elbu's red hair has been entrusted to me by General Lü Lingqi, further confirmed my suspicions. Thus, my gaze towards Mulin softened. No longer as fierce as before, a long whinny erupted from Red Hair, visibly excited at the sight of its master. My Lord Elbu, we must retreat swiftly. Outside Xiapi, there are allies awaiting to assist us. The next step shall be entrusted to me. Mulin pounded his chest, exuding confidence. Your certainty is commendable, I replied, observing Mulin with a hint of skepticism. His prior display of strength was indeed formidable, yet the enemy generals were no less capable. Even the likes of Zhang Fei posed a significant challenge, one that I could not vanquish swiftly under normal circumstances. Was this young man truly up to the task? Rest assured, I am not alone. Just look at the city gates. A wicked smile graced Mulin's lips, relishing the thrill of impressing his future father-in-law. Suddenly, a thunderous sound of galloping hooves drew the attention of all present. At the gates of Xiapi, a battalion of heavy cavalry clad in ebony armor surged into the city. Their numbers suggesting at least 10,000 strong, a veritable stampede. The earth trembled beneath the charge of nearly 10,000 heavy cavalry, eliciting shock among the soldiers of Lü, Xiao, and Tao. Heavens! Heavy cavalry. How is this possible? When did Elbu's forces acquire such a formidable unit? Disbelief echoed among the ranks of the Qiao-Lu coalition. Such a battalion of heavy cavalry was indeed terrifying, even among Cao Cao's vast army of 500,000. The number of heavy cavalry was not guaranteed to reach 10,000. Typically cherished like treasures, these heavy cavalry were seldom deployed in battle. The sudden emergence of this formidable unit instilled fear in the hearts of many. Kill. The black-armored horsemen wasted no time, their deafening battle cries resonating through the air. Some of the more timid soldiers began to retreat. Despite their seemingly modest number, the combat prowess of these heavy cavalry rivals that of tens of thousands of ordinary soldiers. Who could remain unshaken in the face of such an onslaught? My lord Elbu, time is of the essence. Mulin, pleased to see the astonishment in Elbu's eyes, felt a swell of pride. To evoke such a reaction from a warrior of Elbu's caliber was an achievement worth celebrating. Thank you, General Mulin, for your timely rescue. We shall remember this. Zhang Liao and the others mounted their steeds, expressing their gratitude. Without Mulin's intervention, they would have surely met their demise. Let us not linger. Take care, generals. Upon my return to Xiaopei, we shall celebrate together. Laughter erupted among them, camaraderie blossoming as they recognized Mulin as one of their own, valiant men of spirit. Onward, mounted upon their steeds. Elbu and his companions charged towards the gates of Xiaopei, shielded by the heavy cavalry. Stop the villain. Observing Elbu, who had been besieged for days and was now escaping before their very eyes, how could the generals of Cao Cao and Liu Bei restrain themselves? Elbu had single-handedly slain thousands of their soldiers. The losses inflicted upon the besieging forces were staggering, reducing their numbers from 100,000 to merely 50 or 60,000. Such losses were indeed considerable. In such circumstances, should Elbu manage to escape unscathed, would not their coalition of 3 armies become the laughingstock of the world? Therefore, Elbu must not be allowed to flee. The first to charge towards Elbu was Su Huang, who had been relentlessly assaulting him. Armed with a mighty axe, he transformed into a streak of crimson light. Dashing towards the fleeing Elbu, "Get back!" A thunderous voice erupted from Mulin as he swung his enormous sword, colliding fiercely with Su Huang's axe. The tremendous force sending Su Huang hurtling backward, unable to pursue Elbu. Swiftly arriving was another general from Cao Cao's army, boasting a martial prowess of approximately 70. Enraged by Elbu's retreat, he charged at Mulin with reckless abandon. Die. Though Su Huang had failed to dispatch Mulin with a single blow, this general, with a similar martial value, was hardly a threat to Mulin. In an instant, Mulin's jet-black sword cleaved the charging general in twain before he could utter a single cry. One man, one sword. Mulin stood as an unwavering barrier against the entirety of Liu Bei's forces. The bloodied sword served as a grim warning to all present. Anyone wishing to pursue Elbu must first contend with Mulin. With a resounding crash, Mulin thrust his sword into the ground, casting a cold gaze over the assembled warriors. Who wishes to die? Step forward if you dare. Chapter 37. Kai Yan, also known as Kai Wenji. How audacious! What a presumptuous youth to dare act so wildly before Zhang Fei. Watching as the coalition soldiers were cowed by the opposing force, Zhang Fei stepped forward, his overwhelming presence permeating the battlefield. Countless soldiers sensed the formidable aura emanating from Zhang Fei, their hearts quaking in response. Truly, Zhang Fei deserved his reputation as the strongest among them, with a martial prowess reaching 98. Even before his injury, he could contend with Elbu. Now, though wounded, he remained vastly superior to Su Huang and Wei Yin. While Mulin could best Wei Yin and Xiao Dun and repel Su Huang, he was no match for Zhang Fei. Among the top-tier generals, the disparity in strength was substantial. For instance, while both Zhang Fei and Su Huang were elite warriors, their abilities were worlds apart. In a full power state, Su Huang would likely struggle to withstand even a few of Zhang Fei's strikes. With an 8-point difference in martial prowess, 98 for Zhang Fei and 90 for Su Huang, each point represented a significant gap, making it exceedingly difficult to bridge such a divide. Although Zhang Fei was currently injured, he remained considerably stronger than Su Huang. Zhang Fei's presence truly shifted the tide. The pressure previously exerted by Mulin on the coalition forces was utterly dismantled. With General Zhang Fei among them, why should they fear the silver-armored youth? As Zhang Fei took a step forward, many soldiers of the coalition breathed a sigh of relief. The youth is dangerous. Perched atop a building, dressed in elegant robes, Kai Wenji held her guzheng, her autumn-like eyes observing Mulin on the battlefield, her heart stirred. It must be acknowledged that Mulin's emergence indeed instilled a measure of anxiety within the coalition forces, even affecting Kai Wenji. With an overwhelming presence, Mulin had swiftly defeated 2 top-tier warriors, Xiao Dun and Wei Yin, before driving back Su Huang. Notably, all 3 were elite generals with martial prowess exceeding 90. Thankfully, the coalition still had the likes of Zhang Fei and Su Chu. Otherwise, they would have struggled against Mulin. Go pursue that scoundrel Elbu. I shall handle this one. With a commanding shout, Zhang Fei brandished his 8-foot serpent spear and charged forth, unleashing a fierce gale as he bore down on Mulin. Despite his imposing size, Zhang Fei's speed was remarkable. Had he not been injured, he would have been even faster. As Zhang Fei, transformed into a golden streak, hurtled toward him, Mulin felt a tightening in his chest. Zhang Fei's arrival certainly posed a significant challenge. If Zhang Fei were at the height of his strength, Mulin would have turned and fled without hesitation. In the face of an uninjured Zhang Fei, Mulin would have been no match, struggling to withstand even a single strike. However, against the now injured Zhang Fei, Mulin felt a measure of confidence. With a swift motion, Mulin drew his sword from the ground, standing resolute against the oncoming Zhang Fei, prepared to meet him head-on. Boom! The clash of their powers erupted in a deafening sonic boom, sending shockwaves through the nearby soldiers, some of whom fell victim to the overwhelming force. Blood streaming from their orifices. The collision of top-tier generals was no mere child's play. With each powerful exchange, Mulin was forced back nearly 100 meters, while Zhang Fei barely staggered back a few steps. Zhang Fei, truly formidable. Even in a severely injured state, his prowess far exceeds that of Su Huang and his compatriots. It is essential to note that at the moment of their collision, Mulin had activated his awakening dance state. In this heightened state, he is capable of contending with any general possessing a martial prowess value below 93. Yet, astonishingly, he was still sent flying 100 meters away. One must acknowledge, Zhang Fei is exceptionally strong, undeniably powerful. Had Mulin not engaged the awakening dance, he would likely have been vanquished by Zhang Fei's strike. As his chest rose and fell, it became evident that while Zhang Fei's blow had not inflicted injury upon Mulin, it had caused a slight disarray in his internal energy. Taking a deep breath, Mulin began to assess his current predicament. Engaging Zhang Fei head-on was clearly futile. Even in his injured state, Zhang Fei's might remained unparalleled. Moreover, the opposing side boasted numerous elite generals, including Su Chu, who might not be any less formidable than Zhang Fei himself. With myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, Mulin devised his plan. Haha, young one, let us see you act brazenly before Zhang Fei. With a powerful blow that repelled Mulin, Zhang Fei felt a surge of exhilaration. He lunged forward once more, intent on attacking Mulin. Kill. At the same moment, Mulin commanded all his black-armored cavalry to charge towards the enemy forces. With a thunderous roar, nearly 10,000 black-armored soldiers advanced towards the coalition troops, their eyes devoid of any fury or fear. They were mere puppets, utterly ignorant of what it meant to fear. The battle erupted in earnest at that moment, with soldiers from both sides clashing and generals engaging in fierce combat. While Zhang Fei and Mulin were locked in battle, the other generals of the coalition, including Su Huang and Jiang Wei, surged towards the gates of Xiapi city. They aimed to strike at Elbu's forces while Zhang Fei detained Mulin. The coalition had already suffered tremendous losses, yet they were prepared to accept even greater sacrifices, so long as they could annihilate Elbu and his men. Suddenly, Mulin, embroiled in combat with Zhang Fei, unleashed his unparalleled technique, Silver Sky Flash, transforming into a streak of silver light and swiftly distancing himself from Zhang Fei. Su Huang, be cautious. Boom. Once again, Su Huang was violently hurled away. This time, however, the outcome was different. Su Huang was injured. For reasons unknown, after employing his unparalleled technique, Mulin had effortlessly left Zhang Fei behind and confronted Su Huang, catching him completely off guard. With Su Huang's martial prowess value at merely 90, and Mulin in his awakening dance state capable of contending with those at 93, coupled with Mulin's astonishing speed, Su Huang stood no chance of defense. Silver Sky Flash, acquired by Mulin after mastering the Ink Slash, is characterized not by its raw power, but by its speed. When Xiao Chu first appeared, it was this very technique that allowed him to best both Xiao Dun and Wei Yin. Silver Sky Flash enables the user to experience a remarkable surge in speed within a short span of time. In the awakening dance state, Mulin's execution of Silver Sky Flash far surpassed his previous assaults on Xiao Dun and his allies. It would indeed be remarkable if Su Huang could react in time. Brat, prepare to perish. Behind him, Zhang Fei had closed the distance. Mulin, having swiftly disengaged from combat to ambush Su Huang, succeeded in his endeavor. Inciting Zhang Fei's frustration, this youth's speed was astonishingly swift, rendering Zhang Fei unable to keep pace. It is hardly surprising that Zhang Fei currently finds himself gravely injured. Although his martial prowess surpasses that of Su Huang, it barely reaches a score of 94. While his strength is sufficient to outmatch Mulin, his speed falls short in comparison. Mulin, employing the technique of Silver Sky Flash, likely possesses a swiftness that exceeds even those warriors with a power level of 95. In his prime, Zhang Fei would have effortlessly chased down Mulin, but alas, his current state sees his power diminish to around 94. And his speed no longer reflects his peak capabilities. The notion of catching up to Mulin is indeed a formidable challenge. In the realm of martial arts, speed is the ultimate weapon. Possessing immense strength is futile if one cannot land a blow on the opponent. This predicament is evidently true for Zhang Fei at this moment. As for you, after injuring Su Huang, Mulin did not linger for a moment, casting not a single glance back at Zhang Fei, and instead charged directly toward Jiang Wei. One must select the softest fruit to squeeze. If Zhang Fei cannot best Mulin, how could he hope to contend with someone of Jiang Wei's caliber? Mulin is no fool, aware of his own limitations. He would not engage Zhang Fei in a head-on confrontation. Chapter 38. The rise of martial power. You will regret charging at me. Jiang Wei's expression was as dark as the depths of water, his gaze fixed intently on Mulin, who was advancing toward him. At this moment, Jiang Wei felt deeply insulted. While Mulin hesitated to confront Zhang Fei, he chose to attack both Su Huang and Jiang Wei instead. Undoubtedly, this conveys to everyone that Zhang Fei is akin to iron, while both he and Su Huang are mere soft persimmons. Although he cannot overcome Zhang Fei, Mulin can effortlessly vanquish Su Huang and even himself. Who, pray tell, is Jiang Wei, a renowned and formidable general within Liu Bei's ranks? When has he ever endured such humiliation? Gripping his dual-bladed spear, Jiang Wei suddenly sweeps it forth, enveloped by azure lightning, transforming it into a thunderous dragon that surges toward Mulin. Unmatched technique, Thunder Dragon Wave. Should you awaken your unparalleled prowess, I might harbor some apprehension. However, in your current state, it is best to accept your defeat with grace. Jiang Wei, having previously battled against Lu Bu and others, had already activated his chaotic dance. And now, in such a short span, he cannot invoke a second awakening. Not only is he unable, but all the other top-tier generals present, save for Mulin, are equally incapacitated. In their earlier confrontation with Lu Bu's forces, they had exerted themselves to the utmost, and none could have anticipated Mulin's sudden appearance. Therefore, whether it be Zhang Fei, Su Huang, or Jiang Wei, none can utilize their awakened chaotic dance at this moment. As he gazes upon the thunderous dragon charging towards him, Mulin's ink-based attack gradually emanates a powerful, deep black radiance. Unmatched technique, Ink Slash. As the technique is unleashed, a dark sword aura cleaves through, bisecting the azure lightning dragon, which splits in two, ultimately dissolving into scattered motes across the heavens. After cleaving through the thunder dragon, the might of Ink Slash remains unabated, crashing into the astonished Jiang Wei. Bang! Jiang Wei's body is sent hurtling backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, blood spraying through the air, saturating it with a metallic scent. Previously, Su Huang was merely lightly injured by Mulin's blow, yet now Jiang Wei lies gravely wounded. With a combat power of 90, he dared to confront Mulin head-on without activating his chaotic dance. Was this not a death wish? A fierce roar erupts from Zhang Fei, whose fury has reached its zenith, yet finds no outlet for release. Mulin slips away like a slippery eel, and Zhang Fei, unable to match his speed, can do nothing but watch as Mulin defeats both Jiang Wei and Su Huang. Zhang Fei feels little for Su Huang's defeat, as he is merely a general of Cao Cao's forces. However, Jiang Wei's severe injury ignites an uncontrollable rage within Zhang Fei. For Jiang Wei is one of Liu Bei's own generals. You little bastard. If you have the courage, face your grandpa Zhang Fei in battle. If you dare not, you are but a coward. The glint of bloodlust in his copper-like eyes is not due to an awakened chaotic dance, but rather a manifestation of his overwhelming anger. Suddenly, before the gaze of countless onlookers, the fleeing Mulin unexpectedly comes to a halt. The astonishing scene left everyone in a state of disbelief. Zhang Fei had relentlessly pursued him earlier, yet now, with merely a shout, he halted. Mulin's actions nearly drove some to the brink of internal injury. What was there to fear? Turning around, Mulin regarded the rapidly approaching Zhang Fei with a cold sneer. His plan had been accomplished. Mulin no longer needed to fear Zhang Fei. Divine system, convert my points into combat strength, he thought. Did Zhang Fei truly believe he was invincible in this weakened state? Let us fight. Am I to fear you, Mulin? The battlefield of Xiapi was nearing its conclusion. While Mulin clashed with Zhang Fei and his companions, his black-armored heavy cavalry had already slain countless soldiers of the allied forces, accumulating enough points to significantly enhance Mulin's strength. The gap between his power and the severely wounded Zhang Fei was merely a matter of combat value. After the conversion, Mulin's combat prowess would likely soar to 95. What was there to dread in facing Zhang Fei? Without further ado, the divine system promptly transformed Mulin's points into combat strength. While it could be stingy with jokes, it would not oppose Mulin when the stakes were high. After all, if Mulin perished, so too would it. Ding. Congratulations, host. Combat strength elevated to 87. Nearly 20,000 points barely raised Mulin's combat value from 85 to 87. Nevertheless, Mulin was quite satisfied with this outcome. Though his current combat strength stood at only 87, in an awakened state, he could nearly rival a general with a combat value of 95. Clenching his fists, Mulin distinctly felt the surge of formidable power within him. Hey, little brat. Why aren't you running now? Try escaping from your grandpa Zhang Fei again. As Zhang Fei approached, he let out a fierce laugh, his golden-tipped spear suddenly crashing down toward Mulin. Escape? What are you? A toothless tiger poses no threat. Mulin mocked, relishing the opportunity to taunt the very man who had relentlessly pursued him. Enraging me. Die. Get lost. Clang. The clash between Mulin's attack and Zhang Fei's spear unleashed tremendous force, the impact more violent than before. Soldiers nearby were sent flying by the powerful shockwave. cries of agony echoing throughout. Boom. After the resounding collision, an astonishing sight unfolded. Mulin, who had collided with Zhang Fei, remained utterly unmoved. In stark contrast, Zhang Fei was propelled several hundred meters away, utterly disheveled. This scene left everyone with their mouths agape, their eyes reflecting a profound sense of disbelief. What is happening? Just moments ago, Mulin was retreating under Zhang Fei's relentless assault, utterly defenseless. Yet now, in the blink of an eye, it is Zhang Fei who finds himself overwhelmed. Can anyone elucidate this bewildering turn of events? How could General Zhang Fei be sent flying? I am at a loss as well. All who witnessed the preceding scene were left in astonishment. How could this be? Rising awkwardly from the ground, Zhang Fei gazed incredulously at the figure of Mulin before him. The one who had been crushed was none other than himself. Boom. Paying no heed to Zhang Fei's confusion, Mulin struck again with unwavering resolve. Wielding the ink assault, a blade of darkness surged forth, cleaving towards Zhang Fei with lethal intent. Unmatched technique. Ink slash. Boom. With a spurt of blood, Zhang Fei was sent reeling, leaving the spectators of this fierce clash speechless. How swiftly the roles had reversed. Once the hunter, Zhang Fei now found himself in the position of prey. Chapter 39. Escape from Xiapi. Did you not claim you could handle me alone? Did you not assert that I would shy away from a direct confrontation? Here I stand, daring to face you, and yet you have devolved into this pitiful state. Observing the ghastly pallor of Zhang Fei's countenance, Mulin felt a surge of satisfaction. How delightful it was to see him who had once pursued me now reduced to silence. Each mocking remark that slipped from Mulin's lips deepened Zhang Fei's humiliation, rendering him unable to retort. Indeed, he had dispatched Su Chu and others to hunt down Elbu, leaving Mulin to confront him alone. Not only had he failed to vanquish Mulin, but he had also witnessed Su Huang's defeat and Jiang Wei's grievous injuries, while barely managing to defend himself. The earlier bravado echoed in his mind like a series of resounding slaps, each one striking his own face, invisible yet painfully felt. This was an affront witnessed by all the soldiers under his command. If only you, Zhang Fei, had not been injured. How could a mere child like him dare to be so arrogant? Ah, Zhang Fei, with a combat prowess of 98. Do you not feel a tinge of embarrassment uttering such words? On the battlefield, do you expect fairness from your foe? When you all besieged Elbu, where was the fairness then? I ask you, would you dare to face Elbu in single combat? Zhang Fei's words elicited a laugh from Mulin. Fairness? Who speaks of fairness on the battlefield? When your four top generals assaulted Elbu, was there any talk of fairness? How absurd. Buzz. A melodious sound from a distant instrument floated across the battlefield, enchanting and capable of touching the soul. Alarmed, Mulin felt a fleeting moment of distraction. Although he had been dominating Zhang Fei, he remained cautious. Even injured, Zhang Fei's prowess was formidable, and a moment of hesitation in battle could be perilous. Fortunately, it seemed Zhang Fei, perhaps intimidated by Mulin, opted not to attack during this brief lapse, instead retreating 100 meters. The music indicated that someone was covertly aiding Zhang Fei. Narrowing his eyes, Mulin began to survey his surroundings. Was it she? With his heightened perception, Mulin quickly spotted a woman in a blue robe, exquisitely beautiful, standing several hundred meters away, holding a guzheng and gazing at him across the distance. Seeing the instrument in her hands confirmed Mulin's suspicions. The one who had intervened must indeed be this enchanting woman, Kaiwenji. The beauty of the woman stirred a subtle emotion within Mulin. However, it was not solely her appearance that captured his attention, but rather the instrument she held in her hands. According to the data from the renowned game Dynasty Warriors, Kaiwenji's prowess should be relatively modest. Yet, the sonic wave attack she unleashed moments ago had a significant impact on him. Presently, Mulin's combat power soared to an impressive 94 or 95, rendering ordinary sonic assaults incapable of affecting him in the slightest. Yet, Kaiwenji managed to achieve this feat. Could it be that the potency of her extraordinary technique is not determined by her martial prowess, but rather influenced by her charm? In this world, the valor of generals possesses an enchanting quality, albeit one that remains an elusive attribute, hidden from plain sight. Take Diao Chan, for instance. Her allure should undoubtedly be the highest in existence, though its precise measure eludes even Mulin. One might surmise that Kaiwenji's charm is not far inferior to Diao Chan's, for otherwise, her influence over him would be utterly unattainable. Of course, Kaiwenji's harp melodies cannot inflict any tangible harm upon Mulin. They serve merely to assist indirectly, dulling his reflexes and momentarily clouding his mind. Esteemed generals, if we do not address this individual first, we shall be unable to pursue Elbu. A soft voice emanated from Kaiwenji. Despite its gentle timbre, her words resonated across the battlefield, reaching the ears of every soldier present. Her statement rendered many silent, as it was undeniably true. In the current predicament, failing to neutralize Mulin would render any attempt to hunt Elbu futile. Initially, the plan was for Zhang Fei to stall Mulin while other valiant warriors such as Su Chu, Su Huang, and Jiang Wei would pursue Elbu and his cohorts. Who could have anticipated that circumstances would devolve into such chaos? Su Huang had been defeated, Jiang Wei was gravely injured, and even Zhang Fei found himself wholly suppressed by Mulin. At this juncture, not only was the pursuit of Elbu's forces impossible, but even confronting the formidable Mulin in the midst of battle appeared an insurmountable challenge. Elbu and his men had already made their escape. Gazing upon the desolate gates of Xiapi city, the assembled generals stood in speechless dismay. Where once the gates teemed with the presence of Elbu's army, now there was not a trace to be found. In truth, even if they were to overcome Mulin, catching up to Elbu and his retinue would be a distant dream. The chaos of the battlefield was drawing to a close, and to their astonishment, the coalition's ranks had dwindled from nearly 60,000 to less than 20,000. Over 40,000 soldiers had perished while they fought Mulin. Though the black armored troops had also suffered significant losses, the disparity in casualties was staggering compared to the coalition's devastation. Witnessing this scene, a surge of profound indignation welled within the hearts of all coalition commanders. In this fierce battle, the total number of troops deployed by both sides approached a staggering 140,000. The 30,000 soldiers of Elbu's army, alongside the 10,000 black armored soldiers under Mulin's command, were nearly annihilated. Meanwhile, the coalition forces, initially boasting a strength of 100,000, suffered even more catastrophic losses. They were reduced to merely over 10,000, and ultimately, Elbu, along with Zhang Liao and others, managed to escape. The outcome of this war has become exceedingly evident. Despite incurring such grievous losses, the Allied forces not only failed to eliminate figures such as Elbu, but also suffered devastating casualties among their own ranks. At this very moment, a singular thought occupies the minds of all: to slay Mulin. Death. At this moment, the valiant generals, including Su Chu, Zhang Fei, and Su Huang, surged forth to encircle and vanquish Mulin. Even Kai Wenji, who was situated at a considerable distance from Mulin, began to unleash her sonic assaults. This strike, no matter what, Mulin could not withstand. To take it head-on could very well lead to his demise. Unmatched technique, Silver Sky Flash. His internal rage was nearly depleted, and the awakening of his unparalleled state would soon dissipate. At this moment, Mulin could still unleash the Silver Sky Flash one final time. The Silver Sky Flash could be directed not only at an adversary, but also into the air, meaning Mulin could utilize this technique to escape. The outcome of life or death rested upon this singular move. At this moment, Mulin entrusted his life to the heavens. As he unleashed the Silver Sky Flash, a faint silver glow enveloped his body, and in that instant, his figure began to blur. Boom. Ultimately, Mulin could not evade the combined onslaught of Su Chu and Zhang Fei. The ferocious force crashed into his body, wreaking havoc within, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Mulin felt as though he was vanishing from the city of Xiapi, although he could not escape the joint attack of Zhang Fei and others. At the last moment, the Silver Sky Flash was activated, and Mulin's figure instantly disappeared from Xiapi. Without awakening the duality of Wushu, Mulin could traverse several hundred meters with the Silver Sky Flash. However, in the awakened dance of chaos state, he could cover a distance of 1,000 to 2,000 meters in the blink of an eye. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and at that moment, Mulin was utterly disoriented, his consciousness rapidly fading. Subsequently, he lost all awareness, only vaguely sensing that before he succumbed to unconsciousness, he seemed to have fallen into a fragrant embrace, the aroma distinctly that of a young maiden. Chapter 40. The distraught Lü Lingqi days later. In the distant city of Xiapi. Report. A soldier from Elbu's army rushed into the hall, his demeanor somewhat agitated. Speak. What is it? Glancing at the soldier kneeling below, Lü Lingqi rubbed her smooth forehead. These days, Lü Lingqi has been overwhelmingly exhausted from managing various affairs in Xiapi city. However, there is little choice in the matter, as she is the only one capable of overseeing the city's operations. If she does not exert herself, chaos is likely to ensue in Xiapi. General Lü Lingqi, Lord Elbu, and the others have returned. What? Startled, Lü Lingqi sprang from her seat, her eyes brimming with excitement. A considerable amount of time had passed since Mulin had left Xiapi city, and during that interval, Lü Lingqi had received no news about Elbu and the others. She had grown increasingly anxious, so hearing of their return filled her with elation. Without waiting for the soldier to respond, Lü Lingqi dashed out of the hall, racing toward the city gate. A few minutes later, atop the city walls of Xiapi, Lü Lingqi gazed into the distance. As expected, a cavalry troop of about 500 was slowly approaching the city. With her keen eyesight, she was able to discern the faces of those at the forefront, and she immediately recognized the leading figure, her father, Elbu. Following closely behind were Zhang Liao, Gao Shan, Diao Chan, and other valiant generals, all making their way to Xiapi. Before the boundless joy could fully manifest, a sudden chill washed over her, akin to a bucket of cold water being thrown upon her. Upon sighting Elbu, Lü Lingqi exhaled in relief but quickly diverted her gaze, searching for Mulin. Perhaps unbeknownst to her, Mulin had come to occupy a place in her heart that was second only to her father's. However, disappointment washed over Lü Lingqi as she scoured the ranks, finding no sign of Mulin. She initially thought she might have overlooked him, so she carefully checked again. But he was still absent. Her father, General Zhang Liao, and General Gao Shun had all returned, yet Mulin was nowhere to be found. A sense of foreboding engulfed her. Please, no. She fervently prayed within her heart, hoping that this was merely a cruel jest by fate, and that Mulin had simply lagged behind, ensuring their safety. Clinging to this hope, Lü Lingqi leapt from the city wall and sprinted towards Lü's approaching forces. Eager for answers, perhaps it was her fear of the unknown that spurred her urgency. She yearned to hear something reassuring, to be told that her worries were unfounded. Lord Lü, look, Lady Lü Lingqi is here to welcome us. As they observed her swift approach, smiles spread across the faces of Zhang Liao and the others. After days of relentless travel, they had finally reached Xiapi city, a sanctuary of safety. Lingqi, though Lü's expression remained stoic. His gaze softened as he watched his daughter rush toward him. The thought of nearly losing her during the ordeal at Xiapi city filled him with dread. He was grateful to have her before him. If not for Mulin's timely intervention, he might never have seen his daughter again. Reflecting on Mulin, Lü sighed softly. In that dire moment, he had barely managed to escape. He feared that Mulin might not have been so fortunate. His chances of survival now appearing grim. Father, where is Mulin? Is he bringing up the rear, arriving a bit late? Do not worry. I shall go and find him. He played a crucial role in rescuing you. Lü Lingqi's eyes were fixed on Lü, her hope hanging on his response. She longed for a nod from him, a sign that Mulin was alive and simply delayed in returning. Ah, Lingqi. Mulin, seeing the anguish etched on his daughter's face, Lü's heart sank. In that moment, he realized that Lü Lingqi's feelings for Mulin were profound. If he were merely a deputy commander, her sorrow would not be so palpable. It was evident that Mulin held a significant place in her heart. Lü Lingqi's hopeful gaze stirred a sense of compassion within Lü. Mirrored by Zhang Liao and the others, they wished to reassure her, to say that Mulin was safe and would soon arrive in Xiapi. Yet, the reality was starkly different. At this juncture, could they continue to deceive Lü Lingqi? I am sorry, Lady Lü Lingqi. I was unable to bring General Mulin out of Xiapi city. Zhang Liao felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. The joy of returning to Xiapi swiftly overshadowed by a deep sense of loss. The memory of Mulin standing resolutely against countless foes to protect them filled him with grief. The young man who had ignited hope in their darkest hour was now unaccounted for, and he felt unworthy of any joy. Lingqi, try not to be too heartbroken. Perhaps Mulin still lives. Seeing Lü Lingqi's stricken expression, Lü spoke gently, attempting to offer her a glimmer of hope. Yet, he understood well that the likelihood of Mulin's survival in such dire circumstances was exceedingly slim. Do not worry, Lady Lü Lingqi, I too believe that General Mulin is favored by fate and will surely return. Diao-chan clenched her delicate fists, offering her own comfort to Lü Lingqi. Deep down, Diao-chan was convinced that someone like Mulin could not easily meet his end, until she received news of his demise. She would hold on to the belief that he was still alive, perhaps deceiving herself, but doing so to maintain hope. As she consoled Lü Lingqi, Diao-chan silently prayed for the young man who had saved her life, wishing fervently for his safe return. She had yet to repay his kindness. He could not simply perish. Understood, Lü Lingqi replied with a grim smile, her mind seemingly elsewhere. She had forgotten her purpose of welcoming her father and instead turned to walk back into Xiapi city. Lord Lü. Lady Lü Lingqi, if only he had known how vital Mulin was to her, he would have fought tooth and nail to bring him back. Regret seeped into Lü's heart as he realized the depth of Mulin's significance in his daughter's life. Chapter 41. You spendthrift woman. Upon the desolate ancient road, a procession of horse-drawn carriages lumbered by, their sounds echoing in a monotonous cadence, the hooves striking the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. This is a sizable caravan, comprising just over 100 individuals, with a substantial contingent of cavalry guards surrounding the wagons, numbering around 50, which constitutes half of the total personnel. While these cavalrymen may not rival the regular army in skill, their prowess is nonetheless formidable enough to effectively handle typical bandits and marauders. In addition to the guards, the caravan also includes a scattering of mercenaries, whose varied and non-uniform attire suggests that they were hastily assembled to ensure the caravan's safety during its journey. Within one of the wagons, a veiled girl is attentively caring for a man whose complexion is notably pale, exhibiting a sickly hue likely due to significant blood loss. Although he lies unconscious, his sharp features and striking brows lend an air of exquisite charm to his countenance, which retains an ethereal quality despite his state of oblivion. The masked woman is gently using a pink embroidered handkerchief to wipe the dirt from his face, her movements tender as if she is tending to a beloved husband. Her eyes betraying deep concern. A soft, pained moan escapes the lips of the unconscious man, though faint, it is perfectly audible to the veiled girl. A glimmer of joy flashes in her eyes as she gazes expectantly at the youth before her. He has been in this state for several days, showing no signs of awakening. If not for the rhythmic beating of his heart and his breathing, she might have almost believed him to be dead. Indeed, the man lying in the wagon is Mulin, who escaped from Xiapi city, and the one caring for him is the Xiao. On the day Mulin fled Xiapi city, it was the Xiao, who had been waiting outside the city, that saved him. After parting ways with Mulin, the Xiao did not return to Jiangdong but instead pursued the trail of the heavily armored cavalry, arriving at the outskirts of Xiapi city. At that moment, Xiao herself was uncertain of her motivations for staying behind. She only knew that if she did not follow, the impending events would haunt her for a lifetime. And those events were intricately tied to Mulin, who had once held her captive. After much inner turmoil, she ultimately chose to follow him. Fortunately, her decision proved fortuitous. Otherwise, Mulin's fate would still remain uncertain. Gradually, Mulin opens his eyes, realizing that his body is trembling and swaying, as if he is lying in a wagon. Am I not dead? The last thing Mulin remembers is escaping the combined assault of Zhang Fei and others. However, he was not entirely out of danger then, as they would undoubtedly pursue him. Why am I still alive? And why am I in this wagon? Ah, I seem to have collapsed into the embrace of a woman. Suddenly recalling that he had fallen into a fragrant embrace, he deduces that the one who enveloped him in such a delightful scent could not possibly be a man. Did someone save me? And it was a woman? But who could it be? A myriad of questions swirl in Mulin's mind, leaving him somewhat bewildered. You are awake. A soft voice resounds beside him, startling Mulin, as he had been so lost in thought that he was unaware of her presence. This is not entirely his fault. Given the severity of his injuries, even basic movements have become challenging, and his senses are dulled to the extreme. Moreover, in his daze, it is understandable that he did not notice someone nearby. Xiao? Despite her veiled appearance, her attire allows Mulin to instantly recognize her. Please, do not move yet. Your injuries are still quite serious, Xiao says, concern flickering in her lively eyes as she gently places her hand on Mulin's body, signaling him to remain calm and not to rise abruptly. Coughing slightly, Mulin, who had intended to stand, immediately feels a sharp tug at his wounds. The intense pain causing him to gasp, further draining the color from his already pallid face. I told you not to move, Xiao's delicate brow furrows, and her voice carries a hint of reproach. This fellow truly perplexes me. Does he not realize the severity of his internal injuries? His wounds are still in the process of healing, and any slight movement could directly impact his vital organs, leading to pain that is merely a prelude to greater troubles should he aggravate his injuries. Was it you who saved me that day? After taking a moment to steady his breath, Mulin couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. His current condition was dire. He was in no state to fight, let alone stand or walk. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of satisfaction merely to be alive. It seems that fate has been rather kind to him, against all odds. He had survived and had been rescued. Without elaborating further, Xiao simply nodded, seemingly reluctant to discuss her act of saving Mulin. In truth, she harbored a certain fear that Mulin might question her motives for rescuing him, a question she herself found difficult to answer. Thank you for saving me. By the way, where are we now? Sensing Xiao's reluctance to delve into the matter, Mulin chose to shift the conversation, regardless of her reasons for assisting him. Mulin was certain of one thing: Xiao bore him no ill will. If she had wished him harm, she could have easily acted while he was unconscious. Moreover, she could have simply abandoned him. Left to his fate, he would have inevitably perished at the hands of Zhang Fei and his companions. If Xiao had truly wanted him dead, it would have been a simple task, requiring little effort on her part. On our way to Xiapi City, I gave the leader of the merchant caravan some silver coins to take us along, Xiao explained softly. Some silver coins? Mulin was taken aback. I gave him all the money I had. Xiao's cheeks flushed, and she appeared somewhat embarrassed. How much money did you have on you? Mulin had a sinking feeling that Xiao had been swindled by the caravan leader. It wasn't much, just a few dozen taels of silver, she replied, her body writhing as if under Mulin's disdain. Mulin was momentarily speechless. A few dozen taels? Just to take two people along? That is outrageous. Although the money was not his own, Mulin felt an intense pang of heartache, as if it were he who had been deceived. At that moment, he wanted to exclaim, "You extravagant woman! I know you have wealth, but there is no need to squander it so recklessly." He recalled his own time in Xiapi City, where he had indulged in lavish meals and still had plenty of money left over. Although Xiao's words were somewhat vague, stating a few dozen taels could mean anywhere from 10 to 99. Mulin could tell from her awkward expression that the amount swindled was certainly no less than 50 taels. Chapter 42. The Yang Sisters as night fell. The blazing sun was replaced by a crescent moon, casting a gentle silvery glow that permeated the clouds and illuminated the desolate earth with a delicate veil of silver. The entire night sky appeared particularly tranquil and pleasant at this moment. As dusk descended, the large merchant caravan in which Mulin found himself came to a halt, and the travelers began to kindle fires and set up camp in the woods. Traveling at night is considerably more perilous than during the day. While the surrounding darkness may seem eerily silent, it conceals countless dangers, lurking unseen. One can never know when a venomous snake might approach or whether a fierce predator might suddenly emerge from the underbrush, ready to tear one apart. Such scenarios are not merely fanciful, they are entirely possible. This is not the modern Earth. Tigers and leopards can only be seen in zoos. Here, in this chaotic era, the wilderness is rife with wolves and leopards, and a moment of carelessness could lead to one's demise at their jaws. Generally, few travel at night, even among merchant caravans, and some armies also refrain from marching after dark. Of course, there are exceptions. If one possesses great confidence in their strength and fears not the beasts, they need not worry. However, if one lacks such prowess, it would be wise to kindle a fire and set up camp to endure the perilous night. In the desolate wilds, tigers and leopards may not be the most fearsome. The truly terrifying creatures are the pack animals, such as wolves. If one were to encounter a pack of wolves, 100 cavalry guards would be insufficient. Within the carriage, Mulin gradually awoke from slumber. Alas, the divine system seems to have lost contact with me since my unconsciousness. Were it present, my injuries could have healed in an instant. Stretching his somewhat sore body, Mulin furrowed his brow, feeling rather disheartened. After regaining consciousness, the divine system appeared to have vanished, leaving him unable to access his points. Mulin was perplexed as to why this had occurred. Without the divine system's assistance, his injuries could only heal at their own pace, a process that was painfully slow. After all, the ones who inflicted such grievous harm upon him were none other than Zhang Fei and Su Chu, each a top martial general in this realm. Their combined assault was no trifling matter. Had he not evaded swiftly, he might have perished under their might, though the recovery was sluggish. It was nonetheless an improvement from earlier in the day. Now, while movement still brought discomfort, he could at least move. Earlier, he could hardly manage to stand. Given the absence of the divine system's aid, this rate of recovery was quite commendable. All he could do was wait and hope that the divine system had not encountered any grave issues. With a soft sigh, Mulin silently prayed for the divine system. To grow stronger, he must rely on its capabilities. Should it be lost, his future achievements would likely be stunted, a scenario Mulin fervently wished to avoid. Why are you up? Lie down. The curtain of the carriage was drawn back by a delicate hand. There stood Xiao, her face veiled. Yet her anxious eyes were filled with deep concern. To her, Mulin's severe injuries meant he should not even be able to move for at least 5 or 6 days. Yet, only half a day had passed. And here he was standing, which naturally alarmed her. Suddenly, Xiao seemed to recall something, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment as she murmured, "How are you standing?" It dawned on her that the Mulin she had assumed would be incapacitated for days was now upright before her. Although his complexion was somewhat pale, there was no sign of pain. Clearly, he was not forcing himself to stand. Rest assured, I can move slightly now. Gazing into Xiao's worried eyes warmed Mulin's heart. In his moment of despair, having such a stunning maiden care for him was a testament to the virtues he had accumulated in his past life. You frightened me. With a playful glare, Xiao gently supported Mulin's shoulder. Come, after being unconscious for so long, you must be hungry. Let me find you something to eat. A radiant smile graced her face. The veil could not conceal the enchanting beauty beneath. Thank you, Xiao. Countless sentiments condensed into this one expression of gratitude. The only way Mulin could convey his appreciation. Thank me for what? I should be thanking you. Xiao retorted with a playful eye roll. Thank you. Mulin was taken aback. After all, it was Xiao who had saved him. Indeed, General Mulin. I owe you my gratitude for your mercy of not killing me back then. Xiao chuckled, teasing him. Her words left Mulin speechless. Was this not a jest at his expense? As they exchanged banter, Mulin, supported by Xiao, slowly exited the carriage, taking a deep breath of the fresh air. Mulin savored the moment. It was his first breath of the outside world after several days of unconsciousness. The heaviness in his heart dissipated at that instant. The young brother has finally awakened. Ha ha, you've made this young lady quite anxious during your days of slumber. Not long after Mulin stepped out, a stout middle-aged man approached with a grin that was rather unflattering, his jovial demeanor obscured by an abundance of flesh. The smile of this man must be what they refer to as a smile that is more unsightly than a cry. This was the first time Mulin had seen someone whose smile was indeed more repugnant than their tears. Mulin, allow me to introduce you to Lord Qian, the esteemed head of this caravan. It was he who graciously agreed to allow our Xiao to accompany us, as she introduced him to Mulin. So it is Lord Qian. What an honor it is to meet you. I must rely on your guidance throughout this journey. Want it not to strike a smiling face. Mulin couldn't possibly disdain him simply because of his unsightly grin. Yet, deep down, Mulin wished he could deliver a swift kick to this rotund fellow. After all, as the leader of the caravan, this portly man was undoubtedly the one responsible for swindling Xiao out of a considerable sum of silver. If Mulin were not injured, he would have long since slapped him across the face. However, Mulin ultimately restrained himself, given his current weakened state. It was prudent to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Once he regained his strength, he would surely compel this man to return the silver he had unjustly taken, and with interest. The people around me are not ones to be trifled with. My dear brother, you seem to be in quite a predicament. What happened to you? Unfortunate luck. I was ambushed by a pack of wolves in the wilderness. Surviving this ordeal can only be attributed to the merits of my ancestors. Mulin offered a vague excuse regarding his injuries, as he certainly could not disclose that he had been left in this state after battling with Zhang Fei and others. Such a tale would be met with disbelief, and Mulin saw no need to confide in someone with whom he was hardly acquainted. Unable to fend off mere wolves? As Mulin bantered with Lord Qian, a faint voice of disdain drifted from a campfire nearby. Only 2 individuals were present, 2 beautiful sisters. Though they paled in comparison to Xiao's beauty, the elder sister, clad in purple, had been observing Mulin since his arrival. Initially intrigued by his striking looks and ethereal demeanor, her interest evaporated upon hearing that he had been overpowered by wolves. The gaze she cast upon Mulin now held no trace of interest, only a hint of mockery. Why, Sister Shui, weren't you quite taken by him just moments ago? What has changed? The younger girl, dressed in white and appearing around 14 or 15 years of age, bore resemblance to the elder sister, suggesting she was indeed Yang Shui's sibling. The disdainful sister, Yang Shui, was the young lady from the Yang family of Xiapi City, while the younger one was Yang Inger. A few days prior, Yang Shui had chanced upon Mulin being carried into a carriage by Xiao. His handsome visage and otherworldly aura had captivated her, leading her to take a liking to the unconscious youth. However, since that moment, he had not awakened, and Yang Shui had grown increasingly frustrated. Today, she finally beheld the young man who had piqued her interest, only to discover he was a mere waste of potential. In a world where martial prowess reigns supreme, those devoid of strength are condemned to the lowest echelons of society, akin to ants. To Yang Shui, while Mulin possessed an appealing exterior, his lack of ability rendered him unworthy of her regard, certainly not the kind of man she sought. I have no interest in the inept. What merit is there in a man who cannot even fend off a few wolves? I must lament my poor judgment. I was deceived by his handsome facade, only to find he is a mere wastrel. Her voice was barely audible, meant only for her sister's ears. Let us depart. There is nothing more to see. Casting a dispassionate glance at Mulin, who was still engaged in conversation with Lord Qian, Yang Shui rose and made her way back to her tent. Not once looking back at him. A man without strength, indeed. Yang Shui could hardly fathom how she had ever been drawn to someone so utterly disappointing. Wait for me. Sister. Pouting, Yang Ingo glanced at Mulin before following her sister into the tent. Unbeknownst to Mulin, who continued his conversation with Lord Qian, he had unwittingly become the object of disdain. Were he to learn of this, he would surely feel disheartened. To be scorned without having done anything at all seemed utterly absurd. Chapter 43. Denied entry to the city, sir. Please allow us entry. We are not enemy spies. I am merely a merchant. Surely, you cannot condemn us to wander without a home? This is an order from above. If it said you cannot enter, then you cannot. This is beyond my authority. Sir, there is no need to waste further words. I will not allow you inside. Xiapi City is currently in a state of emergency, and no mistakes can be afforded. I suggest you seek refuge in a nearby town and return once the emergency has been lifted. The carriage came to a slow halt, and Mulin gradually awakened from his slumber. As soon as his eyes opened, a cacophony of argument reached his ears. It appeared that the one embroiled in the dispute was none other than the caravan's leader, Lord Qian. Where have we arrived? Sitting up, Mulin inquired of the Xiao beside him. He no longer required assistance to rise. After days of healing, his injuries had nearly mended, and he believed that in a few more days, he would be fully recovered. Indeed, Mulin had to commend his own remarkable recuperative abilities. For an ordinary person, recovering from such severe injuries within just over a week would be utterly implausible. True healing would require a considerable span of time. Yet here I am, barely days into my ordeal, and my internal wounds are nearly mended. I have now arrived outside the city gates of Xiapi, but it seems some commotion is unfolding outside, causing the caravan to halt. Let us venture out and discern the source of the clamor, Xiao suggested. Naturally, Mulin had heard the ruckus as well, and rather than speculate from within the carriage, he deemed it wiser to investigate the happenings firsthand. Accompanied by Xiao, they swiftly descended from the carriage. Coincidentally, at that very moment, the Yang sisters were also disembarking from another carriage, colliding fortuitously with Mulin and Xiao. Let us proceed, Yang Shui remarked, casting a fleeting glance at Mulin before striding toward the city gate, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Following closely behind her was Yang Ying. Have I ever provoked her? Do I even know her? Two questions arose in Mulin's mind. With his current perception, he could sense a faint air of disdain and contempt in Yang Shui's gaze directed at him. It seemed he did not even recognize her, let alone offend her. Why? Then, was he met with such scorn? It was truly perplexing. After mulling over this conundrum for some time without arriving at a conclusion, Mulin ultimately set aside his bewilderments and, alongside Xiao, approached the city gate. There, the caravan leader, Lord Qian, was embroiled in a heated dispute with a soldier stationed at the gate. Sir, consider this small sum of silver as a token of respect. Please allow us passage. I have a substantial amount of goods that must be delivered, and if anything goes awry with this shipment, I would be unable to compensate for the consequences. Lord Qian implored, his face contorted in a mournful plea. The urgency etched upon his features was palpable. No. The soldier captain, observing the silver in Lord Qian's hand, exhibited a moment of internal conflict. To him, that amount constituted a considerable fortune. Under normal circumstances, he might have accepted the entry fee to permit Lord Qian and his caravan passage. However, this situation was different. Orders from above were adamant. No one was allowed entry into the city, not even the relatives of officials residing within. Those who defied this directive would face severe penalties, even execution. While wealth is undoubtedly significant, it pales in comparison to the value of life. Ultimately, the soldier captain dared not accept the entry fee from Lord Qian. Is this amount insufficient? I can offer more. Whatever it takes to gain our entry, I am prepared to pay. Lord Qian's desperation was evident. The goods he was escorting were of immense importance, worth several times his own fortune. Should any mishap occur, it would spell his ruin. Why are you so ungrateful? Continue your prattle, and I shall slay you on the spot. The soldier captain, finally exasperated by Lord Qian's incessant pleading, drew his weapon and pointed it menacingly at him. It is not surprising that the soldier is filled with such fury. Risking beheading to allow someone into the city is a bold act he simply cannot muster. On one hand, Master Qian tempts him with a substantial sum of gold, and on the other, he dares not grant passage. The considerable wealth dangles tantalizingly before him, yet remains unattainable. How could the captain of the guard not be enraged? Oh, esteemed military officer, please temper your anger. We shall depart. We shall depart. With hands raised in surrender, Master Qian realizes that the soldier before him is resolute in denying passage, contemplating the supplies within his merchant convoy. A bitter expression crosses his face. Just as Master Qian is poised to lead his caravan away, Miss Yang, emerging from the ranks of the merchants, speaks up. Miss Yang. A spark ignites in Master Qian's eyes, as if a revelation has dawned upon him. Miss Yang Shui is the esteemed daughter of a prominent family in Xiapi city, rumored to have several members serving as officials within the city. If she were to speak, there might indeed be hope. Leave this matter to me. Instruct the merchant convoy to prepare to enter the city. Yang Shui nodded toward Lord Qian, indicating that she would handle the situation herself, her words imbued with confidence, suggesting that he and the others should be ready to enter. Thank you, Miss Yang. I am immensely grateful. Lord Qian hastily clasped his fist in gratitude. There is no need for such formality, Yang Shui replied with a gentle wave of her hand. Stepping out from the merchant convoy and slowly approaching the captain of the guards. I am Yang Shui, the eldest daughter of the Yang family. I kindly ask for your assistance. A faint hint of pride graced her otherwise serene expression, a natural demeanor of one born into a prestigious family. With Miss Yang's help, we shall surely gain entry, exclaimed one of the guards, laughter bubbling forth. Who would have thought that in a moment of need, we would rely on Miss Yang? She is not only stunning but also of remarkable standing. Whoever is fortunate enough to marry her will indeed be blessed. The guards and mercenaries within the convoy chuckled, feeling assured that with Yang Shui's assistance, all obstacles would be effortlessly surmounted. The Yang family is a significant lineage in Xiapi city, and the guard captain, being merely a subordinate, would undoubtedly refrain from offending Yang Shui. Upon hearing her words, he would surely direct his men to clear the way for their passage. Members of the Yang family? The captain, as a defender of Xiapi city, was well aware of the Yang family's prestige. He was taken aback to discover that a member of such a notable family was among the merchant convoy. Under normal circumstances, he would not dare to slight Yang Shui. And upon recognizing her identity, he would likely have ordered his men to open the city gates without hesitation. However, this time, it is far from an ordinary situation. Even if the individual in question is the esteemed young lady of the Yang family. I apologize, Miss Yang. But there are orders from above. No one is permitted to enter. The captain of the guards spoke with unwavering resolve, devoid of any hesitation. However, his words left the entourage of the caravan, who had been extolling the virtues of Yang Shui, momentarily speechless, their smiles frozen in place. Still not allowed to enter? This outcome was unforeseen by anyone. The guards and mercenaries were taken aback. Lord Qian was surprised, and even Yang Shui herself could hardly anticipate it. Do you not see clearly? I am the young lady of the Yang family. My father holds a significant position in Xiapi city. The Yang family is one of the prominent clans in Xiapi city. You refuse me entry? Staring incredulously at the captain of the soldiers, Yang Shui felt a sense of humiliation wash over her. Just moments ago, she had confidently instructed Lord Qian to prepare for their entrance into the city. Yet the results were shockingly akin to those she received from Lord Qian earlier, in front of such a large crowd. This esteemed young lady of the Yang family found herself utterly powerless to persuade a mere captain of soldiers to open the city gates. This was not merely a matter of personal embarrassment, it was an affront to the dignity of the Yang family as a whole. Is it not glaringly evident that this openly conveys the immense influence of the Yang family? I am aware, yet this is an order from above. Even Miss Yang cannot bypass it. As for Yang Shui, the captain of the soldiers was evidently more courteous, albeit under the condition that entry was still denied. Who is your superior? Bring him to me. I wish to see who dares to obstruct even me, Yang Shui. The fury on Yang Shui's face was unmistakable. I apologize, Miss Yang, but this order was issued by General Lü Lingqi. To the irate Yang Shui, the captain merely responded with a placid remark. His gaze towards her tinged with a hint of disdain. Summon General Lü Lingqi? What are you, that she should come to see you in person? Is the eldest daughter of the Yang family so formidable? This city belongs to General Lü Lingqi, how dare you request her presence? What a joke. Even the highest-ranking member of your Yang family lacks the standing. This time, a single remark from the captain of the soldiers rendered Yang Shui utterly silent. The command was unexpectedly issued by General Lü Lingqi. As the eldest daughter of the Yang family in Xiapi city, Yang Shui was certainly familiar with this legendary figure. The daughter of the formidable warrior Elbu, she possessed not only remarkable martial prowess but also an unparalleled beauty that could captivate nations. Yang Shui had encountered Lü Lingqi several times. Setting aside her strength, Lü Lingqi's beauty eclipsed her own by leagues. In her presence, Yang Shui felt an acute sense of inferiority, lacking even the courage to meet her gaze. Though proud, Yang Shui's pride waned in comparison to Lü Lingqi. In terms of status, she was merely a noblewoman, while Lü Lingqi commanded a vast city. Concerning strength, Lü Lingqi was a formidable warrior amidst the chaos of the realm. whereas Yang Shui could not even contend with a common soldier. Finally, in terms of beauty, she felt herself woefully inadequate against Lü Lingqi's splendor. Upon realizing that the order had come from Lü Lingqi, Yang Shui succumbed to a sense of despondency. Understanding that her status was insufficient for the captain of the guard to open the city gates, just as everyone fell into silence. A gentle voice emerged from the rear of the caravan, drawing the attention of all present. There, a man and a woman walked side by side towards the city gates. The woman was veiled, obscuring her features, while the man was strikingly handsome. Mulin. The guards and Lord Qian recognized him. He was the youth injured during the wolf attack. What was he implying? The words of Mulin bewildered everyone, including Yang Shui, the proud daughter of the Yang family. What could this impetuous youth possibly achieve? Yang Shui scoffed at Mulin's audacity, thinking it absurd that a mere boy could persuade the captain to open the gates when she herself could not enter. Chapter 44. Welcome back, General Mulin. General Mulin. Just as everyone anticipated that the captain would rebuke Mulin, the captain's response astonished all present, leaving many questioning their own hearing. That sickly youth? A general? Had the captain lost his mind? While the onlookers gazed in disbelief at the captain, he himself looked equally shocked as he regarded Mulin. Mulin's appearance had not drastically changed. However, he appeared paler and more frail than before, though this did not hinder the captain's recognition of him. The captain had witnessed Mulin's heroic battle against General Xiao Yuan of Cao Cao's army outside Xiapi city, a clash that ignited his fervor. Mulin single-handedly turned the tide, preserving the city and annihilating the invading forces. To all the soldiers of Xiapi, Mulin was a hero, the savior of their city. How could the captain be unfamiliar with him? Recently, General Mulin had led troops to rescue Lord Elbu, but while Elbu returned, General Mulin did not. Although Elbu had never declared Mulin deceased, many soldiers and officers in Xiapi speculated otherwise. The hero of Xiapi, General Mulin, was likely to have perished during the mission to save Lord Elbu. Upon learning this, both the martial leaders and ordinary soldiers felt profound sorrow. The young man, who had risen like a new star in chaotic times, had barely begun to earn recognition before his untimely fall, truly a case of fate being cruel to the talented. Yet now, it seemed the heavens played a jest upon them. The nearly presumed dead General Mulin stood before them, despite his pallor and evident frailty. There was no mistaking it. This was indeed General Mulin. At that moment, both the captain and the surrounding guards were engulfed in astonishment. Alongside their shock, a wave of exhilaration and joy surged within them. General Mulin. He was alive. He had returned. Welcome back, General Mulin. Welcome back, General Mulin. Welcome back, General Mulin. The resounding cheer erupted from the multitude of soldiers atop the city walls, igniting a fervor that reverberated through the air. Hundreds, even thousands, raised their voices in unison, creating a formidable uproar that startled the caravan guards and mercenaries below, making them retreat several steps, their faces pale with disbelief. In her beautiful eyes, Yang Shui's astonishment was palpable as she gazed at the sickly youth, her heart racing with incredulity. What exactly is going on? This young man, whom she deemed to be worthless, was unexpectedly revered by so many soldiers in the city of Xiapi. The captain of the soldiers, who had just moments ago shown him utter indifference, now knelt respectfully before this so-called waste, his gaze filled with profound admiration. A worthless individual. What could possibly elicit such reverence? Is there a misunderstanding? Are these soldiers out of their minds? How could they bestow such reverence upon a mere wretch who could scarcely contend with a few wolves? It is essential to understand that kneeling, even partially, constitutes the highest form of respect. Ordinary soldiers reserve such profound deference solely for their direct superiors. Is it possible that this youth, whom I deemed utterly worthless, stands as the commanding officer of this troop? What a farce! With her chest heaving, Yang Shui found it exceedingly difficult to reconcile the stark contrast before her. The very individual she had previously dismissed with disdain was now being venerated by countless soldiers of Xiangqing. This dual assault on her senses, both visual and emotional, rendered her somewhat numb. That fellow must be a general, Yang Ingo timidly suggested, nudging her sister's shoulder. Surely, they must have mistaken him for someone else. How could a person who is no match for a few wolves possibly be a general? It must be a case of mistaken identity. There are many who resemble one another in this world. Even at this moment, Yang Shui struggled to accept that the youth she had deemed utterly insignificant was, in fact, a general. Moreover, judging by the soldier's reverent demeanor, it was evident that he was not merely an ordinary general. Fixing her gaze intently upon Mulin, Yang Shui sought to discern a flicker of astonishment upon his visage. If only he would exhibit even the slightest expression of surprise. It would validate her suspicions that the soldiers had indeed misidentified him. To her dismay, however, Mulin's countenance revealed nothing but a gentle smile. Seemingly unfazed by the spectacle unfolding before him, he appeared to find the soldier's act of kneeling perfectly natural, as though it were the most commonplace occurrence. Stand up. There is no need for such theatrics. Mulin's subsequent words drained the color from Yang Shui's face, leaving her ashen and bereft of any semblance of vitality. Could it be that this individual is truly a general within the city of Xiapi? A general so youthful, with a future that seems boundless. One who is the object of desire for countless families and factions. Such a person is indeed a true dragon among men. Yet, This dragon was once regarded by himself as nothing more than a worthless being, unworthy of even a glance. A bitter smile graced Yang Shui's lips. As her heart swirled with complexity and discomfort, how had it come to pass that someone she had deemed unworthy of her attention was, in reality, an existence that even the esteemed young lady of the Yang family must look up to in reverence? Chapter 45. It turns out, I am unworthy of him, however. Just as Yang Shui believed that the shock imparted by Mulin had reached its zenith, the subsequent scene evoked a profound sense of humiliation within her. At that moment, the gates of Xiapi city swung open completely, and the first to emerge was a woman clad in jet black armor, her delicate jade arms and slender, fair legs exposed to the open air. Beneath her short, light brown hair lay a visage of unparalleled beauty. The appearance of this individual elicited gasps of astonishment from all present, including Yang Shui and Yang Inger. Such exquisite beauty. Many found themselves unconsciously marveling at the woman who graced the city gate. Her beauty was nothing short of extraordinary. Even Yang Shui, who possessed a fair measure of attractiveness, paled in comparison to this enchanting figure. However, it was not merely her beauty that commanded attention. For those hailing from D City, failing to recognize this woman would be akin to a folly worthy of a wall's embrace. The girl, named Lü Lingqi, is one of the true rulers of the entire city of Xiapi, the daughter of the legendary warrior Elbu. Her martial prowess is extraordinarily formidable. Renowned as the mightiest female general in an era of chaos, she is a figure of legend throughout Xiapi, the object of countless aspirations. Not only is she powerful, but she is also strikingly beautiful, enchanting enough to render Yang Shui, even standing before her, feeling utterly inadequate. Lü Lingqi. The woman emerging from the city gates is none other than Lü Lingqi, the highest commander in Xiapi, second only to Elbu. In a moment of sheer astonishment, as all eyes are fixated upon her, Lü Lingqi, with her mesmerizing gaze, rushes directly towards Mulin, leaving the crowd agape in disbelief. At this instant, everyone realizes that their minds seem to falter. The collective astonishment they have encountered throughout their lives pales in comparison to the events unfolding this very day. The supreme commander of Xiapi, Lü Lingqi, is actually rushing towards Mulin in tears? How can this be possible? If it were not witnessed with their own eyes, no one would dare to believe that the so-called daughter of the divine warrior, Lü Lingqi, could shed tears, let alone rush towards a man. Is this the same General Lü Lingqi who acts with such resolute decisiveness before outsiders? How does she appear so different from their expectations? I apologize for causing you concern. Ignoring the astonished gazes of those around, Mulin opened his arms wide and embraced Lü Lingqi wholeheartedly. This was the first time Mulin had witnessed Lü Lingqi shed tears since their acquaintance, and it was not just Mulin. Even the surrounding soldiers of the Elbu army, along with Yang Shui and Yang Inger, were witnessing Lü Lingqi's tears for the very first time. The indomitable girl, upon learning of Elbu's perilous predicament in Xiapi, remained tearless. Yet, her first tears flowed for herself. I thought you would never return, came her soft voice, tinged with a hint of weeping, evoking sympathy. But I'm not dead, why cry? If you continue, your image before others will shatter, Mulin gently reassured, patting Lü Lingqi's delicate shoulder. Witnessing her tears for him, Mulin felt an undeniable joy and a twinge of pride. I did not cry, Lü Lingqi retorted stubbornly, nestled in his embrace. Observing the two tightly entwined, Xiao, standing beside Mulin, felt a shadow of complex emotions flicker in her beautiful eyes, her heart a whirlpool of thoughts. Every time she saw Mulin embrace another woman, an inexplicable irritation surged within her, akin to countless ants crawling restlessly in her heart. This sentiment was not exclusive to Xiao. Yang Shui, watching from a distance, shared the same turmoil. Am I unworthy of him? Who truly is unworthy? Yang Shui mused, self-mockery creeping into her thoughts. Ironically, she once declared that he was unworthy of her. Now, she realized he was not just a nobody but a general in Xiapi. And it was she who fell short of his stature. Lü Lingqi far surpassed her in beauty and prowess, being the daughter of the formidable Elbu. This exceptional woman, who made Yang Shui feel inadequate, was deeply enamored with the man she once deemed insignificant. Compared to Lü Lingqi, what was she? The answer was painfully clear. What to do? What should I do? Each person present harbored their own thoughts, including Lord Qian, who, after witnessing the recent events, wished to slap himself. Why? When Xiao had brought Mulin into the merchant group, Lord Qian had swindled her entire fortune. He had been emboldened in his deceit, believing they were of no notable standing. Yet now, the unfolding reality revealed that the person he had wronged was a significant figure in Xiapi, even one who had a special connection to the city's ruler. The revelation sent a chill down Lord Qian's spine, as he berated himself for being so foolishly greedy. Should there be repercussions? The fate of a mere merchant group's leader was all too predictable. Chapter 46. Lü Lingqi and Xiao. Lü Lingqi and Mulin truly make a perfect pair. They are nothing short of a match made in heaven. Observing the tightly embraced couple, many soldiers of Elbu's army could not help but exclaim in admiration. It was undeniable that Mulin and Lü Lingqi were well suited, both in talent and beauty, a couple that inspired envy in others. In Xiapi, many admired Lü Lingqi, especially the soldiers of Elbu's army, who recognized her unparalleled beauty. They understood their own limitations and that, despite their affection for her, they were unworthy of her. Mulin, in their eyes, was the ideal match for Lü Lingqi, possessing looks, charm, and strength that rivaled hers. If Lü Lingqi were to be with Mulin, They would feel some sadness, but more than that, they would offer their blessings, believing only a man of such caliber could be worthy of General Lü Lingqi. Even Xiao had to concede that the two were indeed a well-matched pair. Let go, there are so many eyes upon us, Muin observed, noticing the teasing glances from the gate guards and the soldiers atop the walls. Even with his thick skin, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. Nodding, Lü Lingqi recognized the gazes, her cheeks flushing slightly as she released Muin, despite her efforts to regain her usual commanding demeanor. The weight of so many scrutinizing stares made it impossible. When she had leapt into Mulin's arms, she had not considered the onlookers. The joy and excitement of seeing him overwhelmed her, prompting a desperate need to hold him close. My Lord Muin. As the two separated, an anxious Lord Qian approached Muin, his unease eliciting a bemused reaction. Enough of this display. I've known about your affairs for some time. If I intended to act against you, I would not have waited until now. I merely wish to advise you to keep such matters discreet, lest you invite trouble. Do not expect my leniency. Not everyone is as accommodating as I. Muin, glancing at the distressed Lord Qian, had no intention of pursuing the matter further. The silver that Xiao had lost was of little consequence, merely a momentary annoyance for Muin. Throughout their journey, Lord Qian had shown consideration for both Muin and Xiao. So Muin bore no desire for retribution. Thank you, General. Thank you. Mulin's words brought a profound sense of relief to Lord Qian, who felt as though he had narrowly escaped a grave fate, drenched in a cold sweat. Deep down, he recognized that he had indeed flirted with disaster. This matter, while seemingly trivial, possesses a weight that cannot be dismissed, primarily hinging on how Mulin chooses to proceed. Should Mulin insist on pursuing this issue, even if Lord Qian were to escape unscathed, he would undoubtedly face significant consequences. After all, given Mulin's stature, it would be exceedingly effortless for him to deal with someone as inconsequential as the head of a mere trading caravan. A single command would suffice for the soldiers in Xiapi city to apprehend him. Reflecting on this predicament, Lord Qian felt a lingering apprehension in his heart and silently vowed never again to indulge in such petty advantages, as he could never predict when he might pay with his life for such folly. As for Mulin, this individual had captivated the attention of Lü Lingqi, who, in her earlier excitement, had overlooked the presence of another beside Mulin. It was only upon regaining her composure that she realized Mulin was accompanied by a woman. This woman, the esteemed Xiao, had long been in admiration of General Lü Lingqi's renowned reputation, possessing both martial prowess and beauty. Today, upon meeting, she found the accolades to be truly deserved. With a delicate gesture, she removed her veil, offering a charming smile and a slight bow as a form of greeting. Xiao? The renowned Xiao, one of the two exquisite beauties of Jiadong? Lü Lingqi was momentarily taken aback, clearly astonished that the woman beside Mulin was not only strikingly beautiful but also one of the famed beauties of Jiangdong. It was no wonder she possessed such allure. Yet, how did Xiao come to be associated with Mulin? This left Lü Lingqi utterly perplexed. It was at this moment that the Xiao smiled and nodded, facing Lü Lingqi's somewhat hostile gaze without the slightest hint of retreat. Another exquisite woman. When Xiao unveiled her veil, her breathtaking beauty was revealed to all, causing a subtle stir in the hearts of countless onlookers, particularly Yang Shui. Throughout the journey, Yang Shui paid little attention to Xiao. In her perception, this veiled woman must possess an ordinary, perhaps even unattractive visage. Otherwise, why would she obscure her own beauty? What woman in this world does not cherish beauty? If not for possessing a most unappealing appearance, who would willingly conceal their visage from the eyes of others? In Yang Shui's mind, she had long believed that the countenance hidden beneath the veil was somewhat unsightly, hence the deliberate concealment. Yet, to her astonishment, the masked woman she deemed unattractive was hardly inferior to Lü Lingqi. While perhaps her martial prowess could not rival that of Lü Lingqi, her beauty was undeniably on par. Equally captivating, Xiao emanated a distinctly feminine allure, while Lü Lingqi exuded a more androgynous charm, marked by a striking vigor. It was difficult to ascertain who was more beautiful. Each possessed their unique merits, rendering them equal in allure. At that moment, Yang Shui felt as though she had been thoroughly humbled, although Mulin and the others had not intentionally sought to undermine her. The incidental blows to her self-esteem left her feeling even more despondent. At present, how could any sense of superiority linger in Yang Shui's heart? Every woman beside Mulin seemed beyond her reach. What grounds did she have for superiority? Chapter 47. Once I finish this 10 jars of wine, I shall marry my daughter to you. Mulin's return brought genuine joy to Lü Lingqi. However, the fact that he returned with a stunning beauty, one whose allure eclipsed her own, stirred a sense of unease within her. Unbeknownst to her, Lü Lingqi had begun to regard Mulin as her own possession. He was her deputy, solely hers. True to her heritage from Elbu, she exhibited a domineering nature not only in her actions but also in her thoughts. She cherished Mulin, thus he could only belong to her, and no other woman was permitted to encroach upon that claim. This is also the reason why. Upon seeing Xiao, Lü Lingqi's eyes revealed hostility. In Lü Lingqi's view, this woman, whose beauty rivals her own, poses a significant threat. Of course, the danger Lü Lingqi refers to is not related to Xiao's prowess, but rather to matters of the heart. The intuition of a woman can be formidable, and Lü Lingqi distinctly sensed that Xiao harbored extraordinary feelings for Mulin, feelings that transcended mere friendship. Ahem, let's discuss this further inside. Observing the tense standoff between the two women, Mulin felt a sense of helplessness. Why did these two instantly become adversaries upon meeting? Although it is indeed flattering that two exquisite beauties vie for his attention, from a certain perspective, it is not necessarily advantageous. At the very least, resolving the tension between them has become a significant challenge. After casting a lingering glance at Xiao, Lü Lingqi said nothing and turned to enter the city of Xiapi. Following Lü Lingqi, Mulin and Xiao exchanged wry smiles before hastily joining her as they made their way into the city. General Mulin. Observing the figure of Mulin about to vanish beyond the city gates, Lord Qian grew anxious. Initially, Mulin's willingness to overlook the earlier incident with the Xiao filled Lord Qian with immense gratitude. He understood that making further demands at this juncture might be excessive. However, if the shipment could not be delivered to Xiapi, he would be at a loss. Setting aside his pride and dignity, Lord Qian finally called out to Mulin, hoping he would intercede and persuade the soldiers guarding the gates to allow passage. Everyone knew that with a single word from Mulin, the soldiers at the city gates would grant them passage. What seemed insurmountable for them was merely a matter of words for Mulin. At this moment, all eyes, including Yang Xue's, were fixated upon Mulin, their gazes betraying a subtle tension. In this chaotic era, every corner of the outside world is fraught with peril. Only within the cities guarded by military forces does the level of danger significantly diminish. Reflecting on this, Yang Xue found herself amused. Since the beginning, Mulin had not even spared her a glance, and even upon his departure, his gaze never lingered on her. It became evident that he had never cared for her at all. It was merely her own unrequited sentiments. Sister, such a man is beyond our reach, Yang Inga remarked. Her gaze directed toward Mulin at the city gate, her eyes reflecting a tangle of emotions. I understand, she added with a bittersweet smile. Acknowledging that a man of Mulin's caliber was indeed unattainable for someone of her modest familial standing. Let them in, Mulin's voice, though devoid of a glance back, resonated at the city gate. Yes, General Mulin. The soldiers, fearing disobedience, complied with his command. After uttering these words, Mulin did not linger, striding directly into the heart of Xiapi City. As night fell once more, upon his arrival in Xiapi City, Mulin first sought an audience with Elbu and the others. He fulfilled the promise made to Zhang Liao and the other martial generals, indulging in a night of revelry. Returning to Xiapi City, Mulin's worries dissipated considerably. Within these walls, at least, he could be assured of relative safety. On that night, Mulin cast aside all his reservations and indulged in hearty drinking with Zhang Liao and others. Ah, exquisite wine. Splendid wine indeed. General Mulin, you may not realize the grandeur with which you single-handedly held off the forces of 3 armies. How inspiring it was. If I were a woman, I would surely be captivated by your charm. Ha ha ha. Come, let us drink more, bowl after bowl, allowing the liquor to flow through our bodies, at the expense of our consciousness. Mulin had lost count of how much he had consumed. His hands were never idle with the large bowl. Drink less. You are still wounded. And you, father, as the supreme commander of Xiapi, how could you allow yourself to become so intoxicated? What would the soldiers of Xiapi think if they saw you in such a state? Beside Mulin, watching the few who drank as if it were mere water, Lü Lingqi felt a deep sense of helplessness. Her attempts to intervene were utterly futile. With their awareness gradually fading, it was clear that no one would heed her words. What concerned her most was not Elbu and the others drinking excessively, but Mulin. He was still nursing injuries. Consuming so much alcohol was detrimental to his recovery. She understood that everyone was in high spirits today, yet one must not neglect their own well-being in the pursuit of merriment. While Mulin remained oblivious to his own plight, it was Lü Lingqi who felt the concern. Lingqi, I see you are worried about that rascal. Speaking indirectly about your father, and yet he hasn't even married yet, and his arm is already reaching out. Mulin declared. Let me be clear today. My daughter is not someone who can be married off so easily. If you wish to wed her, you must first drink 10 jars of wine. I tell you, if you fall along the way, I, Elbu, shall never entrust my daughter to you. The inebriated Elbu pointed sternly at the 10 jars of wine before him, his expression unusually serious, as if once Mulin had consumed the wine, Lü Lingqi would belong to him. Father, what nonsense are you talking? When did I say I wanted to marry him? Beside them, Lü Lingqi's face had already turned crimson from Elbu's words, and the laughter that echoed around her only added to her embarrassment. After all, Lü Lingqi was still a girl, and at her age, she was just beginning to explore the realm of emotions. Usually, her face bore little expression, simply because she had yet to encounter that special someone. Now that she had, she found it increasingly difficult to control herself. For instance, blushing from shyness, something that had previously been inconceivable for her, now occurred with alarming frequency. On this day, Lü Lingqi had long lost count of how many times her cheeks had flushed with shyness. After all, she was a girl. Why maintain such a cold demeanor? A smile now and then would be quite delightful. Indeed, the way she appeared when embarrassed was utterly charming. Observing Lü Lingqi, whose face was suffused with a rosy hue, Mulin felt a stir within his heart. The bashful, blushing Lü Lingqi was undeniably beautiful and endearing. Of course not, Lü Lingqi retorted. But the flush on her cheeks deepened, revealing her flustered state. Although she feigned indignation, her heart was more elated than anyone else's. Hey, you two youngsters, I'm still here. Save the affection for your room. Mulin, you haven't tea, answer my question yet. Will you drink or not? If you manage to finish these 10 jars of wine without collapsing, I, Elbu, shall acknowledge you as my son-in-law. At this moment, there are always some individuals devoid of sensitivity who disrupt the atmosphere. Observing the intimate exchange between Mulin and Lü Lingqi, Elbu felt a surge of annoyance. As a father, he was present, yet the two began to disregard his presence, lost in their own world of affection. It's merely a matter of 10 jars of wine. Mulin can handle it. Seizing a jar, Mulin began to gulp it down vigorously. In mere moments, he consumed an entire jar of strong liquor in one go. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Lü Lingqi frowned. Watching Mulin drink as if he were impervious to danger, her heart a tumult of concern and anger. Fine, drink all you want. I can't be bothered to care. It would serve you right if you drank yourself to death. She sat down on the ground, deliberately turning her back on him. Clearly upset with Mulin. Yet, her ire was not solely directed at him. Her father Elbu also bore some of the blame. If it weren't for Elbu's encouragement, how could Mulin have drunk so recklessly? After downing more than 10 jars of potent liquor, even Mulin's robust physique began to falter. Elbu had previously stated that one should not rely on strength to counteract the effects of alcohol. In this context, for Mulin to consume so much without collapsing was quite remarkable. Did one not observe Zhang Yao and the others, who had barely managed 5 or 6 jars before sprawling on the ground in disarray? These burly men were outdone by Mulin. In a haze, Mulin could hardly recall how he returned to his room. He merely sensed that someone was aiding him, and that person seemed to be a woman. Chapter 48. The concerns of Xiao. Honestly, how could one drink to such excess? What if his injuries worsen? Doesn't he care for himself? Gazing at Mulin, who lay soundly asleep on the bed, Lü Lingqi couldn't help but curl her lip in disdain. It was no trouble to carry Mulin back to the room. Lü Lingqi possessed strength that could lift an elephant, let alone Mulin, who weighed just over 100 pounds. Her primary concern was still Mulin's injuries. Though he persistently claimed to be fine, his pallid complexion told a different story. As Mulin slumbered deeply, he was oblivious to Lü Lingqi's murmurs. Observing his foolishly serene expression, she felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Gradually, she sat by the bedside, cradling her face in her hands, and scrutinized Mulin closely. This marked the first instance in which Lü Lingqi had the opportunity to closely observe Mulin. The sight of him in slumber was undeniably endearing. As a faint blush crept across her delicate features, Lü Lingqi realized that the more she gazed at Mulin, the more captivated she became. Perhaps this is what they mean by beauty in the eyes of the beholder? At present, Mulin resembles a drunken soul, sprawled in slumber, not particularly disheveled, yet far from elegant, and certainly lacking any semblance of grace. Nevertheless, it is this very visage that has captivated Lü Lingqi. One cannot help but acknowledge the immense power of love. This fellow must be utterly oblivious to his surroundings. Gazing at the slumbering Mulin, Lü Lingqi's mind birthed a blush-inducing thought, as if compelled by a sudden resolution. Her exquisite countenance flushed a delicate shade of crimson as she leaned in closer to Mulin. With a tender peck, her rosy lips brushed against his, akin to a dragonfly alighting upon water before swiftly retreating. Is this what a kiss feels like? Why is there no sensation at all? Pouting her lips, Lü Lingqi appeared somewhat disheartened. How could it be so different from what others have described, who claimed that kissing was a delightful experience? Why then? Could she not sense anything? Had Mulin been awake at that moment, he would likely have felt equally perplexed. Can this be deemed a kiss? My foolish fiancée. Allow your husband to enlighten you on what constitutes a true French kiss. Of course, at present, Mulin remains in a slumber as deep as a dead pig, utterly oblivious to the fact that he has been stealthily kissed by Lü Lingqi in his sleep. This is indeed Mulin's first kiss since arriving in this world. How fortunate for you. The first kiss of this general has been bestowed upon you. With her enchanting eyes, Lü Lingqi gazed longingly at Mulin. Although the sensation of that initial kiss did not leave a profound impression on her, she still felt a surge of happiness. After tucking Mulin in, Lü Lingqi closed the door and retreated to her own chamber. As Mulin gradually opened his eyes, he realized he was lying on a soft, expansive bed. A glance out the window revealed the night sky, shrouded in darkness. Shaking his somewhat heavy head, a faint bitter smile crept onto his lips. It seemed he had indulged excessively. Although some time had passed, his head still throbbed with pain. The delicate scent of sandalwood wafted through the room, imbuing it with an enchanting aroma reminiscent of ancient times. Unbeknownst to him, he had been in this world for quite a while and had nearly acclimatized to its way of life. In his previous life, a woman of Lü Lingqi's extraordinary beauty was beyond his wildest dreams. Yet now, this breathtakingly beautiful lady harbored affection for him. Everything felt like a fantastical dream. And if it were indeed a dream, Mulin wished never to awaken from it. Knock, knock, knock. The door to his room was gently rapped upon, causing Mulin to pause in surprise. As the late hour approached, one might ponder who would still seek one out. Please, come in, said Mulin, though a sense of uncertainty lingered in his heart. Upon his invitation, the door creaked open, revealing a petite and graceful figure that captured Mulin's attention. It was the Xiao. Apologies for disturbing you at such a late hour, she said, a hint of regret flashing across her delicate features. While she wore a smile, Mulin could sense an underlying sorrow woven into her expression. Their relationship had grown quite intimate during their journey back to Xiapi. with the Xiao consistently by his side, caring for him. However, after the incident at the city gate, where Lü Lingqi and Mulins shared a tight embrace, the warmth between them seemed to have evaporated, and they now felt almost like strangers. Furrowing his brow, Mulin found this estrangement disconcerting. He preferred the playful to Xiao, who would joke with him without reservations. Is there something of great importance that brings you here at such an hour? De Xiao appeared burdened with thoughts, seemingly related to him. With a gentle nod, De Xiao's expression darkened further, yet as Mulin awaited her words, she fell silent. The atmosphere in the room, already heavy, became even more stifling in her quietude. What troubles you? Mulin rose slowly, approaching De Xiao and placing his hands on her shoulders, searching her eyes for answers. Mulin, do you wish to send me away? Her soft voice reverberated in the room, and Mulin noticed her slight tremor. She averted her gaze, as if afraid of something. What? Why would I want to do that? Mulin replied, astonished, his expression reflecting his bewilderment. You're back in Xiapi. Your injuries have healed, and you no longer need my care. Why would I want to part ways? Indeed, I thought you were expressing concern, he added, his frustration evident. I never intended for you to leave. The following day, in the council hall of Xiapi, a gathering of military generals was assembled. Zhang Liao, Gao Shun, Lü Lingqi, and several key commanders of Lu Bu's forces were present, as was Mulin. Upon returning to Xiapi, Mulin sensed something awry. The entire city was under lockdown, barring entry and exit. Any discerning observer would recognize that trouble loomed over Xiapi. Mulin, are you aware of the reasons behind the city's lockdown? Lu Bu inquired solemnly. It must have to do with Liu Bei and Xiao Chao, Mulin ventured cautiously. In the Battle of Xiaopei, Xiao Chao and Liu Bei had suffered significant losses, their forces nearly annihilated, and this was without capturing Lu Bu. Despite their formidable numbers, such a defeat was hard to bear. Losing an army of 100,000 is no trivial matter, and if they could have eradicated Lu Bu's forces, Liu Bei and Xiao Chao might have accepted it. However, the fact that Lu Bu had escaped, along with all his key generals, rendered their defeat intolerable. Among the factions of Tao, Chao, and Lu, Xiao Chao harbored the deepest animosity towards Mulin and Lu Bu's forces. His losses had been staggering. The 6,000 troops led by Xiao Yuan and Xiao Dun were obliterated outside Xiapi, with their commander meeting a grim fate. This single encounter resulted in catastrophic losses for Xiao Chao, compounded by the subsequent conflicts at Xiaopei. Thus, the enmity between Xiao Chao's forces and Lu Bu's had reached an irreparable intensity. While Liu Bei's army might seek reconciliation, Xiao Chao's would never relent. Currently, the army of Tao Qian and Xiaopei had aligned with Xiao Chao, and the proximity of the two cities provided Xiao Chao the opportunity to fortify his position, continually sending reinforcements and supplies to launch an assault on Xiapi. You are correct. It is indeed related to Xiao Chao and Liu Bei, Lu Bu acknowledged. Gesturing for Qingong to elucidate further, our intelligence indicates that following the last confrontation at Xiaopei, Liu Bei and Xiao Chao have not ceased their efforts. They have established Xiaopei as a temporary headquarters, persistently funneling troops and resources to prepare for another assault on Xiapi. It is likely that their forces are already en route, Qingong articulated as he stood to address the assembly. It appears that Liu Bei and Xiao Chao are resolute in their intention to annihilate us. Despite such substantial losses, they have not shown any signs of retreat but are instead regrouping for a renewed offensive on Xiapi. Mulin nodded, having anticipated their relentless pursuit. What astonished him was the swiftness of their actions. It had barely been a week since the Battle of Xiaopei. To mobilize forces so quickly after defeat revealed their unwavering commitment to eradicate Lu Bu's army from Suzhou. Indeed, our forces are dwarfed in comparison to those of Liu Bei and Xiao Chao, Qingong continued. Xiao Chao boasts an army of 500,000. While his previous losses were significant, they do not undermine his foundational strength. Liu Bei, with his base in Jiangling, commands 200,000 elite troops, far surpassing our own numbers. Neither side could be matched by Lu Bu's current forces. The next assault would likely see Xiao Chao and Liu Bei deploying at least 80,000 troops against Xiapi. After the battle at Xiaopei, Lu Bu's army suffered tremendous losses, leaving them with fewer than 20,000 soldiers to defend the city. The previous victories over Xiao and Liu had included a measure of fortune. Despite Xiao Chao's substantial losses, he still commanded a formidable force of 400,000. In contrast, Liu Bu's army, after losing over 30,000, now stood at less than 20,000 in Xiapi. How could they possibly withstand the onslaught of the combined forces of Liu Bei and Xiao Chao? It is essential to acknowledge that during the previous battle, Lu Bu's forces were bolstered by the presence of 10,000 elite black armored cavalry from Yuan, yet that formidable contingent was nearly annihilated in the skirmish at Xiaopei. Now, with fewer than 20,000 ordinary soldiers remaining in the city of Xiapi, how could they possibly withstand the combined might of Liu and Chao's armies, which exceeds 80,000? The gravity of the situation rendered Zhang Liao and the others present silent. Given the current circumstances, it is evident that Xiapi cannot be defended. Retreat is the only viable option. However, the Lu Bu army holds dominion only over Xiapi. Should they lose it, they would become a mere band of wanderers, making any future resurgence exceedingly challenging, if not impossible. Losing the city would significantly diminish their appeal in these tumultuous times. Who would join Elbu's forces then? Gentlemen, do any of you possess a strategy to help Xiapi navigate this perilous juncture? At this point, Chen Gong, the chief strategist of Elbu's army, fell into silence as well. He, too, found himself devoid of effective responses to the impending crisis. The conference hall was enveloped in a heavy stillness once more. In my estimation, defending Xiapi with our current troop strength of fewer than 20,000 is utterly implausible. We must seek reinforcements. Mulin's statement was succinct and clear. This thought had crossed our minds before, but who would be willing to assist us? Presently, Elbu's forces stand isolated and unsupported, lacking any allies. Furthermore, we are surrounded by numerous adversaries. In such circumstances, who would dare to extend aid to us? Chen Gong inquired, furrowing his brow. It is not a matter of willingness, but rather one of capability. As long as there exists a vested interest, assistance will surely follow. Were not Liu Bei and Xiao Qiao once adversaries themselves? Yet, to seize Shuzhou, they united their efforts. To my knowledge, there were significant conflicts and animosities between Liu Bei's and Xiao Qiao's forces in the past. Mulin remarked with a subtle smile. Chapter 50. Seeking reinforcements. General Mulin, have you conceived of a potential strategy? Mulin's reputation has gradually risen amid the chaos of war. Nearly everyone in Xiapi is aware of his illustrious feat of vanquishing 60,000 soldiers from Xiao Qiao's army. Chen Gong and the others had heard of these accomplishments shortly after returning to Xiapi. All present recognized that Mulin's prowess extends beyond mere martial strength. An alliance with the Sunwu forces, Mulin proposed. Although he had minor grievances with Sun Tzu, those did not amount to genuine enmity. They were merely matters of pride. The Elbu army could indeed set aside past grievances and forge an alliance with the Sunwu forces. Moreover, Sun Tzu is not the supreme commander of Sunwu. The true leader is Sun Jian, known as the Tiger of Jiangdong. The Sunwu army stands among the most formidable factions in this chaotic era. Unafraid to confront Xiao Qiao directly, their naval forces are renowned throughout the land. Currently, the Sunwu capital is located in Jianye, encompassing 4 cities, Jianye, Wu, Kuaiji, and Chaisang. In terms of territorial control, Sunwu significantly surpasses both Liu Bei's and Xiao Qiao's armies. Each city is heavily garrisoned, independently securing its own region. The 4 cities held by Sunwu are situated in defensible terrain, making them challenging to assault. Any attempt to attack one would require overwhelming force. Furthermore, any campaign against these 4 cities must contend with the formidable Sunwu navy, which presents a significant disadvantage to would-be aggressors. The cities are in close proximity, allowing for rapid reinforcements. In this chaotic era, the Sunwu army is among the most resilient factions, which explains their fearlessness in the face of Xiao Qiao and Liu Bei. I will mobilize my forces to strike at you. You wish to attack me? Very well. Bring as many as you can, and you shall be vanquished. Mulin, are you jesting? How could the Sunwu army possibly come to our aid? We share no connection with them, they replied, gazing at Mulin with incredulity. Never anticipating that his proposed solution would be this. This method is not unconsidered. Yet the crux lies in the question, on what grounds can the Sunwu army extend support to the city of Xiapi? The Elbu army seemingly lacks the leverage to forge an alliance with the Sunwu forces. If one were to assert a connection between the 2 factions, it would merely be their mutual enmity towards Xiao Qiao and Liu Bei. However, to rely solely on this premise in the hope of persuading the Sunwu army to dispatch troops is utterly implausible. Mulin's response left many present feeling disheartened. They had hoped he would devise a brilliant strategy, only to discover that his proposed solution was practically unattainable. Do not be so quick to despair, he said with a slight smile, unperturbed by the disappointment etched on the faces around him. While it is indeed improbable for the Sunwu army to support the Elbu forces under normal circumstances, these are not ordinary circumstances. General Mulin, do you possess a solution? The assembly gazed at him, astonished. Indeed, I have a plan, though I cannot guarantee its success. I can only promise to exert my utmost effort. As for the details, I must keep you in suspense for now. If you trust my judgment, I shall be making a trip to Yangzhou. You need only await my good news in Xiapi. The conference hall fell into a prolonged silence. All eyes turning to Elbu, for he remained the true leader of the Elbu army, and critical decisions ultimately rested on his shoulders. Father, I have faith in Mulin. He has never let me down. Stepping forward, Lü Lingqi chose to stand by Mulin. Throughout her experiences, Mulin had consistently met her expectations, be it in the confrontation against Xiao Qiao's 60,000-strong army at Xiapi or the subsequent battle at Xiaopei. Mulin had never disappointed her. She believed that he would not falter this time either. One might argue that Lü Lingqi's trust bordered on blind faith. Yet it is undeniable that her unwavering belief in Mulin has been pivotal to the survival of the Elbu army. Without Mulin, Xiapi would have long since fallen, and the Elbu forces would not have escaped from Xiaopei. To assert that the Elbu army owes its continued existence to Mulin is no exaggeration. Lord Elbu, I too place my trust in General Mulin. With a salute, Zhang Liao stepped forward as well. Mulin, you shall not disappoint us, correct? Elbu fixed his gaze upon Mulin, with a slight tremor within. Mulin understood that, unbeknownst to him, his mission had grown heavier. Even if the Sunwu army refrained from lending support, He must find a way to help the Elbu forces navigate through this crisis. In reality, this endeavor was not solely about aiding the Elbu army. It was also about ensuring his own survival. Presently, he and the Elbu forces were like grasshoppers on the same string. Should the string break, they would all perish. Very well. I trust my daughter's judgment, and I believe I have not misjudged you. I entrust everything to you. As the supreme commander of the Elbu army, every decision made by Elbu was consequential to their survival. His willingness to place the hope of Xiapi in Mulin's hands spoke volumes of his profound trust. Ultimately, at this juncture, they had no choice but to place their faith in Mulin. I shall not let you down. This statement was not only addressed to everyone present but also to himself. Without further ado, I shall prepare immediately and set forth, for our time is limited. No one knows when the allied forces of Cao Cao and Liu Bei will launch their attack. So this is yet another gamble, betting that I can summon reinforcements before the allied forces strike. Leaving the conference hall, a heaviness weighed upon my heart. I hope everything goes smoothly. With a sigh, I attempted once more to connect with the divine system, yet it yielded no response. As if it had vanished from my mind. I realized, perhaps unwittingly, that I had begun to rely on the divine system, which is not a good omen. Chapter 51. Journey to Jiangdong. Time is of the essence. I did not linger in Xiapi city. After gathering some silver, I prepared to journey with the Xiao to the capital of Sunwu, Jianya. As a former general of the Sunwu army, the Xiao's sister still resided there. And their bond was strong. Perhaps she could be of assistance. Thus, I decided to bring her along, for she might indeed play an unexpectedly pivotal role. I shall go too, declared Lü Lingqi as she pushed open the door, clad in casual attire. Absurd. I turned, glaring at her fiercely. Do you think I'm going for leisure? If you accompany me to Xiapi, who will defend it? What if the Chalu coalition attacks before I can summon aid? Without you, the Elbu forces in Xiapi would lose significant strength. With you there, even if they launch an attack, we could hold out until my return. But without you, the words left unsaid were understood by Lü Lingqi, who recognized the gravity of the situation. Her prowess was comparable to that of elite generals, making her an indispensable asset to the defense of Xiapi. The difference between having her there and not could be monumental. Feeling a pang of sympathy at her forlorn expression, I approached and embraced her gently, whispering words of comfort. However, to Xiao her voice quivered, and I finally discerned the reason for her distress. It seemed she was concerned about my interactions with De Xiao, fearing that our journey might spark some ambiguous tensions. In her heart, De Xiao was as beautiful as she was, and she harbored feelings for me. The thought of being alone with De Xiao filled her with anxiety, making her fear that I might one day favor De Xiao over her. Ah, the whims of a woman in love. They often spiral into unfounded worries. Indeed, there was a hint of ambiguity between De Xiao and me, but my intentions were purely strategic. I needed her for negotiations, not for romance. I gently ruffled her hair, trying to alleviate her concerns. Do not fret. I only bring her along for her potential usefulness in negotiations. You need not worry about anything else. Promise me you will return soon. If it takes too long, I will miss you. And you must not develop any relationship with that woman. After the battle at Xiaopei, Lü Lingqi had nearly lost hope, believing I had perished. The news of my survival had revitalized her spirit, yet remnants of her previous despair lingered. She became increasingly dependent on me, unwilling to experience the anguish of losing me again. Understanding who she referred to, I could only offer a wry smile and nod in acknowledgement. Stay safe in Xiapi and await my return. Trust me, this battle must be won, even at the cost of my very life. With determination gleaming in my eyes, I was resolute. This battle was essential, not just for Elbu's forces, but for Lü Lingqi and myself. We could not afford to fail. A defeat would mean losing everything. I do not wish for you to risk your life. I only want you to return safe. As she nestled closer, it was clear she was dissatisfied with my words. Rest assured I will. After comforting Lü Lingqi, I departed Xiapi with De Xiao, heading toward Hailing Port, which lay near the sea. Hailing Port, under the jurisdiction of Xiapi, was not heavily fortified, with fewer than 1,000 soldiers stationed there. To reach Jianya, I could not afford to travel overland, as it would take several times longer due to the need to circumvent a vast sea. Time was running short if I attempted to traverse by land. Even with relentless travel, I would likely arrive only to find the Chalu coalition already advancing upon Xiapi. The only viable route was by water, crossing the ocean to drastically reduce the journey. The distance between Xiapi and Hailing Port was not great, and De Xiao and I set off in the morning, reaching the port just before noon. As a sizable harbor, Hailing Port bustled with activity, primarily due to the merchants frequenting it, making it resemble a small city. Why does such a large port have only 1,000 soldiers defending it? I mused, unable to suppress a bitter smile. Of course, it was not the fault of Elbu's forces. They could spare no more troops. Xiapi was the key. If it fell, Hailing Port would inevitably follow. Xiapi was the foundation. Even if Hailing Port were captured, it could be reclaimed eventually. However, reclaiming Xiapi would be an arduous task. De Xiao, how many troops are stationed at Chua Port in Jiangdong? I inquired. As one of the vital ports of Jiaodong, Lord Sun Jian has deployed 10,000 elite troops there, with General Qingpu in command, she replied. This answer rendered me speechless, for the disparity was staggering. Why such a vast difference? 10,000 elite soldiers under a formidable general's command. while we have merely 1,000 ordinary soldiers. As for a powerful general, forget it. There are hardly any in all of Xiapi. 1,000 versus 10,000, an overwhelming tenfold difference. The former lacked a commanding general, while the latter boasted one with exceptional strength. Once Xiapi's forces grew robust, I too would station 10,000 elite troops there. No, make it 20,000. Feeling particularly despondent, Mulin could only offer himself such consolation. Of course, if that day were ever to come, Mulin might indeed dispatch 20,000 soldiers to guard Halingport. Chapter 52. You are quite daring. Upon arriving at Halingport, Mulin, accompanied by Xiao, made his way to the residence of General Wu located in the port. Wu Guang was the commander sent by Elbu's army to oversee Halingport. However, Wu Guang's prowess was rather limited. He could not be compared to the formidable General Cheng Pu, who commanded the Sun Wu army at Shui Port, possessing a martial strength of 8. In contrast, Wu Guang's combat capability barely exceeded 30, placing them in entirely different leagues. Given that Mulin needed to cross the sea, he would naturally require a vessel. And it was only fitting to approach Wu Guang, the highest-ranking officer at Halingport. Prior to their departure, Lü Lingqi had briefed Mulin on this matter, instructing him to seek out Wu Guang upon arrival, after which Wu Guang would arrange everything for him. Within a lavish residence, 2 middle-aged men sat in the grand hall, engaged in lively conversation and laughter. Among the 2 individuals, the imposing figure seated at the forefront is General Wu Guang, the highest military commander in Halingport. In this confined space, Wu Guang reigns supreme. Beneath him sits a middle-aged man adorned in resplendent attire, who appears to be a merchant. As the 2 engage in an animated discussion, a man and a woman gradually enter the hall, unmistakably recognized as Mulin and Xiao. Their entrance is so conspicuous that it is difficult for anyone to overlook them. Soon, both Wu Guang and the middle-aged merchant, engrossed in conversation, become aware of Mulin and Xiao's presence. The 2 men furrow their brows slightly at the unexpected appearance of Mulin and Xiao in the hall. While Wu Guang maintains a composed demeanor, a flicker of irritation brews within him. Besides his annoyance, curiosity gnaws at Wu Guang's mind. How did these 2 manage to enter? His residence is heavily guarded by soldiers, and prior to their arrival, no one had come to inform him of their approach. I am Mulin, he boldly declares, locking eyes with the authoritative middle-aged man, confident that Wu Guang, as a general of Elbu's army, would recognize his name. Mulin? Which Mulin? The middle-aged man's expression shifts from surprise to astonishment, albeit briefly, before being overtaken by a profound shock. Mulin, he exclaims again, this time with a heightened emphasis, as Wu Guang feels his breath quicken. Initially puzzled by Mulin's identity, he soon recalls a name that has echoed throughout the tumultuous era, a figure who achieved fame within a mere 2 months. That individual is indeed Mulin. Wu Guang's familiarity with this name is profound, having heard tales of his exploits, the massacre of 60,000 Xiao troops, the slaying of Xiao Yuan, the defeat of Xiao Dan, and ultimately rescuing Elbu and others from the encirclement of the Lu Chao coalition. These remarkable feats have become the subject of conversation in countless gatherings, and in a short span, the name Mulin has reverberated throughout the chaotic realm. It is I. This letter is from General Lü Lingqi, entrusted to me for you. With that, Mulin retrieves a letter from his bosom and tosses it towards Wu Guang. The mention of General Lü Lingqi's letter compels Wu Guang to open the envelope, whereupon he discovers a dark, ink-black command token. The sight of this token dispels any doubt regarding Mulin's identity. There is no question that this young man is indeed the renowned Mulin himself. This obsidian-hued insignia is possessed solely by General Lü Lingqi and Lord Elbu within the entirety of Dongping City. Hence, from the moment Wu Guang beheld this token, he harbored no lingering doubts regarding Mulin's identity. The 2 tokens are possessed solely by Lord Lu Bu and General Lü Lingqi. Given their formidable strength, it is virtually impossible for anyone to seize these tokens from them unless they choose to relinquish them willingly. Upon retrieving the tokens, Wu Guang discovered a letter. As he carefully opened and read it, the middle-aged merchant beside him remained silent, patiently awaiting the conclusion of Wu Guang's reading. To General Mulin, Wu Guang exclaimed, bowing slightly and kneeling in excitement. This unexpected display startled the merchant, for Wu Guang, the highest-ranking officer at Halingport, wielded absolute authority in this realm. It was astonishing to witness such a prominent figure showing such deference to a mere youth. Who was this young man? What was his identity? Rise. Do you know the purpose of our visit? Mulin inquired, unaware of the letter's contents. I am aware, General Mulin. Rest assured. I will arrange for a ship at once. We can set sail immediately. Wu Guang replied respectfully. Despite his status as the highest commander at Halingport, he dared not exhibit any arrogance in front of Mulin. Although the young man appeared youthful, he was of an entirely different caliber. Rumor had it that General Mulin possessed the prowess of a top-tier warrior, an echelon Wu Guang could never hope to attain. The disparity was staggering. Even a warrior with a strength rating of 70 could easily vanquish Wu Guang, while this young man could effortlessly dispatch such a warrior. Though Wu Guang was older than Mulin, this did not diminish his admiration for him. In a world where strength reigns supreme, power commands respect. Age and seniority mean little without strength. Where does the general intend to go? The middle-aged merchant inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity. Old Yang, do not be rude. Wu Guang admonished, furrowing his brow. His relationship with the merchant was generally amicable, and he would typically refrain from reprimanding him. However, this situation was far from ordinary. The youth before them was one of the highest combatants in Lu Bu's army. Despite his solitary presence, he could easily render an army of 10,000 inconsequential. The mere thought of this individual being the one who annihilated Xiao's 60,000 troops sent shivers down Wu Guang's spine. 60,000 soldiers, completely eradicated by this seemingly harmless youth, was a horrifying notion. Not to worry, we are headed to Jianya City, Mulin replied, dismissively waving his hand. He was not so petty as to display arrogance. He too had risen from humble beginnings and would not act ostentatiously in front of others. Jianya? How fortuitous. General, I too am bound for Jianya. If you do not mind, might we travel together? I am a merchant, preparing to transport goods to Jianya, the middle-aged merchant suggested, his eyes glinting with ambition. Upon learning that Mulin was a general, he began to contemplate the advantages of accompanying him. On land, one faces bandits. At sea, pirates lurk. Merchants often dread pirates, but with a general of evident strength by his side, the merchant felt reassured. Wu Guang's respect for Mulin only further solidified the merchant's belief in his exceptional capabilities. You are quite bold. Considering Wu Guang's evident respect for me while attempting to take advantage of our association, Mulin's smile was enigmatic, making it difficult to discern his true thoughts. General Mulin, Wu Guang began to interject, but was halted by Mulin's raised hand. I am aware of your intentions. Traveling with you is not out of the question, but I must know your pace. I have urgent matters in Jianya and must arrive swiftly. If your caravan travels slowly, I shall decline your company. Mulin understood the merchant's motives. He was indifferent to the means of travel but prioritized speed. Uncertainty loomed over when the coalition of Liu Bei and Xiao might attack Xiapi, necessitating haste. Rest assured, General, I cannot speak for other matters. But my caravan's speed will certainly surpass that of ordinary vessels. Our crew is robust and capable of reaching Chue port in the shortest time possible, the middle-aged merchant assured, thumping his chest with confidence. Mulin's willingness to engage surprised him, as this was precisely what he had hoped for. With a warrior of greater strength than Wu Guang accompanying him, the safety of this journey would be significantly enhanced. The merchant speculated that Mulin's prowess must surely exceed that of Wu Guang. If only he knew Mulin's true strength, comparable to that of the top-tier warriors, he might reconsider his ambitions. Chapter 53. The allure of Xiao at the port, a massive merchant ship, stretching 100 meters in length, loomed upon the sea like a colossal sea beast. The prow of the ship was adorned with a fearsome dragon head, intricately carved and exuding an air of ferocity. Upon seeing this magnificent vessel, Mulin marveled at the ingenuity of ancient artisans. The construction of such a grand ship must have required substantial resources and labor. General Mulin, this is my merchant ship, old Yang declared, pride glimmering in his eyes as he gazed upon the vessel. This ship was built at great expense, employing dozens of the finest shipwrights over several months. It represents a significant investment of my time and resources. Old Yang, known as Yang Qing, was a prominent merchant at Hailing Port, renowned for traversing various ports during turbulent times. His reputation was well established, evidenced by the numerous acquaintances greeting him. It is indeed an impressive ship. Mulin nodded in agreement. The immense profits this vessel could yield were undeniable. Each journey could transport goods several times greater than those carried by ordinary ships, resulting in substantial earnings and time savings. However, this was contingent upon avoiding encounters with pirates. While the potential profits were substantial, the dangers were equally significant. Should a fully laden merchant ship fall victim to piracy, the losses would be catastrophic. And such large vessels were precisely what pirates favored. If such a colossal merchant vessel were to be seized, the perpetrators would likely never need to resort to piracy again. Consequently, these grand ships are the most susceptible to the predatory gaze of pirates. Without adequate protection, navigating the seas becomes an arduous endeavor. The reason Yang Qing sought out Wu Guang today was precisely due to this concern. The cargo on this journey was of utmost significance. After hiring a few guards, Yang Qing still felt uneasy and decided to seek out Wu Guang, intending to borrow 100 regular soldiers to escort the merchant convoy. This led to the scene when Mulin barged in. To avoid wasting time, Yang Qing did not allow the convoy to rest further. As soon as the three entered the merchant ship, he ordered preparations for departure. He dared not be the slightest bit negligent regarding Mulin's earlier words. This young man, whom even Wu Guang held in high esteem, was certainly not someone he could afford to offend. The enchanting beauty beside Mulin, the Xiao, was not veiled, and thus her allure garnered attention at an astonishing rate. As the trio stepped onto the merchant vessel, countless gazes converged upon Xiao. Upon witnessing her beauty, many silently marveled at her exquisite visage. In Hailing Port, while there were indeed beautiful women, none matched the striking allure of Xiao. Such a beauty truly embodied the phrase capable of captivating a nation, accustomed to the fervent stares surrounding her. Xiao flashed a charming smile and playfully winked at the onlookers, leaving them somewhat entranced. Mulin could clearly see that several guards who caught her glance were flushed, their blood surging with excitement. Observing this, Mulin couldn't help but reflect on the irresistible charm of an unparalleled beauty. One could easily imagine that if such a stunning woman were on the battlefield, Just a few words from her could inspire their soldiers to fight with an intensity that surpassed even their utmost potential. This is akin to an intangible buff bestowed upon oneself. My dear sprite, do not toy with them any longer, lest they become so enraptured that they lose the strength to continue their journey, which would indeed create a predicament. Gently squeezing Dechao's delicate hand. Mulin was well aware that Dechao's earlier actions were intentional. With a playful flick of her tongue towards Mulin, Dechao diverted her gaze, wary that if she continued to entice, the fervent young men would soon be upon her. In her glance towards Mulin, there was a hint of pride, as if she were silently conveying, "Do you see? This is the allure of your lady. You must cherish me well. Father, this young lady is." At that moment, a somewhat tremulous male voice resonated from not far away. Mulin turned his gaze and discovered a youth, approximately in his 20s, approaching with an expression of fervent excitement. The young man's eyes had not strayed from Dechao since the onset. Within Mulin's gaze, there lingered an almost crimson hue, betraying an unabashed fervor of affection. "Qianer, do not be disrespectful," Yangqing admonished, his brow slightly furrowed as he cast a stern glare at the youth. The young man in question is none other than Yang Qian, the son of the merchant ship's owner, Yangqing. At merely 20 years of age, he has already made quite a name for himself in the bustling port of Hailing. Having spent years accompanying his father in commerce, Yang Qian has absorbed a wealth of business acumen from Yangcheng. Unlike his father, who is a quintessential merchant, Yang Qian has adeptly balanced his pursuits in both trade and martial arts. Despite his youth, his prowess rivals that of seasoned centurions. His combat skills are formidable, enough to handle a dozen able-bodied men without breaking a sweat. With a wealthy father and his own remarkable talents, Yang Qian has become a highly sought-after figure among the youth of Hailing. As Yang Qing gazes at his son, a faint sigh escapes his lips. The individual beside him is not one to be trifled with. If she were an ordinary woman, it may not matter. But Dechao is a beauty of such extraordinary allure that Yang Qing would never entertain the thought of his son pursuing her. "Father, I merely wish to make the acquaintance of this young lady. How is that impertinent?" Yang Qian expressed his confusion at his father's words. With a chuckle, Mulin interjected, "You two continue your conversation. We shall take our leave. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, please send someone to inform me." Disinterested in the ongoing dispute between father and son, Mulin turned towards the loft of the merchant ship. Dechao followed closely behind him, exuding an air of demure compliance. Her gaze briefly flitting towards Yang Qian before withdrawing completely. Unforeseen circumstances? What could possibly go awry? "Father, who is that fellow?" Yang Qian scoffed, his dissatisfaction with Mulin evident. His disdain was not solely due to Mulin's earlier remark, but was significantly fueled by his feelings of jealousy towards Dechao. Watching Dechao trail after Mulin, her demeanor submissive and gentle, an overwhelming sense of envy surged within Yang Qian. It is a common folly of human nature. Regardless of Mulin's superior appearance and grace, Yang Qian found himself subconsciously vilifying him, believing Mulin unworthy even to serve him. With a renowned father in Hailing, a prosperous merchant, and his own exceptional qualities, Yang Qian could not fathom why he should be compared to that man. Absurd. A stern voice jolted Yang Qian from his reverie, as he turned in astonishment to face his father. As the only son of Yang Cheng, Yang Qian was accustomed to his father's indulgence. Whatever he desired, his father would procure. Yang Cheng had rarely raised his voice in anger, but now he was genuinely irate. This left Yang Qian in a state of disbelief. "Father, I warn you. You must promptly dispel those thoughts from your mind. I may overlook other matters, even indulge you, but on this issue, you must heed my words," Yang Qing said, his expression grave. "Why should I?" Yang Qian retorted. "A graceful lady is a worthy match for a gentleman. The moment I laid eyes on her, I was enchanted. Father, I swear, this time is different. I have never made any significant requests of you, but this time, you must assist me." With a resounding slap, Yang Qing struck his son across the face. Though he was not a martial artist, his strength was considerable, and the blow left Yang Qian's left cheek flushed. Inflicting pain upon his own son filled Yang Qing with profound sorrow. Yet, sorrow was one thing. He felt compelled to act. If Yang Qian remained unaware of the gravity of the situation, they might provoke that formidable character, Mulin. And the consequences would spell disaster not only for Yang Qian, but for himself as well. Such a person was not to be trifled with. They could not even confront the highest commander of Hailingport, Wu Guang, let alone someone of Mulin's stature. "Father, you strike me?" Yang Qian's voice trembled, his gaze towards his father laden with disbelief. The father who had always showered him with affection would dare to raise his hand against him? This is something Yang Qian never even contemplated. "Strike you? That's merely a trivial matter. Remember my words, those two individuals are not ones we can afford to provoke." With a cold snort, Yang Qing departed, leaving Yang Qian with a bewildered expression. Chapter 54. Exchange of Troops. Upgrade of the Divine System. "Hey, Mulin, wake up. Hey." A familiar voice suddenly resonated in his mind, startling Mulin, who was deeply asleep, causing him to spring up from his bed. "Damn, could you not be so elusive? After disappearing for so many days, you suddenly reappear? Are you out of your mind?" The voice resonating in his mind was none other than the long-absent Divine System. After its lengthy disappearance, Mulin had nearly forgotten its existence. Yet it re-emerged unexpectedly while he was deep in slumber. Was this not a deliberate attempt to startle him? Internally, Mulin had berated the divine system countless times. Ahem, I have just awakened and am filled with excitement. The divine system seemed somewhat embarrassed. It had indeed just roused and, in its fervor, had indiscriminately called out to Mulin within his mind. Hold your horses. First, tell me, where have my points gone? Mulin retorted with a cold smirk. The moment the divine system awakened, Mulin was also able to check his points, but to his dismay, he found them to be non-existent. Upon realizing this disheartening outcome, Mulin was nearly driven to the brink of rage. Wishing to physically extract the divine system from his mind and give it a sound thrashing, the points he had previously accumulated in Xiapi city should have remained intact. Yet, after the divine system's prolonged absence, they had vanished entirely. Without needing to speculate, Mulin knew it was surely the handiwork of the divine system. Mulin, do not be so agitated. All those points were utilized for upgrades, the divine system explained with a wry smile. What does that have to do with me? Mulin huffed coldly, offering the divine system no leniency. This entity had taken so many of his points, he was already refraining from punishing it. So why should he show it any favor? Of course it concerns you. If I was merely at level 1 before, I have now advanced to level 2. The divine system retorted excitedly. Oh, what new abilities does your level 2 status confer? Intrigued despite his earlier anger, Mulin found himself captivated by the divine system's words. The ability to exchange for soldiers. The divine system declared confidently, believing this feature would be of immense allure to Mulin in his current situation. Exchange for soldiers? Really? A surge of joy surged within Mulin. The soldiers in Xuanyang City could only be recruited, and the numbers were limited. After all, not everyone was eager to become a soldier and face death. Most preferred to live their lives in peace rather than enlist in the military. Why had he embarked on his journey to Janya? Was it not to seek soldiers? If he possessed points, he could directly redeem tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, of soldiers. Would he still need to seek assistance from Sun Jian? Would he still fear the coalition of Xiao and Lü? Now do you still think your points were squandered? The divine system asked triumphantly, observing the astonishment and excitement that Mulin displayed, exactly what it had hoped for. Just a moment ago, you were blaming me. Now? Do you still resent me for taking your points? Stop gloating and tell me what types of soldiers can be exchanged. Mulin quickly shifted his expression, demanding further information. This function holds immense allure for Mulin at present. Many options await. You may peruse them yourself. The divine system has directly presented a list within Mulin's mind, showcasing numerous units available for exchange. With a spark of excitement, Mulin gazed upon the ethereal roster that had materialized in his consciousness. Regular infantry requires 1 point, meaning 1 point can be exchanged for 1 regular soldier. Regular cavalry requires 3 points, 3 points for 1 cavalryman. Archers requires 2 points. Crossbowmen requires 3 points. Elite infantry requires 2 points. Elite cavalry requires 5 points. Black armored infantry requires 5 points. Black armored cavalry requires 8 points. Black armored heavy cavalry requires 5 points. Tiger leopard cavalry requires 20 points. War elephants requires. Celestial soldiers requires. Phantom cavalry requires. Why do the war elephants and phantom cavalry have question marks following them? Is it impossible to exchange for them? Mulin inquired with confusion. Currently, it is not possible. Those units are exceedingly powerful. You must reach level 3 to unlock them. The highest tier available for exchange at present is the Tiger Leopard Cavalry, the divine system elucidated. I see. To exchange for those phantom cavalry, one must surely require a considerable number of points, Mulin mused aloud, although somewhat disappointed that he could not exchange for the phantom cavalry or war elephants. He found the available units to be more than sufficient. Regrettably, I currently possess not a single point. Otherwise, I would surely exchange for a Tiger Leopard Cavalry to see for myself just how formidable the highest tier unit truly is. Mulin's anticipation to acquire the Tiger Leopard Cavalry was palpable. The points required for this unit were evidently even more substantial than those for the Black Armored Heavy Cavalry, suggesting that the Tiger Leopard Cavalry might indeed surpass it in strength. However, lamentably, he found himself devoid of any points. The strength of the Tiger Leopard Cavalry stems not merely from its impact and destructive capability, but rather from its remarkable agility. In terms of sheer power, the Tiger Leopard Cavalry cannot match the Black Armored Heavy Cavalry, yet it boasts numerous advantages that the latter lacks. The divine system offered a subtle clarification. By the way, is the Phantom Cavalry truly formidable? Do you have any estimate of the points required? Mulin asked, intrigued by the enigmatic Phantom Cavalry, a unit he had never encountered even during his gaming days. I cannot say for certain, but it is likely to be above 100. The divine system responded somewhat vaguely. 100? That is robbery. Mulin gasped, exclaiming in disbelief. 100 points for a single Phantom Cavalry? Is that not outright extortion? Chapter 55, The Wife of Sun Jian Robbery? I would not characterize it thus. Its steep cost is justified, and perhaps one day you will come to appreciate the value of the Phantom Cavalry, the divine system remarked enigmatically, suggesting a familiarity with this mysterious unit. Perhaps Mulin rolled his eyes internally. Yet he could not shake the thought that requiring over 100 points for a single phantom cavalry was absurd. To obtain 1,000 of them would necessitate over 100,000 points. Mulin was not foolish. With such a sum, he would rather exchange for 100,000 regular soldiers, which would undoubtedly have a more pronounced impact. Just then, a tremendous tremor shook the massive merchant ship, and Mulin was astonished to discover that the vessel had come to a halt. Have we arrived at our destination? No, that cannot be. The moment this thought emerged in Mulin's mind, it was promptly dismissed. Having departed from hailing port for less than 2 days, how could they possibly reach Xiao port so swiftly? According to Mulin's estimation, given the current speed of merchant ships, it would take at least 3 to 4 days to arrive at Xiao port if they were not nearing their destination. Why would the merchant ship halt in the vast expanse of the ocean? Rising to his feet and donning his attire, Mulin stepped out of his quarters. Upon emerging, he discovered that the deck was already brimming with people, their gazes filled with astonishment as they stared towards the ship's bow. What had transpired? Approaching Xiao, who stood at the front, Mulin inquired softly, "What is happening?" It appeared that a fierce naval battle was unfolding ahead. One faction seemed to be pirates, while the opposing side appeared to be the Sun Wu army. Xiao's unwavering gaze was fixed on the distant sea. Considering her formidable combat prowess, this distance was negligible, allowing her to discern the soldiers engaged in battle and the flags upon the vessels. Among the ships of one faction, a flag emblazoned with a prominent Wu was fluttering. The Sun Wu army. Mulin's eyes followed her gaze, and indeed, the scene before him mirrored Xiao's description. The two factions were locked in combat, and the sea seemed to be engulfed in flames, echoing with the cacophony of battle cries. "General Mulin, a naval battle is occurring ahead. Perhaps we should take a detour," Yangqing suggested as he approached Mulin. Though the merchant vessel belonged solely to Yangqing, he had resolved to take a detour. Yet, out of respect for Mulin, he felt compelled to solicit her opinion. Xiao turned to Mulin, her expression a poignant blend of sorrow and concern, her beautiful eyes glistening with a hint of moisture. Once a general of the Sun Wu army, Xiao undoubtedly harbored deep affection for her former comrades. Her sister, her dear friend Sun Shanxiang, and even her parents were all within the confines of Sun Wu. How could she possibly remain indifferent, standing idly by? Upon witnessing a conflict involving her kin, Mulin, go ahead. Did you not wish for Sun Jian to send reinforcements to Xiapi? This could prove to be an opportune moment, echoed the voice of the divine system in his mind. Divine system, do you possess knowledge of something? Mulin inquired, her brow furrowing in curiosity. Sun Jian's wife, Lady Wu, the divine system replied simply, yet the implication was clear to Mulin. One of the warring factions included none other than Lady Wu, the wife of Sun Jian. This maritime confrontation appeared to be a chance encounter. Otherwise, how could a woman of limited prowess lead troops into battle? There was but one plausible explanation. Lady Wu must have been returning to Jianya from some distant location when she was ambushed. As the mother of Sun Su and Sun Quan, as well as the legitimate spouse of Sun Jian, she wielded considerable influence within the Sun Wu army. If he could rescue her, and she could intercede on his behalf during negotiations with Sun Jian, the likelihood of securing assistance would surely increase. "No need to take a detour. You may wait for me here," she declared, her back turned as she slowly approached the bow of the merchant ship. "Xiao, I shall return shortly. Be cautious," she replied, her heart swelling with profound gratitude. Xiao had not anticipated that her words would bear such weight. Yet, perhaps unbeknownst to her, Mulin's decision to aid the Sun Wu army in their conflict was partly inspired by her and partly by his own motives. Had he not learned that one of the assaulted parties was Lady Wu, he might not have felt compelled to intervene. What is he planning? At that moment, many aboard the merchant vessel gazed in astonishment at Mulin, who had stepped forward to the vessel's prow. Curiosity rippled through the crowd as they wondered what his intentions might be. With a resounding thud, Mulin leapt from the merchant ship into the sea. My goodness! Is he really jumping into the water? What on earth is happening? Lord Mulin. At this moment, countless individuals aboard the merchant vessel were startled by Mulin's abrupt action, including the ship's owner, Yangqing. Here lies the unfathomable depths of the ocean. What could possess the young man to contemplate such despair as to leap into the sea? A multitude hastened to the side of the merchant vessel, their gazes cast downwards towards the turbulent waters. Suddenly, a brilliant silver streak surged through the waves, resembling a meteor within the vast ocean, racing towards the battlefield of the naval confrontation, creating two formidable swells in its wake. That silver figure hurtling towards the fray was none other than Mulin, who had just plunged into the depths. Witnessing the swift movement towards the battleground, the onlookers aboard the merchant ship were left in stunned silence, their mouths agape. It appears I have underestimated Mulin's prowess. The merchant ship was situated several thousand meters from where the opposing forces clashed. To leap such a distance required immense confidence and extraordinary strength. Chapter 56. Depart. On the boundless expanse of the sea, a solitary warship of the Sun Wu army was encircled by a dozen pirate vessels. The battle was nearing its conclusion, with the soldiers tasked with escorting Lady Wu reduced to a mere handful. Yuan, that scoundrel possesses audacity beyond measure. Does he not fear the wrath of our lord? Who might retaliate by razing Luzhong City? A voice of fury erupted from the lone remaining ship of the Sun Wu forces. This individual, known as Zhu Mao, was a valiant general under Sun Jian, entrusted with the protection of Lady Wu on her return to the capital, Jianya. However, he had not anticipated an ambush by Yuan Shu's forces disguised as pirates. The 2,000 Sun Wu soldiers, once a formidable guard, had dwindled to less than 100. And Zhu Mao himself bore grave injuries. The pirate vessels surrounding them were not true marauders but soldiers of Yuan Shu, intent on capturing Lady Wu. Originally, the combined strength of over 2,000 soldiers and the formidable General Zhu Mao, with a martial prowess of 7, should have sufficed to escort Lady Wu safely to Jianya. Yet, they had encountered the treachery of Yuan Shu's forces. Ordinary pirates would never dare to challenge a group led by Zhu Mao. The combination of 2,000 Sun Wu soldiers and a general of such strength was already formidable. Yet, this group before them was not pirates, but rather the bitter enemies of the Sun Wu army. The animosity between Yuan Shu's forces and the Sun Wu army had long been entrenched, rooted in the simple fact that Sun Jian sought to conquer Yuan Shu's stronghold of Lujiang, which Yuan Shu would never relinquish. The two factions had frequently clashed, engaging in numerous skirmishes. Yet, who could have anticipated that Yuan Shu would so recklessly attempt to target Lady Wu? Close your foul mouth. Should I hear another insult towards our lord, I shall not hesitate to tear you apart, boomed a burly man aboard Yuan Shu's ship, brandishing his mighty blade and glaring fiercely at Zhu Mao for his disrespectful words. The individual in question is named Yu Shi, one of the prominent generals under Yuan Shu's command. His martial prowess surpasses that of Zhu Mao significantly, reaching an impressive score of 80. It is precisely due to his presence that the Sun Wu army faced such a swift defeat. In terms of troop strength, the Sun Wu army was already at a considerable disadvantage, with merely 2,000 soldiers pitted against Yuan Shu's forces numbering 6,000 to 7,000. On the martial front, General Zhu Mao of the Sun Wu army possesses a mere strength of 7, whereas the Yuan Shu army boasts the formidable Yu Shi with a might of 80. The overwhelming superiority in both generals and soldiers rendered the Sun Wu army's defeat all but inevitable. A sudden, sharp cough broke the tension, emanating from behind Zhu Mao. There stood a middle-aged woman adorned in resplendent attire, exuding elegance. She was Madame Wu, the wife of Sun Jian, and also a target of Yuan Shu's forces in this encounter. Presently, her complexion mirrored that of the pale shadows of despair. Gazing upon the Yuan Shu fleet that encircled their vessels with an impenetrable blockade, Madame Wu's heart felt ashen and devoid of hope. In this dire situation, the likelihood of escape was nearly non-existent. Zomo's face flushed with anger as he glared at Yu Shi. At that moment, he yearned to charge forward and confront him. Yet, reason dictated otherwise. He must devise a way to extricate Madame Wu from her predicament. Sun Jian had entrusted him with this mission, and he had solemnly promised to ensure Madame Wu's safe return to Jianya. The two parties on the warship exchanged glances, and despite Yu Shi's provocation, Zomo dared not retort. The remaining soldiers of the Sun Wu army trembled in silence, the atmosphere around them palpably tense. It was in this oppressive quietude that a voice suddenly broke through. If Yu Shi's earlier remarks had been a threat to Zomo, this new statement was akin to a slap in Yu Shi's face, a blatant act of contempt. All eyes turned towards the source of the voice, and astonishment washed over them as they beheld a young man, wielding a massive sword, who had mysteriously appeared aboard the solitary warship of the Sun Wu forces. The crowd was left in shock, questioning when he had arrived and how he had done so without a sound. It was remarkable that, under the watchful gaze of thousands of soldiers, no one had noticed his emergence aboard the Sun Wu vessel. The onlookers were certain that this individual had not been present moments before. On the Sun Wu side, there were merely 2,000 ordinary soldiers, and Zomo stood alone as the sole martial general. This matter pertains to my Yuan Shu army and the Sun Wu forces. I hope you shall refrain from intervening. Came the unexpected response from the belittled Yu Shi, who, contrary to expectations, did not furiously charge at the young man but instead regarded him with evident trepidation. His words laced with unwarranted politeness. Get lost. The command emanated from the young man, who showed no signs of deference to the overly courteous Yu Shi. Before the assembled thousands of Yuan Shu soldiers, he not only displayed fearlessness but brazenly instructed Yu Shi to depart. This scene left the remaining soldiers of Sun Wu feeling a surge of fervor, as if the pent-up frustration in their hearts had been completely released in that moment, bringing them immense satisfaction. The young man bearing the colossal sword exuded an overwhelming aura. It is essential to note that he stands before an army of 5,000 to 6,000 soldiers from Yuan Shu, with the formidable Yu Shi, one of Yuan Shu's two great generals, leading the charge. In such a perilous situation, to dare insult his adversary so brazenly is nothing short of audacious. You have gone too far. Yu Shi, known for his fiery temper, felt a surge of anger at being so scorned and belittled. Despite his inner trepidation towards the young man, he could not suppress his fury. If it weren't for the profound sense of inscrutability that the young man instilled in him, he would never tolerate such indignity. Since you refuse to retreat, prepare to meet your demise. With a frigid countenance, Mulin had no intention of engaging in pointless banter with Yu Shi. The choice was stark, leave or perish. There was nothing left to discuss between them. Yu Shi sought to capture Madame Wu, while Mulin aimed to rescue her. As his hand rested upon the hilt of the dark sword, Mulin slowly unsheathed the obsidian cross-shaped blade from his back. Beware. Move aside. A profound sense of impending danger engulfed Yuxi as Mulin brandished the greatsword. Chapter 57. Decapitation of Yuxi. With a thunderous roar, a warship measuring over 20 meters in length was cleaved in two beneath the young man's sword. Succumbing to the depths of the sea, the soldiers aboard either plunged into the waters or were shattered by the devastating sword light. Gasping, Yuxi coughed up blood, his face ashen as he stared at Mulin with a look of sheer terror. A ghastly gash marred his chest, crimson blood flowing from the wound and soaking his garments. In a single strike, Yuxi had been vanquished. A ship laden with hundreds of soldiers sank, resulting in death for many and a perilous plunge into the sea for others. What incredible strength! At that moment, a sense of horror surged within many hearts. Yuxi, with a combat power rating of 80, was defeated in a singular move. Previously, Yuxi sensed the danger that Mulin posed. Yet he could scarcely fathom that this youth, wielding a massive sword, could possess such formidable strength, even in tumultuous times. Yuxi was considered an exceptionally powerful warrior with a combat power of 80. So to be so easily bested implied that Mulin's power must exceed 87. Was it not evident that the seemingly indifferent young man possessed a combat power of at least 87, if not more? At that moment, even Zhu Mao, who had previously faced Yuxi, was struck with a profound sense of dread by Mulin's prowess. The disparity between Yuxi, who had once completely overwhelmed him, and this young man was staggering. To defeat Yuxi in one strike suggested that, when facing him, Mulin could potentially obliterate him with a single blow. As they gazed upon Mulin, standing at the forefront of the Sunwu army's warship, the soldiers of Yuan were thrown into a state of panic. And even Yuxi felt a flicker of fear. Given Yuxi's strength, he struggled against those with a combat power of 82, while those at 85 could easily overpower him. The presence of someone with a combat power of 87 could effortlessly crush him. And even the thought of escape became exceedingly daunting. Flee. At this moment, Yuxi harbored no thoughts of resistance. The first notion that pierced his mind was to flee. If he did not escape now, his demise was all but certain. It was not that he was weak, but rather that the enemy was overwhelmingly formidable, to a degree beyond his capacity to contend. Yuxi believed that even the mightiest warrior among Yuan Shu's ranks, the formidable Ji Ling, would still stand no chance against this youth. The youth's prowess in combat was undoubtedly rated at least 87, if not higher. Such prowess is indeed rare to find throughout the entire region of Yangzhou. Yuxi could hardly fathom how his fortune had dwindled to such an extent, that merely stepping outside would lead him to encounter a formidable general with a combat prowess subtly nearing 90. When did top-tier generals become so commonplace? Without further hesitation, Yuxi swiftly exited the warship of Yuan Shu's army, treading upon the sea's surface as he hastened away, with a flourish of his colossal sword. The technique known as ink slash was unleashed. A dark, inky blade of light cleaved through the waters, and in the astonished gaze of all present, it bisected Yuxi, who had barely escaped. Mulin's combat prowess stood at an impressive 87, even without activating his awakened dual state. He could contend with generals boasting strengths of 88 or even 89. In contrast, Yuxi, with a mere 80 points, and having been injured by Mulin's prior strike, stood no chance against such a formidable assault. The time has come for you, echoed a voice, akin to a nightmare, within the hearts of all Yuan Shu soldiers present. Boom. Standing upon the warship of Sunwu, Mulin nonchalantly swung his sword once more, sinking another vessel of Yuan Shu's fleet, its soldiers torn apart by the sheer ferocity of his strike. In less than a minute, under the bewildered gazes of Wu Fu Ren and Zhu Mao, the dozen or so Yuan Shu warships met their demise without exception. The 5,000 to 6,000 soldiers aboard were nearly annihilated. Even those who survived found themselves adrift in the vast ocean, far from shore. Though they had escaped Mulin's wrath, their fate was all but sealed. Thank you, noble sir, for your salvation. I am eternally grateful, Wu Fu Ren said, slightly bowing as she offered a profound gesture of gratitude to Mulin. Her appreciation was not singular. Zhu Mao and the remaining soldiers of Sun were shared in this sentiment. Had it not been for this young man, they would surely have perished at the hands of Yuan Shu's overwhelming forces. Thank you, benefactor. Zhu Mao expressed, his gratitude most palpable. Had anything unfortunate befallen Wu Fu Ren while under his protection, he could hardly face his lord, Sun Jian. It was merely a task entrusted to me. There is no need for such formality, Mulin replied with a light chuckle, his demeanor contrasting sharply with the earlier embodiment of a relentless killer. It was difficult for those present to reconcile this amiable and refined youth with the harbinger of death who had slain General Yuxi and thousands of soldiers. Entrusted by whom, may I inquire? Wu Fu Ren asked, momentarily taken aback, but swiftly regaining her composure. After all, what motive would compel someone to save her without reason? By De Qiao, Mulin replied with indifference. The fact that he would save Wu Fu Ren was indeed partly due to De Qiao, and thus, there was no fault in his explanation. De Qiao? But she was. Wu Fu Ren recalled receiving news not long ago that De Qiao had been abducted on her way back from the capital and had not returned to Jiangdong since. The person before her had come at De Qiao's behest to rescue her? You are from Elbu's army. At this moment, Zhu Mao felt a surge of tension once more, casting a wary glance towards Mulin. Despite the fact that this young man had previously saved his life and those of his companions, Was it not true that the captor of Xiao hailed from the forces of Elbu? Chapter 58. Mu Zixian, what are you so anxious about? I ask you, if I were to harbor ill intentions towards you, could you resist me? Mulin stated earnestly. No, they admitted, albeit reluctantly. Zhu Mao and Lady Wu had to concede that if Mulin wished them harm, their strength would afford them no means of resistance. The prowess Mulin had demonstrated previously was undoubtedly impressive, his combat ability surpassing 87, if not more, for it was inconceivable that he could dispatch the formidable Yushi, who wielded a power level of 80 with such ease. Let us depart. This vessel is on the verge of sinking. Not far from here lies a large merchant ship bound for Chue port, where Xiao awaits. Should you have any inquiries, you may pose them to her, and I am certain she will elucidate matters for you. With that, Mulin seated himself at the bow of the ship, closing his eyes to rest, leaving Zhu Mao and the others to ponder their predicament. Although the Sun Wu military ship still floated on the surface, it had sustained grievous damage from the previous assault by Yuan Shu's forces, resembling a vessel riddled with holes and in disrepair. It would not be long before it succumbed to the depths of the sea. Remaining aboard this dilapidated ship was merely delaying the inevitable. May I inquire your esteemed name? Zhu Mao asked cautiously, instructing his men to steer the ship in the direction Mulin indicated. My surname is Mu, my given name Lin. And my courtesy name is Zixian. Mulin hesitated momentarily, realizing that he seemed to possess only a name without a courtesy name. In this era, it was customary for individuals to have both a name and a courtesy name. Mulin? The one who annihilated 60,000 soldiers of Cao Cao and slew Xiao Yuan? You are indeed Mulin. The astonishment in Zhu Mao's voice was palpable, his gaze towards Mulin now imbued with profound shock. Initially, he believed the young man's displayed strength to be formidable, yet upon learning that he was the Mulin of Elbu's army, Zhu Mao recognized that his true capabilities far exceeded what had been previously exhibited. The name Mulin had spread like wildfire throughout this chaotic era. As one of Sun Jian's martial generals, Zhu Mao was certainly no stranger to this name. Rumors spoke of how Mulin had orchestrated the massacre of 50 to 60,000 soldiers from Cao Cao's army in Shuzhou, and even defeated the renowned General Xiao Yuan. His combat prowess had reached the pinnacle of martial excellence. Just recently, Lord Sun Tzu had suffered a significant setback at the hands of Mulin. Xiao, too, had been abducted by this very man and had yet to return. It was no wonder Zhu Mao was so astounded. How many top-tier generals existed amidst the chaos? In the entirety of Jiadong, only a handful possessed such formidable martial prowess. And here stood a young man, seemingly in his prime, who was the very embodiment of the recently acclaimed Mulin. It was no surprise that he could effortlessly slay Yushi, whose power level reached 80. After all, if he could defeat Xiao Yuan, a top general with a power level of 90, then a mere Yushi was insignificant by comparison. Lady Wu's face mirrored the astonishment, realizing that the individual who had caused her son such trouble was indeed this remarkably youthful man. At last, Mulin opened his eyes to behold the majestic merchant ship anchored upon the ocean. Meanwhile, on board, Yangqing, Xiao, and the others caught sight of the tattered vessel slowly approaching. Madam! A cry of joy erupted from the merchant ship as Xiao, clad in a flowing white dress, leaped down and hurried towards Lady Wu, filled with excitement. As the wife of Sun Jian, Xiao was certainly familiar with her. Xiao was utterly surprised to find that the party engaged in the naval conflict not only included Sun Wu's forces but also Lady Wu herself. She felt a wave of relief wash over her for having entrusted her rescue to Mulin, for the consequences had been unimaginable had he not intervened. Xiao. Upon seeing the stunning young woman before her, Lady Wu's lips finally curved into a smile. This exquisite beauty was indeed Xiao. As she laid eyes on Xiao, any lingering doubts about Mulin dissipated entirely. He must have been sent by Xiao to rescue her. Lady Wu. As Xiao and Lady Wu exchanged words, a more startling voice resonated from the grand merchant ship, drawing the attention of all present towards the speaker. As their gazes fell upon the source, they discovered it to be the ship's owner, Yangqing, whose expression was one of disbelief as he beheld Lady Wu. It was as though he had encountered someone who should not exist in that moment. The shock he felt was indescribable. Who are you? Lady Wu inquired, furrowing her brow in confusion. After scrutinizing him closely, she realized she did not recognize this middle-aged merchant. I am Yangqing, honored to make your acquaintance, Lady Wu. Yangqing bowed respectfully, his heart racing with tumultuous waves of astonishment. He had never anticipated encountering such a significant figure in this place. As a prominent merchant traversing various regions, Yangqing had once had the fortune to see Lady Wu in passing, and that fleeting glimpse had etched her visage into his memory. The woman before him, pale yet regal, held an esteemed status that was nothing short of awe-inspiring. She was the wife of Sun Jian, the ruler of the Sun Wu forces, the mother of the little overlord, Sun Tzu, and Sun Quan. If the Sun Wu forces were to be regarded as a nation, then Lady Wu would undoubtedly be its queen. Though Yangqing was a prosperous merchant, he felt exceedingly diminutive in the presence of someone whom one could rightfully call a queen. Before Lady Wu, how many would dare to claim themselves as significant figures? Chapter 59. Lady Wu, why are you still standing there? Bow before Lady Wu. Yangqing was exasperated as he observed his subordinates dazed and slack-jawed on the merchant ship, wishing he could rush over and slap each of them awake. Did they not possess any discernment? Did they not see that he himself had shown such deference? Bow before Lady Wu. Although the crew aboard the merchant ship were unaware of Lady Wu's true identity, they dared not defy their employer's command. Moreover, having navigated the tumultuous waters of this chaotic era for some time, they possessed a modicum of discernment. Madame Wu, even their superior, must pay her respect. Indicating her remarkable status, their boss, Yangqing, is somewhat of a figure himself. The person capable of commanding such reverence must undoubtedly possess an extraordinary identity. In short, their act of bowing was entirely appropriate. Let us forego the formalities. I am merely a fallen individual at this moment. And I will require Boss Yang's assistance along the way, Madame Wu remarked, exhibiting her understanding and pragmatism. In this circumstance, she did not put on airs. For this was not her domain to assert authority. Madame Wu, your presence is indeed humbling. Rest assured, I, Yang, shall ensure your safe passage to Chue Port, he declared. Though internally, Yangqing was concocting his own schemes. As the esteemed wife of Sun Jian, Madame Wu, while not wielding overwhelming power, still held considerable influence throughout the Jiangdong region. Establishing a connection with her would undoubtedly yield immeasurable benefits in the future. In the eyes of merchants like Yangqing, there exist two types of individuals, those of value and those without. The stronger and more elevated the counterpart, the more one seeks to leverage that relationship, or, one might say, to curry favor. Yangqing did not yet possess the audacity to exploit Madame Wu. Rather, he contemplated how best to ingratiate himself with her. Then I must trouble you, Boss Yang, Madame Wu said with a gentle smile. Let us discuss further once we board the merchant vessel. This ship is on the verge of sinking, Mulin interjected, glancing at the dilapidated Sun Wu military vessel beneath their feet. The vessel had developed severe leaks, posing an imminent risk of capsizing. If they did not board soon, a fall into the water would be a most embarrassing affair, while it might not matter for others. A fall from grace for Madame Wu, given her noble stature, would severely tarnish her reputation, rendering her a subject of ridicule. Once aboard, Yangqing promptly directed his subordinates to arrange accommodations for Madame Wu, his subservient demeanor suggesting he was her grandson. Mulin merely smiled at this display. In such tumultuous times, everyone adhered to their own principles. While he found Yangqing's behavior somewhat distasteful, he refrained from commenting. After all, not everyone possesses the strength to disregard Madame Wu's esteemed status. To him, she was not a significant figure, but for those of lesser stature, her identity was almost transcendent. In modern terms, Madame Wu's standing could be likened to that of a first lady. Minutes later, Yangqing had prepared quarters for Madame Wu and her entourage. As he stepped out of the loft, he wore a triumphant expression, having resolved to cultivate a favorable relationship with Madame Wu on this journey. For such an alliance could pave the way for his future prosperity. Boss, who exactly is Madame Wu? One of the guards inquired. She appears to be quite distinguished. Previously, with Madame Wu present, no one dared to speak. Now, liberated from her watchful gaze, the guards and sailors could not contain their curiosity and turned to Yangqing for answers. You will soon discover, she is an absolute luminary. I must warn you all not to cause any disturbances along the way. Treat Madame Wu with utmost civility, understood? Yangqing cautioned. We understand, boss, they replied. And you, boy, dispel those mischievous thoughts from your mind at once. Yangqing admonished his son, secretly reflecting on the beauty of the woman before him. It was no wonder that she was renowned as a beauty in Jiangdong. Upon realizing her identity as the illustrious Xiao, Yangqing felt compelled to caution his son further. Such a woman was beyond the reach of their kind. After all, even the formidable Sun still harbored feelings for her. What chance did his son have? However, Mulin's identity was equally impressive. Yangqing did not underestimate him, especially upon learning of Xiao's lineage. Initially, Xiao had appeared alongside Mulin. One would hardly expect a person of such caliber to be inconsequential. General Mulin, shall we proceed by a roundabout route? Yangqing inquired respectfully, though not quite as obsequiously as with Madame Wu. Though Mulin's status may not rival that of Madame Wu, he undoubtedly belongs to a category that one should not provoke. There is no need for detours. The battle ahead has concluded, and one may proceed along the original route. After casually remarking this, Mulin did not wait for Yangqing's response and directly made his way to his quarters. Having just eliminated Yushi and several thousand soldiers of Yuan Shu's army, Mulin had accrued a considerable number of points. At this juncture, he sought a tranquil space to organize those points and deliberate with the divine system on the most suitable troop types to exchange for. Everyone, continue along the original path. Casting a glance at the waters not far from the merchant vessel, Yangqing sensed that the battle there had indeed come to an end. And he had a lingering feeling that it had concluded only after Mulin's arrival. As the crew aboard the merchant ship busied themselves, the enormous vessel set sail once more. As they passed through the battleground's aftermath, all on board beheld the lifeless bodies and remnants of warships adrift upon the sea's surface. This scene undoubtedly frightened many aboard the merchant ship. Chapter 60. Xiao willing to be a concubine within a luxuriously adorned chamber on the merchant vessel. Two women were engaged in conversation. One of them was Madame Wu, who had boarded the ship earlier, and the other was Xiao. Xiao, I am so relieved to see you unharmed. You have no idea, ever since he returned, Zi'er has been eager to send troops to rescue you but has been continually thwarted by his husband. Madame Wu cast an apologetic glance at Xiao. The implication of her words clear. As a sovereign of a significant power, Sun Jian naturally prioritized the greater good. The Sun Wu army faced numerous enemies, and he was reluctant to offend the Elbu army for the sake of a woman. Though the Elbu army was not a major force in the chaotic times, they were certainly not to be underestimated. Currently, they were surrounded by Cao Cao and Liu Bei, placing them in a precarious position. Provoking the Elbu army during such a delicate time could lead to terrifying consequences if they were to act in fury, despite their numbers being fewer than 20,000. The true terror of the Elbu army did not lie in their troop count, but in their formidable generals, Elbu, Zhang Liao, Lü Lingqi, and the recently emerged Mulin, for exceptional warriors. Elbu was renowned as the strongest warrior of the chaotic era, and angering such figures was no trivial matter. Sun Jian could not afford to offend the Elbu army for the sake of a single woman. He simply lacked the audacity to do so. Madam, I understand, Xiao said, her countenance tinged with a hint of bitterness. She was acutely aware of her status. Although she was a general in the Sun Wu army, her position was not particularly high, and she comprehended from the outset that the army would not risk offending the Elbu army for her sake. While she felt a tinge of disappointment at the army's failure to rescue her, she harbored no resentment towards them. As long as you understand, now that you have returned, Zi'er will surely be delighted to see you. Madame Wu smiled, pleased with Xiao's understanding. She had always regarded Xiao as her daughter-in-law, believing that Xiao and her son, Sun Su, would eventually unite in matrimony. Madame, Xiao's brows furrowed slightly. Some words seemed difficult for her to articulate. She understood that Madame Wu viewed her as a potential daughter-in-law, yet Xiao wished to express that her heart belonged to another. Ah, Madam, you have someone you admire. And it is not General Sun Su? Xiao lowered her head, her voice tinged with a hint of regret, but she spoke her truth. Disliking someone was one thing. She did not want to foster any misunderstandings, especially now that she had feelings for another. Naturally, Xiao also worried that Mulin might misconstrue her relationship with Sun Su, so she felt it best to clarify matters sooner rather than later. Ah, it must be Mulin. Upon hearing Xiao's words, Madame Wu seemed to have anticipated this, letting out a wry smile and a soft sigh. From Xiao's earlier gaze towards Mulin, she had already suspected something. Her previous remarks had merely been a means of gauging the situation, and now it seemed her suspicions were confirmed. Indeed, Xiao nodded gently, her head bowed in modesty. Mulin was indeed a remarkable young man, having already made a name for himself amidst the chaos, with both strength and beauty beyond reproach. However, she had heard that Mulin was involved with Elbu's daughter, Lü Lingqi. Xiao's declaration, "I am willing to be a concubine," unequivocally expressed her resolve. From this statement alone, one could discern the depth of her affection for Mulin. If her feelings were not profound, she would not willingly accept such a position. In this world, which woman would not desire to be the principal wife? Yet, for the chance to be with Mulin, Xiao was prepared to make such a significant sacrifice. As one of the two renowned beauties of Jiangdong, admired by countless suitors, including the future heir of the Sun Wu army, Sun Su, it was remarkable that such an extraordinary woman would choose to be someone else's concubine. Given this, I shall no longer press you. It is only a pity for Zi'er, who harbors such deep feelings for you, Madame Wu said with a bittersweet smile. Xiao is unworthy of General Sun Su. I believe he will find someone far better than me, Xiao replied, though Madame Wu regarded her words with skepticism, recognizing them as mere pleasantries. Better than you? Who in Jiangdong could dare claim to be superior to you, Xiao? By the way, since your heart lies elsewhere, what brings you back this time? Madame Wu inquired gently. Though this woman before her would no longer be her daughter-in-law, Madame Wu bore her no ill will. Matters of the heart cannot be compelled. Well? Xiao soon revealed her intentions for returning, explaining her purpose alongside Mulin. She knew that whether they could secure aid from Sun Jian depended on Madame Wu, so she would not withhold any details. An alliance? Madame Wu paused, reflecting for a moment before speaking. Xiao, the decision does not rest with me. After all, I am merely a woman. However, I can promise you that I will do my utmost to assist you. Though Madame Wu did not guarantee anything, Xiao felt content with her response. Despite her status as Sun Jian's legitimate wife, the true authority lay with him. Thank you, madam. Xiao expressed her gratitude. There is no need for thanks. If it were not for you and Mulin, I might never have seen my husband again. If anyone should be grateful, it is I who should thank you, Madame Wu replied with a smile. In any case, Mulin and Xiao had saved her, a fact for which she felt genuinely appreciative. Had Yuan Shu's army captured her, the worst-case scenario would have been imprisonment, where she could be used as leverage against her husband, Sun Jian. Chapter 61. I like you. The journey ahead was markedly calmer, at least for Mulin. Even with the occasional pirates lurking, the presence of the skilled warrior Zhu Mao from the Sun Wu army ensured that Mulin's intervention was unnecessary. Zhu Mao alone was more than capable of handling the situation. With a combat prowess reaching level 7, Zhu Mao, while not on par with the mightiest generals, was more than sufficient to deal with minor thieves and pirates. Upon returning from Madame Wu, Xiao wore a beaming smile, her joy evident. What is it? Why are you so happy? Mulin inquired, unable to contain his curiosity at De Chao's exuberance. Guess what Madame Wu and I discussed in the room? Seated beside Mulin, De Chao playfully winked at him, teasingly withholding information. How would I know? Just tell me already, what was discussed? Rolling his eyes, Mulin showed no inclination to guess, prompting De Chao to pout slightly, her demeanor reflecting mild displeasure. Boring. You really lack flair. If you want to guess, I'll tell you then. Madame has agreed to assist us. How about that? You should thank me. Upon finishing her sentence, De Chao closed her eyes, a slight smile gracing her lips, seemingly awaiting Mulin's praise. Assist us? In forming an alliance? Madame would truly agreed? A flicker of hope ignited within Mulin, urging him to inquire further. What else could it be? De Chao retorted, confirming the answer that Mulin had hoped for. Initially, he had been contemplating how to approach Madame Wu regarding this matter, but unexpectedly, De Chao had resolved it for him. I truly owe you my gratitude, De Chao, he said, affectionately ruffling her adorable little head, genuinely appreciative that bringing De Chao along had proven to be the right choice. I'm just glad you're happy. De Chao replied, her cheeks flushed, yet her heart brimmed with joy. The mere acknowledgement from Mulin filled her with delight. Although she lacked strength in battle to assist him, De Chao was determined not to be a mere ornament. Since she could not aid Mulin in combat, she sought to alleviate his burdens in other areas, demonstrating that she was not merely beautiful but capable of contributing in numerous ways. Aside from that, what else did Madame Wu say? Mulin inquired casually while gazing out at the vast sea through the window. A mischievous glint sparkled into Xiao's eyes as she smirked. She suggested, I marry Lord Sun Tzu. What? Overcome with excitement, Mulin sprang from his seat, his expression betraying a hint of anxiety as he looked at De Chao. And what did you say? After posing the question, he felt his heart racing. Acutely aware of his tension, typically calm, even in the face of Cao Cao's formidable army, Mulin found himself unnerved by De Chao's words. His heart raced, and he was no longer the easygoing person who had been leisurely enjoying the sea moments ago. He seemed a world apart from that version of himself. In that instant, Mulin realized that De Chao had unwittingly carved out a profoundly significant place in his heart. It is often only when one stands on the brink of losing something that they understand the anxiety and fear it brings, learning to cherish it, much like how Mulin felt towards De Chao at that moment. Undeniably, De Chao's words had sent a chill down Mulin's spine. You silly. Look at how nervous you are. What else could I say? I don't fancy Lord Sun Tzu, and I already have someone I like, who isn't him. How could I ever agree to Madame Wu's proposition? Observing Mulin's anxious demeanor, De Chao felt a rush of sweetness within her. Women often delight in seeing their beloved ones anxious for them. It brings immense joy and satisfaction. Mulin's actions unequivocally conveyed to De Chao just how much he cared for her. It appears to be the first time De Chao has observed such a tense expression on Mulin's face. It turns out he truly cares for her. Who is the person you like? Mulin inquired, taking a sigh of relief. Although he harbored some guesses in his heart, he still sought confirmation. I want to tell you. The person I like, although exceptionally talented and remarkable, can sometimes be rather foolish and often makes me feel jealous, she said with a playful giggle. After finishing her words, De Chao did not wait for Mulin to respond and hummed a tune as she left the room. This girl is intentionally trying to tease me. With a slightly flushed face, Mulin could not help but realize that De Chao was purposefully trying to provoke him. Upon learning that the person De Chao liked was indeed himself, Mulin broke into a cold sweat. No matter how formidable or powerful he may be, he was still but a novice in matters of love. He couldn't help but admire the power of love. For a mere sentence had rendered his usually composed self into such a flustered state. Yet, none of this truly mattered. The most significant revelation was that De Chao's affections lay with him, and that was sufficient. No one, under any circumstances, could ever take her from him. She would forever be Mulin's woman. Clenching his fists, Mulin silently vowed. Chapter 62. Arrival at Chua Port. All right, everyone. Stay sharp. Young fan. Set sail. Our destination this time is Changyang Port in Beihai. The journey is long, so we must not be careless. Understood, Captain. A merchant ship laden with cargo gradually departed the harbor under the captain's commanding voice, swiftly heading towards the vast ocean. Such scenes continually unfolded at Chua Port. As one of the largest ports in Jiaodong, Chua Port was significantly more bustling and grand than the hailing port in Xiapi City. The docks resembled a marketplace, teeming with people, while ships of various kinds, including merchant vessels, fishing boats, and the escort ships of the Sun Wu army, continuously entered and exited, creating a remarkably lively spectacle. A massive merchant ship, under the gaze of many, slowly sailed into Chua Port and docked beside the pier. Such a grand merchant vessel, even amidst the bustling Chua Port, is a rare sight. Those who possess such a ship are either affluent individuals or wielders of power, each with an extraordinary status. Upon the dock, a middle-aged general clad in armor gazes anxiously at the colossal ship as it gradually comes to a halt. Beside him stands a number of officials adorned in scholarly robes. Any discerning observer would recognize that these individuals are prominent figures within Chua Port. At the forefront, the middle-aged general, none other than Chengpu, has been personally appointed by Sun Jian as the governor of Chua Port. Chengpu, even within the vast expanse of Jiaodong, is a figure of considerable renown. Presently, he gazes anxiously at the imposing merchant vessel in the distance, raising questions about the illustrious personage aboard that vessel, who could possibly command such respect from Chengpu, a formidable general of the Sun Wu army, prompting him to personally extend a greeting. Curiosity is a universal trait, and this world has never been short of onlookers. At this moment, a crowd of intrigued individuals has gathered not far from Chengpu, eager to discover the identity of the one who has elicited such a response from the governor of Chue Port. As Mulin and others conducted their inspections at the Chue Port, news of Lady Wu's arrival swiftly reached Chengpu. Upon receiving this information, he immediately summoned several key officials from Chue Port and hurried to the harbor without delay. Fortunately for Chengpu and his companions, they arrived just as the colossal merchant ship was docking, and Lady Wu had yet to disembark. "She is coming! She is coming!" someone exclaimed. And all eyes turned to the merchant ship. Under the collective gaze of the assembly, the first figure to emerge was a stately and elegant middle-aged woman. Upon beholding her countenance, the crowd experienced a moment of profound realization. At this moment, they finally comprehended why General Chengpu, the governor of Xiao Port, had chosen to personally extend his welcome. If it were this individual, indeed, she possessed the stature worthy of such an honor from Chengpu, a prominent general of the Sun Wu army. Lady Wu. Waves of excitement reverberated through the crowd, the news cascading from one person to another until it reached nearly every soul within the port. Lady Wu had graced Xiao Port with her presence. If the entire Jiangdong were a realm, then Lady Wu would undoubtedly be its revered matriarch. Although few had had the privilege of witnessing her in person, it was rare to find anyone who had not heard of her esteemed reputation. "We pay our respects, lady." The entire Xiao Port resonated with the sound of countless individuals kneeling in reverence to honor the arrival of Lady Wu. The individuals bowing to Lady Wu were predominantly citizens of the Wu kingdom. They recognized her as the legitimate wife of their highest ruler. How could they not pay their respects? Conversely, those who appeared perplexed were outsiders unfamiliar with Lady Wu, thus bewildered by the reverence shown to the middle-aged woman. The sight of tens of thousands kneeling simultaneously was indeed awe-inspiring. Yang Cheng, who had accompanied Lady Wu, was so taken aback that his complexion turned pale, and he instinctively stepped back. Although Yang Cheng, a merchant accustomed to navigating tumultuous times, prided himself on having witnessed impressive spectacles, nothing he had encountered compared to this moment. What manner of person was this middle-aged lady? Yang Qian, following closely behind Yang Cheng, was equally astonished. His father had previously informed him of Lady Wu's significant status, but witnessing such deference firsthand raised the question of whether her identity was simply lofty or something far beyond that. The honor of thousands kneeling was a privilege typically reserved for a queen. Yet, unbeknownst to Yang Qian, his assumptions were nearly accurate. Although the Sun Wu army had not formally declared a nation, thus Lady Wu was not yet a queen. Should they proclaim the establishment of the Wu kingdom, she would undoubtedly assume the title. Even now, in the eyes of the people of Jiangdong, Lady Wu was regarded with the reverence akin to that of a queen. The strength of the Sun Wu army was not without reason. They had excelled in winning the hearts of the populace, surpassing other factions in this regard. As Mulin observed the scene before him, he felt little emotion. To him, it was merely a grand display, not particularly remarkable. He had faced nearly 100,000 enemy troops without flinching. Thus, the act of thousands kneeling fell short in comparison to his previous encounters. With Mulin's growing strength, his composure had also fortified, rendering ordinary spectacles insufficient to instill fear in him. Chapter 63. Chengpu's challenge to Xiao. After Lady Wu, Xiao and Mulin emerged side by side. Upon seeing Xiao, Chengpu felt a flicker of joy, but it quickly dissipated, overshadowed by the presence of the young man in black beside her. In Chengpu's mind, Xiao was destined to become the wife of his superior, Sun Tzu, and the sight of her so closely associated with another was unsettling. Chengpu regarded the young man with contempt. How audacious to pursue someone he deemed already promised to another. Sun Tzu was the future heir of Jiangdong. What folly to compete for a woman with him. Consequently, Mulin left an unfavorable impression on Chengpu, not due to any personal grievance, but because of his association with Xiao. If the opportunity arose, Chengpu resolved to ensure this young man learned that certain women were beyond his reach. "Madam, given the crowd here, it would be prudent to accompany me back to the governor's mansion," Chengpu suggested. They were amidst a bustling dock, far from an ideal setting for conversation, especially with many outsiders present. "Then I must trouble you, General Cheng," Lady Wu replied with a gentle smile, showing no objection. She signaled to Mulin and to Xiao, preparing to accompany Chengpu. "Not so fast, madam." Lady Wu halted, looking quizzically at Chengpu. "You and Mr. Xiao may accompany me, but he cannot." Chengpu's gaze fixed coldly on Mulin, his smile betraying an icy demeanor, which Mulin sensed, furrowing his brow. Mulin was taken aback by Chengpu's apparent hostility. After all, this was their first encounter. "General Cheng, allow me to introduce this individual. He is General Mulin from the Elbu army. I owe my safe return to Chue Port largely to him," Lady Wu interjected, sensing Chengpu's suspicion regarding Mulin's origins and crediting him for her safety. Mulin. Initially, Chengpu's hostility was rooted in his connection to Xiao. But upon learning that this young man had previously ambushed his superior, Sun Tzu, his animosity deepened, now tinged with palpable rage. What seems to be the issue, General Cheng? Is there a problem? Lady Wu inquired, sensing the palpable hostility emanating from Cheng Pu. Her confusion evident as she could not fathom the depth of animosity directed toward Mulin. In her view, the grievances between her son, Sun Tzu, and Mulin were trivial squabbles, not warranting such intense feelings. I apologize, madam, but if he is indeed Mulin, then he may not set foot in Shui port. Furthermore, he must leave before today ends. He is unwelcome here. Cheng Pu's words, laced with fervor, incited a stir among those nearby. What grievances could this young man possibly have with General Cheng Pu? Not only is entry to Shui port denied, but he is also commanded to vacate the premises entirely? This indeed escalates matters considerably. Cheng Pu's words have caused many to swiftly ostracize Mulin, prompting those around him, including Yang Cheng, to distance themselves, fearful of being entangled in the ensuing fallout. Here lies the port of Shui, firmly under the dominion of the Sunwu army. To offend the Sunwu forces here is indeed a most terrifying affair. Soon, a space cleared around Mulin, leaving only two solitary figures, Mulin and Xiao. Father, I have long asserted that this fellow is no good. Look, he has just arrived at Shui and has already offended General Cheng Pu. Offending the Sunwu army here is no trivial matter. Let us see how he navigates this predicament. From the moment they boarded the ship, Yang Qian harbored disdain for Mulin, mainly due to his feelings for Xiao. The saying beauty brings calamity certainly holds true. Thanks to Yang Cheng's warning, Yang Qian has refrained from provoking Xiao in recent days. It is human nature to covet what one cannot possess, and Yang Qian embodies this sentiment at this moment. His eyes gleamed with schadenfreude as he glanced at Mulin. Weren't you quite imposing earlier? Now, facing the great General Cheng Pu of the Sunwu army. Let us see your bravado. Furrowing his brow, Yang Cheng internally lamented. How could he have known that Mulin had a grudge against General Cheng Pu? Had he been aware, he might have distanced himself from Mulin before even reaching Shui. As a businessman, Yang Cheng valued profit above all. In his eyes, although Mulin possessed commendable strength and held a notable position within the Elbu army, he paled in comparison to the Sunwu forces, particularly General Cheng Pu, the governor of Shui. If forced to choose, Yang Cheng would undoubtedly prefer not to offend Cheng Pu for the sake of Mulin. Offending the Sunwu army at Shui is tantamount to courting death. Moreover, while the Elbu army is formidable, it is dwarfed by the colossal Sunwu forces. Currently, the Elbu army numbers fewer than 20,000, a stark contrast to the hundreds of thousands in the Sunwu army. Any discerning individual would know how to make the right choice. Chapter 64. Terrifying aura. As Mulin observed those hastily distancing themselves from him, his expression remained unchanged. Yet a sense of sorrow welled within him. Yang Cheng, the merchant who once implored him to accompany him at Hai Ling port, now fled faster than anyone else. Those guards and sailors who had laughed and shared camaraderie aboard the merchant ship now regarded him with eyes filled with dread, as if he were a harbinger of plague, retreating as far as possible to avoid any association with him. My man, you still have me. Xiao's eyes, like autumn waters, fixed intently on Mulin. She cast aside any pretense of shyness, directly addressing Mulin as my man. Xiao's intention was to convey that, regardless of who abandoned him, a woman named Xiao would remain by his side, offering support and companionship, providing encouragement and a shoulder to lean on in his moments of solitude and despair. Sometimes, the most formidable adversary does not arise from others or from reality, but rather from within oneself. Xiao feared that the actions of Yang Qing and the others might inflict emotional turmoil upon Mulin. Xiao, do you truly see me as so fragile? Tenderly ruffling Xiao's adorable head, Mulin shook his head with a wry smile. I'm not so weak. This is merely a trivial matter that does not trouble me in the slightest. In truth, Mulin felt little in response to Yang Qing's betrayal. He had never regarded them as friends to begin with, so how could there be talk of betrayal? Whether they stood by his side or not was of no consequence to him. Of course not. My man is far stronger than I had imagined, Xiao playfully retorted, sticking out her tongue. Cheng Pu, is it? Patting Xiao's head, Mulin took a few steps forward, locking eyes with Cheng Pu, the governor of Shui. You little brat. Cheng Pu is not someone you can call out to. Cheng Pu glared fiercely. Had he not known Mulin's strength, he might have lunged at him, outraged that someone would dare utter his name. I do not know why you obstruct me, nor the origins of your hatred towards me. What I wish to declare is that from the moment I, Mulin, set foot in Shui, I have no intention of turning back. So get lost. Who do you think you are? His final words, amplified by his own energy, resonated throughout the dock and even reached the shores of Hai Ling port. Boom. Shortly after Mulin's domineering declaration, an overwhelming pressure erupted from within him, sending shivers down the spines of all present, including Cheng Pu. It felt as though a volcano had erupted, instilling a sense of impending doom among those gathered. What a terrifying presence. My heavens. The terrifying momentum erupted, leaving countless individuals in a state of shock. This formidable aura is something they have never perceived from the governor of Shui port, Cheng Pu. Does this not imply that the young man before them possesses strength that surpasses that of General Cheng Pu? General Cheng Pu is a renowned warrior throughout Jiaodong, boasting an impressive martial prowess rated at 8, and he was personally appointed by Sun Jian as the governor of Shui port. which underscores the immense trust Sun Jian has in Cheng Pu's capabilities. Yet, this prominent figure, esteemed by all, now finds himself sweating profusely and displaying an expression of utmost distress beneath this overwhelming presence. Mulin's martial prowess reaches an astonishing 87. Even without entering the state of awakened frenzy, he can contend with warriors whose strengths range from 88 to 89. Among those present, the strongest is merely Cheng Pu, whose martial prowess hovers around 8. The disparity of 7 to 8 points in martial prowess between Cheng Pu and Mulin is substantial. Once martial prowess exceeds 80, each point of difference represents a significant threshold, and this gap of 7 to 8 points in martial strength is sufficient for Mulin to effortlessly overpower Cheng Pu. Compared to the adversary he had previously slain, Yushi, Cheng Pu was only marginally stronger. The terrifying aura emanated solely towards him. The others, while sensing the overwhelming pressure, did not appear as flustered as Cheng Pu. At this moment, under the immense force of Mulin, Cheng Pu's complexion turned deathly pale. He felt as though a colossal stone pressed heavily upon his chest, rendering him breathless and suffocated. Observing Cheng Pu's distressing visage, Mulin slowly unsheathed the colossal cross-sword. Mo Gong, and with deliberate steps, advanced directly towards him. "You little rascal, how dare you? This is Jiangdong, not nor a place for your wild antics." At this moment, Cheng Pu was engulfed in a sense of trepidation. Upon sensing that terrifying aura, his resolve to fight had diminished significantly. In truth, his earlier bravado had merely been a facade, a mere act of bravado borrowed from the formidable reputation of the Sun Wu army, looking down upon Mulin. Cheng Pu believed that, regardless of Mulin's prowess, he would not dare to stir trouble at the Chue port, which would amount to a provocation against the Sun Wu forces. However, he could never have anticipated that Mulin was even more audacious and domineering than the tales suggested. The rumors were indeed true. Mulin's power was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of martial prowess. Otherwise, how could he exude such an overwhelming presence? Cheng Pu had long harbored some reservations regarding Sun Tzu's defeat to Mulin. He believed that had it not been for Mulin's sneak attack, directly entering the state of awakening dance, he would not have stood a chance against Lord Sun Tzu. In a fair fight, Lord Sun Tzu would undoubtedly have easily triumphed over Mulin. Yet, in this moment, Cheng Pu's certainty began to waver. Mulin had altered Cheng Pu's perception of him through sheer strength. Even in a fair contest, it would be no easy feat for Lord Sun Tzu to overcome Mulin. Reluctantly, Cheng Pu had to admit that the aura emanating from Mulin was even more fearsome than that of Lord Sun Tzu. This feeling emanates from the depths of the soul. Cheng Pu may deceive himself, yet he cannot deceive his own heart, can he? The primal fear rooted in the soul is never misleading. Chapter 65. The true intent of Mulin. You are fully aware of my superiority. Yet you still dare to provoke me, relying solely on the forces of the Sun Wu army behind you. Do you truly believe that this territory belongs to the Sun Wu army, and that your backing renders you untouchable? General Cheng Pu, it would be prudent for you to understand who I am. As Mulin advanced step by step, Cheng Pu's complexion grew increasingly pale, his eyes darting away as he dared not meet Mulin's gaze. He was flustered. His ashen face and averted eyes were evident to all around. Cheng Pu was indeed panicked. As the governor of Chue Port, with a formidable strength rating of 8, he trembled before the youth who approached him with deliberate slowness. Just moments ago, how imposing was Cheng Pu in the presence of that silent young man. With a mere utterance, he had commanded Mulin to leave. Note: it was a command to leave. The slightly derogatory remark, when uttered from the lips of Cheng Pu at that time, possessed an undeniable grandeur and dominance. Yet, at this moment, the very words he had spoken seemed to strike him like a slap in the face. As the Cheng Pu of now bore no resemblance to the earlier display of bravado. Presently, all that adorned his visage was a profound sense of dread. One can only imagine that, were it not for the multitude of spectators surrounding him, Cheng Pu might have turned on his heel and fled. The sheer intensity of the atmosphere rendered his breathing labored and his movements burdensome. He found it inconceivable to consider how long he could withstand a confrontation with Mulin. At this juncture, Cheng Pu's spirit for battle had completely evaporated. His audacity to command Mulin to depart stemmed solely from the knowledge that he stood upon the grounds of Chue Port, bolstered by the might of the Sun Wu army at his back. Yet, Mulin's actions unmistakably conveyed a message, even within the confines of Jiangdong. The stronghold of Sun Wu, he still possessed the audacity to take Cheng Pu's life. The faint sound of footsteps echoed harshly upon the tranquil pier, where now only Mulin's soft tread reverberated. The atmosphere had become suffocatingly tense, as all eyes were fixed upon the advancing Mulin, breaths collectively held, Cheng Pu included. Observant onlookers would notice the subtle tremor in Cheng Pu's legs, and the struggle reflected in his countenance. Not only his expression, but his innermost thoughts were engaged in a fierce internal conflict. Should he persist, death loomed ominously. Conversely, if he capitulated and pleaded for mercy, he might preserve his life, albeit at the cost of his dignity. At this critical moment, Cheng Pu was faced with two choices. First, to forsake his pride and apologize, imploring Mulin for forgiveness, thus possibly securing his survival. Second, to gamble on the notion that Mulin was merely posturing and lacked the resolve to act. However, the stakes of this gamble were nothing less than his own life. A miscalculation would lead only to his demise. as he beheld Mulin's advancing figure, cold and resolute. Cheng Pu's heartbeat quickened, his breaths became more frantic. Anxiety gripped him tightly. Finally, he resolved to apologize. In that moment of despair, he acknowledged that life was a singular, irreplaceable gift. Once lost, it was gone forever. Just as Cheng Pu prepared to utter his apologies, a commanding female voice resonated from behind him. The voice belonged to someone familiar to all, none other than Madame Wu, who had previously disembarked from a merchant vessel. Mulin, I implore you to consider my request. Let this matter be resolved here. As for the issues between you and my husband, I shall exert every effort to assist you. Madame Wu's tone bore a certain weight. Regardless of his standing, Cheng Pu was a member of the Sun Wu army, and Madame Wu could not idly stand by while he faced the threat of being slain by Mulin. Furthermore, this was the port of Chue. Under the control of the Sun Wu forces, should Mulin dare to take Cheng Pu's life here, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the Sun Wu army. The consequences could very well escalate into open conflict rather than an alliance with the Elbu forces. As the legitimate wife of Sun Jian, Madame Wu was far from naive. Although she had verbally pledged to assist Mulin, it was merely a superficial agreement, lacking substantial impact. Now, it appeared that Mulin's wrath was directed towards Cheng Pu, seemingly intent on exacting vengeance. However, if Madame Wu's intuition served her correctly, Mulin's true objective was aimed at her. A verbal commitment to assist and a genuine endeavor to help were two entirely distinct matters. If Madame Wu merely promised to speak a few kind words on Mulin's behalf, the likelihood of success would remain minimal. Yet, should she pledge her utmost efforts in aiding Mulin, the effectiveness of her support would be considerably enhanced. Mulin is an individual of profound cunning and meticulous thought. Despite his tender years, his strategic depth is unparalleled. In the realm of intellect, he surpasses even the formidable warrior, Su. The actions of Mulin had previously deceived nearly everyone, as they believed his desire to eliminate Cheng Pu stemmed from a wounded pride due to disrespect. Yet, only Lady Wu discerned his true intentions. He was not merely seeking vengeance. He was compelling himself to pledge unwavering support in forging an alliance between the Sun Wu army and the forces of Elbu. Cheng Pu was merely a pawn in Mulin's grand design. Previously, owing to Mulin's act of salvation, Lady Wu had indeed promised to advocate on his behalf to Sun Jian. However, her heart was not entirely invested in the matter. The history between Mulin and her son, Sun Su, was fraught with grievances. Though she viewed them as trifling skirmishes, Sun Su is, after all, her beloved son. How could she not lean towards her offspring's favor? Even minor disputes weigh heavily when it is her son who bears the brunt. In truth, Lady Wu harbored reservations about Sun Jian consenting to an alliance with Elbu's forces. This very sentiment did not escape Mulin's astute observation, and in a fortuitous twist, Cheng Pu unwittingly provided Mulin with an opportunity, a means to compel his own resolve. This scene is truly terrifying. Madame Wu is certain that Mulin never anticipated that Cheng Pu would seek to trouble him before arriving at Chue port. He was even unaware that Cheng Pu would be present at the harbor to greet him. This indicates that none of this was premeditated by Mulin. Rather, it was a spontaneous response devised in a fleeting moment following Cheng Pu's provocation. Everything seemed to be part of his grand design, to the extent that even Madame Wu herself was nearly deceived. Chapter 66, The Unashamed. Madame Wu's dignity was not something Mulin dared to disregard. However, he merely wished to impart a singular piece of wisdom to General Cheng Pu. One's own strength is the greatest reliance, not that which is bestowed by others. Intelligence holds great significance as well. Before undertaking any endeavor, one must engage their mind. Mulin's subsequent statement, however, left many perplexed. Apart from Mulin and Madame Wu, it is likely that no one else could fathom the meaning behind Mulin's words. In the presence of Cheng Pu, Mulin would never directly reveal that he had manipulated him. Everything he had previously orchestrated was but fade. His true intent solely to leverage Cheng Pu in order to coerce Madame Wu. Now that his plan had succeeded, Mulin recognized the importance of knowing when to retreat gracefully, adhering to the principle of knowing when to take a step back. Cheng Pu found himself enlightened. In truth, he did not grasp the meaning behind Mulin's later comment. Naturally, in front of so many people, he could not afford to inquire further, for that would openly imply his lack of understanding. Thank you, Madame Wu, for interceding on behalf of your subordinate. He gazed at Madame Wu with gratitude, foolishly believing that she had saved him. At that moment, Cheng Pu was blissfully unaware of his own manipulation. General Cheng Pu, you flatter me. As a fellow soldier of the Sun Wu army, it is only natural. Shaking her head, Madame Wu found herself in a mix of amusement and exasperation. Thank me? General Cheng Pu. Rather, I should be thanking you. Thank you for allowing Mulin to orchestrate a scheme against me. If it were not for your being manipulated, would I have felt compelled to pledge my assistance to him? Truly, the ignorant often enjoy a blissful existence, oblivious to their own exploitation. In light of such occurrences, Madame Wu pondered how to admonish Cheng Pu. Ultimately, this was not merely a matter of Cheng Pu's rashness. It was Mulin's cunning that proved to be truly formidable. Under similar circumstances, others might well have fallen victim to his schemes. No, in the future, even if my husband were to forge an alliance with the Elbu army. I must caution him to remain vigilant of Mulin. Perhaps the most formidable presence within the Elbu ranks is not the formidable warrior Elbu himself, but rather Mulin. Often, a powerful adversary may not be the most fearsome. It is the astute strategists and tacticians who pose the greatest threat, for their thoughts remain inscrutable and one may never realize when they have been ensnared. Before her now stood Mulin, a man not only possessing formidable martial prowess, but also a mind as sharp as a blade, making him an exceedingly perilous individual. General Mulin. At that moment, a voice filled with regret emerged from the crowd behind Mulin. The person stepping forward was none other than Yang Cheng, who had arrived at Chue Port alongside Mulin. Just moments ago, during the conflict between Mulin and Cheng Pu, he had been the first to distance himself. Yang Cheng felt a wave of despair. How could he have anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner? How could he have guessed that Mulin's prowess surpassed his wildest imagination, even eclipsing that of Cheng Pu, merely by sheer presence? Mulin had instilled such fear in Cheng Pu, the governor of Chue Port, that the latter had lost all will to fight. Had he known the outcome would be thus, he would never have hesitated or sought to sever ties with Mulin. It turned out that the true formidable figure was this young man he had deemed doomed. Yang Cheng was now engulfed in regret, lamenting his prior choices and questioning his decision to withdraw. Observing the woeful expression on Yang Cheng's face, Mulin's demeanor grew frosty. At that moment, a well-known phrase from a past life echoed in his mind. I have never encountered such shamelessness. Where had Yang Cheng been during the confrontation with Cheng Pu? Now, having realized Mulin's superiority over Cheng Pu, he returned with a facade of obsequiousness. Such behavior left Mulin utterly speechless. He had no inclination to engage with Yang Cheng further, and simply turned to stride into Chue Port. Get lost. The single word, imbued with immense force, sent Yang Cheng tumbling away, rolling several times on the ground in a most undignified manner. Yang Cheng, from this day forth, you are unwelcome at all ports and cities under the command of the Sun Wu army. Furthermore, all merchants of Wu are prohibited from engaging in any commercial dealings with you. With a piercing glare directed at Yang Cheng, Wu Madam's expression had transformed. Shedding the earlier kindness displayed in their conversation, having endured her own frustrations at Mulin's hands, she could not vent her ire upon him. And thus Yang Cheng became the target of her displeasure. Moreover, she harbored a deep-seated contempt for such a person. After delivering her decree, Wu Madam turned away without casting another glance at Yang Cheng, following Mulin and the others out of the port, leaving him pale and desolate. The bulk of Yang Cheng's commerce relied on the ports under the Sun Wu army's jurisdiction, and now, with Wu Madam's pronouncement, his financial lifeline had been severed. He harbored no doubts regarding the impact of her words. It was evident that in the future, merchants of Wu would likely never collaborate with him again and would swiftly distance themselves from him. This blow was undeniably substantial for Yang Cheng. I suspect that your merchant vessel harbors dangerous goods. Summon someone. Seize that merchant ship. Confiscate all cargo aboard. It is evident to any discerning observer that Madame Wu and Mulin harbor great displeasure towards Yang Cheng. Although Cheng Pu may not be exceptionally astute, he can certainly perceive this tension. Moreover, Mulin and Madame Wu hold significant positions. One is the lawful wife of his superior, while the other just spared his life, which means displeasing them equates to antagonizing Cheng Pu. Thus, he must express his stance. Yes, General Cheng Pu. The surrounding soldiers of Sun Wu responded promptly. At this moment, a series of blows relentlessly assailed Yang Cheng's psyche. Finally, a mouthful of blood erupted from Yang Cheng's lips. The cargo aboard the merchant vessel does not belong solely to him. Seizing all the goods from the ship is tantamount to taking his very life. Chapter 67. The Grand City, Jianya. Upon departing from the port, Mulin and Lady Wu did not linger at Chue Port, but hastily set forth after Cheng Pu prepared 2 horse-drawn carriages. Originally, Cheng Pu intended for Lady Wu and Mulin to rest for a few days at Chue Port before journeying back to the capital, Jianya. However, this suggestion was promptly dismissed by Mulin. Time was of the essence for Mulin. How could he afford to delay for several days? Would the city of Daihu survive without reinforcements for much longer? Only a handful of companions accompanied Lady Wu on her return to Jianya: Mulin, De Xiao, Zhu Mao, and Lady Wu, totaling 4 individuals and 2 carriages. Entering Chue Port meant stepping into the realm of the Sun Wu army, where the risk of danger was significantly diminished. Any minor threats from bandits and mountain robbers would be amply handled by Zhu Mao, and with a top-tier warrior like Mulin present, the likelihood of peril was negligible. If any trouble arose that even Mulin could not resolve, then dispatching thousands of soldiers would prove futile. The combat prowess of Mulin alone surpassed that of an entire army. If he could not confront a challenge, what could thousands of Sun Wu soldiers achieve? The distance between Chue Port and Jianya was not extensive. With the 2 carriages traveling unceasingly, they reached Jianya in just half a day's time. The imposing city that came into view was the ultimate destination for Mulin and his companions, Jianya. The scale of Jianya city is at least 3 times that of Xiapi city, and its level of prosperity is beyond any comparison with Xiapi city. The city of Jianya undoubtedly stands as the capital of the Kingdom of Wu, and it is likely one of the most prominent cities in this tumultuous era. rivaled only by renowned metropolises such as Luoyang and Chang'an. Within the imperial palace, upon receiving news of Lady Wu's arrival in Jianye, several generals of the Sun Wu army accompanied Sun Jian to prepare for her reception. Although Lady Wu held no substantial authority within the Sun Wu military, her status as Sun Jian's legitimate wife rendered her akin to a queen, commanding respect from countless individuals simply due to her noble identity. The garrison stationed in Jianye consists of no fewer than 60 to 70,000 troops. From the moment he entered Jianye, Mulin began to observe his surroundings. The soldiers stationed at the city gate alone numbered in the thousands, and with 4 city gates, the total force dedicated to guarding them approached 10,000. This figure represents only those manning the gates. The patrolling units along the roads within Jianye vastly outnumbered those in Shuzhou, and upon entering the imperial palace, the number of guards and patrols increased even further. All of this is merely superficial. However, just on the surface, the military strength of Jianye city exceeds 20,000. If one were to aggregate the various smaller legions, it would be hard to believe that the total did not reach at least 70 or 80,000. General Mulin, perhaps, is curious about the total military might of Jianye city. His subtle movements have not escaped the keen eyes of Madame Wu, who, while walking, smiles and poses a question to him. Nodding slightly, Mulin indeed harbors some doubts. You may venture a guess, Madame Wu suggests with a twinkle in her eye. It must be at least 70 or 80,000. Mulin responds with his own conjecture. A light chuckle escapes Madame Wu at his estimation. Is that so, madam? Is the truth vastly different? Mulin inquires, a slight frown creasing his brow, sensing that Madame Wu is being deliberately coy. The total military strength of Jianye city exceeds 120,000. A proud gleam flickers in her eyes as she speaks of Jianye city, an undeniable source of her pride. In this chaotic era, how many cities can boast a garrison of over 100,000? To Madame Wu's knowledge, only 3 cities maintain such a formidable military presence. Xuchang, occupied by Cao Cao's forces, Luoyang, held by Dong Zhuo, and finally, the capital, Jianye city, under the command of Sun Wu. She is uncertain if other cities surpass this threshold, but these 3 are the only ones she is aware of. Thus, Jianye city stands as one of the most powerful and heavily fortified cities in the entire tumultuous realm, surely a point of pride. Deliberate. This woman is undoubtedly being intentional. Though his expression remains unchanged, Mulin inwardly curses Madame Wu, perceiving her words as a deliberate provocation. The entirety of Elbu's forces amounts to a mere 20,000, while the military strength of her capital is several times greater. At this moment, Mulin feels a surge of frustration. Madame Wu's remarks appear to be a calculated response to his previous tactics against her. Yet, no matter how irate he feels, he is left without recourse. What can he say in the face of her assertions? After all, Elbu's forces are simply lacking, their combined strength barely reaching 20,000, a harsh reality indeed. Mulin, do not be vexed, numbers do not equate to skill. Furthermore, once you accumulate sufficient points, summoning an army of 100,000 or more will be within your grasp. Remember, you and any other power in this world are fundamentally different. Their soldiers must be recruited, while ours can be exchanged. They require months, even half a year, to gather thousands of troops, whereas we need only a second. The divine system continuously reassures Mulin within his mind. One day, I shall transform Xiapi into a super city. He understands that, at present, Xiapi cannot be compared to the grand cities of this chaotic world. Yet he firmly believes that, with the divine system at his disposal, Xiapi will eventually surpass all others, standing as the singular super city in this era of turmoil. Chapter 68. Sun Jian's test. Hold on. Following Madame Wu, they soon arrive before a resplendent hall. Just as they are about to enter, soldiers stationed at the door block their path. Specifically, only Mulin is halted. At this moment, everyone came to a halt, including Madame Wu, who looked at the soldiers with a puzzled expression. Logically, Mulin was someone brought back personally by Madame Wu. And given her status as the legitimate wife of Sun Jian, the supreme leader of the Sun Wu army, few would dare to obstruct her. Apologies, madam, but this is Lord Sun Jian's command, and we cannot disobey. The soldiers slightly clasped their fists in respect, which prompted Madame Wu to nod in understanding. It was no surprise. If the order came directly from Sun Jian, it made perfect sense. Otherwise, how could these soldiers dare to stop someone brought in by Madame Wu? Mulin cast an apologetic glance at Madame Wu. If it were an order from someone else, she might have had some recourse. But since it was a direct command from Sun Jian, even she was powerless. No matter, madam, please go in. I shall wait outside, he said with a slight smile, displaying indifference. This show of authority was undoubtedly a warning to Mulin. Here in Jianye, the capital of Wu, regardless of how formidable he might be in Shuzhou, he was to behave like a dragon coiled and a tiger lying low. Clearly, the events at Chue port had reached Sun Jian's ears. Given Mulin's earlier arrogance, it was necessary to issue a warning. Otherwise, if he were to cause a scene in Jianye, it would bring great shame to the Sun Wu army. Stopping Mulin served not only as a warning but also as a test. His arrival in Jiangdong and Jianye was evidently purposeful. If Mulin could not tolerate even this minor indignity, the Sun Wu army would have no grounds for negotiation with him. The soldiers stationed at the gate were not particularly strong. With merely a display of his own pressure, Mulin could easily make them retreat. This was also a deliberate ploy by Sun Jian. Should Mulin resort to violence, Sun Jian would not even meet with him, expelling him from Wu without hesitation. A person who held the Sun Wu army in such disdain was not worthy of discussion in Sun Jian's eyes. Mulin, recognizing this reality, chose to remain silent. He had come seeking assistance and understood that this was not the time for arrogance. He was aware that blind arrogance would only lead to his own detriment. While he was indeed domineering, he was not foolish. He understood when to assert himself and when to yield. Very well, I shall enter now, he nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing Mulin's understanding, Madame Wu exhaled in relief. After witnessing Mulin's formidable strength, she genuinely feared that he might take offense. Although they were in the capital of Wu, inciting Mulin's wrath could lead to unpredictable consequences. Through her observations of Mulin, Madame Wu had come to understand this aspect of him. He was a person who, when angered, could be terrifying. It's fine, you may go in as well. I'll wait here for a moment, Mulin said, smiling at the pitiful expression on Chao's face. Sun Jian's actions were merely a show of authority. A test of Mulin's resolve, and he would not keep him waiting outside for long. By refraining from aggression or forceful entry, Mulin had already demonstrated his sincerity and respect. Once Madame Wu and the others had entered, Mulin, left to his own devices, crossed his arms and closed his eyes to rest. Announce. Mulin seeks an audience. A resonant voice echoed throughout the resplendent hall just minutes later, reaching even Mulin outside. General, you may enter now. The soldiers who had obstructed him exchanged smiles and stepped back, clearing a path for him. With a nod of gratitude, Mulin lifted his foot and strode into the palace. There, he immediately noticed a formidable middle-aged man seated at the highest point of the hall. From him emanated an overwhelming imperial presence, a quality that was unique to Sun Jian among the Sun Wu army. As the supreme leader of a powerful faction, such regal authority seemed inherent to him. This imposing presence, though distinct from the ferocious dominance of Elbu, reflects a formidable strength in Sun Jian, which, while not comparable to that of Elbu, emanates a pressure that is no less potent than the fierce aura surrounding Elbu himself. This aura is akin to that of the highest leader of a modern nation. However, the imperial presence exuded by Sun Jian is more substantive and possesses a greater impact. As Mulin entered the grand hall, all eyes were drawn to him, and an invisible, tumultuous pressure bore down upon him. At that moment, even Mulin's hair seemed to flutter ever so slightly. The oppressive aura emanated not only from Sun Jian, but also from his formidable companions, Tai Shirtzi, Gan Ning, and Shou Tai, who exuded their own potent presence. Although Sun Jian's martial prowess may not have reached the threshold of 90, the imperial aura surrounding him allowed him to unleash a might comparable to that of the most elite generals. The trio beside him, Gan Ning, Tai Shirtzi, and Shou Tai, were indeed top-tier warriors in their own right. Collectively, they embodied the strength of 4 elite generals, exerting an immense pressure upon Mulin that was beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to withstand. Even a top-tier general with a martial value of 90 would find it exceedingly challenging to move under such weighty oppression. This was yet another display of dominance. Had it been the self before the Battle of Xiapi, he would have found himself utterly immobilized by this overwhelming force. However, now, he chuckled coldly within. After the Battle of Xiapi, his strength had significantly increased. Although Gan Ning and Tai Shirtzi were indeed top-tier generals, they did not belong to the absolute pinnacle among them. Thus, the combined pressure they exerted, while not insignificant, was not overwhelmingly formidable against Mulin. Chapter 69. The Wrath of Sun Tzu under the weight of 4 powerful presences. Mulin's steps faltered slightly, as if an invisible force were impeding his raised foot, making it difficult to descend. Nearby, in the grand hall, Xiao gazed with deep concern at the frail figure in the arena, her beautiful eyes reflecting her profound worry. Is this fellow Mulin? Beside Xiao stood another stunning young woman, who bore a striking resemblance to her beauty rivaling that of Xiao herself. The maiden who addresses Xiao as sister is none other than Xiao, the younger sister of the renowned Jiangdong duo. If Xiao exudes an aura of gentle femininity, then Xiao embodies a lively and charming spirit. Both are strikingly beautiful, yet they represent 2 distinct archetypes. At this moment, Xiao gazes curiously at Mulin, noting his somewhat disheveled demeanor, a subtle smile gracing her lips. While she may not know the full extent of Mulin's strength, she is well aware of the formidable prowess of Tai Shirtzi, Shou Tai, Gan Ning, and the esteemed Sun Jian. With 3 top-tier warriors and a Sun Jian who approaches their caliber, the oppressive force of these 4 individuals would leave even the most skilled adversaries at a disadvantage. Presently, all eyes in the hall are eagerly awaiting the spectacle of Mulin's misfortune. Word of his recent escapade at Shui Port has spread among the attendees, and they are keen to witness him face the consequences. Surely, this fellow cannot truly believe he is in his home city of Xiapi, where his power reigns unchallenged. Yet, the outcome is destined to shatter their expectations. A thunderous roar reverberates through the grand hall, akin to a bolt of lightning cleaving through a clear sky, causing every heart to tremble involuntarily. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Mulin steps forward with decisive intent. The bluestone tiles beneath his feet swiftly fracture. With another resounding step, the tiles shatter completely, scattering debris across the ground. Each thunderous impact heralds Mulin's relentless advance, as the once sturdy floor of bluestone lies in ruins. a testament to the devastation wrought by his formidable presence. This scene left those who were eager to witness Mulin's downfall with their mouths agape, even Xiao, whose mischievous glimmer was replaced by a profound astonishment as she covered her mouth, rendered speechless. In contrast, Xiao sighed in genuine relief. After all, he was the man she admired, and she ought to have faith in him. When in Xiapi city, he had faced a multitude of enemy soldiers and commanders without a trace of fear. How could a few, like Gan Ning and Tai Shirzi, compel her beloved to retreat? Is it you, Mulin? The fleeting look of astonishment vanished quickly, for Sun Jian, a ruler of a formidable power, swiftly regained his composure. As Mulin approached the steps before Sun Jian, he slightly cupped his fist in greeting, his face adorned with an enigmatic smile that served as an impeccable facade, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to discern his true thoughts. Have you come to Jiangdong alone? Are you not afraid that I might keep you here forever? Sun Jian observed Mulin with a burgeoning curiosity. This young man is quite intriguing. If he is afraid, then I shall not come. With narrowed eyes, Mulin smiled faintly, a smile brimming with confidence. What a remarkably audacious youth. Do you truly believe that among all of us present, we would be unable to contain a mere individual like you? Sun Jian remained silent. However, Zhou Tai, standing behind him, could not restrain himself. Mulin's words reflected merely his self-assuredness in his own strength, yet to Zhou Tai, it reeked of arrogance, dismissing the presence of all those gathered. If I am to be afraid, then I shall not come. His implication was clear. His willingness to face them signified an absence of fear regarding his escape, even in the face of numerous generals from the Sun and Wu armies, including himself. How brazen, how arrogant, how utterly dismissive of others. This statement can be interpreted in two distinct ways, primarily depending on one's perspective. From Mulin's standpoint, it is merely a declaration of confidence, devoid of any ulterior meaning. However, in the perception of individuals such as Zhou Tai and others, the implications are far more profound. Suddenly, an unforeseen disturbance erupted within the Grand Hall, as a formidable pressure emanated directly from behind Mulin. This formidable aura does not emanate from anyone within the Grand Hall, but rather from beyond its confines. The master of this imposing aura is none other than Mulin, who is equally familiar with it. The rapidly approaching presence is none other than Sun Tzu, who had once clashed with him and was defeated in front of tens of thousands of Sun Wu soldiers. A surge of energy rushed in from outside the Grand Hall. A figure cloaked in crimson, akin to a specter of red, swiftly burst through the entrance, with a singular target in sight. Mulin. How dare you show your face in my territory, Jiangdong? Sun Tzu's furious roar echoed throughout the hall. Upon receiving the news of Lady Wu's safe return, Sun Tzu was initially filled with joy. After all, she was his mother, and her safe arrival in Jianya brought him immense happiness. However, upon learning that Mulin had also come to Jianya, the joy on Sun Tzu's face was swiftly replaced by a shadow of gloom. Isn't life itself a struggle for dignity? The tale of his earlier defeat at the hands of Mulin had spread like wildfire across Jiangdong, becoming a source of amusement for many. To add insult to injury, that detestable Mulin had abducted his beloved, Xiao, who had yet to return. How could Sun Tzu not harbor resentment towards Mulin? In the midst of his fury, he also felt a surge of excitement. He yearned to vanquish Mulin, to utterly defeat this man who had brought him endless humiliation before all. He wanted everyone to understand that his prior defeat was merely due to a sneak attack. In a fair confrontation, he could easily overpower him. Chapter 70. The challenge, my lord Sun Jian. Is this how your Sun Wu army treats guests? Casting a glance at Sun Tzu, who glared at him with hostility, Mulin chose to ignore him, turning instead to face Sun Jian, seated at the head. Every individual's patience has its limits, and Mulin was no exception. The first time he was obstructed at the door, he endured it. The second time, after being pressured by Sun Jian and his allies upon entering the Grand Hall, he still bore it. However, 3 times was too many. Mulin was not bound to ally with the Sun Wu army. He had already extended the courtesy and respect due. If Sun Jian remained obstinate, he could not blame Mulin for withholding his regard. Despite the formidable strength of the Sun Wu army, boasting hundreds of thousands of troops, Mulin was acutely aware of their weakest points. Elite generals. Though the Sun Wu army had several top-tier generals, Gan Ning, Zhou Tai, Sun Tzu, and Tai Shirzi, each possessing martial prowess above 90, none exceeded a rating of 94. This is precisely the weakness of the Sun Wu army. Liu Bei's forces, comprising the formidable warriors Guan Yu, Zhao Yun, Zhang Fei, and Ma Chao, each possess a martial prowess exceeding 95. The mere presence of any one of them poses a considerable challenge for the Sun Wu army. Similarly, Cao Cao's troops boast 2 exceptional generals, Dian Wei and Su Chu. Among these titans, Dian Wei possesses an impressive strength of 98, while Su Chu closely follows with a commendable 97, both of which are sufficient to command respect on the battlefield. Any one of these top-tier warriors from Cao Cao's ranks stands unmatched by anyone in the Sun Wu army. It is crucial to recognize that during warfare, the impact of elite generals is profoundly significant. Once battle commences, merely to restrain one of the likes of Dian Wei requires the deployment of 2 or 3 top-tier generals from the Sun Wu army. However, the Sun Wu army has only 4 elite warriors in total. Should all be dispatched to contain Dian Wei, Cao Cao's other generals would be free to wreak havoc among the Sun Wu ranks. Therefore, The presence of a single elite general is of utmost importance in the context of war. This is precisely why the world does not dare to underestimate the might of Elbu's army. With mere personal prowess, Elbu alone is capable of suppressing over 4 elite generals within their ranks. Moreover, his forces are bolstered by formidable individuals such as Zhang Liao and Lü Lingqi. Should Elbu's army be reinforced with an additional 1 to 200,000 troops, it would constitute a power rivaling that of Cao and Liu Bei. As for Mulin, he faces the top generals of the Sun Wu army with unwavering confidence. Should he activate his awakened state of chaotic dance, his combat prowess could surge to an astounding 95. In a one-on-one confrontation, no elite general from the Sun Wu army could hope to match him in this awakened form. Even if they were to unite in an assault against him, Mulin possesses the confidence to evade capture while leaving behind an unforgettable impression on the Sun Wu forces. Few are aware of Mulin's swift victory over Xiao Dun and Wei Yin during the Battle of Xiapi, not to mention his remarkable confrontation with a wounded Zhang Fei. This information has scarcely reached Jiangdong. Consequently, in the eyes of figures like Sun Jian, Mulin's strength is perceived to be on par with Xiao Yuan's. Had Xiao Yuan not been injured at that time, it might very well have been him who faced defeat. A warrior whose strength is comparable to Xiao Yuan's is hardly a source of concern for the Sun Wu army. However, if Sun Jian and his compatriots were to learn that Mulin, at full capacity, could contend with a warrior boasting a might of 95, one wonders if their attitude towards him would remain unchanged. It is worth noting that within the entire Sun Wu army of Jiangdong, there exists no elite general whose might exceeds 95. Even the so-called foremost warrior, Tai Shirtzi, only reaches a might of 93. General Mulin is jesting. A guest is always welcome, Sun Jian remarked with a smile. Shower, you may withdraw for now. With a chuckle, Sun Jian understood that certain matters must not be taken too far. While he himself bore no fear of Mulin, the latter was nonetheless a top-tier general. Provoking him could lead to troublesome consequences. Father, step back. Sun Jian's fierce gaze intensified as he reiterated his command. Yes, though Sun Jian's strength did not rival that of Sun Tzu, he was still the father of Sun Tzu and the sovereign of the Sun Wu army. His orders were not to be disobeyed. With a glare directed at Mulin, Sun Tzu declared, at noon today, at the commanding platform in Jianya City, "We shall engage in battle. Should you refuse, you shall be deemed a coward." Without waiting for Mulin's response, Sun Tzu exited the grand hall. He resolved to rise from where he had fallen, determined to reclaim his honor from Mulin. He sought to demonstrate to the world that had it not been for the ambush, he would never have faced defeat. Lord Sun Jian, you have witnessed this. It is your son who seeks trouble with me. Should I inadvertently offend, I ask for your understanding. Before such a multitude, Mulin could not decline the challenge. He regarded his previous adversaries as mere defeated foes. They had been no match for him then, and they certainly would be no match now. This time, I shall ensure that he is utterly defeated and compelled to acknowledge my superiority. Was my earlier victory over Sun Tzu merely a result of a surprise attack? How ludicrous. At that moment, I simply lacked the time to engage in a prolonged duel with Sun Tzu. My goal was to resolve the matter swiftly and proceed to Xiapi. Now, the audacity of Sun Tzu to provoke me, seeking to reclaim his honor in front of the myriad spectators of Jianyi, is truly laughable. Since someone has foolishly presented themselves for a beating, would it not be inconsiderate of Mulin to refrain from striking? Thus, Mulin resolves to grant Sun Tzu this opportunity, allowing him to once again experience humiliation before the assembled crowd of Jianyi. This time, I shall ensure that he has no excuses for his defeat. Ah, this is merely a matter for the youth. I shall not intervene. If you can indeed teach Tzu a lesson, then it reflects your capability and his inferiority, he remarked. Nonetheless, Sun Jian's countenance shimmered with profound confidence. He firmly believed that Sun Tzu would prevail. After all, how could one who barely triumphed over Xiao Yuan possibly contend with Sun Tzu, whose martial prowess is rated at an impressive 92? Not only Sun Jian, but even Gan Ning and Tai Shirtzi exhibited amusement, particularly Tai Shirtzi. As a fellow soldier of the Sun Wu army, he was well aware of Sun Tzu's strength. Despite Sun Tzu's martial rating of 92, even at full capacity, he doubted his own ability to best Sun Tzu, whose prowess was nearing an astonishing 93. Chapter 71. Is the Elbu army deficient in strength? Sister, has this fellow lost his mind? To be defeated before so many is undeniably shameful. Xiao, standing beside the Xiao, gazed in astonishment at Mulin. Like the others in the Sun Wu army, she could not fathom Mulin as a worthy opponent for Sun Tzu. Her knowledge of Mulin was limited. She was aware only that he had slain the general Xiao Yuan from Cao's forces, but that victory was under circumstances of injury, rendering it somewhat ignoble. Their previous encounter with Lord Sun Tzu was also a result of a sneak attack, similarly lacking honor. In a straightforward confrontation, she speculated that Mulin might not even be a match for Xiao Yuan. Initially, she believed that Mulin would decline Sun Tzu's challenge. How could he possibly engage before such a vast audience without resorting to subterfuge? If he refrained from ambush tactics, could he truly stand against General Sun Tzu, whose might was among the foremost in all of Jiangdong? Indeed, this individual has triumphed over Xiao Yuan, however. The prowess of General Sun Tzu is far superior to that of Xiao Yuan. Furthermore, The Xiao Yuan defeated by Mulin was in a state of injury at the time. This implies that, even if Mulin were stronger than Xiao Yuan, the difference would be marginal, while General Sun Tzu's strength vastly eclipses that of Xiao Yuan. The martial prowess of Xiao Yuan is rated at 9, whereas that of Sun Tzu approaches an astounding 93. Although this may seem like a mere 2-point disparity, such a difference is monumental among elite warriors. You have truly lost your mind. The battle has yet to commence, yet you presume Mulin will be defeated, remarked Xiao. Lightly tapping her sister's forehead, her discontent evident. Despite her own concerns, she chose to place her faith in Mulin. Given Mulin's character, he seldom engages in ventures lacking certainty. His willingness to accept the challenge indicates profound confidence in his capabilities. I cannot fathom your reasoning. You are being held captive, yet still stand by an outsider. Xiao rolled her eyes, exasperated. Could it be that her foolish sister had developed feelings for her captor? Unbeknownst to Xiao, her offhand remark held a kernel of truth. Xiao had indeed grown fond of the very Mulin who once held her captive. I am already aware of your intentions, however. I am curious as to what leverage your Elbu army possesses to ally with my Sunwu army. While it is true that we find ourselves at odds with Cao and Liu Bei, do you truly believe that this alone warrants an alliance? Sun Jian inquired, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he gazed down at Mulin. Is strength not a form of capital? Mulin countered. Strength? Your Elbu army possesses strength? Sun Jian's expression morphed into one of incredulity, nearly eliciting laughter at Mulin's assertion. The combined forces of the Elbu army and Xiapi barely amounted to 20,000. Was this what one would call strength? With 4 top-tier generals, one of whom bears the title of the fiercest warrior of this chaotic era, Elbu himself, is this not strength? Mulin retorted with a smile, asserting that the overall might of a faction cannot be gauged solely by troop numbers. A formidable force requires not only substantial manpower but also powerful generals. The adage 1,000 troops are easy to obtain, yet a general is hard to find resonates profoundly in this age. To be precise, the value of a top-tier general far surpasses that of tens of thousands of soldiers. Soldiers can be recruited given time and resources. But can one simply acquire top-tier generals like Elbu or Xiao Yuan at will? Indeed, while the Elbu army may not boast more than 20,000 soldiers, its cadre of elite generals exceeds that of the Sunwu army. The Sunwu army possesses 4 top-tier generals, Tai Shirzi and Gan Ning, each rated at 93. Sun Tzu at 92, and Zhou Tai at 9. The Elbu army similarly boasts 4 top-tier generals, Elbu, whose strength is an astonishing 100, followed by Zhang Liao at 92, who is not inferior to Sun Tzu, though Lü Lingqi and Mulin do not reach 90 in martial prowess. Their true combat abilities exceed 90. Under full exertion, Lü Lingqi can contend with those rated at 93, while Mulin, in his awakened state, can face warriors rated at 95. If we consider only the top-tier generals, the Elbu army's 4 would easily overwhelm those of the Sunwu army. Indeed, Elbu alone could likely take on all 4 of Sun Wu's elite generals single-handedly. Mulin's assertions left Sun Jian momentarily speechless. Upon initially hearing Mulin claim that the Elbu army was comparable to the Sunwu army, Sun Jian nearly laughed aloud. Yet, as he sought to refute, he found the truth in Mulin's words undeniable. In terms of elite generals, the Elbu army undoubtedly surpasses the Sunwu army. The sole distinction lies in the numerical superiority of Sun Wu's soldiers and commanders, with figures such as Liu Bei's Zhang Fei, Guan Yu, Zhao Yun, and Ma Chao. Alongside Cao's Dian Wei and Su Chu, does the Sunwu army have anyone who could rival even one of these formidable warriors? Noticing Sun Jian's silence, Mulin's lips curled into a sly smile as he continued, your silence speaks volumes. Mulin's words bore an undertone of mockery towards the Sunwu army, yet they were irrefutable. Tai Shirzi and Gan Ning, confident in their prowess with ratings of 93, belonged to the upper echelon of warriors. However, facing any of the warriors Mulin mentioned, they lacked the confidence to contend. Zhang Fei and Guan Yu each hold ratings of 98, Zhao Yun at 96, and Ma Chao at 97. Even among Cao's renowned duo, one boasts a strength of 98, while the other stands at 97. Either alone would prove overwhelming for Gan Ning and Tai Shirzi. At this moment, not only was Sun Jian rendered speechless, but also Tai Shirzi, Gan Ning, and others fell into silence. The only aspect in which the Sunwu army fell short compared to the Liu and Qiao forces was the presence of elite generals. Mulin's words struck a chord, revealing the Sunwu army's vulnerabilities. Chapter 72. Sun Jian's Dilemma. Should the Sunwu army forge an alliance with our Elbu army, they would no longer need to harbor excessive fear of the Liu and Qiao forces. Over the years, the armies of Sunwu and those of Cao and Liu Bei have been embroiled in incessant warfare. Yet it is predominantly the Sunwu forces that have borne the brunt of the losses, particularly in terms of their top-tier generals. In terms of military strength and leadership, the Sunwu army is not inferior to either the forces of Cao or Liu Bei. However, their deficiency in elite commanders represents a grave disadvantage. On numerous occasions, after engaging in battle with Cao's forces, the Sunwu army has suffered catastrophic losses. The likes of Dian Wei and Su Chu have charged into the battlefield, leaving nary a soul to withstand their onslaught, wreaking havoc upon the ranks of Sunwu. while Sun Jian could only watch helplessly as the soldiers fell one by one. Powerless to intervene, Mulin's assertion holds merit. Should an alliance be forged with the forces of Elbu, and should war erupt anew with Cao Cao's army, Elbu alone could potentially stall both Dian Wei and Su Chu. It is not necessary for Elbu to vanquish them, merely obstructing their advance would suffice. Without Su Chu and Dian Wei, how could the valiant sons of Jiangdong fear the army of Cao Cao? Moreover, Sun Jian has long harbored aspirations of seizing the city of Lujiang from Yuan Shu's forces. If an alliance were to be established between Sun Jian and my forces under Elbu, I assure you, we would undoubtedly assist Sun Jian in capturing Lujiang. Marking the first step in Sun Jian's military campaign across the continent, the hesitance reflected on Sun Jian's countenance brought a flicker of hope to Mulin, who then cast forth another enticing proposition. The city of Lujiang, situated across the sea from Jianye, is pivotal for Sun Jian's ambitions of unifying the realm and extending his reach beyond Jiangdong. All four of Sun Wu's cities lie on the opposite side of the vast ocean, making every conflict with other factions a daunting endeavor, as they must traverse the expanse of the sea to reach Jiangxi. This geographical barrier poses significant challenges for the Sun Wu army, complicating their efforts to provide reinforcements. Thus, Lujiang has persistently been the coveted prize for Sun Wu. Yet, despite the passage of time, Lujiang remains unattainable. Logically, Yuan Shu's meager forces should be no match for the might of the Sun Wu army. However, the interference of Cao Cao and Liu Bei complicates matters. Both are acutely aware of Sun Wu's intentions to capture Lujiang, and thus they are resolute in preventing its fall into Sun Wu's hands. Should Sun Wu seize Lujiang, they would gain a steady stream of reinforcements and resources, turning Lujiang into a strategic fulcrum for their endeavors to unify the realm, thereby posing a significant threat to the armies of Liu Bei and Cao Cao. In the Grand Hall, a brief silence ensued as all awaited Sun Jian's response. Even Mulin fell silent. Having articulated his position, the decision now lay in Sun Jian's hands. Your words indeed possess great allure for our Sun Wu forces. Yet I cannot make an immediate decision. Please grant me some time for contemplation. After a prolonged pause, Sun Jian spoke, neither acquiescing nor refusing outright. Given the enormity of the Sun Wu army, it is only prudent for Sun Jian to consult with his advisors before reaching a conclusion, a fact Mulin readily comprehended. I hope that Lord Sun Jian will arrive at a decision promptly, for the time available to Elbu's forces is limited. With a slight bow, Mulin turned his gaze toward Lady Wu, who at that moment offered him a subtle wink. Returning her smile, Mulin recognized that the time had come for Lady Wu to play her part, and since she had pledged her unwavering support, he had faith in her commitment. Very well. General Mulin shall remain in Jiangdong for the time being. Attendant, immediately arrange accommodations for General Mulin. With a sweeping gesture, Sun Jian commanded. As a soldier entered the hall and respectfully bowed to Mulin, General Mulin, please follow me. Very well, Mulin nodded, offering another respectful salute to Sun Jian before turning to follow the soldier out. Da Xiao, you should accompany them as well. Observing Da Xiao's anxious demeanor, Lady Wu could only manage a wry smile. This exceptional woman is destined not to belong to Su. Any attempt to force it would be utterly futile. If she has affections for someone, let her pursue them freely. Gratitude filled the eyes of Lady Wu, as this was the grand hall of the Sun Wu army, and Da Xiao could not disregard the sentiments of those present by chasing after her. After all, she had yet to formally sever ties with the Sun Wu forces, and such an action would be a slight to them. However, once Lady Wu spoke, the matter was rendered inconsequential. Taking her sister's small hand, Da Xiao hastened to catch up with Mulin, who had departed the hall. Within the hall, although Mulin had left, an air of tranquility prevailed. None had departed, all patiently awaiting the words of Sun Jian. Esteemed colleagues, what are your thoughts on this matter? Sun Jian inquired, surveying the assembly. I believe it is feasible. Taisher Ci gradually rose to voice his opinion. At present, for our Sun Wu army to conquer Lujiang, we must enlist the assistance of other forces, and the army of Elbu presents a formidable ally. In recent years, the Sun Wu army has launched multiple campaigns against Lujiang city. However, each endeavor has culminated in failure. Prolonging this stalemate increasingly disadvantages the Sun Wu army, while the Liu Bei and Cao Cao forces are more than willing to maintain this impasse. Should Liu Bei and Cao Cao's armies continue to grow stronger over the next few years, it is likely that the Sun Wu army will no longer stand a chance against either faction. Liu Bei and Cao Cao can afford to bide their time, but the Sun Wu army cannot. My subordinates express similar sentiments as the Sun Wu generals voice their opinions, while Sun Jian listens attentively. Chapter 73. The Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. The Drunken Fragrance Pavilion is a grand establishment located in the heart of Jianye, comprising 6 levels that taper elegantly in a tower-like fashion. Between the 3rd and 4th tiers, a magnificent plaque is prominently displayed, inscribed with the bold characters, Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. Although the Drunken Fragrance Tower comprises merely 6 stories, its height surpasses that of the typical 7- or 8-story buildings. In this era, such lofty structures have become exceedingly rare. The Zui Xianglu, a prominent emblem of the entire Jianye city, is renowned not for its height, but as a symbol of exclusivity, where those who step within its doors are either affluent or noble. Upon its inception, the proprietor boldly proclaimed that Zui Xianglu was not a venue for the common folk, but rather a sanctuary for the wealthy. Initially, this declaration incited a wave of public outcry. However, as time passed, the clamor diminished, and the establishment's reputation burgeoned, solidifying its status as a hallmark of Jianya City. The owner of this establishment is indeed a rather intriguing individual. Within the first floor of Zui Xianglu, Mulin, along with the esteemed sisters, De and Xiao, are seated at a pristine table, where an array of aromatic dishes accompanies their drinks, and it was from Mulin's lips that the aforementioned proclamation emerged. Some of the rules of this establishment were conveyed to Mulin by De Xiao. In the Zui Xianglu, the first 3 floors welcome all who possess wealth. The greater one's riches, the higher the floors one may ascend. However, from the 4th to the 6th floors, mere monetary abundance is insufficient. One must also possess a certain standing. Without an esteemed status, no amount of wealth will grant access. This business strategy elicited a sense of admiration even from Mulin. Every individual harbors a sense of vanity, and the wealthier one is, the more pronounced this trait becomes. The proprietor of the Zui Xianglu has skillfully capitalized on this notion. Zui Xianglu is not a venue accessible to the ordinary, however. Those who gain entry are certainly anything but commonplace. This alone suffices to compel many to expend vast sums of money for the opportunity to experience Zui Xianglu, as those of affluence and status are particularly concerned with their image. Over time, Zui Xianglu has evolved into a benchmark for wealth and status within the city of Jianya. Even individuals of considerable means, who may not particularly enjoy alcohol, find themselves drawn to Zui Xianglu, if only to parade their identity. For many who have acquired wealth, the foremost desire is not to indulge in material possessions, but rather to ensure that others are aware of their prosperity. Zui Xianglu serves as a venue where this wealth can be prominently displayed. The Zui Xianglu, while publicly asserting that it does not cater to the common folk, still attracts numerous ordinary individuals who are willing to expend exorbitant sums to gain entry. In the words of these commoners, it represents status. Being ordinary, their circle of friends is also composed of ordinary individuals, so standing out among them is indeed a matter of great pride. Despite the stringent rules of Zui Xianglu, it must be acknowledged that the beverages here are truly exquisite, each layer more delightful than the last. It is said that the liquor on the 6th floor is a divine elixir, a rarity in this world. Of course, that is merely hearsay, as I have yet to partake in it, De Xiao remarked with a smile to Mulin. Hearing you say that, I find myself quite tempted, Mulin replied, smacking his lips. Since arriving in this world, he has indulged in his fair share of libations, and while one cannot declare them unpleasant, they certainly do not compare to the exceptional offerings found at Zui Xianglu, which are difficult to encounter elsewhere. The proprietor of this exquisite establishment, the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, likely possesses a unique method of brewing. Although Mulin is not a connoisseur of spirits, he harbors a certain curiosity about the so-called earthly delicacies. Feeling compelled, he decides to indulge in a taste, as the distance is negligible. Xiao pouted slightly, for due to Mulin's past abduction of her sister De Xiao, she appears to harbor some resentment towards him, maintaining a cold demeanor throughout their journey and offering him little warmth. In response, Mulin can only manage a wry smile, acknowledging the reality of his actions. After all, he had indeed taken De Xiao hostage, and it would be unreasonable to expect her sister to greet him with kindness. Isn't it true that neither of you has ever visited the 6th floor? Mulin questioned, casting a skeptical glance at the two women. De Xiao had just mentioned that even she had not tasted the wines from the 6th floor, having only heard tales of them. Mulin pondered whether their status was insufficient to grant them access to such heights in the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. Hey, are you underestimating us? Xiao exclaimed, slamming her palm on the table, her face flushed with indignation. This scene drew considerable attention from those around them. In fact, from the moment the trio entered the pavilion, many patrons had been fixated on them, particularly on the stunning sisters, De Xiao and Xiao. In Jiadong, these two women were renowned for their beauty. Who among the crowd could claim ignorance of their identities? Despite their rarity in public, those fortunate enough to witness their grace could hardly resist stealing a few glances. What incensed the onlookers even more was the sight of these two ravishing beauties accompanying a man. Countless piercing gazes converged upon Mulin, yet he merely shrugged. Accustomed to such scrutiny. Mulin, you seem to have misunderstood, De Xiao interjected, her cheeks slightly flushed as she clarified. Both Xiao and I possess the status sufficient to ascend to the pinnacle of the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. We simply have not expressed interest until now. If you wish to go, we would be pleased to escort you. Ah, I see, Mulin replied, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Initially, he had assumed that De Xiao's status precluded her from entering the 6th floor. It became evident that he had misjudged the exclusivity of the establishment's upper echelons. Both De Xiao and Xiao were commanders in the Sunwu army. Despite their relatively modest ranks, their positions were still superior to that of many family heads, thus granting them the right to enter. Come now, allow me to guide you upstairs, so you may broaden your horizons, Xiao declared, a mischievous smile dancing upon her lips as she patted her chest confidently. The irony embedded in this statement is unmistakable to Mulin. Chapter 74, Comparison on the 6th floor of the Zui Xianglu. There is little distinction when compared to the 1st floor. save for the more opulent decor that embellishes the space. As Mulin ascended, he observed that the crowd dwindled with each level. Upon reaching the 6th floor, he noted a mere handful of individuals, approximately a dozen or 20, compared to the bustling hundreds below. Among this small assembly, the majority were youthful scions, both male and female, though the men predominated, with only a scant few women present. Despite their youth, they exhibited an extraordinary demeanor, adorned in splendid attire. Clearly hailing from distinguished families, either the progeny of officials or the cherished daughters of prominent clans, congregating with lively discourse. Upon entering the 6th floor, Mulin and his companions chose to remain unobtrusive, quietly settling at a window-side table, while the animated discussions of the young elite went unnoticed by the trio. The 6th floor, perched atop the Zui Xionglu, offers an expansive view of the cityscape, showcasing a panoramic vista that is truly breathtaking. Indulging in a glass of the renowned fine wine, Mulin savored it in one hearty gulp. With a slight intake of breath, he felt a warm surge spreading through his abdomen as the liquor coursed through him, igniting a delightful sensation that made his very blood seem to dance within him. This exquisite feeling was intoxicating, akin to a fleeting sojourn into a celestial realm, leaving him utterly enraptured. After a considerable moment, Mulin finally exhaled, savoring the lingering flavors. And, setting down his glass, he could not help but genuinely exclaim, "What a splendid wine!" Although the price of this wine is exceedingly steep, Mulin believes that it is worth every penny. A beverage renowned as a divine elixir truly lives up to its exalted reputation. Is it genuinely that delectable? Initially, the two ladies, Xiao and her companion, harbored little interest in the wine. However, upon witnessing Mulin's expression of sheer ecstasy, their curiosity was piqued. Could this wine truly be so exquisite? The look of rapture on Mulin's face seemed far from faint. "Why not take a sip and find out for yourselves?" he suggested with a playful smile, his eyes half closed in delight. As soon as Mulin's words fell, the two ladies eagerly grasped the glasses brimming with wine before them. Being women, they could not indulge as Mulin did. Instead, they delicately covered their mouths with their sleeves, savoring the wine sip by sip. Is this truly wine? It is entirely different from the spirits we are accustomed to. Before long, a faint blush adorned the ladies' cheeks, their expressions mirroring the previous rapture displayed by Mulin. Although they hailed from Jianya City, this was their inaugural experience with such exquisite wine. It was not overpowering. Rather, each sip felt like imbibing nectar, irresistibly fragrant and delightful. Yet, as splendid as the wine may be, its exorbitant cost is daunting. 2 jars of this elixir likely equate to a common family's earnings over a decade. Mulin mused, pouring the fine wine into his glass. Indeed, regardless of the realm, money remains an indispensable necessity. The trio enjoyed their wine, relished the sumptuous dishes before them, and basked in the picturesque scenery while engaging in light-hearted conversation, truly savoring the moment. Since Mulin's arrival in this world, he had never experienced such relaxation as he did now. This meal not only allowed Mulin to savor the renowned delicacy of the mortal realm, but also enabled him to release the heaviness and sorrow that had weighed upon his heart, leaving him feeling refreshed and rejuvenated. Who do you think will emerge victorious in this battle? Lord Sun Tzu or Mulin? Not far from Mulin and his companions, in a grand hall, a group of young men and women engaged in lively discussions, with even a few noble ladies joining the conversation. Those who ascended to the 6th floor possessed a certain standing within Jianya City. The prominent families frequently interacted with one another, creating an atmosphere of familiarity. Even among those who were not well acquainted, it is likely that, apart from Mulin, everyone else on the 6th floor was already acquainted with one another, effortlessly finding common ground in their conversations. "I believe Lord Sun Tzu will triumph," one individual remarked, savoring his drink leisurely. Is there any doubt? Naturally, it will be Lord Sun Tzu who prevails. His martial prowess reaches an impressive 92, nearly touching 93. Even General Taisher Ci would hesitate to claim he could defeat Lord Sun Tzu. What is Mulin, after all? How could he possibly be compared to Lord Sun Tzu? A rather attractive woman clad in green interjected with a scoff, seemingly displeased with the group's tendency to juxtapose Mulin with Sun Tzu. In her eyes, Mulin was not even worthy of carrying Lord Sun Tzu's shoes. As a native of Jiangdong, Sun Tzu held an unparalleled status in the hearts of these young individuals. Many girls regarded him as their ideal Prince Charming, idolizing him fervently. The green-clad woman was evidently one of Sun Tzu's many admirers. To her, a nameless upstart emerging from obscurity could never stand in comparison to the war-godlike figure of Lord Sun Tzu, whom she revered. The woman clad in green was not feigning ignorance of Mulin. She genuinely did not recognize him. Following his battle with Xiao Yuan, Mulin became renowned amidst the chaos of the times. However, when it comes to reputation, he still pales in comparison to Sun Tzu and even Xiao Yuan, whom Mulin had defeated, boasts a greater renown. After all, Mulin had only recently arrived in this world and had yet to reach a level of fame that was universally acknowledged. This is not the modern era. There are no computers, no televisions, and certainly no internet. Thus, how could news spread so swiftly? Achieving fame comparable to that of Sun Tzu and others within a mere year was indeed a formidable challenge. Moreover, this place was far removed from Xiapi City, and within the entire Jiadong region, there were not many who had heard of Mulin. Chapter 75, The Dispute at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. Do not underestimate Mulin. Let us not forget who recently bested Lord Sun Tzu. The very fact that Mulin could challenge Lord Sun Tzu to a duel speaks volumes about his capabilities. He may not be a match for Lord Sun Tzu, yet he is certainly not someone we can afford to belittle. It would be wise to refrain from indulging in idle gossip, lest we invite calamity upon ourselves or our families. As the young scions engaged in animated conversation, a distant, indifferent female voice cut through the air, drawing the attention of many. They turned to see two women seated at a round table nearby. One was clad in a white dress and appeared somewhat younger, while the other, dressed in blue, was slightly older. The speaker was the older woman in blue, named Xiao. Xiao, what we are discussing seems unrelated to you, the esteemed young lady of the Xiao family, does it not? The green-clad woman's expression grew frosty. The blue-clad woman was no stranger to her, nor to the others present. Xiao was the daughter of the Xiao family in Jianya, holding a status not inferior to theirs, which was why they did not react with anger. Had it been an ordinary individual daring to interrupt them, these arrogant young masters would likely have rushed forward to teach the interloper a lesson. Indeed, it has no bearing on me, yet I cannot abide certain individuals speaking ill of others behind their backs. Moreover, while it may not concern me, it certainly involves my dear sister. Xiao cast a glance at the timid girl in the white dress beside her, maintaining her frigid demeanor. The girl beside Xiao, known as Qin Xiaodai, hailed not from Jianya, but from Xiapi city. As close friends, Xiao was acutely aware that her cherished companion idolized Mulin, the very person these debauched young gentlemen were disparaging in front of her. One can only imagine the turmoil within Qin Xiaodai's heart. Had it not been for the lofty status of these individuals, she likely would have erupted in protest long ago. Being a good sister and having brought Qin Xiaodai to the 6th floor of the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, Xiao could not allow her to suffer indignities here. Furthermore, Xiao harbored a deep disdain for those who delighted in gossiping and spreading rumors behind others' backs. Though this group of young masters held esteemed positions, Xiao, the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, remained undaunted by them. Beside her, Qin Xiaodai trembled at the thought of their status, feeling both anger and fear. Yet Xiao stood resolute. Observing her dear friend's face grow increasingly flushed and distressed under their incessant mockery, how could Xiao remain passive? Oh, what does this little sister have to do with this? Could it be that she is merely that Mulin's little paramour? If so, I truly apologize for speaking of your lover in your presence, sneered the woman clad in green, casting a derisive glance at the timid girl in white, Qin Xiaodai. Her words dripped with venom, offering no semblance of dignity, as she repeatedly referred to the girl as supposed lover in the most disparaging manner. Though Xiao possessed a noble status, she was not one to be trifled with. In truth, the green-clad woman, named Yang Li, had long been at odds with Xiao, and their respective families had been in a state of enmity, thus she felt no obligation to show Xiao any courtesy. With a resounding slap on the table, Xiao rose, casting a fierce glare at Yang Li. Yang Li, mind your tongue. Xiaodai is my dear friend, and you have no right to insult her. It turned out that Yang Li hailed from the prominent Yang family of Jianya, a family that was scarcely inferior to the Xiao clan. Sister Xiao, it's fine. We can simply leave, the white-clad girl, Qin Xiaodai, said hurriedly. Sensing Xiao's rising anger and grasping her arm with a hint of pleading in her voice, for her kind nature urged her to avoid causing trouble for Xiao. Xiaodai, do not concern yourself with this matter. Some people have such loose tongues that they truly believe themselves to be something special, Xiao retorted, clearly not heeding Qin Xiaodai's words amidst her fury. Oh, Miss Xiao, your words have displeased me. You claim I insulted Mulin. Yet what have I said that is erroneous? Pray tell, does Mulin even deserve to carry Lord Sun Tzu's shoes? What gives him the right? What is he, truly? Defeating Lord Sun Tzu? That is simply ludicrous. Had it not been for a sneak attack, he wouldn't have lasted a single move against Lord Sun Tzu. How can such a person dare to compare himself with him? Yang Li mocked, her face adorned with a cold smile, addressing Xiao with contempt. Naturally unworthy. Let us not jest. Lord Sun Tzu is one of the most formidable warriors in Jiangdong. Mulin is but an unknown nobody. For Lord Sun Tzu to engage him in battle is already a favor, she continued, with a dismissive wave. Defeating Xiao Yuan is truly impressive, isn't it? Yet, how long could Xiao Yuan withstand Lord Sun Tzu? Oh, and let us not forget, Mulin's victory over Xiao Yuan was due to the latter's injury. Ha ha ha. Such a cowardly sneak attack. Mulin is indeed remarkable. The laughter following her words echoed throughout the room. The relentless taunts and jeers rendered Xiao's expression increasingly grim. While Qin Xiaodai beside her blushed fiercely, silenced by fear. Her status paled in comparison to Xiao's. And her presence on the 6th floor of the Zuixiang Tower was solely due to Xiao's influence, confronting these powerful young masters and ladies. Even if she felt a surge of indignation, she had to restrain herself. To offend these prominent families would surely invite calamity upon herself and her own family. Xiao, do you see? That little girl standing foolishly by Mulin's side, and you, a native of Jianya, siding with an outsider. Truly, you bring shame to the esteemed Xiao family of Jianya, Yang Li taunted. Ah, who would have thought our General Mulin has admirers in Jianya? Especially a rather charming young lady, Xiao remarked, her beautiful eyes glinting with a hint of mischief as she gazed at Mulin. In a secluded corner of the Xiang Tower's 6th floor, Mulin and the Xiao sisters sat, fully aware of the raucous exchanges taking place among the young masters. They have gone too far, Mulin's brows furrowed with irritation. Generally, he paid little heed to how others spoke of him, for he understood that the tongues of men would wag freely. However, there were limits to bear. A fly buzzing incessantly around one's head could be ignored. But should it persist in its annoyance, one's patience would inevitably wear thin. I see you cannot bear to see that little girl wronged. And you intend to play the gallant hero, am I right? Xiao observed with a hint of disdain, having seemingly deciphered Mulin's intentions. Her words caused Mulin's lips to twitch involuntarily. Did she truly view him so poorly? Despite being born of the same mother. How could the personalities of Xiao and Xiao be so vastly different? Enough, allow me to handle this. If you intervene, those people will surely come to regret it. After all, this is Jianya, the territory of the Sun Wu army. Let me take care of this. Xiao said with a gentle smile, rising gracefully to join the fray of heated disputes. Chapter 76. A hero emerges since Miss Young looks down upon Mulin so. Why not wager on it? Just as Xiao Lan and Qin Shaodai found themselves in an uncomfortable predicament. A striking figure emerged from a corner of the 6th floor of Xiang Tower, clad in red. Her petite yet alluring form was complemented by flowing locks of hair cascading around a visage of unparalleled beauty. In the presence of this enchanting woman, all others paled in comparison. Every movement she made captivated the attention of those present, as if a celestial being had descended to astound the crowd. Though Yang Li and the others were beauties in their own right, they were rendered ordinary against the overwhelming allure of this newly arrived goddess. The disparity was immense. Her beauty and grace transcended the ordinary realm, leaving no one daring to claim the title of beauty in her presence. This woman is undoubtedly the most exquisite beauty they have ever encountered in their lives. In every aspect, she is nearly flawless. This individual is none other than the esteemed Xiao, from whom the earlier words were indeed spoken. Miss Xiao's countenance shifted slightly, and a flicker of fear finally graced the otherwise pale face of Yang Li. The Yang family, a prominent lineage within Jianya City, elevated Yang Li's status to one of the highest among those present. The only one who could be compared to her was the fiercely glaring Xiao Lan in the distance. In contrast, the others stood in the shadows of Yang Li's esteemed background. Were it merely Xiao Lan and her family, the Xia clan, Yang Li would harbor no fear. However, the presence of Xiao changed everything. Although Xiao's family does not belong to the elite of Jianya, no one in the city dares to underestimate the influence of her lineage. Both Xiao and her sister, Xiao, are commanding figures within the Sun Wu army. While they may not possess the same exalted status as Sun Tzu and Zhou Tai, they are certainly next in rank and not to be trifled with by mere familial powers, despite being of comparable age or even younger. Xiao and Yang Li exist on entirely different planes of social standing. Xiao is not a person to be measured by age alone. Even the patriarch of the Yang family would show utmost respect in her presence, while Yang Li is merely one among the vast members of her clan. Should she offend Xiao, retribution would come swiftly without the need for Xiao to lift a finger, as the Yang family would not protect her. It is precisely for this reason that fear gripped Yang Li upon encountering Xiao. Miss Xiao, how could I ever dare to? Dare? Even Mulin dares to insult you. What is there that you would not dare? With a cold laugh, Xiao offered no courtesy to Yang Li. Some individuals do not merit respect, nor require politeness. Xiao had heard of Yang Li's reputation, a woman of loose morals who, relying on her fleeting beauty, flitted about Jianya City, courting the sons of powerful families. Though she had never previously encountered Yang Li, Xiao had always felt a certain aversion towards her. At this moment, Yang Li's complexion was as pale as death, and the group of young gentlemen surrounding her displayed expressions of uncertainty and hesitation. They seemed to ponder whether to distance themselves from Yang Li. After all, if she were to offend Miss Xiao, it would spell trouble for them. Even if their families united, they could not contend with Xiao's formidable influence. Although their families were prominent in Jianya City, they remained merely families. In comparison to the illustrious clans of Xiapi City, would they dare to provoke the generals of Elbu's army? Would they dare to offend Lü Lingqi? Miss Xiao. Yang Li merely exchanged a few words with Mulin, who was not even from Jiangdong. Why must you be so enraged? For the sake of my esteemed Sun Qing, let us consider this matter resolved, shall we? At that moment, upon the staircase leading from the 6th to the 5th floor, a refined young man, gracefully holding a folding fan and adorned with a charming smile, ascended leisurely. Upon seeing the newcomer, Sun Gongxi's eyes sparkled with delight, and she hurriedly approached Sun Qing, affectionately draping her arm around his shoulder. This scene left many onlookers momentarily astonished. Could it be that Yang Li and Sun Gongxi share a romantic entanglement? I must admit, this revelation is entirely new to me. When did she become involved with Sun Gongxi? A group of young aristocrats began to murmur amongst themselves. In the city of Jianya, Sun Qing is indeed a notable figure. However, this prominence is not solely attributed to his own capabilities, but rather to the stature of his father, a formidable military general within the Sun Wu army. It is precisely for this reason that Sun Qing's standing fundamentally distinguishes him from the other young scions of noble families. Sun Qing is a character of the same caliber as De Xiao. The only distinction lies in the fact that Sun Qing relies on his father, while De Xiao's strength is derived from her own capabilities. Although it is somewhat disreputable for Sun Qing to depend on his father, the truth remains that his father is a general in the Sun Wu army. Consequently, as the son of a general, his status naturally surpasses that of other scions from lesser families. After all, he is fortunate enough to have a commendable father. With a confident demeanor, Sun Qing believes that, out of respect for his father, De Xiao will afford him some consideration. Consideration? Sun Qing, De Xiao is undoubtedly aware of your standing, as her father is also a general in the Sun Wu army, and they frequently encounter one another. Their relationship cannot be described as particularly amicable. Yet there are no significant grievances between them. What? Does Miss De Xiao think I, Sun Qing, lack the prestige? Sun Qing's expression darkens. De Xiao's attitude signals an ominous turn. Prestige is something one earns through their own merits. Since you, young Master Sun Qing, intend to assist her, let us engage in a wager, shall we? If I, De Xiao, lose, I shall kneel and apologize to both of you in front of everyone. Conversely, should you lose, you must likewise kneel and apologize to Mulin and her companions before all present. With narrowed eyes, De Xiao had initially intended to teach Yongli a lesson. Yet Sun Qing's arrival prompted a change of heart. De Xiao had never intended to spare Yongli. In her eyes, those who insult Mulin deserve to perish. Typically, De Xiao exudes an air of grace and composure, akin to a refined lady, rarely displaying anger. However, this tranquility is contingent upon her boundaries remaining unviolated. Once such a taboo is crossed, she will ensure that others understand she, De Xiao, is not to be trifled with. And Mulin is precisely that taboo for De Xiao. Yongli's audacity to insult Mulin had transgressed De Xiao's limits, and now, with Sun Qing recklessly seeking confrontation, De Xiao is determined to ensure their demise is absolute. Chapter 77. Fans of Mulin? In the spacious private room, only Mulin and Xiao remain. The atmosphere is exceptionally peculiar, with both individuals seated across from one another in silence. Mulin gazes out the window, while Xiao lowers her head, lost in her own thoughts. When De Xiao was present, the room was filled with laughter and conversation, with Xiao occasionally interjecting. However, with De Xiao's absence, the ambience between Mulin and Xiao has become awkward. Mulin wishes to alleviate the tension, but is at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Xiao remains deep in contemplation, displaying no inclination to engage in conversation with Mulin. The awkward situation lingered for quite some time, only to be shattered when the figure of De Xiao reappeared at the doorway. Upon seeing De Xiao's arrival, Mulin felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, just as he was about to utter a word, he was momentarily taken aback. He realized that De Xiao was not alone. Two young women followed closely behind her. This is your benefactor. If you have any gratitude to express, direct it towards him. De Xiao smiled at the two women while gesturing toward Mulin. Huh? De Xiao's words left Mulin in a state of bewilderment. Benefactor? Gratitude? What nonsense was this? When had he ever rescued these two young women? He couldn't recall even having laid eyes on them before. How could he possibly have saved them? Yet, in a fleeting moment, Mulin connected the dots and shot a fierce glare at De Xiao. If his assumptions were correct, these two young women were indeed the ones who had quarreled with Yongli outside moments ago, one of whom he believed was named Xiaolan. Are you Lord Mulin? Exclaimed the girl in the white dress, her hand covering her mouth, her delicate face etched with shock and disbelief. It is no wonder that Qin Shaodai is so astonished. Before her stands the strikingly handsome young man, none other than the illustrious General Mulin, whom she admires deeply. During her time in Shuzhou, Qin Shaodai had witnessed Mulin's charisma firsthand. His visage is etched in her memory, and there is no possibility of error in recognition. Little did she expect that upon arriving in Jiandong, she would encounter him again, and so close at that. Even more astonishing is the revelation that the person who previously came to her aid is none other than Lord Mulin himself. You are the Mulin that Shaodai speaks of? Beside Qin Shaodai, the lady in blue, Xiaolan, regards Mulin with a curious gaze. She seems eager to discern what makes this young man, so fervently admired by her dear friend, so exceptional. Please, take a seat, De Xiao invites with a gentle smile. Yes. The girl in the white dress, Qin Shaodai, remains visibly excited, her attention unwaveringly fixed on Mulin since her entrance. The atmosphere in the room soon becomes lively, as without needing De Xiao to prompt her, Qin Shaodai chatters incessantly with Mulin, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. Faced with her barrage of questions, Mulin finds himself obliged to respond to each one. There is little choice in the matter. He cannot simply dismiss her. Moreover, he recognizes the genuine admiration in her eyes. Time passes swiftly, and soon noon approaches, signaling the imminent duel between Mulin and Sun Tzu. Beneath the blazing sun, the sweltering heat envelopes the land, creating an overwhelming wave of warmth in the air. Just beyond the Zui Xionglu, a large crowd is gathered on the expansive ground. Drawn by the spectacle of the impending duel, the news of the bout between Mulin and Sun Tzu has spread rapidly throughout Jianya, with countless individuals flocking to the platform of challenge. Battles between top-tier warriors are a rare sight. and many in the crowd have never witnessed such a clash in their lifetimes. Moreover, one of the combatants is their pride, Lord Sun Tzu, a formidable force. Renowned as one of the most powerful warriors in all of Jiangdong, this battle is one that many are reluctant to miss. The duel platform is situated merely a few dozen meters from the Drunken Immortal Tower. From the 6th floor of the Drunken Immortal Tower, one can clearly observe the combat taking place on the duel platform. Lord Mulin, I have faith that you will emerge victorious. You are the pride of our city, Xiapi. Half an hour later, Xiao reluctantly followed Xiao away. Watching the two departing ladies, Mulin let out a deep sigh. Glancing at the smug expression on Xiao's face, he could not help but roll his eyes. So, how does it feel to be admired? Is it not a source of great accomplishment? Xiao inquired with a playful smile, squinting her beautiful eyes. Pride, my foot. You did this on purpose, Mulin exclaimed, tapping Xiao's head with a hint of frustration, as if he wished to vent all the pent-up annoyance within him. What is that about? Xiao pouted, covering her head as she gazed at Mulin with a hint of grievance. I merely thought that since the little girl admires you so much, I would bring her to meet you. Why am I being blamed for this? Don't act as if you were the wrong party. If one day I am whisked away by another woman, you shall be the one to weep. Hiki, you wouldn't do that, Xiao chuckled lightly. Are you so certain? Of course. I believe that someone would never abandon me. After all, I have already made my intentions clear, and besides, would someone truly forsake such a delicate beauty? With a hint of pride on her face, Xiao was utterly convinced that Mulin would not cast her aside, not now. And certainly not in the future. She had faith in her own judgment, and even more so, in Mulin's fidelity. Hey, you too. Could you perhaps choose a more suitable occasion for your displays of affection? Don't treat me as if I were invisible. Xiao fumed, glaring at the seemingly flirtatious pair, feeling exceedingly vexed. Chapter 78, Mulin, come out. The duel platform, located at the very heart of Jianya City, was erected by the Sun Wu army precisely to resolve disputes. Upon the duel platform, there exists only victory or defeat, with no room for death. This means that the combatants may only strive to vanquish their opponents without resorting to lethal force. Should one be defeated, it is of no consequence. If one's strength increases in the future, they may challenge the victor again to reclaim their honor. The Sun Wu army instituted this system to prevent their martial generals from engaging in mutual slaughter. Any grievances between individuals can be settled on the duel platform. But any underhanded tactics behind the scenes are strictly forbidden. Should the Sun Wu army discover such treachery, the consequences would be dire. As of now, a vast crowd of citizens had gathered around the duel platform. News of the forthcoming battle between Sun Tzu and Mulin had spread since morning, and nearly everyone in Jianya City was aware of it. The scorching sun beat down upon the earth, creating an unbearable heat. However, the spectators encircling the duel platform seemed oblivious to the warmth, their faces alight with excitement. Although Sun Tzu is renowned as one of the mightiest generals of the Jiangdong region, few have had the privilege of witnessing his prowess in battle firsthand. This battle not only captivated countless citizens of Jianya, but also drew the attention of many young individuals in the city. Some young women, who idolized Sun Tzu, fervently cheered for him. Sun Tzu possessed a striking appearance, even to the point of being deemed handsome, and his martial prowess was unparalleled. In the entire Jiangdong region, it was nearly impossible to find anyone capable of defeating him. As for his lineage, that was even more illustrious. He was the son of the current lord of the Sun Wu army, Sun Jian, the elder brother of Sun Quan, and the future heir to the Sun Wu military. Collectively, these attributes were enough to drive many women to madness. To be favored by Sun Tzu, even as a concubine, would transform one from an inconspicuous sparrow into a resplendent phoenix, soaring to great heights. As Lord Sun Tzu made his entrance on the 6th floor of the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, Yang Li, positioned high above, immediately noticed his dignified approach toward the podium. Accompanied by a throng of followers, exuding an aura of remarkable strength and authority, her eyes reflected a glimmer of admiration. Although she was currently with Sun Qing, her affection for Sun Tzu remained undiminished. Although Sun Qing's social standing is not insignificant, when compared to Lord Sun Tzu, he is but a mere trifle, hardly worthy of mention. Naturally, Sun Tzu would never deign to look upon a woman like Yang Li, who is but a superficial beauty. Now that her liaison with Sun Qing has been publicly exposed, there is no longer any pretense. She has openly succumbed to Sun Qing's embrace, displaying an intimacy that is unmistakable. Yang Li has essentially tied her identity to Sun Qing, understanding that as long as she is regarded as his woman, she need not fear Xiao. In truth, Yang Li has always harbored a disdain for Xiao, perhaps even bordering on hatred. Why? It is, of course, jealousy. She envies Xiao's beauty, resents that she has caught the eye of Lord Sun Tzu, who appears indifferent to her. Who is Lord Sun Tzu? He is destined to be the sovereign of the Sun Wu army, and to be favored by him is a privilege. Yet, Xiao seems oblivious to this fortune. Assuming an air of superiority, were Lord Sun Tzu to take an interest in me, Yang Li mused, I would have eagerly pursued him. The fact that Sun Tzu's affections for Xiao are no longer a secret has left many women puzzled, questioning Xiao's sanity for not appreciating such a monumental opportunity. Of course, Yang Li cannot comprehend that not everyone shares her infatuation. Xiao is certainly not foolish. Her disinterest is genuine, and she would not develop an admiration based merely on someone's status. Sun Tzu is indeed remarkable, heir to the Sun Wu army, son of Sun Jian, possessing both strength and striking good looks, but these attributes do not captivate De Xiao. Moreover, she does not believe that her beloved Mulin is inferior to Sun Tzu. In terms of status, Mulin may not match Sun Tzu, but in terms of capability, that remains uncertain. Most importantly, De Xiao's affection for Mulin eclipses all else. It seems the rumors are indeed true. De Xiao is entangled with someone named Mulin. Otherwise, why would she concern herself with discussions about him? Now, with Sun Qing as her backing, Yang Li feels emboldened, speaking with little regard for De Xiao. Humph. To forsake a true dragon like Lord Sun Tzu for some minor warlord is sheer folly, scoffed another woman. Folly? It is beyond folly, Yang Li retorted with a cold smile. Soon, Lord Sun Tzu will humiliate Mulin before the entire populace of Jiangdong. I wonder how De Xiao will react upon witnessing the disgrace of her beloved. Her expression will surely be most entertaining. Rest assured, she will soon regret her choice, lamenting why she opted for a worthless man instead of Lord Sun Tzu. Meanwhile, at the point of engagement, Sun Tzu, accompanied by numerous generals of the Sun Wu army, stepped gracefully onto the platform, his feet echoing on the sturdy stone floor. He slightly clasped his fists in greeting towards a certain direction, where his father, Sun Jian, and mother, Lady Wu, were situated. This battle not only attracted countless spectators, but many prominent figures in Jianye City, including Sun Jian, the lord of the Sun Wu army, and Lady Wu, were also present. Naturally, they came to witness the fight of their son, Sun Tzu. Mulin stepped forward, with a forceful stomp on the ground. An invisible ripple of energy surged forth, and a chilling voice emanated from Sun Tzu, sweeping across the entire platform. The onlookers felt as though an icy breeze had brushed past them, leaving them shivering. Sun Tzu was indeed audacious. With narrowed eyes, Mulin lightly tapped the air with his toes, transforming into a streak of silver light that soared from the 6th floor of the Zui Xiang Tower, ultimately landing gracefully on the platform, gazing back at Sun Tzu from a distance. Chapter 79, 10 Moves. I shall defeat you. I thought you wouldn't dare to show yourself. Sun Tzu remarked, his expression turning cold. The memory of being defeated by Mulin filled him with revulsion, akin to swallowing a fly, and unbearable discomfort. How could he, a warrior of superior strength, be bested by someone of lesser prowess? It was an utter disgrace. Sun Tzu could not precisely gauge Mulin's strength, but he was certain that Mulin's capabilities could not surpass his own, which he held at a solid 92. Sun Tzu had always been renowned for his exceptional talent within the Sun Wu army, consistently challenging those above his level. He never anticipated that he would one day be challenged by someone beneath him. Though Mulin had gained the advantage through a sneak attack, the outcome was still difficult for Sun Tzu to accept. You are not worthy of my retreat. Do not overestimate your significance. Mulin's voice, though soft, was crystal clear to Sun Tzu. Indeed quite arrogant. I wonder, without resorting to ambush, what qualifications you possess to be so brazen before me, Sun Tzu? You shall see for yourself. Mulin's expression remained as serene as ever. His nonchalance towards the impending confrontation only fueled Sun Tzu's rising fury. With a thunderous burst, a wave of profound energy erupted from within Sun Tzu, resonating throughout the entire platform. In that moment, a crimson glow began to flicker in the depths of his eyes. Awakening dance. Let the battle commence. Sun Tzu activated his awakening dance state from the very start. Although Sun Tzu is undeniably arrogant, he possesses an extraordinary level of caution. Previously, he was defeated by Mulin due to his failure to activate the awakening dance of chaos, but having learned from that misfortune, he resolved to initiate the state of awakening dance from the very beginning to avoid any surprise attacks when the battle commenced. Before such a large audience, in the presence of his parents, and particularly before De Xiao, he could not afford to lose. He was determined to demonstrate to De Xiao that the man she admired was nothing but a worthless fool in his presence, utterly and completely inept. He aimed to make De Xiao realize that choosing Mulin over him was the gravest error of her life. He longed to stand over Mulin and confront De Xiao, questioning her choice of such a pathetic individual as someone worthy of her affection. Despite Sun Tzu's outward indifference towards De Xiao's admiration for Mulin, beneath the surface, he harbored a fury that surpassed that of anyone else. The perfect woman who rightfully belonged to him had chosen another man, one who had once bested him in battle. The young master's prowess had grown even stronger. In due time, it was likely that his combat power would surpass 93, rendering even me a potential opponent he could easily overcome. Besides Sun Jian, Tai Shirzi felt a sense of trepidation, silently marveling at the young master's extraordinary talent, truly befitting the future heir of the Sun Wu army. Sun Tzu's combat power had reached an impressive 92, and upon activating the awakening dance state, his presence became even more formidable. Under the weight of Sun Tzu's terrifying aura, Mulin's own seemed insignificant by comparison. The young disciples on the 6th floor of the Drunken Fragrance Tower were awestruck, realizing that merely the force of Sun Tzu's presence was enough to obliterate them without any possibility of resistance. How could there be such a vast disparity among those in their 20s? How many moves do you think it will take for Lord Sun Tzu to defeat Mulin? One individual chuckled. 5 moves. I wager 3. Surely not. Mulin seems quite capable. Perhaps he could endure 10 moves, another suggested. 10 moves? Yang Li scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the speaker. You overestimate him greatly. I say it will be 1 move. 1 move to bring down Mulin. This group of young gentlemen was predominantly engaged in speculating how swiftly Sun Tzu could vanquish Mulin, with none believing that Mulin could emerge victorious. In their eyes, such an outcome was utterly implausible. Merely enduring a few moves at the hands of Sun Tzu was already a testament to Mulin's utmost limits. The notion of defeating the esteemed Sun Tzu was nothing short of a delusion. General Sun Tzu, unquestionable victory, echoed in a resounding chorus. General Sun Tzu, unquestionable victory. The fervent cries cascaded around the command platform, ignited by an unknown instigator, as waves of support surged from the populace of Jianya. Nearly 100,000 voices joining in unison, creating an awe-inspiring clamor. The imposing aura emanating from Sun Tzu, coupled with the fervor of tens of thousands of citizens, bore down heavily upon Mulin. At that moment, Mulin resembled a solitary vessel amid a tempest, perilously close to being engulfed by the surging tides. Even if the enemy numbers in the millions, even if they are akin to the heavens, what do I, Mulin, have to fear? Even when faced with celestial adversaries, I shall fight. I shall not cower. A surge of indomitable spirit erupted within him. Despite the daunting pressures from both forces, Mulin remained steadfast, unwavering as a mountain. Underneath the overwhelming tides of energy, his own momentum was diminished to its weakest, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet he refused to yield. That faint flicker of resolve still stood tall upon the command platform, facing Sun Tzu directly, gazing upon that seemingly fragile yet remarkably resolute figure. De Chao's heart stirred once more, her enchanting eyes filled with affection. This is the man I adore. How can one remain unmoved by such a man? How can one not harbor affection? 10 strategies to defeat you. The domineering declaration resonated from the lips of Sun Tzu, echoing throughout the entire square, causing a slight tremor in the hearts of all present. Lord Sun Tzu, how formidable. Having spoken, Sun Tzu did not hesitate. His foot struck the ground with fervor, his figure radiating a hint of bloodlust as he charged forward. Unparalleled technique. Purgatory staff. The dual staffs in his hands were hurled with immense force, each strike imbued with the entirety of Sun Tzu's strength and prowess. This is Sun Tzu's most formidable strike. Although he claims he intends to defeat Mulin within 10 moves, his true desire is to vanquish him in a single blow. Which is more impressive? 10 moves or a swift execution? Naturally, the latter holds greater impact. Thus, in this battle, Sun Tzu not only aims for victory, but seeks to achieve it with a stunning and decisive flourish. Chapter 80. The Unspoken Satire Unmatched Technique. Ink slash. As he beheld the hellish staff rushing towards him, Mulin was equally resolute, awakening his chaotic dance state, instantly unleashing a dark, ink-like energy ribbon, which he too wielded with ferocity. The ink slash released in this awakened state possesses terrifying power, compelling even the injured Zhang Fei to retreat from its edge. It is worth noting that even in his wounded state, Zhang Fei's martial prowess reached an impressive 94 or 95, highlighting the overwhelming strength of this technique that he dared not confront head-on. Boom, boom, boom. The clash of these two immense forces erupted with a thunderous roar, deafening to the ears. At this moment, the heavens and the earth seemed to dim, as two formidable energies wreaked havoc within the arena. The cobblestone floor beneath their feet swiftly cracked and disintegrated into dust. A thick cloud of dust enveloped the entire platform, obscuring the situation within. The clash of top-tier warriors was far beyond what the cobblestone could endure. In the instant their powers collided, everyone felt the ground tremble, not an illusion, but a genuine quake, reminiscent of an earthquake. In this moment, all held their breath, not daring to exhale, their gazes fixed intently on the arena. Yet, the dust-shrouded stage concealed any glimpse of the battle. The expansive square, accommodating nearly 100,000 spectators, felt eerily silent. Who had triumphed? The stillness was finally broken by a voice of bewilderment, echoing the thoughts of all present. What was the outcome of the conflict? Who emerged victorious? Undoubtedly, it was General Sun Tzu. Initially, one might have thought that defeating Mulin would require several moves, yet to their astonishment, Lord Sun Tzu had resolved it with but a single strike, truly domineering. It was revealed that Lord Sun Tzu's earlier claim of needing 10 moves to vanquish Mulin was merely a ruse. His true intent was to eliminate Mulin in an instant. Such was the might of Lord Sun Tzu. Although the details of the battle remained shrouded in dust, the consensus was that Sun Tzu had emerged victorious. How fierce was Lord Sun Tzu's unparalleled technique? Who could withstand such a powerful blow? Faced with such an overwhelming strike, Mulin could only succumb. As discussions erupted among the crowd, an invisible force dispersed the dust, allowing all to see the battlefield clearly. However, upon witnessing the scene before them, an eerie silence fell once more over the vast square. No one uttered a sound. All were momentarily transfixed, many covering their mouths, their eyes filled with disbelief and astonishment. It was no wonder they were so shocked. At that moment, the battle had unequivocally concluded, determining the victor between Sun Tzu and Mulin. The fierce encounter between the two eminent generals culminated in an outcome decided in a mere single strike. To the astonishment of all, it was not Sun Tzu, as many had anticipated, but Mulin who emerged victorious. At this moment, Sun Tzu knelt on the ground, bloodied and bewildered, his gaze towards Mulin laden with shock and confusion. Confused? Indeed, Sun Tzu was perplexed. How could the defeated one be himself? As he beheld Mulin, standing unruffled and pristine, wielding a colossal cross sword, Sun Tzu found himself rendered speechless. To claim he could vanquish Mulin within 10 strikes? Absurd. To confront Mulin while standing atop him? Even more ludicrous. Sun Tzu's earlier boast felt like a colossal mockery, striking his face with every word. The grand declaration of defeating Mulin in 10 strikes had backfired spectacularly, revealing itself as a complete jest. On the 6th floor of the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, the expressions of the gathered youth froze instantaneously. Among them, Yang Li, who had previously ridiculed Mulin most vehemently, stood in stunned silence, her hand still poised to pour tea. Ah, the scalding liquid. Slap. Sun Qing, overwhelmed by shock, slapped Yang Li, who had unwittingly spilled hot tea all over his thigh. The burning sensation jolted him, and in a fit of anger, he retaliated with a blow to Yang Li's face, sending her sprawling to the ground. Yet, this slap elicited no pain from her, for her heart was already numbed by the realization of defeat. This time, the vanquished was the revered Sun Tzu. Surrounding the command platform, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd, starkly contrasting the fervent cheers for Sun Tzu just moments ago. As the spectators absorbed the irony of the situation, they had all believed Mulin would falter, yet he had slapped their expectations with the reality of his prowess. You claimed that without a sneak attack, I would be no match for you. Now, in a fair confrontation, after you have exerted all your strength, you still find yourself defeated. What more is there to say? The Mulin spoke not a word. The derision in his presence echoed in the hearts of all who witnessed. As footsteps echoed lightly on the command platform, Mulin, having bested Sun Tzu, chose silence over taunts, retracting his weapon and descending from the platform. Sometimes, silence conveys a more profound sting than any verbal mockery. The once boastful Sun Tzu, who had professed an easy victory over Mulin, lay defeated, while the modest Mulin triumphed, a situation replete with irony. As Mulin descended, the crowd instinctively parted, allowing him passage. Chapter 81. New function. Summon renowned generals. Having barely lifted his cup of wine, Sun Jian set it down again, exhaling heavily to calm his tumultuous thoughts. He had anticipated a breathtaking clash between Sun Tzu and Mulin, yet the battle concluded with such swiftness. His son vanquished before he could even withstand a single blow. Tai Shirtzi, what do you reckon Mulin's martial prowess to be? Sun Jian inquired, his tone grave as he observed Mulin's retreating figure. It seemed the world had underestimated Mulin's capabilities. Was it mere luck that he had triumphed over Xiao Yuan? Given Mulin's displayed strength, could luck even be a factor? With Sun Tzu falling to Mulin in a single strike, Xiao Yuan, who was inferior to Sun Tzu, stood no chance. One possibility remained. Mulin had concealed his true strength, leading others to believe he was merely on par with Xiao Yuan, thus creating a fade to mislead his adversaries. However, Sun Jian was unaware that Mulin had not hidden his power. His abilities had surged significantly only after the battle at Xiapi. Had that not been the case, Mulin's strength would not have surpassed Sun Tzu's so markedly. To so effortlessly defeat the young lord, even in a non-actual combat scenario, Mulin's martial prowess must be at least 94 or even reach 95. I had thought that Zhang Liao was the strongest after El Bu in his army. Yet Mulin's strength eclipsed Zhang Liao's magnificently. Tai Shirtzi inhaled deeply and responded. In light of this, the overall strength of El Bu's forces merits re-evaluation. With El Bu boasting a power level of 100 and Mulin nearing or perhaps achieving 95, coupled with Zhang Liao and Lü Lingqi matching Sun Tzu's abilities, this collective strength was indeed formidable. Sun Jian felt a surge of relief for having accepted Mulin's alliance. Had he refused, it would have meant opposition to El Bu's terrifying forces, an enmity no faction would willingly invite, despite the Sun Wu army's claims of vast numbers. My lord, I fear this defeat may weigh heavily on the young lord, Tai Shirtzi mused, his gaze shifting to the beleaguered Sun Tzu on the command platform. Worry etched across his features. Before such a multitude, Sun Tzu had been decisively and openly defeated by Mulin, a blow that could not be understated. Fear not. My son is not so easily broken. He is far from a fool. He shall recover, Sun Jian replied with a subtle smile, dismissing the concern. After all, he knew Sun Tzu well. His son was resilient. In fact, this defeat might ultimately serve as a boon. If previously Sun Tzu required a year to elevate his prowess to 93, it was likely that now, within mere months, he could achieve that goal. In this world, who can claim invincibility? Even the formidable El Bu has succumbed to defeat when faced with the collaboration of others, which reveals that he too has experienced despondency. Oftentimes, failure does not necessarily equate to a detriment. In this world, there exist renowned and formidable generals whom you may defeat, yet utterly vanquishing them remains an unattainable feat. The concepts of defeating and annihilating are entirely distinct. Alas, should you succeed in slaying Sun Tzu, a wealth of points would be your reward. Sun Tzu, Unlike ordinary top-tier generals, is the heir to the Sun Wu army and the son of Sun Jian, the points he possesses far exceed those of Xiao Yuan. As Mulin departed, the divine system in his mind let out a lamenting sigh. Fool. The divine system's words prompted Mulin to curl his lip in disdain. How dare you call me a fool? It retorted, slightly irked. To refer to you as a fool is rather gentle if you were not such. You would not utter such unrealistic notions. Slaying Sun Tzu? In front of Sun Jian and the other generals of the Sun Wu army? They would surely fight for their lives against me. Your jest is hardly amusing, Mulin replied tersely. Mulin was well aware of the abundance of points Sun Tzu possessed. Indeed, Sun Jian had even more. Could Mulin truly slay him? I am merely looking out for your interests, the divine system insisted. Enough of this, Mulin. Upon my upgrade, I have acquired a new ability. Would you care to know? What new ability? Mulin was taken aback, initially believing that the upgrade merely granted him the ability to exchange soldiers, not anticipating further enhancements. Summoning generals. The illustrious generals from various historical dynasties. Such a capability? Mulin's heart stirred. This ability was equally enticing. While his strength had increased, he still lacked soldiers and capable generals. Currently, Mulin had no generals under his command, necessitating that he tackle many tasks alone, which proved to be a source of considerable vexation. After all, he was but one man, yet the tasks before him were numerous, even with his considerable strength. He found himself stretched thin. You underestimate me. Were it not for my current damaged state, there would be no ability beyond my reach. The divine system began to boast, as if it were the most formidable entity in existence. Enough of your bragging. Tell me specifically which generals can be summoned. Mulin demanded. Any general who has graced the annals of history may be summoned. Though due to your current location within the realm of true Three Kingdoms unrivaled, generals from the Three Kingdoms period cannot be summoned. You may only summon renowned figures from other eras, such as Xiangyu, Bai Qi, Qin Xiong, Han Xian, and the like. Rest assured, they shall never betray you, much like the summoned black-armored cavalry. Chapter 82. Bai Qi. If I wish to summon Bai Qi, how many points will it require? Mulin inquired, holding a particular fondness for this character. Having heard much about his exploits, Bai Qi had fought countless battles, never tasting defeat, and was ranked among the 4 greatest generals of the Warring States period. Mulin estimated Bai Qi's martial prowess to be at least 95, if not higher. However, Bai Qi's true strength lay not merely in martial skill but in his commanding and military acumen. Given 10,000 soldiers, he could maximize their potential, often surpassing expectations. Bai Qi had numerous examples of overcoming overwhelming odds throughout his life. Although unsure of Bai Qi's exact commanding attributes, Mulin was certain they surpassed his martial prowess. It would require 10,000 points. Your current reserve seems barely sufficient, the divine system replied. Only 10,000 points? Mulin's brows furrowed in skepticism. Given Bai Qi's stature as one of China's most celebrated generals, he had anticipated summoning him would demand at least several thousand points. The current figure was unexpected. I neglected to mention that, due to my damaged state, the Bai Qi you summon will not be at his full power, but rather a diminished version. The divine system admitted, sounding somewhat sheepish. I knew it. Mulin rolled his eyes, feeling somewhat exasperated. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. He had been overly optimistic. To summon a figure with a martial value exceeding 95 and a commanding ability nearing 100 for merely 10,000 points was unrealistic. The divine system would not engage in such unprofitable dealings. What would it take to summon Bai Qi at full strength? Regrettably, I am currently unable to summon him in his complete form, akin to the rules regarding the exchange of troops. Those ghostly cavalry and elephant troops are similarly beyond my capacity to summon. It is not merely a matter of points, the divine system clarified. So, only after you level up can Bai Qi revert to his full strength? Mulin raised an eyebrow, seeking clarity. After the divine system's explanation, Mulin grasped the situation better. Presently, any generals he summoned would not be at their peak, but rather a weakened version. To restore them to their original might, he would need to upgrade the divine system. In theory, yes, the divine system confirmed. Upon summoning Bai Qi, will the inhabitants of this world recognize them? Some of these generals are historical figures. After all, surely they must be documented in texts. Rest assured, the realm you inhabit is not the historical Three Kingdoms, but an independent space, a world of games. In this universe, there is no record of historical generals, meaning that Bai Qi and Xiangyu have never existed within its history. Thus, you need not worry about the implications of resurrecting the dead. That reassures me. Mulin sighed in relief. With this understanding, he could summon historical figures without concern for causing panic. By the way, I once played a game called Orochi Warriors in modern times. Can I summon characters from that game? A spark of inspiration ignited in Mulin's mind. Orochi Warrior shares a genre with true Three Kingdoms unrivaled, featuring powerful characters, including figures from mythology, such as Niuhua, Himiko, and Taigong Wang, along with the formidable antagonist, Orochi. If he could summon such characters. Impossible, the divine system interjected, dousing Mulin's enthusiasm like a cold shower. Why not? This space is a game, isn't it? If both are games, then why can't I summon characters from Orochi Warriors? Upon receiving this outcome, Mulin felt a tinge of disappointment. Initially, he had contemplated summoning Yuan, but a remark from the divine system completely dispelled that notion. There are certain matters I cannot divulge too much. In due time, you shall come to know, it enigmatically stated. I can only say that no character from the game on Myoji can be summoned, yet they will nonetheless make an appearance. Thus it was. Although the divine system refrained from explicitly stating the reasons, Mulin had already surmised a general idea. The characters from on Myoji cannot be summoned, yet they will manifest. Is this not a clear indication that the characters from on Myoji will inevitably grace this world? If this is the case, it indeed piques one's interest. As for Yamada no Orochi, one wonders how formidable this ultimate boss from the on Myoji series will be. Mulin speculated that Yamada no Orochi's combat power must exceed 98. Whether it reaches 100, however, remains uncertain. Aren't you planning to summon Bai Qi? Your points are just sufficient. Would you like to summon him immediately? No, let us postpone the summoning for a few days. This is indeed the city of Jianya, where the forces of Sun Wu are stationed, and with numerous spies around. It is somewhat challenging to explain the sudden appearance of a formidable subordinate. Very well, strive to earn those precious points. When you do, do not forget to reserve a share for me. My strength will undoubtedly enhance yours. Should you wish to exchange for elite troops or restore the full power of Bai Qi and his comrades, you will need my assistance. Do not overlook this. Rest assured. I will not forget your scrutinizing gaze, murmured Mulin softly. Chapter 83. Reinforcements from Sun Wu. Upon arriving at the Zuixiang Tower, Mulin found both De Xiao and Xiao waiting there for quite some time. Have the matters above been resolved? He inquired. Referring to the gambling issue concerning Sun Qing. It has been resolved, De Xiao replied with a slight nod, her cheeks tinted with a faint blush. Appearing somewhat bashful and reluctant to divulge the details of how the situation was settled. Not just resolved, Sun Qing is in dire straits, you have no idea. De Xiao wished to refrain from further elaboration, yet Xiao, brimming with excitement, was eager to explain everything to Mulin. However, before she could utter a word, De Xiao swiftly covered her mouth. Casting a fierce glare at her younger sister, De Xiao wished there was something to stifle Xiao's chatter. She had always presented herself as a demure lady in front of Mulin, and if he were to learn how she had dealt with Sun Qing, her image in his eyes would surely be tarnished. Thus, the events that transpired above must remain a secret from Mulin. Let me go. I won't say anything. Xiao exclaimed, her expression one of grievance, feeling the frustration of knowing the outcome yet being forbidden to speak of it. As long as it is resolved. Let us return, De Xiao said. Since she was unwilling to elaborate, Mulin did not press further. Although he was unaware of the specifics, he surmised that Yang Li and Sun Qing's fates were likely not favorable. The following morning, Mulin received an early summons from Sun Jian, guided by a beautiful maid. He arrived at a lavish palace, where he found several prominent generals of the Sun Wu army already in attendance. Lord Sun Jian, what have you decided? Mulin inquired respectfully, acknowledging Sun Jian's status as a sovereign of a significant power, which naturally surpassed his own rank as a general of the Elbu army. After a night of deliberation, I have resolved to accept your proposal and formally ally with the Elbu army. Troops will be dispatched to support you in Xiapi city immediately, Sun Jian declared. Mulin had anticipated this response. He knew that an alliance between their armies would yield substantial benefits for Sun Wu, leaving Sun Jian with no justifiable reason to refuse. However, expecting an outcome and receiving a definitive promise were two different matters, and with Sun Jian's verbal commitment, Mulin felt a sense of relief wash over him. Xiapi city will be saved. Lü Lingqi, await my return. I shall not allow Xiapi to fall, nor will I let you down. Mulin vowed silently. Rest assured. This alliance will be of utmost benefit to Sun Wu. Mulin asserted earnestly. Let us hope so. Once we secure Xiapi city, do not forget your previous promise. Lujiang city must belong to the Sun Wu army. Sun Jian replied resolutely. Lujiang city was of paramount importance to Sun Wu. It was precisely because Mulin had previously pledged to assist in its capture that Sun Jian had decided to ally with the Elbu army. Otherwise, despite various factors at play, including Lady Wu's counsel, Sun Jian might not have agreed to the alliance. Every action is predicated on the promise of mutual benefit. Without sufficient incentive, Sun Jian would never risk the lives of his soldiers for a venture that offered little reward. I will mobilize 40,000 troops from Jianya and 30,000 from Wu City, totaling 70,000 soldiers to advance toward Xiapi City, under the command of Tai Shirtzi and Zhou Tai. With this arrangement, I believe we can successfully defend Xiapi City, Sun Jian concluded. Tai Shirtzi and Zhou Tai, standing beside him, nodded at Mulin with smiles, clearly expressing their respect for his capabilities. Despite his youth, Mulin was a force to be reckoned with, and neither Tai Shirtzi nor Zhou Tai would dare underestimate him. With 70,000 troops, along with the 20,000 soldiers stationed in Xiapi City, in the presence of two top-tier generals, the defense of Xiapi City was indeed well assured. Mulin's heart brimmed with joy. He had not expected Sun Jian to demonstrate such sincerity, dispatching not only 7,000 reinforcements, but also his two premier generals. Tai Shirtzi's prowess was even superior to that of Sun Tzu, and he was nearly a match for Mulin, who had awakened his chaotic dance. Time is of the essence. I shall set out immediately. I hope the two generals will arrive soon, as I cannot ascertain when the Luqiao coalition may strike. It is always better to arrive early, Mulin thought, fully aware that Sun Jian would not entrust his military authority to him, although they had formed an alliance. Mulin was ultimately not a member of the Sun Wu army, and in blunt terms, Sun Jian did not fully trust him. In light of this, Mulin deemed it more prudent to journey back to Xiapi city alone, where he could summon Bai Qi along the way, should he encounter any river bandits or pirates. He might also earn additional points. Traveling with Sun Wu's army would impose many restrictions on him, making it difficult to summon Bai Qi. Rest assured, General Mulin. We will exert ourselves to reach Xiapi city as swiftly as possible, Tai Shirzi assured him with a slight bow. Now that the alliance was established, Sun Wu would not engage in any underhanded tactics to delay their progress, as doing so would not serve their interests. Only by preserving Xiapi city could the Elbu army afford to assist Sun Wu in capturing Lujiang city. Should the Elbu army fall to the Luqiao coalition, all of Mulin's prior promises would dissolve into nothingness. With that, I shall take my leave, Mulin concluded, with the outcome secured. He was eager to depart from Jiaodong, as Elbu and Lü Lingqi awaited his good news in Xiapi city. Chapter 84. The need for influence to Xiao. You should remain in Jiaodong. The journey ahead is perilous, and upon our arrival in Xiapi city, a great battle will erupt. I cannot bear to bring you along. Rest assured, once I have secured Xiapi city, I will send someone to escort you back, Mulin gently reassured to Xiao, caressing her delicate face with care. On this journey back to Xiapi city, Mulin did not intend to take Da Xiao with him. Although Da Xiao possessed commendable abilities, they were merely adequate. On the battlefield, she could not serve as a principal general in combat. Despite Mulin's reluctance to acknowledge it, he had to concede that in the forthcoming battle for Xiapi city, bringing Da Xiao along would not only prove unhelpful but would also render her a burden. Rest assured, I will be good, she said with a bittersweet smile, tinged with sorrow. Da Xiao was acutely aware of the reasons behind Mulin's decision to leave her behind. Yet, knowing this left her powerless. She believed that if she insisted on accompanying him, he would not refuse, but Da Xiao chose not to press the matter. Instead, she resigned herself to remain in Jiangdong, in Jianya city, awaiting news of Mulin's success. Though she longed to assist him, she had to admit that her current capabilities would be of no aid to him. Rather, she would merely be a hindrance. Da Xiao truly wished to avoid causing him further trouble. Even if Mulin were willing to take her along as a burden, she herself would not agree to it. Da Xiao despised the thought of being a mere ornament, yet regrettably, she found herself little different from one. At times, she felt a profound disdain for her own inadequacy. Possessing a striking appearance yet lacking the strength to aid the one she cherished. Had she possessed the prowess of Lü Lingqi, would Mulin have left her behind in Jiaodong? The answer was evident. Had she wielded any significant power, even if not on par with Lü Lingqi's, Mulin would never have abandoned her in Jiaodong. Although she understood that Mulin's intentions stemmed from concern for her, the ache in her heart remained. I shall await your good news, she smiled. And Mulin was well aware of her feelings at that moment. However, some things truly cannot be forced. The strength of Lü Lingqi was not solely due to her own capabilities, but also her lineage and the fortune of having an esteemed father. Indeed, possessing a good father is advantageous. Lü Lingqi, daughter of Elbu, boasts an impressive combat strength of 89. Endowed with a divine bloodline that enables her to contend with warriors reaching a strength of 92. Who dares to claim her prowess is unrelated to her father. Similarly, Guan Yu's daughter, Guan Yinbianji, while not as formidable as Lü Lingqi, still possesses a strength of 83. Sun Jian's daughter, Sun Shangxiang, is also remarkably strong, with a combat value of 86. Each of these individuals enjoys an undeniable inherent advantage, and Lü Lingqi's advantage is particularly pronounced. Her already formidable strength further enhanced by her heritage. Reflecting on this, Mulin found himself at a loss for words. In the modern world, one might contend with their lineage. But in this game-like world, lineage also plays a pivotal role. How unfortunate for Da Xiao, who lacks a prominent father. It seems rather unjust for her. However, fairness is a rare commodity in this world, as it is in the earth Mulin inhabits. Oh, poor girl, eager to assist, yet constrained by her limited abilities. Reduced to an ornament, the divine system in Mulin's mind could not help but comment. Yet, there exists a means to empower her. Though he chose to overlook the prior statement, the subsequent words from the divine system stirred something within Mulin. You possess a method? Indeed, if I advance to level 3, I will unlock numerous new functions. Among these is the ability to assist others in enhancing their strength, not only in physical power, but also in leadership, charisma, intelligence, and even martial skills, the divine system explained. Level 3, you say? Mulin recognized that he now had a new goal to strive for. Presently, the divine system was at level 2, requiring a substantial number of points to reach level 3. However, upon reaching that milestone, the system's capabilities would significantly amplify, allowing for the exchange of various units, including the legendary Phantom Cavalry, and enabling summoned generals to attain their full potential. In short, the benefits of upgrading the divine system to level 3 would be manifold, greatly enhancing Mulin's overall strength. As their gazes locked, Da Xiao's enchanting eyes met Mulin's. In that moment, she leaped into his embrace, and he held her soft form tightly, inhaling the delicate fragrance that clung to her. In his heart, a sense of reluctance lingered. This parting is shrouded in uncertainty, for who can say how long it will be before we meet again? My acquaintance with Xiao has not been extensive, yet she has already secured an immensely significant place in Mulin's heart. He is aware that his presence holds equal importance in her life. Gradually loosening his grip on Xiao, Mulin exited the room. As she gazed at his departing figure, Xiao fought valiantly against the tears that threatened to cascade down her cheeks, but ultimately she could not hold them back. The crystalline droplets slid down her exquisitely flawless visage, falling onto the ground with a gentle patter. Mulin, I do not wish to be a mere ornament. I do not want to be a burden to you. I yearn to assist you, she declared, her voice slightly hoarse. In her heart, Xiao silently vowed to devote herself to rigorous training, determined that one day she would be capable of aiding him. Unbeknownst to Mulin, during his absence, Xiao scarcely stepped outside her courtyard, dedicating herself to relentless practice. Months later, when Mulin beheld the exceedingly haggard Xiao, his heart ached profoundly. Her exclamation, "Mulin, I have grown stronger," struck him with a wave of bittersweet sorrow, yet these events are but a tale for another time. Chapter 85, Summon. The God of Death, Bai Qi. Upon the boundless sea, a small sailing vessel sped swiftly across the waves, yet peculiarly, it carried but a single soul aboard. The young man, clad in white, stands at the bow of the ship, gazing into the vast expanse of the sea, his countenance devoid of emotion. This inevitably raises some questions. Typically, vessels daring to navigate the vast ocean would be equipped with some form of protection, or at the very least, accompanied by a few robust sailors. Yet, this particular sailing ship carries but a solitary individual. This individual is none other than Mulins, who set off from the city of Jianya. After departing, Mulins made a beeline for the port of Chue, and this diminutive sailing vessel was specifically prepared for him by Chang Pu to facilitate his journey across the sea. Summoned by Qi for me, Mulins murmured as he gazed out at the boundless ocean. Ding. Would you like to spend 0,000 points to summon the renowned general of the warring states? The butcher by Qi? Yes. Ding. Confirmation successful. Summoning initiated. Buzz. The divine system's prompt had barely faded when a chilling aura of oppression descended upon Mulins. He felt an immediate heaviness enveloping him, as if the very air around him had been imbued with force, weighing down upon him. Deep within, a sense of unease stirred. A discomfort so intense that it could drive those with fragile minds to madness under such pressure, even before Bai Qi's arrival. The sheer intensity of this terrifying aura left Mulins, whose martial prowess rated at 87, feeling cold and agitated. The blazing sun above seemed to dim in that moment. Hiss. Not far from Mulins, a black door materialized on the surface of the sea, adorned with countless ancient and esoteric engravings. Within it lay an impenetrable darkness, obscuring any glimpse of what lay beyond. Mulins could distinctly sense that the dreadful killing intent emanated from this ominous portal. What a terrifying aura of death. How many lives must have been extinguished to coalesce such an astonishing malevolence, one that could directly affect the hearts and souls of others. Taking a deep breath, Mulins had to concede that this aura was unlike anything he had ever experienced. Lu Bu had undoubtedly claimed many lives. Yet the killing intent surrounding him paled in comparison to this overwhelming presence, which was leagues beyond. The oppressive demeanor of Lu Bu, while formidable, could not compare to this awe-inspiring aura of death. As for which was stronger, Mulins could not ascertain, but in terms of sheer terror, this astonishing killing intent was undoubtedly far more fearsome than Lu Bu's domineering presence. Boom. An imposing figure stepped forth from the dark door under Mulin's focused gaze. In that moment, the once calm sea erupted into tumult, with waves surging outward from the figure's emergence, causing the vessel Mulins occupied to sway violently, nearly capsizing in the ocean. Bai Qi? Mulins inquired, gazing at the cold man who now stood upon the waves, his voice a mixture of curiosity and a quest for confirmation, as if querying the divine system within his mind. As Mulins observed Bai Qi, the latter scrutinized him in return. My lord. Bai Qi slightly inclined his body, and in that instant, the terrifying killing intent surrounding him dissipated into nothingness. The sea returned to its tranquil state, and the immense pressure weighing down on Mulins was lifted. He felt a wave of relief wash over him, and the previous sense of oppression vanished. In his mind, Mulins pondered, divine system. Just how formidable is Bai Qi's martial prowess? The mere presence of his aura has imposed such an immense pressure upon me, even more so than Lu Bu's. And this is not even Bai Qi in his prime. The current martial prowess is rated at 93, but his true combat effectiveness remains uncertain. You may engage him in battle. If you can subdue him, his true combat power should not exceed 95. If you cannot, it may well approach or even surpass that threshold. Engage him in battle? Mulins gazed at the formidable figure of Bai Qi, wielding a black war spear with an air of intimidation, and felt a pang of hesitation. It was not cowardice, but rather an acknowledgement of the man known as the Butcher, whose hands bore the weight of over 1,000,000 deaths, an entity imbued with the resentment of countless souls. Who could stand unafraid before such a figure? The Bai Qi before him was the kind of person one instinctively wished to avoid confronting. An inner voice warned him against making an enemy of this man. Damn it. If a fight is what it takes, then let it be. Mulins, am his master. Why should I fear him? After all, he was summoned by me. Cursing under his breath, Mulin sought to bolster his courage. Oddly enough, after venting his frustrations, he felt emboldened. Bai Qi, let us spar. Remember, give it your all. Boom. No sooner had Mulin spoken than a fiery crimson light erupted from Bai Qi, slicing through the sea and hurtling towards him. What the hell? Mulins had not anticipated that Bai Qi would truly strike without hesitation. This was not how it played out on television. Typically, a lord would see their subordinate show some courtesy before engaging, yet Bai Qi had launched an immediate assault. Boom. Bai Qi's attack failed to inflict any harm upon Mulins, yet the small sailing vessel beneath his feet bore the brunt of the assault's aftermath. The fragile craft disintegrated into splinters, strewn across the ocean's surface. The once intact vessel was now obliterated, leaving only scattered remnants of wood and a soaked sail adrift in the water. As he gazed at the wreckage of his sailing vessel, Mulins felt a surge of despair. He had intended to use it for his journey, and now it lay in ruins. Yet could he truly blame Bai Qi for this calamity? It was indeed oneself who provoked the attack. One can only say that in a moment of fervor, certain aspects were overlooked. It can be said that Bai Qi acted rather unconventionally, launching into action without preamble. Had one known this would transpire, Mulin would surely have chosen a more distant location to engage in combat, thereby avoiding damage to the sailboat. However, at this juncture, any further discourse is futile. In the vastness of the ocean, an ordinary individual without a vessel is almost certainly doomed. The perilous sea is fraught with dangers. One must not only find a means to remain afloat and breathe, but also remain ever vigilant against threats lurking beneath the surface. Countless ferocious creatures inhabit the depths, and one can never predict when a bloodthirsty shark might emerge to rend one to pieces. The situation is exacerbated in tempestuous weather. Currently, Mulin and his companions find themselves deep in the ocean, where the likelihood of encountering fishing boats is nearly non-existent, and merchant ships are exceedingly rare. Should fortune be unkind, one might remain in place for days without sighting a single merchant vessel. Of course, there are even graver dangers, such as the predations of marauding pirates, which would result in a far more brutal demise. However, these concerns are trivial for ordinary folk. With Mulin's combat prowess rated at 87 and Bai Qi's at 93, such threats scarcely warrant attention. At their level of strength, the ocean poses no real danger. They possess the ability to harness the energy within them, allowing them to tread upon the surface of the sea. As long as their energy endures, they can maintain their stance atop the waves. Nevertheless, the energy expenditure is substantial. The average martial artist lacks the reserves to sustain such exertion. Only individuals like Mulin and Bai Qi, endowed with abundant internal energy, can utilize it to support their weight upon the sea. As for the so-called ferocious sharks, they present no challenge whatsoever. Even when confronted with a school of sharks, a single strike from Mulin's martial technique could dispatch a multitude of them. These creatures pose no threat to him. Ultimately, given the circumstances, one can only seek out a pirate ship for passage once the battle has concluded. This idea, it seems, could only be conceived by someone as formidable as Mulin. Others, when faced with pirates, would flee as far as possible, yet Mulin boldly seeks them out, even daring to seize their ships. Truly, great skill breeds audacity. However, such daring is inherently predicated on possessing considerable strength. To attempt to rob pirates without the means to back it up is tantamount to courting death. Engage. With a slight elevation of his gaze, Mulin's foot struck the surface of the sea, transforming his form into a streak of silver light that cleaved through the waves, charging towards Bai Qi with thunderous resolve. Awaken the chaotic dance. Activate. In this moment, Bai Qi instantly entered a state of awakening and chaos, his martial prowess soaring to an impressive 93, further amplifying his combat strength. Not only that, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted from within Bai Qi. This very aura had previously sent shivers down Mulin's spine. A prior test had already granted Bai Qi a rudimentary understanding of Mulin's capabilities. His lord was undeniably powerful. Faced with the crimson glow he unleashed, Mulin effortlessly dispersed it. Although Bai Qi had not exerted his full strength in that attack, its potency was not easily withstood. Mulin's ability to counter it with such ease spoke volumes about his prowess. Only such a formidable individual could be deemed worthy of being his lord, right? If his lord were weak, Bai Qi might obey him, but deep down, he would harbor contempt. In Bai Qi's eyes, the weak were unworthy of respect. Let me see how strong my lord truly is. With fiery red eyes fixed upon the rapidly approaching Mulin, Bai Qi stood resolute, wielding his halberd and charging forth to engage Mulin in fierce combat. Clang! The colossal cross sword clashed violently with the halberd, unleashing a dazzling array of sparks. At that moment, the vast ocean roiled, massive waves surging high into the air. The sea beneath Bai Qi and Mulin resembled a roaring beast, gaping wide as if intent on swallowing everything in its depths. Incredible! Feeling a slight numbness in his arms, Mulin was taken aback. Engaging in direct confrontation, Bai Qi showed no signs of yielding. His true combat strength had undoubtedly reached 94, perhaps even nearing 95. It was worth noting that Mulin, having awakened to his chaotic state, possessed a combat strength of 95. Thus, For Bai Qi to withstand his assault without faltering indicated that his strength was alarmingly close to that threshold. Amidst this astonishment, Mulin was equally exhilarated. He had not anticipated that his first summoned subordinate would be so formidable. With Bai Qi by his side, he would undoubtedly gain a significant ally. The Elbow army would soon boast another exceptionally powerful general. Within his seemingly frail form, Mulin was astonished by the sheer might Bai Qi possessed. However, Bai Qi was equally astounded. Few could stand their ground against him, yet Mulin not only matched him, but subtly suppressed him, leaving Bai Qi in awe. Chapter 87. Robbing with the Lord. Bang! Another resounding collision echoed across the ocean. In mere minutes, Mulin and Bai Qi had exchanged blows nearly a dozen times. Fortunately, this battle took place upon the water's surface. Had it been on land, the ground would have been devastated by the aftermath of their clash. Initially, their duel was evenly matched, but as the intensity escalated, both displayed their full strength. Ultimately, Mulin's combat prowess exceeded Bai Qi's, and after several exchanges, Bai Qi began to falter. Following another powerful strike that forced Bai Qi back, Mulin ceased his assault. They were merely sparring, after all, and it was prudent to conserve strength for the battles yet to come. The series of exchanges allowed Mulin to gain a deeper understanding of Bai Qi's abilities. Bai Qi, not yet at full capacity, had a martial prowess of 93 and a peak combat strength of 94, still a distance from 95. Naturally, facing Mulin, who boasted a combat strength of 95, Bai Qi was at a disadvantage. Nonetheless, the fact that a warrior with a martial prowess of 93 could contend with one of 95 was already remarkable. After all, not everyone possessed the extraordinary ability to engage a formidable opponent like Mulin with an 87 rating. Impressive, Mulin remarked, retracting his ink attack. Casting a cheerful glance at Bai Qi, who stood not far away. Observing the astonishment in Bai Qi's eyes, Mulin felt a swell of pride. To astound Bai Qi, the foremost general of the warring states, famously known as the Human Butcher, was indeed a feat. Moreover, this fearsome figure was now his subordinate. My lord, Bai Qi asked tentatively, what is your martial prowess? His gaze fixed intently on Mulin, curiosity brimming within him. Bai Qi felt no aura of a top-tier warrior emanating from Mulin, suggesting that his lord might not even have a martial prowess of 90. Upon arriving at this conclusion, Bai Qi's first reaction was disbelief. How could someone with a martial prowess below 90 suppress him at full strength? It seemed ludicrous. Thus, as the battle concluded, Bai Qi voiced his lingering confusion. 87. Mulin replied candidly, not wishing to undermine Bai Qi, but he had simply asked. A moment of silence ensued, leaving Bai Qi's emotions difficult to articulate. He had always believed himself exceptionally strong, capable of battling a warrior with a power of 95. It was indeed an impressive feat, yet who could have imagined that his lord, with a martial prowess of 87, possessed actual combat strength of 95? Do not compare yourself to me. It will only lead to injury. Patting Bai Qi's shoulder, Mulin felt a mix of amusement and pride. In this world, comparing oneself to others often leads to disillusionment. Even for the remarkably gifted Lü Lingqi, who possesses the bloodline of deities. She too would find herself severely challenged by Mulin. My lord, wait until I restore my full strength, and then I shall engage you in battle. With a grin, Mulin felt little trepidation. Indeed, Bai Qi at his peak would undoubtedly surpass Mulin's current prowess. However, by the time Bai Qi regained his full capabilities, Mulin's own strength would have ascended to unfathomable heights. At that moment, what fear could he possibly harbor against Bai Qi in his prime? Come, my lord. Let us embark on a raid. Turning, Mulin cast a glance at the endless sea, his toes tapping the water's surface as he propelled himself forward. Racing across the distant waters, Bai Qi followed closely behind. Thus, the duo of Bai Qi and Mulin commenced their quest amidst the vast ocean in search of ships. Amidst the boundless sea, two grand pirate ships sailed swiftly over the waves, their decks bustling with activity. The pirates, with their coarse language and unrefined demeanor, were the very embodiment of their brutish nature. As pirates, they were inherently rough and uncouth, their conversations laced with vulgarity. To expect them to exhibit elegance would be akin to scaling the heavens. This is a pirate crew of considerable size, with two ships combined. There are likely several hundred pirates aboard. In the vast expanse of the ocean, a pirate band numbering in the hundreds can be deemed a formidable force. What a delightful gathering. Seeing you all so engrossed in conversation, I hesitate to intrude, came a frivolous voice, gently resonating from one of the pirate ships. Though not loud, it was audible to all present. With a sudden intensity, a dark blade was drawn from the hand of the pirate captain, pointed warily at Mulin. The captain's action instantly captured the attention of many, prompting the other pirates to draw their weapons upon noticing the presence of two unfamiliar figures aboard their vessel. This ship is now mine. All aboard must vacate. In stark contrast to Mulin, Bai Qi's command was far more domineering, succinct, and clear. It conveyed his intentions with remarkable assertiveness. A palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from Bai Qi, a terrifying force forged from the resentment of countless souls, rendering even Mulin, who possessed a combat prowess of 87, momentarily paralyzed with dread. The fate of these relatively weak pirates was all but sealed. Thud. The pirate captain, who had been the first to draw his weapon against Mulin and Bai Qi, collapsed to his knees, not by choice, but as a result of his body succumbing to an overwhelming fear. Hundreds of pirates fell limp at Bai Qi's formidable presence, gasping for air, utterly devoid of any fighting spirit. Chapter 88. None shall remain. With the specter of Bai Qi looming, not a single pirate dared to hesitate. One by one, they bolted towards the other ship in a frenzied panic, fearing that Bai Qi's wrath would lead to their immediate demise. Having plied their trade for some time, they possessed enough discernment to know whom they could challenge and whom they could not. In the face of these two formidable figures, they understood all too well that they were dealing with beings beyond their reckoning. The sheer intensity of Bai Qi's murderous aura rendered them incapable of even the slightest resistance. Should the adversaries choose to strike, they would find themselves utterly defenseless. A person capable of radiating such terrifying malice was undoubtedly a merciless harbinger of death. Having claimed countless lives, from the depths of that dreadful aura, they could sense the anguished wails and resentful spirits of those who had perished at Bai Qi's hands. Under the shroud of such overwhelming menace, they were fortunate not to have succumbed to madness, let alone summoned the courage to fight back. With narrowed eyes, Mulin silently marveled at the scene unfolding before him. The overwhelming aura of slaughter emanating from Bai Qi on the battlefield functions almost as a debuff, instilling a profound fear that could cause enemy soldiers to lose their fighting spirit in an instant. Even if not as dramatic, it would significantly diminish the combat effectiveness of opposing troops. One must not underestimate this reduction, for it affects the collective rather than the individual. Bai Qi, a master strategist, is further empowered by this aura, akin to a buff, and when he eventually leads a force of 10,000, he could likely rival an army of 30 to 40,000 enemies. Truly, he lives up to his reputation as the butcher of man, and the points expended on him are indeed well worth it. Although Bai Qi is not yet at his full potential, he is already formidable, with combat prowess that does not fall significantly short of his own. Moreover, his leadership abilities in this chaotic era are undoubtedly unparalleled. My lord, why spare these bandits? Bai Qi questioned, aware that countless innocent lives have perished at their hands. Such individuals deserve death. Gazing at the departing pirate ship, Bai Qi cast a puzzled look towards Mulin. Originally, Bai Qi had intended to annihilate the entire band of pirates, but he refrained from doing so solely because of Mulin's orders. Otherwise, given Bai Qi's temperament, he would have never let such scoundrels escape. While Bai Qi does not see himself as a paragon of virtue, he harbors an intense loathing for those who prey upon the populace. In his eyes, these men are deserving of their fate. Spare them? Why let them go? To continue their atrocities against the innocent? Mulin replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. Do you not think it would be easier to kill them? Slowly withdrawing the ink-black weapon from his back, Mulin unleashed a stroke of black sword light that sliced through the sea, heading straight for the retreating pirate vessel. At this moment, Bai Qi experienced a profound realization. Indeed, compared to the tedious task of slaying enemies one by one, this method proved to be far more convenient, not only resolving the matter in a single strike, but also ensuring complete annihilation without leaving a single survivor. With a resounding crash, the black sword light collided violently with the pirate ship. How could a vessel crafted from timber withstand such a terrifying blow from Mulin? The wails, accompanied by the thunderous noise, gradually faded into the depths of the sea, as they gazed at the pirate ship sinking beneath the waves. Neither Mulin nor Bai Qi exhibited any trace of compassion. Some individuals are simply unworthy of pity. These pirates belong to that category of the undeserving. It seemed there were others aboard the ship. Returning his gaze to the vessel, Mulin muttered softly and took steps toward the cabin below the deck. Please, don't kill me. I beg you, don't. As Mulin entered the dimly lit space, a chorus of feeble pleas echoed around him. With the faint light, he discerned the figures trembling in the corners, captives, most of whom were women, their hair disheveled, eyes vacant, and garments in tatters. It was evident that these women had been captured by the depraved pirates, reduced to mere instruments for their vile desires. Witnessing this scene ignited a fierce anger within Mulin. Although he understood the cruelty of this world, witnessing such atrocities stirred a deep discomfort in his heart. Rest assured, those pirates have all been eliminated by me. Take this silver. Once we reach shore, you may depart. With this money, I believe you will find your way home. Mulin declared, for he, too, was human, capable of empathy. He placed the silver down without further ado and exited the cabin, returning to the deck. Are there still thieves aboard? Bai Qi inquired, looking toward Mulin. No, merely some captured civilians, Mulin replied, feeling a twinge of melancholy. He was uncertain whether it stemmed from witnessing the horrors below deck or from something else entirely, but the weight on his chest was palpable. The journey ahead was markedly more tranquil. Any pirates they encountered along the way were swiftly dealt with, leaving none alive, and Mulin's score points were rapidly accumulating. Despite the small size of these pirate bands, after several encounters, his points had swelled to nearly 1,000 or 2,000. However, he knew that this amount was still insufficient. What could 1,000 or 2,000 points accomplish? They barely scratched the surface of enhancing his combat prowess. Yet, he acknowledged that even this modest sum could summon a few ordinary soldiers, which was not without merit. As they pressed onward, the distance to hailing port diminished, and finally, after 2 days, their ship began to approach the port under the command of Elbu. Chapter 89. Xiao Yuan. Guan Yiping. Has hailing port truly become so desolate in just a few days? As the ship entered the vicinity of hailing port, Mulin observed the scant merchant vessels and couldn't help but shake his head, perhaps due to the imminent outbreak of war in Xiapi. And with hailing port falling under Elbu's command, the merchants had likely fled early, taking their wealth with them. The once bustling and vibrant scene had vanished. Only a few ships moved in and out of the harbor, and Mulin could see the docks lined with emptiness, save for a handful of sailors lingering in the area. When he had left, the place had been teeming with life. Thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives. Once the ship docked, the group of sturdy men and women knelt in gratitude to Mulin. Had it not been for him, they would have surely met their demise at the hands of those depraved pirates. Not only had Mulin rescued them, but he had also provided them with funds for their return home. This kindness would remain etched in their memories. Naturally, they refrained from promising any future repayment, fully aware that their survival alone was a stroke of luck, and they possessed nothing to offer in return. All right. Take your leave with the other merchant ships before war breaks out, Mulin advised, waving his hand as he turned to depart. Before he had taken more than a few steps, a middle-aged armored general approached him. Mulin recognized him as Wu Guang, a commander in Elbu's forces stationed at hailing port. General Wu Guang, no need for such formalities. I am not one to concern myself with trivialities. Mulin smiled slightly. What is the situation in Xiapi? Now, Mulin's primary concern lay with Xiapi. Having been away in Jiangdong for some time, he was anxious to learn of the city's current state. The war has yet to commence, but the coalition forces led by Lü and Xiao have already encamped outside Xiapi. I believe they will soon launch an attack. Wu Guang responded candidly, a flicker of concern crossing his gaze. Let us hope the battle does not ignite just yet. General Wu Guang, please prepare 2 swift horses for me. The sooner, the better. I must return to Xiapi immediately. Of course, General Mulin, please follow me for a moment. I shall arrange for it immediately, Wu Guang replied, clasping his hands together slightly before leading Mulin onward to his residence. As they walked, Mulin noted a distinct absence of soldiers. Not a single guard accompanied Wu Guang. Were all the troops from Elbu's forces recalled to Xiapi? Even if they had been, surely, a few should have remained behind. This is indeed a port under the command of Elbu's army. It would be remiss not to possess a modicum of defensive capability. Following closely behind Wu Guang, Mulin furrowed his brow slightly. Wait. Suddenly, Mulin halted his steps. General Mulin, what is the matter? Turning around, Wu Guang looked at Mulin with a puzzled expression, seemingly unable to comprehend why Mulin had come to a stop. It's nothing. Merely the act of taking a life. Whose life? Yours. With a cold sneer, Mulin swiftly brandished the ink-black great sword from his back. Whoosh. The formidable blade, as dark as ink, was aimed directly at Wu Guang's chest, an overwhelming murderous intent erupting from Mulin. Wu Guang, taken aback, gazed at Mulin with astonishment. General Mulin, what is the meaning of this? Have I ever wronged you? After a brief moment of shock, Wu Guang's expression darkened. Faced with Mulin, he felt utterly powerless. Mulin could end his life in a mere instant. What do you mean? General Wu Guang, this question should be posed by me to you, should it not? Betraying Elbu's army to submit to the coalition of Lü and Xiao, while attempting to ensnare me, what is your intention? Have I, of Elbu's army, ever mistreated you? With a gaze growing colder, Mulin's ink-black blade remained unwaveringly pointed at Wu Guang. I do not comprehend the meaning behind General Mulin's words. Wu Guang's face grew increasingly grim as his hand gradually moved toward the long sword at his waist. I apologize, but you need not understand. With that, Mulin's arm moved, and the ink-black blade lunged forth. At such close range, Wu Guang had no time to resist. Uft. Blood splattered forth as Wu Guang fell, his eyes wide with disbelief and resentment. As expected of the renowned Mulin, yet you have failed to lead me into your carefully laid trap. Still, you cannot escape. On the street ahead, a young man approached, his handsome visage and well-proportioned figure exuding an ethereal quality. Clad in silver armor, he possessed an aura of nobility, wielding a bloodthirsty silver spear that added to his imposing presence. Xiao Yuan, Xiao Zilong. The moment Mulin laid eyes on the youth bearing the silver spear, he instantly recognized his identity. There was no escaping Xiao Yun's image. It had been indelibly etched in Mulin's mind. During his gaming days, Xiao Yuan had been one of his favorite characters, yet he never anticipated that upon traversing into this world, he would find himself an adversary to Xiao Yuan. This person is formidable, remarked Bai Qi, standing beside him, tension evident in his eyes. He sensed the extraordinary strength of the silver-armored youth before them. You are the one who has fought against General Zhang Fei, Mulin? A light and melodic female voice chimed from behind Mulin. A strikingly beautiful woman appeared, her glossy black hair cascading over her shoulders, her exquisitely flawless features captivating. In terms of beauty, she could be compared to Xiao and Lü Lingqi, with only Diao Chan surpassing her in appearance among all the enchanting women Mulin had encountered. This woman was Guan Yiping, daughter of the martial saint Guan Yu. Not only was she breathtakingly beautiful, but her prowess was equally remarkable. At this moment, Guan Yinping, along with several martial generals of Liu Bei's army and the formidable Xiao Yun ahead, had formed a pincer movement around Mulin. Chapter 90. Zhuge Liang's ingenious strategy. From Xiao Yun's earlier words, it was evident that he possessed immense confidence in his strength, and rightly so. Xiao Yun's martial prowess reached an impressive 96, standing at the pinnacle of that value, merely a step away from 97. In a one-on-one confrontation, Xiao Yun could defeat any general whose strength did not exceed 97. Xiao Yun's might had indeed reached the zenith of 96, and it would not be long before he surpassed that threshold. The divine system in Mulin's mind murmured, bringing him a modicum of relief, as he felt fortunate that Xiao Yun had not yet broken through. Otherwise, he would have faced a daunting challenge. At present, Mulin's strength measured at 87, equating his true combat capability to that of a 95 rated general. Bai Qi beside him also reached the pinnacle of 94. Should they join forces, they could contend with a general of 96, but if their adversary's strength reached 97, even their combined might would likely prove insufficient. The disparity of just 2 points in martial prowess was indeed significant. Alas, Strength Mulin had always believed his capabilities to be formidable enough to crush any top general of the Sun and Wu armies in single combat. Yet, when confronted with a true powerhouse like Xiao Yun, he realized he still fell short. In a direct duel, Mulin had no chance against Xiao Yun, whose martial prowess was at the peak of 96, a considerable advantage over him. Moreover, Xiao Yun ranked among the top 3 generals of Liu Bei's army. Had the individual intercepting him been Ma Chao, Zhang Fei, or Guan Yu, Mulin suspected he would not have the capacity to resist. Fortunately, it was Xiao Yun standing before him rather than Zhang Fei or Guan Yu, and it was equally fortunate that Liu Bei's calculations had erred, failing to account for Bai Qi's presence. This had granted Mulin a sliver of opportunity to resist. I must hasten to grow stronger. Only by becoming more powerful can I protect myself, those dear to me, and my beloved. Gritting his teeth, Mulin silently vowed to enhance his abilities swiftly. A combat capability of 95 was still insufficient, far from enough. Submit without resistance, or shall I personally take you down? Make your choice. The long spear pointed menacingly. Xiao Yun's expression turned icy. Shortly after Xiao Yun's words echoed, soldiers clad in green armor began to emerge from the surrounding buildings. Some bore long spears and swords, while others held bows and arrows, all aiming at Mulin and Bai Qi. With a single command from Xiao Yun, they would charge without hesitation. As Mulin surveyed his surroundings, his heart sank further. The soldiers amassed around him numbered well over 10,000, densely packed across the streets and rooftops. Additionally, behind Xiao Yun, a cavalry unit of approximately 2,000 was poised for action. Clearly, Liu Bei's army sought not merely to obstruct his return to Xiapi city, but harbored other ulterior motives. While observing, Mulin contemplated the situation. If their sole intent was to capture him and prevent his return, such a vast force was unnecessary. Xiao Yun alone could suffice. Yet, the soldiers dispersed throughout Hailing Port exceeded 10,000, and that was a conservative estimate. Moreover, apart from Xiao Yun and Guan Yinping, there were several other generals in Liu Bei's ranks. Although their strength might not match that of Xiao Yun or Guan Yinping, they were still formidable, each boasting martial prowess around the 70 mark. Generals with such capability were certainly not to be underestimated. Such a grand display, if it were solely to capture me, Mulin would undoubtedly find it hard to believe. Observing the increasingly grim expression on Mulin's face, Xiao Yun smiled faintly, feeling a sense of pride within. The strategist had indeed anticipated the situation with remarkable foresight. It was fortunate that he had dispatched Xiao Yun in advance to secure the port of Hailing. Otherwise, should the forces of Sun Wu manage to assist the troops at Xiangdaipo, it would not be an easy task for the Lu Chao coalition to seize the city. Mulin's suspicions were not unfounded. The forces of Liu Bei stationed at Hailing Port had ulterior motives, and the soldiers visible were but a facade. In total, Liu Bei had deployed over 30,000 troops at Hailing Port, complemented by an array of formidable siege weaponry such as catapults and crossbows, all strategically positioned within the port. As soon as the Sun Wu reinforcements approached for landing, those catapults and crossbows would undoubtedly inflict devastating losses upon the Sun Wu soldiers. Even if they could not annihilate them completely, the resulting casualties would be significant, leaving the remaining troops too weakened to provide aid to Xiangdaipo. Meanwhile, the battle at Xiangdaipo would unfold without the arrival of Sun Wu reinforcements. The over 10,000 soldiers of Elbu Station there could hardly withstand the combined might of Liu and Chao's coalition forces. I choose to kill you. Drawing a deep breath, Mulin unsheathed his ink-black sword, his foot striking the ground as he propelled himself forward. Awakening Chaos Dance. Activate. Unmatched technique. Silver Sky Flash. In that moment, Mulin instantaneously activated the state of Awakening Dance, and not only that, but he also unleashed his unparalleled technique. Mulin's speed was already remarkable. After employing the Silver Sky Flash, his velocity surged exponentially, rendering him nearly imperceptible to the ordinary eye. Even Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback by Mulin's terrifying swiftness. With a sharp twist of his spear, Xiao Yun retaliated, colliding fiercely with the rapidly advancing Mulin, resulting in a dazzling explosion of sparks. The overwhelming force of the impact sent several nearby soldiers flying through the air, their fates uncertain. Zhao Yun, however, was not easily intimidated like Wei Yin or Xiao Dan. Mulin had previously vanquished both with the Silver Sky Flash, but defeating Zhao Yun with the same technique was a rather fanciful notion. Chapter 91. The Great Battle Against Zhao Yun. Boom. Although Mulin's assault did not inflict significant harm upon Zhao Yun, it still propelled him backward, away from Bai Qi. Bai Qi was the sort of individual whose depth was not immediately discernible. From the outset, Zhao Yun had dismissed Bai Qi, focusing solely on Mulin, whom he regarded as the only martial general worthy of his attention, as Mulin's prowess was comparable to that of a 95-rated warrior. Bai Qi, standing beside him, was overlooked by Zhao Yun. Yet, it was not entirely Zhao Yun's fault. Bai Qi had fully concealed his aura from the very beginning, appearing rather unremarkable, indistinguishable from an ordinary warrior at first glance. Bai Qi was the type to remain silent until he struck with astonishing force. When he unleashed his murderous intent, he transformed entirely, shedding his previous mundane appearance. Unparalleled technique. Ink slash. The moment Zhao Yun was caught off guard by Bai Qi's ambush, Mulin unleashed a crescent blade of energy, hurtling toward the retreating Zhao Yun, affording him no respite. Boom. A relentless tide of attacks descended upon Zhao Yun, battering him continuously. This was the first time Mulin and Bai Qi had joined forces against an opponent, yet their synergy was nothing short of remarkable. In the midst of their coordinated assault, Zhao Yun found himself utterly taken aback. General Zhao Yun. Concerned voices echoed from the surrounding Liu Bei soldiers, as Zhao Yun's retreat exceeded the expectations of all present. No matter, I may have underestimated you. Gradually regaining his composure, Zhao Yun appeared relatively unscathed, though he had sustained minor injuries. While these wounds did not significantly impair his abilities, they were nonetheless impactful. Despite having activated his awakening dance state when Mulin charged at him, Zhao Yun was still caught off guard. He brandished his silver spear, fixating his gaze intently on Mulin and Bai Qi. If earlier, Zhao Yun's focus was solely on Mulin, now he had to reckon with Bai Qi as well. Bai Qi demonstrated through his prowess that he was far from ordinary, despite his initial unassuming demeanor. Zhao Yun, too, came to realize that the two adversaries before him were not merely elite warriors, but rather top-tier generals, both boasting combat ratings exceeding 90. Mulin's might undoubtedly reach 95, while Bai Qi, though slightly inferior, was not far behind. At this moment, Zhao Yun could no longer entertain any semblance of disdain towards Mulin and Bai Qi. With a resounding thud, clad in silver armor, Zhao Yun soared into the air, halting abruptly at an altitude of over 10 meters. A dazzling azure radiance erupted from his silver spear, which he wielded with great force, striking down fiercely towards Mulin. Unmatched technique. Wine Dragon Wave. Unmatched technique. Ink slash. At this moment, Mulin did not choose to retreat. With the speed of that silver spear, evasion was simply impossible for him. From the very beginning, he had been ensnared by Zhao Yun's unparalleled technique, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Should he opt for flight, his fate would likely result in severe injury, if not death. The only course of action was to withstand Zhao Yun's formidable strike. Boom, boom, boom. The two unparalleled attacks collided instantaneously, unleashing a cacophony of terrifying sounds in their wake. With a jolt, Mulin coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning exceedingly pale in that moment. Under the astonished gazes of both Mulin and Bai Qi, the ink slash unleashed by Mulin was unexpectedly dispersed by Zhao Yun's Wind Dragon Wave. And in that very instant of dispersion, Mulin suffered a backlash. At this moment, not only was Bai Qi taken aback, but Mulin also found himself momentarily stunned. The unparalleled technique, Emojan, represented the pinnacle of Mulin's martial prowess thus far, an ultimate offensive maneuver. Yet, astonishingly, it had been dispelled. It is worth noting that even when confronted with the wounded Zhang Fei, Mulin's Emojan had never been thwarted. In a direct clash, Mulin sustained injuries, while Zhao Yun, standing majestically in the sky with a spear in hand, bore a countenance of icy severity, displaying not a trace of disarray. Exhaling a deep, heavy breath, Mulin's lips curled into a bitter smile. This exemplifies the disparity in strength. Withstanding a blow from my Wind Dragon Wave, you have only sustained a minor injury. You may take pride in that. Zhao Yun's words left Mulin somewhat speechless. Is this a form of self-praise? Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that it borders on an insult. In truth, Zhao Yun is indeed lauding Mulin. The ink strike unleashed by Mulin was his most formidable attack, yet the Wind Dragon Wave was equally Zhao Yun's strongest move. With Zhao Yun's peak martial prowess rated at 96, if that technique were insufficient to repel Mulin, then the reputation of Zhao Yun's peak combat strength would be greatly diminished. Battle. With a fierce roar, Mulin surged forward once more. Being at a disadvantage does not signify defeat. Mulin is certainly not one to concede lightly. My lord, I shall assist you. On another front, Bai Qi also soared into the air, charging towards Zhao Yun. In a one-on-one confrontation, neither Mulin nor Bai Qi could hope to match Zhao Yun. Only by combining their strengths might they stand a chance of overcoming him. General Zhao Yun. We too shall lend our aid. Not far off. Guan Yinping and several valiant generals of Liu Bei's army were equally unwilling to cower, particularly Guan Yinping, who wielded a unique double-headed hammer, taking the lead. With a martial prowess of 83, she stood as the strongest among those present, aside from Mulin, Xiaoyun, and Bai Qi. In the absence of Xiaoyun, Mulin and Bai Qi would hardly regard Guan Yinping's strength as a threat, but with Xiaoyun's presence restraining them, they could not afford to dismiss her. Moreover, it was not just Guan Yinping charging towards them. Other martial generals from Liu Bei's army followed suit. The situation was decidedly unfavorable for Mulin and Bai Qi. Contending with Xiaoyun alone was already a daunting task, and the addition of Guan Yinping and her cohorts made matters even more dire. Chapter 92. The frenzy Bai Qi and Mulin Bai Qi, hold off Xiaoyun for the time being. You go deal with Guan Yinping and the others. With countless thoughts racing through his mind, Mulin felt increasing urgency as he saw Guan Yinping and the other generals of Liu Bei's army drawing nearer. Should they join the fray, Mulin and Bai Qi's predicament would worsen significantly. Engaged in battle with Xiaoyun, they could not spare any effort to confront Guan Yinping and her companions. Even if their martial prowess was not high, a single strike could inflict pain, bloodshed, or even be fatal if they landed multiple blows. With gritted teeth, Mulin made a bold decision. He would temporarily stand against Xiaoyun alone, allowing Bai Qi to confront Guan Yinping and her allies, as long as Xiaoyun did not intervene. Bai Qi's engagement with Liu Bei's generals would be akin to a tiger entering a flock of sheep. No one among Liu Bei's ranks could impede Bai Qi, whose prowess approached 95. Naturally, this course of action placed Mulin in peril. Facing Xiaoyun, who boasted a peak martial prowess of 96, the pressure was immense. What Mulin was undertaking was akin to gambling. Bai Qi had been summoned by the divine system. While Mulin could not claim all the points from Bai Qi's slain foes, he would receive half. Thus, if Bai Qi earned 10,000 points through his kills, Mulin would acquire 5,000. This gamble relied on Mulin enduring against Xiaoyun long enough for Bai Qi to gather sufficient points for an upgrade. Should he lose the gamble, both he and Bai Qi would likely perish. Should he win, Mulin could elevate his martial prowess. Just a 2-point increase would enable him to face Xiaoyun without fear of defeat. As for why he did not send Bai Qi to confront Xiaoyun, it was because Bai Qi's strength would be insufficient to hinder Xiaoyun. Even Mulin found it exceedingly difficult to contend with Xiaoyun alone. And a duel between Bai Qi and Xiaoyun would likely result in swift defeat. Divine system, how many points are required to elevate my martial prowess to 89? Mulin inquired, his voice tinged with gravity. Currently, you possess 2,300 points. To raise your martial prowess to 89, an additional 21,700 points are required. The divine system responded. 20,000 points? This is pushing me to the brink. Mulin shook his head lightly. Acquiring 20,000 points in a short span was indeed a formidable challenge. At this juncture, all he could do was fight fiercely. Bai Qi, your subsequent performance will directly determine whether we can leave this place alive, Mulin declared solemnly. My lord, I understand, Bai Qi replied, gripping his war spear tightly, a hint of bloodlust gleaming in his eyes. It has been far too long since I last reveled in battle. Today, let me unleash my fury once more. With a fearsome roar, Bai Qi's murderous intent erupted, causing even Xiaoyun, whose martial prowess peaked at 96, to furrow his brow slightly. If Xiaoyun was unsettled, the soldiers of Liu Bei's army below were akin to seeing a ghost. Despite Xiaoyun's presence, they remained fearful. The killing aura, forged from the souls of millions, possessed a greater impact and intimidation than Mulin's own pressure. Kill. With bloodshot eyes, Bai Qi brandished his war spear and charged forth. His target was Guan Yinping and the legion of Liu Bei's generals behind her. At this moment, the ensemble of Liu Bei's military generals, including Guan Yinping's, found themselves ensnared as prey by Bai Qi. Seeking death, Xiaoyun bellowed in fury, preparing to charge at Bai Qi. Yet, a rather frail figure completely obstructed Xiaoyun's path. General Xiaoyun, your adversary is me, Mulin declared coldly, unperturbed even when faced with the formidable Xiaoyun. You? Xiaoyun scoffed, his foot striking the air as his silver spear surged forth towards Mulin. Just me, Mulin echoed, stepping forward with his massive cross sword. Unleashing the formidable technique, peerless skill, ink slash. The devastating force propelled Xiaoyun backwards, creating a significant distance between him and Bai Qi, who was now engaged in battle with Guan Yinping's and the others, a horrific massacre poised to commence. You are courting death. Xiaoyun's expression darkened as he regarded Mulin with the disdain reserved for the deceased. You have brought this upon yourselves, Mulin stated expressionlessly. Very well. In that case, I shall eliminate you first before attending to him, if you possess the strength. Without further ado, Mulin and Xiaoyun clashed once more. At this juncture, Mulin was wholly committed, exuding a frenzied determination, each strike executed with unrelenting vigor. This reckless expenditure of energy, indicative of a life-or-death combat style, could not be sustained for long, even with Mulin's ample reserves of energy. Concurrently, his injuries mounted, yet he showed no signs of relinquishing the fight. In the throes of battle, Mulin sensed his points accumulating rapidly, providing him with both the rationale and confidence to persevere. Faced with Mulin's nearly ranged fervor, Even Xiao Yun felt a growing sense of frustration. Defeating Mulin within a short span seemed an arduous task. Yet failing to do so allowed Bai Qi to wreak further havoc, slaughtering Liu Bei's soldiers and generals. Presently, Mulin clung to Xiao Yun like an unyielding piece of chewing gum, denying him any opportunity to confront Bai Qi. Chapter 93. Xiao Yun outmaneuvered Dai. The war spear descended with ferocity, cleaving a Liu Bei military general of approximately 65 combat strength in two, blood and flesh scattering. The soldiers of Liu Bei, feeling the warm blood splatter upon their faces, gazed up at Bai Qi with terror in their eyes. With Xiao Yun no longer obstructing him, Bai Qi surged into the ranks of Liu Bei's forces, akin to a relentless harvesting machine, reaping the lives of soldiers and generals alike. Yuan Yinping's, with a mere strength of 83, could not halt Bai Qi's advance, forced to watch helplessly as he decimated wave after wave of her comrades. Bai Qi, astutely avoiding direct confrontation with Liu Bei's generals, focused instead on the ordinary soldiers. With the overwhelming aura of his killing intent, he thrived in this environment, delivering lethal strikes that claimed the lives of numerous Liu Bei soldiers. His score in the divine system surged with each life taken. Ding. Points acquired, 000. Current points, 452. Ding. Slain Liu Bei military general Zhang Xiao. Points acquired, 99. Ding. Points acquired, 89. Current points. A series of notifications reverberated in Mulin's mind, his excitement mounting as he witnessed his rapidly increasing score. Mulin, your current points are sufficient to exchange for an increase in combat strength. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? In the midst of battle, Mulin was far too astute to wait until he amassed over 20,000 points for a single exchange. Each increment in his combat strength would significantly enhance his power, and more crucially, elevate his physical energy, which would be advantageous in stalling Xiao Yun and granting Bai Qi additional time to continue his slaughter. Exchange. Without hesitation, Mulin affirmed. Ding. Exchange successful. Current combat strength, 88. Boom. The increase in strength revitalized Mulin's waning energy, flooding him with seemingly limitless vitality. Haha. Get lost. The colossal cross sword swung violently once more, sending Xiao Yun staggering back several steps before he could stabilize himself. This time, Mulin's might was amplified and more domineering, resulting in an even more potent strike. Initially, Mulin's full-force blow could only push Xiao Yun back a few paces. Now, it sent Xiao Yun reeling back a considerable distance. Has this guy grown stronger? Xiao Yun's gaze widened in astonishment, disbelief etching his features. Having engaged Mulin in combat for some time, he was acutely aware of Mulin's strength. The current Mulin had indeed improved, and the gap between them narrowed ever so slightly. What is this fellow's issue? Growing stronger in the midst of battle? The unparalleled technique, ink slash. Boom. A terrifying blade of energy cleaves toward Xiao Yun in an instant. After executing ink slash, Mulin does not remain idle. He launches yet another unparalleled technique, Silver Sky Flash. The unparalleled technique, Silver Sky Flash. The energy within him surges forth as if it were boundless, unleashing successive strikes in relentless succession, which begins to exert a palpable pressure upon Xiao Yun. Previously, while Mulin fought desperately, he inflicted little harm upon Xiao Yun. However, with a slight increase in his combat prowess, Mulin now poses a subtle yet discernible threat to Xiao Yun. Bai Qi, you must retreat. In the midst of the clash with Xiao Yun, Mulin utilizes the divine system to communicate with Bai Qi through his mind. Bai Qi, summoned by the divine system, shares a mental connection with Mulin, allowing for a telepathic exchange akin to that between Mulin and the divine system itself. My lord, Bai Qi inquires, puzzled, as he is currently engaged in battle with great fervor. Why, in this situation, does the Lord command a retreat? I will explain later. You must leave quickly. Mulin's voice is laden with urgency. Though perplexed, Bai Qi dares not defy Mulin's command. He leaps into the air, not even casting a glance at Mulin, and dashes away into the distance. With a combat prowess comparable to 95, Bai Qi's speed is unmatched by anyone present other than Xiao Yun. Thus he swiftly escapes before the eyes of all. This scene left Yuan Yinping and the array of Liu Bei's military generals in a state of astonishment. Bai Qi had unexpectedly fled? This was entirely unforeseen by all. Could it be that he disregarded Mulin? General Xiao Yun, anticipating a future clash, gazed at Bai Qi's retreating figure. Mulin, with a sly grin, turned to depart. Attempting to leave? The unparalleled technique, Phoenix Dragon Wave. The long spear surged forth, aimed at the departing Mulin. Boom. In a moment of recklessness, Mulin abandoned all defenses, allowing the formidable long wave to crash into his body. With a splatter of blood, he coughed violently, yet an unexpected smile graced his face. How could he smile even after being so grievously wounded? A gasp of alarm escaped Xiao Yun's lips, laced with deep regret. The overwhelming force relentlessly battered Mulin's frame, and he offered no resistance, allowing the spear to launch him away with tremendous impact. Unmatched technique, Silver Sky Flash. With a swift motion, Mulin transformed into a streak of silver light, propelling himself far from the battlefield, soaring into the distant horizon. Repeating the Silver Sky Flash, he vanished completely from the sight of those who beheld him. Witnessing this, Zhao Yun's mouth fell agape, a tide of uncontainable fury swelling within him. Had he been outwitted? He had not anticipated that Mulin could be so ruthless against his foes, and even more so against himself, enduring a direct hit from the foe long wave to escape. Chapter 94. The second phase of Lü Bei's army. The strategist had consistently warned me to be wary of Mulin, yet I remained heedless of the danger. With a heavy sigh, Zhao Yun struggled to quell the turmoil within, overwhelmed by guilt and regret. General Xiao, there is no need for self-reproach. Who could have foreseen that such a powerful warrior lay hidden beside Mulin? Had it not been for the erroneous intelligence, he would not have escaped unscathed. A general from Lü Bei's army consoled him. The plan to encircle Mulin had faltered, but this was not Zhao Yun's fault. He had exerted every effort in the previous encounter. It was the miscommunication within Lü Bei's intelligence that had failed to account for Bai Qi, a warrior whose prowess rivaled Mulin's, resulting in the complete failure of the initial strategy. Though the first phase had collapsed, the second phase must not falter. General Cheng immediately reinforced the sentries around Hailing Port. The reinforcements from Sun Wu's army will arrive shortly, and we cannot afford any further missteps. Zhao Yun commanded with a glint of determination in his eyes. The setback in the first phase, though costly for Sun Wu's forces, remained within tolerable limits. However, the second phase was of paramount importance. The reinforcements must not be allowed to disembark. Should they reach Xiapi city, the entire campaign would be jeopardized, affecting the joint forces of Lü and Xiao in their siege. Understood. The officer known as General Cheng replied with a formal salute. Indeed, Mulin is a formidable adversary. Guan Yinping remarked, gripping her weapon tightly, unable to stifle a sigh. Back in Xiapi city, they had gathered a multitude of warriors yet failed to capture Mulin. Since then, Zhuge Liang had warned all troops against underestimating him. Initially, Guan had doubted the strategist's concerns. Yet now she recognized the truth in his words. Mulin was indeed a troublesome presence. On a grassy patch within the forest, a young man sat in repose, the gentle breeze tousling his hair. It was this refreshing gust that stirred him from his slumber. That long wave had nearly cost him his life. The young man, naturally, was Muin, who had fled from Hailing Port. Reflecting on Zhao Yun's earlier strike still filled him with trepidation. Had it not been for his martial prowess having ascended to 88, that blow might indeed have claimed his life. However, in that moment, Mulin understood that without taking decisive action, escape would have been impossible. When the time calls for ruthlessness, one must be unyielding, even against oneself. At that juncture, Mulin appeared fierce, engaging in an intense battle with Zhao Yun, yet only he was aware that he was already at the end of his strength. The frenzied combat exacted a tremendous toll on his internal energy, and despite the semblance of a stalemate with Zhao Yun, his reserves were nearly depleted. It was precisely for this reason that Mulin allowed Bai Qi to flee. If they had not escaped, both would have undoubtedly met their demise. Consequently, Mulin risked his life to shield himself from Zhao Yun's unparalleled technique, leveraging the immense force of the impact in conjunction with his 2 silver sky flashes to vacate the battlefield. Though he sustained significant injuries, surviving was sufficient. Godly system. How many points are required to heal my injuries? Mulin inquired. 34. Shall I initiate treatment? What? Over 1,000? The response from the godly system astonished Mulin. Your injuries are quite severe. The godly system assesses the necessary points based on the gravity of your wounds. Furthermore, should you wish to recuperate during battle, the points required multiply significantly, the system elucidated. This response left Mulin utterly speechless. However, he could comprehend the reasoning behind it. After all, in the midst of a fierce battle, physical stamina and energy are paramount. When 2 warriors have fought to the brink of exhaustion and one suddenly regains full strength, it is indeed a terrifying prospect. Thus, the necessity of expending such a significant number of points is quite understandable. How many points do I have left? 320. Please assist me in healing my wounds. If I were to wait for them to heal naturally, it would take at least several days. And I cannot afford such a delay at this moment. Although it pains him, Mulin ultimately gritted his teeth and consented. At present, Mulin does not intend to return directly to Xiapi city, for he has more pressing matters to attend to. The considerable forces amassed by Lü Bei's army at Hailing Port must have a purpose beyond merely intercepting him. What are Lü Bei's forces truly after? As the divine system tends to his injuries, Mulin's mind races with contemplation. Suddenly, a sound. Who goes there? He sprang to his feet, drawing his ink blade and aiming it at the approaching figure. My lord, it is I. Upon recognizing the visitor, Mulin finally exhaled in relief and sheathed his blade. The individual in question was none other than Bai Qi, who had earlier fled from Hailing Port. In contrast to Mulin, Bai Qi was in a far superior condition, for he had only contended with a handful of ordinary soldiers and generals, whereas Mulin had faced the formidable Zhao Yun, whose prowess reached a peak of 96. Are you unscathed? Although Bai Qi appeared to be in good health, Mulin expressed his concern. Thank you for your worry, my lord. I am quite well. That is reassuring. With a gentle smile, Mulin settled back onto the grass, closing his eyes to recuperate from his injuries. His trust in Bai Qi was absolute. Summoned by the divine system, Bai Qi possessed unwavering loyalty. By the way, my lord, during my escape, I uncovered something of great significance. What is it? I may have discerned the reason behind Liu Bei's forces gathering at Hailing Port. You know? Chapter 95. The enraged Xiao Yun, my subordinate, observed that within Hailing Port, numerous black tents were erected, and beneath them lay powerful crossbow chariots, as well as several large trebuchets. Moreover, formidable soldiers were stationed around those tents, making it nearly impossible for ordinary folk to approach. Bai Qi's tone turned grave. Crossbow chariots and trebuchets. Upon hearing this, Mulin was taken aback, a shiver running down his spine. Indeed, the true objective of Liu Bei's forces is not us, but rather to support the Sun Wu army advancing towards Xiangping. At this moment, Mulin was filled with trepidation. Amidst his fears, he also felt a flicker of relief. Had Bai Qi not expressed curiosity about the object beneath the black tent, Mulin would have remained oblivious to the multitude of crossbow carts stationed within Hailing Port. Had he been unaware of such an arsenal, he and Bai Qi would have undoubtedly retreated directly to Xiapi City. And such an action would have spelled certain doom for Elbu's forces in this battle. Presently, Xiapi City was manned by barely over 10,000 soldiers under Elbu, who would find it nearly impossible to withstand the overwhelming onslaught of the Lu Chao coalition. Their only glimmer of hope lay in the timely arrival of reinforcements from Sun Wu. If the Sun Wu army, comprising 70,000 troops, reached Xiapi City, Elbu's forces could still contest the battle. However, should the Sun Wu reinforcements fail to arrive, the consequences would be dire. This understanding was not lost on the Liu Bei army either. Thus, from the outset, their focus was not on the battlefield of Xiapi City, but rather on Hailing Port. If they could thwart the Sun Wu reinforcements, the unsupported Xiapi City would inevitably fall. Furthermore, I have a matter to report that may incur your displeasure, my lord. What is it? I took the liberty of destroying all the crossbow carts and catapults without your consent. What? Are you jesting? At this moment, Mulin leaped up from the grass, his gaze fixed intently on Bai Qi, as if trying to ascertain whether Bai Qi was jesting with him. Please, punish me. My lord, he exclaimed, laughter brimming with unrestrained joy. To his astonishment, Mulin began to chuckle foolishly to himself. Well done. Truly splendid, he proclaimed, patting Bai Qi on the shoulder, his excitement causing him to utter an expletive, a testament to the depth of his exhilaration. From Bai Qi's earlier account, Mulin had learned that the Liu Bei army stationed at Hailing Port numbered at least 30,000. Yet, it seemed rather unrealistic for such a force to impede the advance of Sun Wu's 70,000 soldiers. However, the scenario would drastically change should they possess large-scale weaponry. After all, the Liu Bei army currently held a significant geographical advantage. With the presence of those formidable siege engines, they could launch an assault on the Sun Wu fleet before it even neared the harbor, which would spell disaster for the latter. Given such advantages, it was indeed plausible for the Liu Bei forces to triumph over Sun Wu's greater numbers. In terms of elite generals, Zhao Yun's prowess eclipsed that of Sun Wu's Tai Shirzi and Zhou Tai. With their strategic advantage in terrain, superior weaponry, and the Sun Wu army unaware of Liu Bei's control over Hailing Port, a surprise attack could catch Sun Wu off guard, significantly tipping the scales in favor of Liu Bei's forces. However, should the siege engines and crossbows be destroyed, Liu Bei's 30,000 troops would pose little threat against the 70,000 of Sun Wu. The pivotal factor lay within those siege engines and crossbows. If their presence allowed Liu Bei's chances of victory to soar to 70%, their destruction would plummet those odds to below 30 or 40%. The impact of these weapons on Liu Bei's forces was undeniably profound. Mulin could not help but reflect on how Bai Qi truly was his lucky star. It was thanks to Bai Qi that he had previously broken free from Liu Bei's carefully laid trap and survived, and now it was once again Bai Qi who had dramatically altered the battlefield dynamics. Though Bai Qi had merely destroyed those crossbows, the ramifications on the battlefield were monumental. Should the Liu Bu forces emerge victorious and maintain control over Xiapi City, Bai Qi would undoubtedly deserve over 40% of the credit. Elsewhere, in an open area of Hailing Port, numerous Liu Bei generals had gathered, including Zhao Yun and Guan Yinping. At this moment, all present were enveloped in a heavy silence, their eyes drawn to the utterly devastated siege engines and crossbows, leaving them at a loss for words. How many crossbows and siege engines remain? Zhao Yun inquired, his expression darkening as he addressed the highest-ranking officer responsible for guarding those weapons. Report, General, not a single one remains, the officer replied, his voice trembling, fully aware of the gravity of his failure. Did I not instruct you to exercise utmost caution? Zhao Yun demanded, his voice laced with intensity. I did, the officer replied, his face flushed with shame. And this is how you respond to me? Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from Zhao Yun, his formidable presence causing the officer to collapse to the ground, trembling in fear. Zhao Yun was not typically prone to anger, a fact well known among all Liu Bei's soldiers and generals, yet at this moment, he could not contain the fury bubbling within him. This will undoubtedly impact the entire course of the battle. It is highly likely that the negligence of this general has resulted in a complete defeat in the war. While it may seem that Xiapi City is the main battleground, the reality is quite the opposite. The true theater of war, the genuine crux of the matter, lies within Hailing Port. This battle will directly determine whether the Lu Chao allied forces can capture the city of Xiapi. This monumental task has been entrusted to me, yet I have utterly failed. The strategist assigned me two responsibilities. The first, to capture Mulin, ended in failure. And now the second task is perilously close to slipping through my fingers. What face do I have left to return to my lord? To confront the esteemed strategist? Chapter 96. Xiao Yun breaks through. The Sun Wu army arrives. A soldier from Liu Bei's army, visibly distressed and staggering, rushed towards Xiao Yun from the distance. Upon reaching him, he fell to one knee. What troubles you? Xiao Yun inquired, casting a glance at the flustered soldier. Report, General. The fleet of the Sun Wu army is approaching Hailing Port. The soldier's words once again rendered the surrounding generals of the Sun and Wu army into silence. Had it been earlier, with the presence of catapults and repeating crossbows, the mere mention of the Sun and Wu forces would have elicited excitement among them. As long as those weapons were at their disposal, and with the advantage of the terrain, what fear could there be? Regardless of the number of troops the Sun and Wu army possessed? Yet now, gazing upon the ruins of the catapults and repeating crossbows, everyone was left speechless. General Xiao Yun, what shall we do? In this moment, all eyes were fixed upon Xiao Yun, the supreme commander of the recent battle of Hailing Port. No matter the cost, he was resolute in his determination to thwart the Sun Wu army's landing. Even if it meant sacrificing his life, he was prepared to do so. Grasping his silver spear, Xiao Yun strode purposefully toward the harbor of Hailing. Convey my orders. All troops of Liu Bei's army, prepare for battle, he declared. Even if it costs us our lives, we must not allow a single soldier of the Sun Wu army to set foot on Hailing Port. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying aura erupted entirely from Xiao Yun's being, surpassing even the formidable presence he exhibited during his battle against Mulin and Bai Qi. General Xiao Yun had achieved a breakthrough. The faces of Liu Bei's soldiers were etched with astonishment. They had not anticipated that under such immense pressure, General Xiao Yun would enhance his prowess. Previously, Xiao Yun's martial prowess had reached its zenith at 96, merely a step away from the coveted 97. He had expected that to ascend to 97 would require at least a month or two. However, the overwhelming pressure had unexpectedly catalyzed his advancement. Xiao Yun now boasted a martial value of 97, rendering him even more formidable than before. With General Xiao Yun in their ranks, what did it matter if the Sun Wu army boasted a formidable force of 70,000? They would be annihilated without a trace. Yes, they would be slaughtered amidst chaos and darkness. The spirit of the Sun Wu soldiers surged as they cried out for battle. Not far from Hailing Port, a grand fleet sailed in perfect formation across the sea. The fleet comprised nearly 100 vessels of various sizes, all brimming with soldiers clad in crimson armor. High upon the masts of these warships fluttered a flag emblazoned with a prominent character for Wu, unmistakably marking the fleet's origin. It was the fleet of the Jiangdong Sun Wu army. The sight of hundreds of ships traversing the vast ocean was nothing short of spectacular. With the flotilla carrying 70,000 soldiers of the Sun Wu army, resolutely heading towards Hailing Port, where the Elbu army awaited. General Taishurtzi, we have arrived in the waters near Hailing Port, yet there is still no sign of the Elbu army coming to greet us. On a large ship, Taishurtzi stood on the deck, gazing intently towards Hailing Port, as these words were spoken by a fellow officer beside him. Observing the empty expanse of the sea ahead, he felt a twinge of discomfort. The Sun Wu army had dispatched a significant force to assist the Elbu army. Yet the Elbu army seemed disinclined to acknowledge their arrival. What kind of attitude was this? Logically, this should not be the case. The Elbu army ought to have come forth to welcome their allies. It was both a matter of etiquette and a demonstration of respect. Taishurtzi found this peculiar. Mulin had departed ahead of the Sun Wu army and would undoubtedly have arrived at Hailing Port first. Given that Mulin was a clever man, how could he have neglected to instruct the Elbu army to send a welcoming party? Surely Mulin understood that such an oversight could incite dissatisfaction among the Sun Wu ranks. Perhaps there were unforeseen circumstances within Hailing Port that prevented Mulin from dispatching anyone to greet the Sun Wu forces. With a serious expression, he pondered the plausibility of his speculation. Hey, look, a shooting star. A soldier aboard the Sun Wu ship excitedly pointed skyward, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. Have you lost your mind? How could you see a shooting star in broad daylight? A companion beside him laughed, though skeptical. He glanced up in the direction indicated by the soldier. Indeed, there was a shooting star. Quick, look, there really is a shooting star. Many soldiers on the warships raised their heads in unison, all witnessing a pale blue light swiftly streaking across the sky, seemingly heading towards the Sun Wu fleet. In the next instant, numerous Sun Wu soldiers sensed something amiss. Not good. Enemy attack. Although some soldiers lacked keen eyesight, the renowned warrior Taishurtzi possessed vision far beyond that of ordinary men. He clearly discerned a blue light rapidly traversing the sky, hurtling towards their fleet. Taishurtzi could see distinctly that it was no mere shooting star, but rather a dashing young man wielding a silver spear. In this moment, Taishurtzi finally recognized the lurking threat and was about to issue a warning, but it was already too late. Bang! A blue figure crashed violently onto a Sun Wu warship, and in an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere, annihilating nearly all the hundreds of soldiers aboard that vessel. Changshan Zhao Zilong, who dares to face death? With a flourish of his spear, Xiao Yun stood atop the wreckage of the ship, casting a cold gaze over all the Sun Wu soldiers present. Report. Ahead, numerous shadows of ships have been spotted, seemingly the forces of Liu Bei. Report. To the right of the fleet, over a dozen warships of Liu Bei's army have appeared. Liu Bei's general, Xiao Yuan, Taisher Ci exclaimed in shock. Chapter 97. The three warriors of Sun Wu battle Xiao Yuan. Do not be so arrogant. With a single strike, Xiao Yuan caused the deaths of hundreds of Sun Wu troops. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Tai's eyes turned crimson with rage as he drew his curved blade from his waist and charged furiously at Xiao Yuan. At this moment, Zhou Tai was enveloped in a fiery aura, his weapon glowing red as he swung it towards Xiao Yuan. Get lost. Xiao Yuan swept his spear, colliding forcefully with the incoming curved blade, erupting in a dazzling display of sparks. The Sun Wu and Liu Bei armies had always been in a state of enmity, with many battles fought between them. Zhou Tai and Xiao Yuan, as the foremost warriors of their respective armies, had crossed swords before, but the outcome was well known. Zhou Tai had faced utter defeat. Not only had Zhou Tai been vanquished by Xiao Yuan, but even the little overlord Sun Tzu had met the same fate. Boom. Zhou Tai came swiftly but departed even faster, unable to escape the fate of being sent flying, even while in his awakened state. The disparity in their strengths was simply too great. In fact, Xiao Yuan did not even need to activate his awakening to overpower Zhou Tai. With a power level of 9 for Zhou Tai and 97 for Xiao Yuan post-breakthrough, the gap between them was substantial. Even with Zhou Tai in his awakened state, he remained at a distinct disadvantage. General Zhou Tai, I come to assist you. Taisher Ci, wielding twin whips, also charged at Xiao Yuan, joining forces with Zhou Tai in battle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From the direction of Hailing Port, countless fire arrows soared into the sky, raining down upon the Sun Wu fleet. Although these arrows might not inflict significant casualties on the soldiers, their true purpose was evidently not to kill, but to burn the ships. In an instant, several vessels within the Sun Wu fleet were set ablaze, and the soldiers aboard were thrown into chaos. On the surface of the sea, the struggle between the commanders saw Xiao Yuan single-handedly overpowering both Taisher Ci and Zhou Tai, leading to a palpable sense of defeat among many Sun Wu soldiers. As the morale of the entire fleet plummeted, how could they muster the courage to fight when faced with such a formidable enemy? Especially when even the top warriors Taisher Ci and Zhou Tai were rendered helpless against Xiao Yuan's relentless onslaught. At this moment, the Sun Wu army was caught completely off guard by Liu Bei's forces. Their two strongest generals were embroiled in combat with Xiao Yuan, leaving no time to issue commands. They resembled a swarm of headless flies, lost and uncertain of their next move. Observing the rapidly dwindling morale among the Sun Wu troops, Sun Shangxiang could no longer contain herself. With gritted teeth, she too charged toward Xiao Yuan. At this juncture, defeating Xiao Yuan was imperative. Even if they couldn't vanquish him, they must not allow him to dominate the battlefield. Otherwise, it would severely impact the morale of the troops. All troops, heed my command. Break through Liu Bei's defenses with all your might and land at Hailing Port. Do not be deceived by Liu Bei's strength. The enemy numbers less than 30,000 and are no match for our 70,000 warriors. If we can breach their defenses and land at Hailing Port, a mere 30,000 foes shall pose no threat. As she rushed toward Xiao Yuan, Sun Shangxiang simultaneously issued commands to the surrounding Sun Wu soldiers. With Taisher Ci and Zhou Tai engaged in battle, there could be no room for carelessness, and Sun Shangxiang had evidently become the backbone of the entire army. Duel technique, blazing circle, clang. Having completed her orders, Sun Shangxiang finally joined the fray against Xiao Yuan. Her dual rings swirling vigorously as she unleashed her technique to its fullest, yet she could not inflict a single scratch upon Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan's strength had evidently intensified. His power level was undoubtedly far beyond the rumored 96. Despite the combined efforts of Taisher Ci, Zhou Tai, and Sun Shangxiang, they found themselves utterly unable to contend with Xiao Yuan even a little. Moreover, Xiao Yuan had not even activated his awakening state. At this moment, the hearts of Taisher Ci and his companions sank if they could not gain an upper hand against Xiao Yuan while he remained dormant. What would happen once he unleashed his awakening? Yet, why was Xiao Yuan not activating it? Before long, the three warriors realized that while Xiao Yuan would undoubtedly become stronger upon awakening, he seemed disinclined to do so. Was he looking down upon them? Or was there another reason? Of course, even without his awakening, he was more than enough to handle the three of them. Duel technique, Phoenix Dragon Wave. Stepping back a few paces to gather his strength, Xiao Yuan hurled his silver spear forward, simultaneously activating his duel technique, channeling a powerful force of wind and thunder. The spear locked onto Zhou Tai. Oh no. Realizing he was targeted by Xiao Yuan's technique, Zhou Tai felt a creeping dread wash over him. The sense of impending doom was overwhelming. He was all too familiar with this attack, having once suffered defeat at its hands and barely escaped with his life. Once locked onto by this move, evasion was nearly impossible. The only option was to confront it head-on, using brute force to mitigate its impact. Duel technique, blazing circle. Duel technique, whirlwind cannon. Duel technique, flash. Aware that evasion was futile, Zhou Tai ceased his futile attempts to dodge. Sun Shangxiang and Taisher Ci swiftly positioned themselves beside him, and together they unleashed their strongest duel techniques to collide with the incoming wind and thunder spear, resulting in a thunderous explosion that roiled the sea beneath their feet. Humph! A muffled groan escaped the lips of the trio, their expressions darkening. As they gazed at Xiao Yuan, Unmoved and steadfast in the distance, their hearts sank once more. Zhao Yun is exceedingly formidable. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Sun Shangxiang felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. In terms of elite generals, the forces of Sun Wu are indeed vastly inferior to those of Liu Bei. Merely in the presence of Zhao Yun, there exists no one among the Sun Wu army who can rival him, let alone the fact that Zhao Yun is not even the most powerful general in Liu Bei's ranks. Chapter 98. Just one is sufficient to confront you. Damn. Just how formidable is Zhao Yun's strength? Despite our trio joining forces, we are utterly incapable of inflicting the slightest harm upon him, and at this moment, he remains in a state devoid of his awakened chaos dance. Cursing under his breath, Tai Shirzi felt a twinge of defeat. Both he and Zhou Tai are elite generals, and his combat prowess has reached a remarkable score of 93. Yet, with two top-tier warriors and Sun Shangxiang, whose strength stands at 86, they are still being overpowered by Zhao Yun. What leaves Tai Shirzi utterly speechless is that Zhao Yun has yet to unleash his full power. He has not even activated his awakened chaos dance. If Zhao Yun can dominate the three of us without employing his full strength, how long can we possibly withstand him once he activates his awakened chaos dance? He is likely to reach the level of a super general. After a moment of silence, Zhou Tai's voice bore a weighty undertone. A super general? Wasn't he? It said that Zhao Yun's strength was merely 96? How could he possibly be a super general? Has Zhao Yun truly broken through? At this moment, the eyes of Tai Shirzi and Sun Shangxiang were filled with astonishment. Superlative warriors are far rarer than elite ones. Typically, those with a martial prowess exceeding 90 are regarded as elite warriors, while to be classified as a superlative warrior, one must possess a martial strength of at least 97. Within the entire Sun Wu army, there are 4 elite warriors, yet not a single superlative warrior. It is no wonder that Tai Shirzi was so astonished. I once fought against Zhao Yun, and though he was formidable at that time, he was not yet at this extraordinary level. Clearly, he has surpassed previous limits. The Zhao Yun we now face likely possesses a combat prowess of 97, Zhou Tai explained softly. It is no surprise that the three of us, united, still cannot prevail. The gap is indeed vast. Shaking his head, Tai Shirzi's face was etched with bitterness. He, known as the mightiest general of the Sun Wu army, revered by countless citizens of Jiangdong, now found himself unable to even compel Zhao Yun to exert his full strength alongside Zhou Tai. This Zhao Yun must be even stronger than the Mulin who once defeated my elder brother. Our defeat is not unjust, Sun Shangxiang mused, silently comparing the Mulin who had vanquished Sun Su with Zhao Yun, ultimately concluding that Zhao Yun far surpassed Mulin. The Mulin of Elbu's army could not have a combat value exceeding 95, and naturally, he could not stand against Zhao Yun's 97. Only the divine Elbu could possibly contend with Zhao Yun, yet Elbu was far away in Xiapi, and could not possibly appear here. Nodding in agreement, Zhou Tai did not dispute Sun Shangxiang's assertion. Indeed, Zhao Yun's strength was significantly greater than that of Mulin. Boom. Just as the three engaged in their brief discourse, a dark sword light surged toward Zhao Yun amidst the astonished gazes of all present. Humph. With a cold snort, Zhao Yun swung his spear fiercely, unleashing a terrifying force of wind and thunder that obliterated the black sword light into nothingness. In just a few hours, General Zhao Yun's strength has remarkably increased. I am truly impressed. A voice of laughter resonated over the vast sea. To everyone's astonishment, a young man wielding a colossal cross sword stood majestically upon the ocean's surface, gazing at Zhao Yun from afar. Mulin. Mulin. The names echoed from both Zhao Yun and Tai Shirzi, though with differing tones. Zhao Yun's was one of shock, while Tai Shirzi's was filled with excitement and delight. Mere moments ago, they had been discussing Mulin, and now he had arrived. The Mulin's prowess could not compare to Zhao Yun's, nor could he contend with the 97 combat value of Zhao Yun. He was certainly stronger than any of the three. If they were to ally with Mulin, they might not vanquish Zhao Yun, but they could at least hold their own against him. What happened to your injuries? Zhao Yun was not only taken aback by Mulin's arrival, but also by the absence of any signs of injury on him. Zhao Yun was exceedingly confident in his prior strike. The fleeing Mulin should have been gravely wounded, requiring several days to recover. Yet, the Mulin before him appeared unscathed, showing no indication of having sustained serious injuries. What could this mean? Zhao Yun understood that Mulin had not departed from Hailing Port, for the siege engines and crossbow carts there had been destroyed by Mulin's aid. Upon learning of Liu Bei's plans, Mulin and his companion would undoubtedly remain at Hailing Port. Zhao Yun had anticipated this. For this very reason, he had retained the awakening dance, a precaution against Bai Qi. If Bai Qi were to appear before him, Zhao Yun would not be astonished, for he had already foreseen it. However, the individual standing before him was Mulin, which indeed took Zhao Yun by surprise. Thanks to you, all is well. Zhao Yun's astonishment evoked a sense of pride in Mulin. And your assistant? Zhao Yun inquired, scanning the vicinity but failing to detect Bai Qi's presence, which left him somewhat perplexed. To deal with you, there is no need for anyone else. I alone suffice. Mulin replied with a slight smile, brimming with unwavering confidence. Mulin's words prompted Zhao Yun to let out a derisive laugh. Previously, even when Mulin and Bai Qi had joined forces, they were no match for him. Now, With Mulin standing alone, his audacity to utter such brazen claims was nothing short of folly. Prior to breaking through the power threshold of 97, Zhao Yun's strength was already sufficient to subdue the combined might of Mulin and Bai Qi. Now that his prowess had surpassed that mark, he was even stronger than before, let alone Mulin alone, even if Bai Qi were to appear again and they were to join forces. Zhao Yun was confident he could defeat both in a short span of time. This is neither arrogance nor hubris, but rather a profound confidence in one's own capabilities. Chapter 99, The Breakthrough of Mulin. General Mulin, do not underestimate. Zhao Yun possesses formidable strength. He is not to be confronted by a single individual. Only through the combined efforts of the four of us do we stand a chance of matching him. Mulin's words not only astonished Zhao Yun slightly, but also left the three behind him, including Tai Shirtzi, utterly taken aback. In this moment, Mulin dares to challenge Zhao Yun to a duel? Indeed, Mulin possesses formidable strength, with a combat power reaching 95. However, it is essential to consider the opponent. Against Sun Tzu, or even against Tai Shirtzi, Mulin's prowess is indeed impressive. Yet, when faced with Zhao Yun, a super general boasting a combat power of 97, one must question whether Mulin understands the caliber of the man before him. At this moment, Sun Shangxiang is left speechless. Previously, she had compared Mulin to Zhao Yun, and the outcome was a resounding defeat for Mulin. The Mulin's combat power of 95 is commendable. Zhao Yun's 97 is even more formidable. To speak so boldly in the face of someone whose combat power surpasses his by 2 points reveals not only Mulin's arrogance, but also his hubris in Sun Shangxiang's eyes. While he may reign supreme in Jiangdong, where no one can rival him, this is not Jiangdong. He stands before the renowned general of Liu Bei's army, Zhao Yun. I shall hold back Zhao Yun alone. You all must lead the Sun Wu troops ashore without turning back, Mulin instructed Tai Shirtzi and the others behind him. A silence ensued, as Tai Shirtzi and the others remained motionless, convinced that Mulin could not possibly contend with Zhao Yun. Let me see what audacity you possess, Mulin declared, as he swiftly released his spear, sending it hurtling through the air, breaking the waves with a powerful surge of energy that sent a towering spray of water into the air. Very well, allow me to showcase my upgraded strength. With a resounding crash, Mulin unleashed his ink attack, colliding with the incoming silver spear, resulting in a terrifying explosion of force at the point of impact. Begone! He uttered, his words imbued with overwhelming might, as a surge of power erupted from his arm. In a moment of astonishment, the fierce strike was sent flying away from him, targeting none other than its owner, Zhao Yun. The swiftly spinning silver spear was firmly grasped by Zhao Yun. Yet despite his steady grip, the terrifying force contained within it surged forth, causing him to stagger back several paces. As he gazed at the silver spear in his hand, feeling a slight numbness in his arm, shock flickered in Zhao Yun's eyes. He had not anticipated that the spear, returned with such force by Mulin, would possess such overwhelming power, nor did he expect that his own attack could be so easily countered, resulting in his own retreat. Initially, Zhao Yun believed that, with his combat power having surpassed 97, he could effortlessly defeat Mulin even without unleashing his awakened form. However, while the thought was noble, the reality proved harsh. That single strike not only failed to intimidate Mulin, but instead delivered a significant surprise to Zhao Yun. It is not surprising that Zhao Yun was so taken aback. Had Mulin only possessed a combat power of 95 as before, even without his awakened form, Zhao Yun could have easily vanquished him. Yet now, Mulin's strength had ascended to 90. At this moment, Mulin's combat prowess had soared to 97, equating him with Zhao Yun's own 97. Even if Zhao Yun activated his awakened form, victory over Mulin was not guaranteed. To think he could defeat Mulin without employing his awakened form was nothing short of wishful thinking. Is this truly Mulin? A fleeting moment of confusion enveloped Sun Shangxiang as she stared, astonished, at the scene before her, where Mulin had forced Zhao Yun back with a single strike. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with disbelief and astonishment. The Mulin she had previously deemed inferior to Zhao Yun had, against all odds, managed to push Zhao Yun back. It is worth noting that during the earlier combined assault by Tai Shirtzi, Zhou Tai, and Sun Shangxiang, Zhao Yun had not budged an inch. Yet now, after being struck by Mulin, he had been forced to retreat several steps before finally halting. Is this the prowess of 95? A power level of 95 can actually repel Zhao Yun, who possesses a might of 97. What a farce. How so? Do you still deem my previous statements as mere arrogance? Mulin's gaze pointed towards Zhao Yun in the distance, his face adorned with an inscrutable smile. He was not surprised at his ability to drive back Zhao Yun. With his current strength rated at 90, it was only expected that he could fend off someone with a prowess of 97, especially when Zhao Yun had yet to unleash his awakened chaotic dance state. Mulin felt a sense of relief when contemplating this reality. The rapid ascent of his strength from 88 to 90 was largely thanks to Bai Qi. The catapults and crossbows he obliterated provided him with precious points. Moreover, the points garnered from destroying those deadly siege engines were substantial. Within hailing port, there were likely dozens of crossbows and over 10 large catapults, all of which Bai Qi had annihilated, resulting in a bounty of points. Even if Mulin only received half of the total, it was still a considerable sum. Additionally, when Mulin and Bai Qi had the opportunity to confront Zhao Yun's absence. They wreaked havoc within Hailing Port, accumulating enough points to elevate Mulin's strength to 90. Upon reaching 87, Mulin was already capable of contending with generals of 95. Now, having attained 90 and activated his awakened chaotic dance, facing a general with a might of 97 presented no challenge whatsoever. This is also the reason behind the previous arrogance of Muin. Initially, many believed Muin to be somewhat arrogant and conceited, but now, who would dare to label Muin as such? Chapter 100, Battle. Zhao Yun in his strongest state. Chapter 100, Battle. Zhao Yun in his strongest state. General Muin. Victory is certain. General Muin. Defeat him. Oh, the fact that Muin can repel Zhao Yun is undoubtedly a tremendous boost to the morale of the surrounding Sun Wu soldiers. At this moment, countless soldiers aboard the ships began to cheer and rally for Muin. To them, Muin has indeed avenged their grievances. Although Muin is not a martial general of the Sun Wu army, he is a general of their ally, the Elbu army, and thus regarded as one of their own. Just moments ago, Tai Shirzi, Zhou Tai, and Sun Shaoxiang had joined forces to battle Zhao Yun. Yet they were still unable to prevail, leaving the Sun Wu soldiers filled with frustration and anger, as if a raging fire burned within them, yearning for release. Despite their fury, they felt utterly helpless. After all, there was not a single martial general in the Sun Wu army capable of contending with Zhao Yun. Even the combined efforts of their three generals had proven futile, unable to force him back even a single step. Thus, even with their immense anger, the soldiers of the Sun Wu army had no choice but to stifle it. It was an exasperating feeling that drove them to the brink of madness. However, with Muin's powerful entrance, repelling Zhao Yun, all the soldiers present were finally able to vent their frustrations. The almost invincible Zhao Yun had finally met his match. But do not rejoice too soon. Shaking his slightly numb arm, a hint of blood red gradually emerged in Zhao Yun's gaze, and a fierce azure aura began to envelop him. This was a sign of awakening chaos. Soon, a terrifying pressure erupted from Zhao Yun's body, transforming the very heavens and earth. The surging sea became eerily calm at that moment, as if bowing in submission to Zhao Yun. The overwhelming pressure unleashed by Zhao Yun in his full force is utterly terrifying. This is the overwhelming might of a supreme general. The cheers and shouts for General Mulin gradually subsided, as the terrifying pressure emanating from Zhao Yun caused the hearts of the surrounding Sun Wu soldiers to sink once more. If earlier, Zhao Yun, prior to unleashing his awakened chaos dance, resembled a ferocious tiger, now he exuded the aura of a celestial dragon, gazing down upon the world with disdain. In the face of such formidable strength, could General Mulin possibly stand against Zhao Yun? The soldiers aboard the ships felt an immediate sense of uncertainty. Previously, when Mulin had repelled Zhao Yun, it was during the time when Zhao Yun had not yet activated his awakened chaos dance. Though reluctant to admit it, one must concede that Mulin's earlier success in driving back Zhao Yun was largely due to his advantageous timing, catching Zhao Yun off guard. Now that Zhao Yun had unleashed his awakened chaos dance and summoned all his power, could Mulin still contend with him? It is hardly surprising that the soldiers of the Sun Wu army harbored doubts toward Mulin. The visual impact imparted by Zhao Yun prior was simply overwhelming. In a state devoid of awakening, Zhao Yun single-handedly confronted three formidable generals of the Sun Wu army, not only maintaining his ground, but also assertively dominating the trio. The formidable prowess of Zhao Yun has already begun to inscribe itself within their hearts. The elite warrior felt a slight tremor within. Zhao Yun was undoubtedly the most formidable adversary Mulin had encountered since his arrival in this realm. In the earlier skirmish at Xiapi, both Zhang Fei and Su Chu were in a state of injury, and thus could not be deemed the strongest. However, the Zhao Yun before them was in peak condition, boasting an impressive combat power of 97. Upon awakening and entering the chaotic dance, he surpassed even the typical warriors of that caliber. Such terrifying strength is exceedingly rare, even amidst the turmoil of the era. Naturally, the greater the opponent, the more exhilarated Mulin became. He was finally poised to ascend to the pinnacle stage of this world. Zhao Yun shall be the first opponent I face upon ascending the most formidable stage. Let us battle. The words flowed gently from Mulin's lips. At the very moment his declaration fell, both Mulin and Zhao Yun vanished from their original positions. Standing atop the sea. Boom. A terrifying sound erupted, reverberating through the air, causing countless individuals to clasp their ears in response. Those soldiers stationed perilously close to the site of Mulin and Zhao Yun's clash, caught unawares, were struck down, their vision clouded with stars. As they succumbed to unconsciousness, blood trickled from their ears, a dull buzzing filled their heads, rendering them unable to perceive any sound. My ears, my ears. All troops, heed my command. Quickly disperse, the farther away, the better. The residual shockwave from their earlier confrontation had, tragically, led to the demise of several Sun Wu soldiers aboard their ships. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tai Shirzi urgently ordered everyone to scatter. The combat between supreme warriors was no trifling matter. Even Tai Shirzi dared not take it lightly, knowing that ordinary soldiers, lacking in strength, could scarcely withstand even the aftermath of such titanic clashes. Mulin has grown even more formidable than during his time in Jiangdong. How has he achieved such a transformation? Gazing at the harrowing battlefield upon the sea, the two figures intertwined in an unending exchange of blows. Each collision unleashed tumultuous waves, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Sun Shangxiang vaguely recalled that merely days ago, Mulin, while powerful, had not reached this staggering level. Was it possible that he had been concealing his true strength? If not, how could Mulin have experienced such a monumental surge in power in less than 10 days? The difference between a battle power of 95 and 97 is monumental. One must not underestimate this 2-point discrepancy. For top-tier warriors, every increment in power represents a vast chasm. Moreover, advancing even a single point in battle prowess is notoriously challenging. The stronger one becomes, the more arduous the journey. Take Zhou Tai, for instance. His battle power was already at 9 a year ago, and today it remains unchanged, despite having grown significantly stronger. Thus, it becomes evident how arduous it is to achieve a breakthrough. Without sufficient talent, Zhou Tai may well find his peak battle power confined to 9 for his entire life. Chapter 101. The son of the martial sage, Guanping. When Mulin was in Jiangdong, his displayed strength suggested his battle power would not exceed 95. Yet now, his prowess is sufficient to rival Zhao Yun. If this transformation occurred within mere days, Sun Shangxiang could not possibly believe it. Even if Mulin possessed extraordinary talent, it would be implausible to experience a 2-point increase in battle power in less than 10 days. Given this impossibility, only one conclusion remains. During his confrontation with Sun Tzu, Mulin must have withheld his full strength, and the Mulin now engaged in combat with Zhao Yun is the true reflection of his capabilities. This explanation alone clarifies the enigma surrounding him. Sun Shangxiang noted that this individual, Mulin, has become increasingly mysterious. She recalled their first meeting when he had to resort to ambush tactics to defeat her elder brother. The second encounter occurred in Jianye City, where he had demonstrated sufficient strength to easily overcome Sun Tzu. Now, in this third meeting, Mulin's power had undergone a dramatic transformation, allowing him to contend with the superlative warrior Zhao Yun without faltering. With each encounter, Mulin's prowess surpassed that of the last. Sun Shangxiang could not help but ponder whether, upon their next meeting, he would have grown even stronger. Was the strength he displayed now truly reflective of his actual capabilities? Sun Shangxiang found herself increasingly perplexed by Mulin. Unbeknownst to her, every time she beheld Mulin, it was indeed his full strength on display. It was not a matter of him concealing his abilities, but rather his rapid ascension in power, so swift it created the illusion that he had always been formidable, while his prior displays were merely a fraction of his potential. The soldiers of Sun Wu, who had witnessed the clash between Zhao Yun and Mulin, exhaled in relief. Initially, they had worried that Mulin would falter against Zhao Yun's full might, but it appeared their concerns were unwarranted. On the surface of the sea, Mulin stood unwavering, refusing to yield an inch to Zhao Yun. Not far from this maritime battleground, a young man soared above the waves, making his way towards the fierce conflict between Zhao Yun and Mulin. The young man was clad in verdant armor, with a green scarf tied about his head, his countenance handsome, yet exuding a martial vigor. In his hand, he wielded a broad and formidable blade, lending him an air of dominance. This individual was named Guanping, the son of the revered marshal Saint Guanyu, and among his siblings, he possessed the greatest prowess. He had been dispatched to Hailing Port by Zhuge Liang, the military strategist of Liu Bei's forces, to offer his support. Initially, with numerous catapults and crossbow carts meticulously arranged, and the esteemed General Zhao Yun stationed there, there was little cause for concern regarding the formidable Sun Wu army. Yet, for reasons unknown, Zhuge Liang had been plagued by a deep-seated anxiety in recent days. An ominous premonition that lingered in his mind, as if foretelling the advent of calamity. The ominous feeling did not originate from the city of Xiapi, but rather from the direction of Hailing Port. Consequently, the apprehensive Zhuge Liang promptly dispatched Guanping to investigate the situation at Hailing Port. It would be preferable if his premonitions were unfounded. However, should there be a genuine problem, Guanping's prowess could significantly aid Liu Bei's forces at Hailing Port. Initially, Guanping pondered whether the strategist was overly suspicious, but upon arriving at Hailing Port, he grasped the gravity of the situation. The catapults and crossbow carts at Hailing Port had been utterly destroyed, with not a single one remaining, and he could not find a single soldier from Liu Bei's army within the port. Of course, he did see some bodies, those of Liu Bei's soldiers, scattered throughout the streets of Hailing Port. Although he did not count the exact number of fallen soldiers, he estimated that the death toll had likely exceeded 20,000. At that moment, a chill ran down Guanping's spine. It was important to note that Liu Bei's garrison at Hailing Port comprised around 30,000 soldiers. Thus, if over 20,000 had perished, it meant that fewer than 10,000 remained alive. In that instant, Guanping realized that the situation was dire. Although he was unaware of the specific events that had transpired, it was evident that Liu Bei's forces at Hailing Port had been nearly annihilated. Among the combatants, he recognized the presence of General Zhao Yun. Sprinting across the waves, Guanping keenly sensed the two forces engaged in battle ahead, one of which was indeed Zhao Yun. As a fellow general of Liu Bei's army, Guanping was intimately familiar with Zhao Yun's commanding aura. At last, as Guanping raced forth, he arrived at the waters where Zhao Yun and Mulin were clashing. Upon arrival, he immediately spotted the silver-armored Zhao Yun atop the surface of the sea. Seeing Zhao Yun unharmed, Guanping felt a wave of relief wash over him. The loss of over 20,000 soldiers at Halingport was already a significant blow to Liu Bei's forces. If anything were to happen to General Zhao Yun, the consequences would be dire. However, perhaps his concerns were unwarranted, for with Zhao Yun's formidable strength, how could he possibly be in peril? Zhao Yun's combat prowess reached a peak of 96. During this chaotic era, few could stand against him, let alone pose a threat. Suddenly, Guanping was astonished to discover that Zhao Yun's strength seemed even greater than before. General Zhao Yun had broken through. A glimmer of shock crossed his eyes, and his heart stirred slightly. When he departed from Jiaoling, Zhao Yun's power was at its zenith of 96, and now it appeared to have surpassed that mark. Could it be that Zhao Yun had achieved a breakthrough to 97? The thought filled him with excitement. Zhao Yun's advancement meant that Liu Bei's army now boasted another super general with a prowess of 97. Shifting his gaze, Guanping's attention moved from Zhao Yun to Mulin. Initially, he assumed Mulin would soon succumb to Zhao Yun's might, yet to his surprise, after several exchanges, Mulin showed no signs of retreat and seemed to hold the upper hand. How could this be? Chapter 102, The Retreat of Liu Bei's Forces After Zhao Yun's Breakthrough. His combat prowess undoubtedly reached 97. Even so, he was unable to defeat the young man before him and seemed to be at a disadvantage. Staring blankly at the battle unfolding on the sea, Guanping felt his mind falter. Zhao Yun's strength was already among the pinnacle of this world. Those capable of surpassing him were exceedingly rare. The fact that this young man could engage Zhao Yun in a stalemate implied that his prowess must also be at least 97. When did super generals become so common? How could such a being exist within the ranks of the Sun Wu army? It was not that Guanping looked down upon the Sun Wu forces, but rather that they lacked any generals formidable enough to instill fear in Liu Bei's army. Among the Sun Wu army, there were only 4 top-tier generals: Sun Tzu, Gan Ning, Zhou Tai, and Taisha Ci. The mightiest among them, Taisha Ci, was reputed to be the strongest, yet his prowess was merely 93. Guanping had never heard of any super general within the Sun Wu army boasting a strength of 97. The obsidian cross-shaped greatsword, the youth appearing no older than 20. Handsome in visage, Guanping seemed to recall someone. This was the individual who had orchestrated the massacre of Cao Cao's forces at Xiapi and had thwarted a meticulously planned ambush against Liu Bei's coalition at Xiaopei, assisting Elbu's army in turning the tide. This person was Mulin. If Guanping's memory served him correctly, Mulin also wielded a cross-shaped greatsword. Furthermore, this young man before him appeared to be no older than 20. The obsidian cross-shaped greatsword, the handsome features, and the tender age. This could only be Mulin. The characteristics of Mulin detailed in the records aligned almost perfectly with the young man engaged in combat with Zhao Yun. Although there was no image of Mulin in the documentation, only descriptions of his features, Guanping had been unable to recognize him at first glance. However, upon correlating certain traits, he could now almost certainly conclude that the young man clashing with Zhao Yun was indeed Mulin of Elbu's forces. Yet, the records had stated that Mulin's prowess did not exceed 95. How could one with a prowess of 95 possibly stand toe-to-toe with General Zhao Yun? At this moment, Guanping felt increasingly perplexed. Initially, he had harbored a keen interest in the rumored Mulin, contemplating when he might have the opportunity to experience Mulin's martial prowess firsthand. Yet, upon reflection, he reconsidered. Gazing at Mulin, who was locked in a fierce battle with Zhao Yun in the heavens above, Guanping felt a twinge of trepidation. His own martial power was merely 90. While it appeared that Mulin's prowess surpassed 97, a disparity of 7 points in strength. Nevertheless, this was hardly the time for such considerations. He urgently needed to ensure General Zhao Yun's retreat. Boom. With that thought, Guanping charged once more towards the battlefield where Zhao Yun and Mulin clashed, his own aura erupting in that very moment. His intention was not to instigate a confrontation, but rather to harness his presence to capture Zhao Yun's attention amidst the chaos. Indeed, Guanping's aura proved effective. After another exchange with Mulin, Zhao Yun turned his gaze towards the source of the burgeoning energy, momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the newcomer. Isn't this General Guan Yu's son, Guanping? Isn't he part of the Lu Chao coalition in Xiapi? How could he possibly be here at Halingport? General Zhao Yun, we must retreat swiftly. Halingport has fallen. It is not wise to linger here. Guanping's voice echoed across the battlefield. Halingport has fallen? Zhao Yun's gaze swiftly shifted from Guanping to the port itself. At that moment, he was astonished to find that there was not a single soldier from Liu Bei's army present at the docks of Halingport. What is happening? Where are our troops? After bursting out from Halingport, there had been numerous soldiers from Liu Bei's army inside. He had even ordered them to fire flaming arrows to hinder the Sun Wu forces landing. Ah, the flaming arrows. A heavy dread enveloped Zhao Yun's heart. In the midst of the fierce battle, when had the flaming arrows from Halingport ceased? He had issued a strict command that as long as there were arrows, no one was to lower their bows. Yet now, what remained in the skies were no arrows to be seen. An ominous premonition arose from the depths of Zhao Yun's heart. Those soldiers would not dare defy his orders, and Liu Bei's army had prepared ample arrows. The absence of arrows in the sky could only indicate that some misfortune had befallen the soldiers within hailing port. General Zhao Yun, there is no time for explanations. We must escape first. This is the strategist's command. In the end, Guanping worried that Zhao Yun would refuse to heed his words and deliberately invoke Zhuge Liang's name. While Zhao Yun might ignore Guanping's commands, he would undoubtedly comply with the orders of the strategist. Grinding his teeth, Zhao Yun cast a reluctant glance back at Mulin before fleeing towards hailing port with Guanping. Should we pursue? Mulin observed Zhao Yun and Guanping retreating towards hailing port, prompting Tai Shirtzi to question whether they should follow. No need. With Zhao Yun's prowess, we would not be able to catch him, and even if we did, we could not hold him back. Shaking his head, Mulin retracted the ink attack he had prepared. Zhao Yun's combat power was an astounding 97. Even at his full strength, Mulin would struggle to defeat him. If Zhao Yun wished to escape, neither he nor Tai Shirtzi could possibly impede him. Rather than waste energy, it would be more prudent to hasten towards Xiapi to support Elbu's forces. Where's General Zhou Tai? Glancing at Tai Shirtzi, Mulin observed that aside from Sun Shangxiang, Zhou Tai was nowhere to be found. While you were engaged in battle with Zhao Yun, I had Zhou Tai lead a portion of the Sunwu soldiers towards hailing port, Tai Shirtzi said with a slight smile. You are quite astute, Mulin remarked, casting an appreciative glance at Tai Shirtzi. Chapter 103. The furious Sun Shangxiang. Mulin's strength astonished everyone. Zi lamented his own inadequacy. With a slight bow, Tai Shirtzi's compliment was not mere flattery, but a heartfelt truth. Mulin's prowess indeed exceeded everyone's expectations, including Tai Shirtzi's. Initially, after witnessing the clash between Sun Tzu and Mulin at the Jiangdong platform, Tai Shirtzi believed that while Mulin might be stronger, the difference would not be substantial. However, it was now evident that Mulin's superiority was far greater than he had presumed. A combat power of 97, there was no one else in the entire Jiangdong region who could rival that. In fact, within the Sunwu army, not a single warrior reached a combat power of 95. Even Tai Shirtzi, the strongest among them, boasted merely a power of 93. General Tai Shirtzi, you flatter me. Mulin replied, not overly modest given his evident capabilities. He had just fought Zhao Yun before the entire Sunwu army, achieving a stalemate. And to feign humility now would be disingenuous. Excessive confidence breeds arrogance, while excessive modesty can lead to perceptions of insincerity. However, it was Tai Shirtzi who had cleverly dispatched Zhou Tai without anyone noticing. If the battle had not concluded, Mulin would have been unaware of Zhou Tai's departure. During the fierce engagement with Zhao Yun, both men were intensely focused, leaving no room for carelessness. If Zhao Yun had been aware of Zhou Tai's exit, he could have attempted to intercept him, but Mulin would have had little recourse. After all, their strengths were comparable, neither could stop the other. If Zhao Yun had resolved to confront Zhou Tai, Mulin would find it difficult to obstruct him. General Mulin, I have a query that I am uncertain whether to pose, Sun Shangxiang interjected, her eyes as clear as autumn waters, gazing intently at Mulin. Her delicate lips parted slightly, her melodious voice barely rising above a whisper. General Sun, you are being too courteous. Please feel free to ask whatever is on your mind. Zixian speaks without reservation. Though Mulin's words were cordial, internally he found the sudden formality somewhat disconcerting. Shangxiang wished to inquire whether, during their first meeting, Mulin had held back his strength. She had long pondered this question. The Mulin of that time, needing to ambush Sun Tzu to secure victory, seemed a world apart from the current Mulin, whose capabilities appeared vastly superior. If the Mulin of then possessed the strength he displayed now, there would have been no need for an ambush against her brother, Sun Tzu. With the prowess Mulin exhibited now, he could easily defeat Sun Tzu without resorting to stealth or even activating his awakening. This question had been lingering in Sun Shangxiang's mind since earlier, and without voicing it, she felt an undeniable restlessness. The first encounter? Is Miss Sun referring to their meeting in Jianya? Casting her gaze upon the enchanting beauty before him, Mulin inquired with a hint of a smile. You. At that moment, the smile on Sun Shangxiang's face abruptly froze. That fellow. How could he possibly forget the moment we first met? It is quite perplexing, considering I remember it so vividly. The more she pondered, the more ire welled up within Sun Shangxiang. Yet, when he jested, claiming not to recall our initial encounter, I was struck by how deeply ingrained that memory is in my mind. With a playful smirk, Mulin's feigned bewilderment vanished in an instant. However, upon realizing that Mulin was merely teasing her, Sun Shangxiang released a sigh of relief. She felt a tinge of anxiety at the thought of him forgetting the time and place of their first meeting. With laughter and joy shared, she pressed him for the answer. Casting him a sidelong glance, she inquired further. Although Mulin's earlier jest had elicited only a roll of her eyes, it was undeniable that the atmosphere between them had lightened considerably, no longer steeped in formality. Do you wish to know? He beckoned with a grin. And for some inexplicable reason, Sun Shangxiang felt an ominous foreboding at the sight of his playful smirk. Yet, her curiosity compelled her to approach him, leaning in closer. I shall reveal the answer, but you must pay close attention. Nodding earnestly, she perked up her ears. Guess, he teased. In an instant, Sun Shangxiang was rendered speechless. And soon thereafter, A wave of indignation surged from the depths of her being. "You scoundrel! You're toying with me." Her gaze fixed ahead. She finally grasped the truth. Mulin had no intention of divulging the answer. With a swift motion, her fist swung through the air, but Mulin had already vanished. Darting towards hailing port. What had he said? Observing the furious and embarrassed Sun Shangxiang, Tai Shirzi was filled with confusion. He had not comprehended a single word exchanged between them. What of first encounters, of holding back strength, and then whispers? Never mind, for now. He resolved to lead the troops to land at hailing port. He shook his head, dismissing the trivialities between Mulin and Sun Shangxiang. His focus lay on the imminent battle, which would determine whether the Sun Wu army could capture Lujiang City. Having witnessed Mulin's prowess, Tai Shirzi was convinced that with Mulin and Elbu's assistance, the Sun Wu army would undoubtedly seize Lujiang City. Chapter 104. Bai Qi meets Zhou Tai indeed. General Tai Shirzi proved to be astute, seizing the opportunity while Zhao Yun and Mulin were locked in fierce combat. He dispatched me with a contingent to stealthily advance towards hailing port. Absent Zhao Yun, the Liu Bei army would face total annihilation. In the coastal waters near hailing port, a battalion of several thousand Sun Wu soldiers was swiftly approaching the harbor, led by the formidable warrior Zhou Tai, whose martial prowess reached an impressive score of 9. A palpable excitement adorned his countenance. At that moment, nearly all attention was captivated by the duel between Zhao Yun and Mulin, leaving no one aware of when Zhou Tai had departed. Yet amidst his exhilaration, he felt a twinge of regret. The clash between Zhao Yun and Mulin, two extraordinary warriors, promised to be spectacular, and it was indeed a pity to miss witnessing it in its entirety. After all, observing the battles of the mighty offers numerous benefits, particularly for a warrior like Zhou Tai, who had not made any advancements in martial prowess for quite some time. No matter, he mused, I can always seek counsel from General Mulin afterward, for such guidance would surely be far more beneficial than mere observation. 3 large warships, laden with thousands of Sun Wu soldiers, soon neared the port. At this moment, all stood resolutely, gripping their weapons tightly. Their spirits heightened as they vigilantly gazed towards the harbor. Brothers, secure your arms. For those offspring of Liu Bei's army have claimed the lives of countless valiant souls from Jiangdong over the years, turning many of our brave warriors into mere specters beneath their blades. At last, the time has come for us to exact our vengeance upon them. Tell me, what shall we do? Zhou Tai bellowed, a glint of bloodlust igniting within his eyes. Slay, slay, slay. Annihilate them all. The soldiers of Sun Wu, too, were engulfed in a fervor of crimson rage. Over the years, the forces of Sun Wu and Liu Bei have clashed countless times, with innumerable soldiers of Sun Wu meeting their demise at the hands of Liu Bei's troops. The blades of their weapons have long been stained with the blood of countless fallen warriors from Sun Wu. Time and again, it has been the Sun Wu army that has faced slaughter. Although they have achieved several victories, the number of their fallen soldiers far surpasses that of Liu Bei's forces. Each victory has been built upon a mountain of Sun Wu's brave warriors' corpses. As the fleet of ships drew ever closer to hailing port, the morale of the Sun Wu soldiers surged to its zenith, ignited by the fervor of Zhou Tai. However, just as the soldiers readied their weapons for a fierce battle, an astonishing sight unfolded before them. To their disbelief, there was no one at hailing port. Not a single soldier from Liu Bei's army was in sight. In fact, the docks were utterly deserted. As the army awaited further developments, the general declared, "Allow me to investigate the situation first." In this circumstance, Zhou Tai did not recklessly allow the soldiers of Sun Wu to storm into hailing port. Instead, as the 3 large ships docked at the harbor, he commanded the Sun Wu warriors to remain aboard while he ventured forth to assess the situation himself. Zhou Tai was primarily concerned that this might be a scheme devised by Liu Bei's forces, with Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong among them. Liu Bei's army was bolstered by 2 of the era's most formidable strategists, compelling him to remain vigilant. Should he fall into the enemy's trap, the cost would be the lives of his soldiers. Grasping his saber, Zhou Tai took the lead. As he stepped onto the ship, he propelled himself into the air, soaring several meters above the ground, from where he could clearly survey the surroundings. Numerous corpses littered the area, all belonging to Liu Bei's soldiers. What could have transpired? Had another faction engaged in a fierce battle with Liu Bei's troops before the arrival of Sun Wu? Yet, this did not seem plausible. If that were the case, why were all the fallen in this vicinity exclusively Liu Bei's soldiers? At this moment, Zhou Tai was filled with confusion. The countless corpses strewn across the streets of hailing port were all soldiers of Liu Bei's army. With Zhou Tai's keen perception, he could discern with clarity that among the fallen warriors, there was not a single soldier from any rival faction. Suddenly, a wave of chilling murderous intent surged forth from hailing port. Within Zhou Tai's line of sight, a bloodthirsty black-armored general wielding a battle spear was rapidly charging towards him from the harbor, the terrifying aura of slaughter enveloping the air, causing Zhou Tai to furrow his brow slightly. Unmatched technique. Flash, grasping the crescent blade with both hands, Zhou Tai paid no heed to anything else and unleashed a crimson arc of light towards the swiftly approaching black-armored general. The formidable black-armored general descended with an aura of lethal intent, unmistakably presenting himself as an adversary. Zhou Tai, wary of the impending threat, understood that if he waited until the general reached the port to act, the soldiers of the Sun Wu army aboard the warship would be in grave peril. Begone! Zhou Tai, high in the sky, was also noticed by the black-armored general, who, to his surprise, found himself the target of Zhou Tai's assault first. Enraged, the black-armored general ascended, charging furiously toward Zhou Tai. Break! With a single utterance, a wave of terrifying black energy erupted from his war spear, sweeping forward and utterly shattering Zhou Tai's unparalleled technique. How is this possible? Zhou Tai's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that his full-force strike, unleashed without entering the awakening state of chaotic dance, could be so effortlessly dismantled by his opponent. What level of strength must this black-armored warrior wielding a war halberd possess? At this moment, Zhou Tai felt a profound numbness. First, he encountered the formidable and nearly invincible Xiao Yuan, then the equally powerful Mulin appeared. And now he faced yet another warrior of terrifying prowess. Why did it seem that every individual he encountered surpassed him in strength? Zhou Tai was at a loss, almost on the verge of tears. In Jiangdong, he was, after all, one of the 4 most renowned generals of the Sun Wu army, and few could match him in battle throughout the region. Yet, barely having left Jiangdong, he found himself confronting 3 warriors whose martial prowess could utterly overwhelm him. The sense of helplessness within Zhou Tai was unbearable. Any movement could lead to his demise. The sharp tip of the black-armored warrior's halberd was mere centimeters from Zhou Tai's throat. A slight advance would spell instant death for him. Swallowing hard, Zhou Tai was drenched in cold sweat, not daring to move a muscle for fear that even the slightest motion would lead to his untimely end. Chapter 105. Shock on the decks of several ships below. All the soldiers of the Sun Wu army who witnessed the earlier scene were rendered speechless. Their vice commander, Zhou Tai, had been defeated once again, and this time with even greater swiftness. Why use the term again? In his earlier confrontation with Xiao Yuan, Zhou Tai had been the first to strike, yet he barely lasted a few exchanges before nearly being slain. If he had managed to endure a few moves against Xiao Yuan, then against the black-armored warrior, he had not even withstood a single strike. Of course, this was not to say that the black-armored warrior was stronger than Xiao Yuan. It could merely be attributed to Zhou Tai's unfortunate luck. Had he activated his awakening dance, perhaps his defeat would not have come so swiftly. However, in his current state, Zhou Tai was evidently unable to awaken that power in the short term. While the black-armored warrior was presently in the midst of his own awakening dance. Whoosh! In the distance, 2 figures raced across the sea, capturing the attention of many, including the black-armored warrior, who shifted his focus toward them. Boom! The instant the black-armored warrior's attention wavered from Zhou Tai, the opportune Zhou Tai seized the moment to retreat swiftly, delivering a powerful kick to the warrior's halberd and propelling himself backward. Humph! Casting a disdainful glance at the figure who had awkwardly distanced himself, Bai Qi let out a cold snort. If he could capture Zhou Tai once, he could do so again. If he had intended to slay Zhou Tai, he would have acted long ago, without waiting for this moment. Initially, Zhou Tai regarded Bai Qi as an enemy, and Bai Qi reciprocated that sentiment. However, upon capturing Zhou Tai, Bai Qi noticed the flags on the 3 ships below. And in that instant, his murderous intent diminished significantly. He felt a sense of relief for not having acted too ruthlessly. Otherwise, Zhou Tai would have either perished or been gravely injured. The Sun Wu army and the Elbu army were allies, and upon learning the identity of his opponent, Bai Qi naturally refrained from further aggression. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 figures that had raced from afar finally reached the harbor, and at that moment, everyone could clearly discern their faces. Excellent! It was General Mulin and General Taishirzi. The 2 individuals were none other than Mulin and Taishirzi, who had hastened from the distant seas to hailing port. Upon their arrival, the soldiers aboard the 3 warships of the Sun Wu army collectively exhaled in relief. Had only General Zhou Tai been present, he would have been utterly unable to contend with the formidable black-armored warrior. Now, with the emergence of Generals Mulin and Taishirzi, they could finally consider themselves secure. General Mulin's prowess was sufficient to engage in battle with Xiao Yuan, who possessed a power level of 97. Thus, no matter how formidable the black-armored warrior might be, he could not possibly match Mulin's strength. Since witnessing Mulin's capabilities, the Sun Wu soldiers held him in the highest esteem. What has happened to General Zhou Tai? Taishirzi inquired, casting a puzzled glance at the breathless Zhou Tai. At that moment, Zhou Tai, still trembling from the lingering fear, knelt partially on the ground. He seemed oblivious to Taishirzi's question, his gaze fixed intently on the black-armored warrior advancing slowly before him, his eyes reflecting profound apprehension. Not receiving a response from Zhou Tai did not irk Taishirzi. Instead, he followed Zhou Tai's line of sight to observe the looming figure ahead. The murderous intent emanating from this individual was terrifying. This person is extraordinarily powerful. As Taishirzi's gaze shifted to Bai Qi, a sudden chill ran through him. The overwhelming aura of lethal intent radiating from Bai Qi was so potent that even Taishirzi, with a combat prowess of 93, felt a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck. How many lives must be extinguished to cultivate such a terrifying aura of slaughter? From this palpable malevolence, Taishirzi could discern that this armored warrior possesses formidable strength, with martial prowess that rivals his own. This is the intuition of the strong. General Mulin. General Taishurtzi, be wary of the armored warrior. His prowess is truly terrifying. As he gazed upon Bai Qi, who advanced step by step, Zhou Tai immediately offered a warning. At this moment, a sense of retreat began to stir within Zhou Tai. Had it not been for the presence of the formidable Mulin, whose combat strength rivaled that of Xiao Yuan, he might have already turned to flee. The brief encounter had made it abundantly clear to Zhou Tai the vast chasm that lay between them. Even if he could activate the awakening dance now, he would still be no match for his opponent. Moreover, he was currently unable to invoke that power. To charge forth knowing one is outmatched is not bravery, but folly. Stop! Taishurtzi bellowed, gripping his twin whips, his stance now poised for battle. Casting a glance at Taishurtzi, Bai Qi remained unmoved, seemingly oblivious to the threat. Continuing his approach without hesitation. Boom! When he realized his intimidation had no effect, Taishurtzi's fury ignited. He stomped the ground, preparing to charge at Bai Qi. Though he was aware of the strength of this armored warrior, how could Taishurtzi show fear in front of the soldiers of Sun Wu? Wait! Just as Taishurtzi was about to strike, Mulin interjected, halting him. Huh? Taishurtzi looked at Mulin in confusion, uncertain why he would intervene. Was he intending to take action himself? As Taishurtzi pondered over Mulin's motives, the heavy-footed Bai Qi finally halted before Mulin, coming to a stop. Lord, the task you assigned has been accomplished. All the generals and soldiers of Liu Bei and Hailing Port have been slain. Although some managed to escape, they were few. Bai Qi reported, bowing respectfully. His words and gestures of reverence rendered everyone present momentarily speechless, especially Zhou Tai, who had just faced Bai Qi in battle and had been defeated in an instant. He stood agape, utterly astonished and at a loss for words. The formidable and menacing black-armored general, who had just defeated Zhou Tai with a single strike, surprisingly referred to Mulin as his lord. Zhou Tai felt as if heaven were playing a jest upon him. The astonishment among the soldiers of the Sun Wu army was no less than that of Zhou Tai at this moment. The terrifying black-armored general who had so easily bested Zhou Tai was, in fact, a subordinate of General Mulin. At that instant, the Sun Wu soldiers were left in awe of Mulin, revering him deeply for commanding such a fearsome warrior. Chapter 106. Reclaiming Hailing Port. You performed splendidly, Mulin remarked with a smile, feeling a twinge of admiration. The summoning of Bai Qi, which cost him 1,000 points, had proven to be a wise investment, as Bai Qi had helped him earn tens of thousands of points in a short span of time. Moreover, when he had arrived at Hailing Port and been besieged by Xiao Yuan and others, it was Bai Qi who had ensured his safety. This transaction had been undeniably profitable. However, since Mulin's martial prowess had risen to 90, the points required for further upgrades had also increased. Now, to elevate his martial value even slightly, he needed 2,000 to 3,000 points. In contrast, when he had initially raised his martial value to 85, it had only required a few thousand points. Mulin could understand this. He recalled how, in his previous life, the experience required to reach level 9,900 was several times that of level 9899. Although the points needed for future upgrades would continue to escalate, Mulin felt no apprehension. His strength was also on the rise. With his current capabilities, earning points had become significantly easier. In the beginning, acquiring a mere 100 points had been a daunting task, but now, with a single execution of his unparalleled technique against the enemy, he could easily obtain several hundred points, an immense disparity indeed. It is my honor to assist my lord, Bai Qi expressed, visibly excited by Mulin's praise. Perhaps, in Bai Qi's heart, the acknowledgement from his lord was of utmost importance. If Mulin had summoned him, yet he could not contribute in any way, that would be the greatest lament for a subordinate. Naturally, Bai Qi felt elated to have been of significant help to Mulin. Allow me to introduce you, Mulin began, pointing to Bai Qi. This is my subordinate, Bai Qi. He then gestured towards Zhou Tai and Taishurtzi, and these two are the great generals of the Sun Wu army. General Taishurtzi and General Zhou Tai. Had Mulin made this introduction before witnessing Bai Qi's prowess, Taishurtzi and Zhou Tai would not have thought much of it. However, after experiencing Bai Qi's strength, Mulin's words now left them somewhat embarrassed, especially Zhou Tai, who had just been bested by Bai Qi. I apologize, General Zhou Tai. I mistook you for a commander of Liu Bei's army, Bai Qi said, looking somewhat sheepish, carrying a tone of regret. Earlier, Bai Qi had indeed mistaken Zhou Tai for a leader of Liu Bei's forces, and in his battle frenzy, he had been oblivious to the details, attacking Zhou Tai without hesitation. It is of no consequence. Ignorance is no sin. General Bai Qi's strength is truly beyond my reach, Zhou Tai replied, his face twitching slightly. Although he feigned nonchalance, inside, he felt a desire to bang his head against a wall. How could he not feel humiliated after being defeated so easily in front of so many Sun Wu soldiers? Yet, despite his frustration, he could only grumble inwardly. For Bai Qi had already apologized, and pressing the matter further would only reflect poorly on his character. Furthermore, considering his own strength, could he even stand against Bai Qi? May I inquire, General Bai Qi, what level of strength have you attained? Taishurtzi asked curiously, observing Zhou Tai's disheveled state. It was evident that he had suffered greatly at Bai Qi's hands, and from Bai Qi's earlier display of might, he seemed no less formidable than himself. Perhaps around 95. Bai Qi replied tentatively. Since Shou Tai and Tai Shi were allies, he felt no need to conceal his true combat power. Previously, Bai Qi's actual strength had not reached 95, but was at the pinnacle of 94. However, following a series of battles, he had experienced a substantial breakthrough. Estimating that his current true power was comparable to that of Mulin before his own breakthrough, which had been precisely 95. His uncertainty stemmed from not having fought against any generals with a martial value of 95 since his breakthrough. 95, Zhou Tai muttered, rolling his eyes once more. No wonder he had been rendered utterly defenseless. The combat power of 95 meant that even combining their strengths would not suffice to contend with Bai Qi. Everyone, come forth. The battle has concluded. Standing upon the docks, Mulin sensed the multitude of eyes peering from behind the walls of the many houses. Without needing to guess, he knew they belonged to the residents of Hailingport, who had taken refuge indoors during the outbreak of conflict. Now that the battle had ceased, they naturally emerged. Before the confrontation between Liu Bei's forces and Elbu's army erupted, many had chosen to leave Hailingport, yet a substantial number had opted to stay. Those who remained were predominantly long-time residents, unwilling to abandon the place they had called home for most of their lives, reluctant to forsake their possessions and livelihoods. Typically, during warfare, ordinary civilians were not harmed. Over the years, Hailingport had witnessed countless battles, yet there had been no reports of any faction slaughtering innocent people. In these tumultuous times, a faction required not only strength, but also a reputable name. The massacre of innocent civilians could only be perpetrated by the foolish and deranged. Wise individuals would never stoop so low. The power of the common populace should never be underestimated. Soldiers were recruited from among them. If a faction's reputation was utterly tarnished, would the people still enlist? Would they risk their lives for such a faction? Chapter 107, The Arrival Soon. The subsequent forces of the Sun Wu army began to land at Hailingport in impressive numbers. As for the bodies of Liu Bei's soldiers littering the port, Tai Shi ordered his men to clear the battlefield. Shortly thereafter, the flag of Elbu's army once again fluttered atop the docks. A black banner billowing in the wind, signifying to all that Hailingport remained firmly within Elbu's dominion. After a brief stay, the formidable army of 70,000 from Sun Wu finally commenced their departure from Hailingport. This vast force was bound for the battlefield at Xiapi city, leaving behind a mere 1,000 troops to guard Hailingport. Should any opposing faction launch an assault on Hailingport, this scant detachment would be utterly incapable of withstanding the attack. However, given that the entirety of Shuzhou has become a battleground for the Luqiao coalition and Elbu's forces, other factions dared not interfere. The presence of this 1,000 Sun Wu soldiers at Hailingport served solely as a precaution against marauding bandits. Hailingport now resembled a sumptuous cake, tempting all to take a bite, particularly the nearby bandit groups, who lurked with greedy eyes. Since Hailingport falls under Elbu's dominion, Mulin could not stand idly by while these brigands pillaged the harbor. The stakes were high. Should the bandits descend into madness and slaughter the inhabitants of Hailingport, the ramifications would be dire. While typical factions might refrain from harming innocent civilians due to concerns for their reputation, the bandits would show no such restraint. In these chaotic times, countless villages had fallen victim to banditry, and vigilance was paramount. As a subordinate port of Elbu's forces, should Hailingport be ravaged and its people slaughtered, where would Elbu's authority reside? If safety could not be assured within his realm, who would dare dwell in the cities and ports under his command? The 1,000 Sun Wu soldiers, while no threat to the larger powers, posed a significant deterrent to ordinary bandits. Furthermore, in addition to leaving this contingent behind, Mulin had specifically instructed Tai Shi to dispatch a Sun Wu commander to oversee the defense. Once all matters were settled, Mulin and the grand army of 70,000 set forth towards the battlefield of Xiapi city. The distance from Hailingport to Xiapi city was not great. The Sun Wu army reached the outskirts of Xiapi city within half a day and immediately adopted a cautious demeanor. After all, the vicinity was not devoid of Luqiao coalition forces, and to avoid ambushes or traps, they had to remain vigilant. Is this Xiapi city? It hardly impresses, remarked Sun Shanxiang as she gazed at the imposing city that gradually emerged on the horizon, the stronghold of Elbu's forces. As she beheld the city, her tongue turned to sarcasm, perhaps influenced by Mulin's prior antics, leaving no room for courtesy in her words. This is akin to openly criticizing someone as home in their presence, which can be significantly damaging to their pride. With an eye roll, even Mulin found himself at a loss for words. Surely, Mulin was aware that Sun Shanxiang was being intentionally provocative, seeking retribution for his earlier teasing. In truth, the city of Xiaopei was not as deplorable as she claimed. Although it could not compare to Jianye, it was certainly not as exaggeratedly poor as Sun Shanxiang depicted. Given that the esteemed Miss Sun's Jianye was incomparable, it was best for them to hasten their journey. Having said that, Mulin resumed his solitary ride, maintaining a stoic silence that hinted at his displeasure. Humph, Sun Shanxiang let out a quiet huff, gently pulling the reins to follow Mulin. What's wrong? Are you upset? As her horse trotted alongside Mulin's, his silence prompted her to break the tension. I'm not upset, he replied, though his refusal to turn and face her suggested otherwise. Apologies, perhaps. After all, You were the one who played with my emotions, she thought, feeling a twinge of anxiety about whether her previous remarks had been excessively harsh. Is an apology even effective? What do you desire? Come here, and I shall tell you. Mulin beckoned, gesturing for Sun Shangxiang to lean closer once more. What do you intend to do? Having learned from the previous incident at Hailing Port, Sun Shangxiang hesitated, wary of his intentions. Surely, he wouldn't attempt to toy with her again? What could I possibly want? You are the one seeking forgiveness. Is this your notion of sincerity? Refusing even a single word? Mulin scoffed lightly. Very well. Feeling somewhat resigned, Sun Shangxiang leaned in again, bracing herself for another potential trick. Considering it an earnest gesture of her apology, prepared for whatever mischief might ensue, she drew closer to Mulin. Gazing at her smooth, delicate face, Mulin looked around, ensuring they were unobserved, then grinned mischievously. With a sudden peck, Sun Shangxiang felt a warm flush spread across her cheeks as she realized he had kissed her. At this moment, Sun Shangxiang's lips parted slightly, her mind momentarily blank. With her small hand covering her cheek, she felt lingering warmth there, a remnant of the heat left by Mulin. Blushing fiercely, she cast a furious glance beside her, only to discover that Mulin had vanished from atop his steed. Sun Shangxiang had braced herself for playful teasing, yet she was utterly unprepared for a kiss. Initially, she believed Mulin would merely jest with her once more. Who could have anticipated his audacity in actually kissing her? At this juncture, Sun Shangxiang was a delightful blend of embarrassment and anger. Chapter 108. Do you wish to die? In the council hall of Xiapi city, a gathering of generals from the Elbu army convened, with Elbu himself seated at the head of the assembly, flanked by Zhang Liao and Chen Gong. Before Elbu, a soldier of his army knelt, apprehension evident as he relayed critical intelligence. The information he divulged furrowed the brows of all present, Elbu included. Was the intelligence accurate? Had the Lü and Xiao forces indeed summoned over 10,000 cavalry? With a grave tone, Chen Gong sought confirmation from the kneeling soldier. I witnessed it with my own eyes. There can be no mistake. The soldier's demeanor was one of utmost respect, and he spoke with unwavering conviction. For he dared not jest with such vital information in these precarious times. This development meant that the combined forces of Lü and Xiao outside the city had swelled to 50,000. Should they launch an assault now, Xiapi would undoubtedly falter in its defense, and even with Elbu's current troop strength, they could not endure for long. There was no situation more dire than this. With a soft sigh, Chen Gong felt utterly at a loss. No matter how skilled he was, he could not hope to contend with Lü and Xiao's 50,000 soldiers with just 10,000 of his own. Such a disparity was indeed formidable. Do we have any news from General Mulin? Chen Gong inquired, shifting his focus back to the kneeling soldier. Reporting to the strategist. There has been no word from General Mulin, came the soldier's response. Upon hearing this, the expressions of several Elbu generals darkened. Their hopes rested entirely on Mulin, who had journeyed to Jiangdong for reinforcements, yet now, the absence of any news was a cause for deep concern. The vast assembly hall fell into a heavy silence. Humph, perhaps Mulin has abandoned us. His journey to Jiangdong might merely be a ruse. Otherwise, why has he not returned yet? The distance between Jianye and Xiapi is not insurmountable, and nearly 2 weeks have elapsed. Surely that is ample time? Perhaps driven by desperation or deep-seated resentment, one general voiced his thoughts aloud. Perhaps Mulin never intended to aid the Elbu army at all. He may have sought a pretext to leave, while we remain here foolishly hoping for his return with reinforcements. Do you wish to die? Stepping forth in a resplendent crimson robe, Lü Lingqi emanated an oppressive aura towards the speaking general, silencing him completely. Though Mulin was absent, Lü Lingqi would not permit anyone to speak ill of him or cast aspersions on his character. The man she cherished could never be unfaithful. Since Mulin had sworn to her and her father, he would undoubtedly fulfill that promise. Under the weight of Lü Lingqi's formidable presence, the general fell silent, casting a pleading glance towards Elbu and Chen Gong. However, when his gaze met the stern expressions of Elbu, Zhang Liao, and Gao Shun, he felt a chill run down his spine. He had not anticipated that his casual words about Mulin would incite such fury in Elbu and Lü Lingqi. The general of Elbu's army could hardly fathom the trust that Elbu and his companions placed in Mulin. How could one who had risked life and limb to charge into the camp of Xiapi to rescue them commit such an act of betrayal? Not only Elbu, but every soldier and officer who had been saved by Mulin would find it implausible. Words can be a source of great calamity. Some matters are best left unspoken. Given your initial offense and the critical situation in Xiapi city at this moment, I shall refrain from punishment this time. However, should you utter such foolishness again, you will bear the consequences. Casting a glance at the trembling officer, who was drenched in cold sweat from Lü Lingqi's intimidation, Chen Gong withdrew his gaze. The officer, recognizing his mistake, shrank back and lowered his head, unable to meet Lü Lingqi's eyes. Humph. Lü Lingqi had intended to strike down the officer, but with Chen Gong's intercession, she naturally refrained from further action. Although the officer's strength was not formidable, the upcoming battle was crucial. Every additional soldier provided a glimmer of hope, and it was this understanding that stayed Lü Lingqi's hand. Had it been any other circumstance, the officer would have faced her wrath for slandering Mulin. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the conference hall. followed by the entrance of another soldier from Elbu's army, panting heavily. Report, Lord Elbu. General Mulin has returned. He has brought the Sunwu reinforcements to Xiapi City. The soldier gasped for breath, his face alight with joy and excitement. What? He has returned? Elbu exclaimed, rising from his seat, his valiant countenance betraying a profound exhilaration. The overwhelming enemy forces had sapped the morale of Elbu's soldiers in Xiapi City. They desperately needed this uplifting news. How many reinforcements did General Mulin bring? Chen Gong inquired urgently, waving his feather fan. The exact number is unclear, but I estimate at least 70,000 troops. Furthermore, I spotted the esteemed generals Tai Shirzi and Xiao Tai among the Sunwu reinforcements. 70,000 troops. 2 top-tier commanders. How did Mulin achieve this? Not only did Mulin bring back reinforcements, but he also managed to secure 70,000 soldiers, along with 2 elite warriors boasting combat prowess exceeding 90. Chapter 109. The father-in-law's approval. The gates of Xiapi City swung wide open, and countless soldiers of Elbu's army gazed upon the vast Sunwu forces advancing towards them, their faces illuminated with profound excitement. Upon witnessing this formidable army, every soldier understood that they had been saved. Xiapi City had been saved. Hail General Mulin's return. Hail General Mulin's return. Even before Mulin approached the city gates, the soldiers began to chant his name. Previously, they had witnessed Mulin single-handedly vanquish Cao Cao's army of 60 to 70,000, pulling Xiapi City back from the brink of collapse. Then, in the Battle of Xiapi, he had appeared like a divine savior, rescuing Elbu and his companions from dire straits. Had it not been for Mulin's timely arrival, Elbu and Zhang Yao might never have returned to Xiapi City. Attributing their escape solely to Mulin would not be an exaggeration. Now, as Xiapi City faced impending doom, it was once again Mulin, the miracle worker. This time, he had not disappointed them. Not only had he brought reinforcements, but their number reached an astonishing 70,000. With these troops, the odds of Elbu's army holding Xiapi City surged from below 10% to over 60 or 70%. With 70,000 Sunwu soldiers, combined with Elbu's over 10,000 troops, they boasted an impressive force of over 80,000. While victory over the allied forces of Lü and Xiao was uncertain, holding Xiapi City seemed more than feasible. It was clear that General Mulin held immense prestige within Xiapi City. Upon his arrival, the soldiers erupted in cheers, a reception that even we in Jiangdong do not often receive. Tai Shirzi remarked, feeling a tinge of envy towards Mulin, who was being hailed by the soldiers. It is primarily because I brought back so many reinforcements. If I had returned alone, do you think they would have chanted my name? Mulin's words left Tai Shirzi momentarily speechless. At the southern gate of Xiapi City, Elbu and the other generals of his army gathered, prepared to welcome Mulin and his comrades. In this moment, their faces were no longer ashen, nor did they wear expressions of despair. Instead, they radiated joy and excitement. Riding at the forefront of the Sunwu's 70,000 troops, Mulin and Tai Shirzi quickly arrived at the southern gate of Xiapi City. I shall not disgrace my mission. Dismounting and clasping his fists, Mulin bowed to his future father-in-law, Elbu. You have not disappointed me, young man. Elbu regarded Mulin with growing satisfaction, pleased at the prospect of this young man possibly becoming his son-in-law. Lü Lingqi's standards for a partner were high, and Elbu's expectations for a son-in-law were even higher. To win Lü Lingqi's heart was not enough. He also needed Elbu's approval. Without that, even if Mulin and Lü Lingqi were deeply in love, their union would remain unattainable, at least in Elbu's eyes. In this world, parental approval often outweighs all else, a sentiment deeply engraved in many hearts. Countless couples, despite their wishes, were forced together, while many in love were tragically torn apart. Now, Mulin had not only won Lü Lingqi's affection but had also secured Elbu's endorsement. It cannot be denied that this was a remarkable achievement. The name of the ghost god echoed like thunder, and now that he stood before them, he was indeed deserving of his reputation. Gazing at the towering figure at the forefront of Elbu's army, Tai Shirzi felt a tremor in his heart. Although Elbu had not unleashed his imposing presence, Tai Shirzi could still sense a subtle pressure emanating from him. This is an experience I have never encountered even with the formidable Mulin and Xiao Yuan, whose combat prowess reaches an impressive 97. Merely the pressure emanating from this presence has left me, with my own martial strength at a notable 93, utterly astonished. It is difficult for Tai Shirzi to fathom. If I were to engage in battle with Elbu, how many exchanges could I possibly endure? Perhaps not even a single strike? This was the first encounter of Tai Shirzi with Elbu, the man renowned as the mightiest general of the chaotic era. Although he had never laid eyes on Elbu before, the latter's reputation was indeed thunderous in its resonance. In this tumultuous period, there were many debates regarding the second and third most formidable warriors. However, the title of the mightiest general of the chaos unequivocally belonged to Elbu. No one ever questioned his qualification for such a title, for Elbu had long ago demonstrated his exceptional prowess to all. At this moment, not only Tai Shirzi but also Xiao Tai, Sun Shangxiang, and numerous soldiers of the Sunwu army, gathered behind them, were witnessing Elbu for the first time. Countless soldiers of the Sunwu army had their gazes transfixed upon Elbu, eager to behold the grandeur and dominance of the mightiest general of the chaotic era. Your strength is quite commendable, Elbu remarked, his tone devoid of any semblance of modesty, imbued instead with an air of audacious arrogance. Taisher Ci, a man heralded as the foremost warrior of the Sun Wu army, found it astonishing that Elbu would merely consider him not bad. If such a statement had come from an ordinary individual, not only would Taisher Ci be displeased, but the 70,000 soldiers behind him would not acquiesce either. Yet when the words emanated from Elbu, they seemed entirely natural. In Elbu's eyes, with a power level reaching 100. Taisher Ci's strength of 93 was indeed not particularly formidable. Thus, his assessment of not bad did not evoke any sense of arrogance or pride. Elbu possessed the credentials to make such declarations. Was Zhao Yun, with a power level of 97, not formidable enough? Yet Elbu, standing before them, surpassed even Zhao Yun. Chapter 110. Have you missed me? With a power level soaring to 100, Elbu could contend with Zhao Yun and effortlessly crush Zhou Tai. Rivaling the formidable Bai Qi, his combat prowess was nearly on par with Mulin, reaching an astonishing 95. Additionally, Lü Lingqi and Zhang Liao, whose powers were not inferior to General Sun Tzu, formed a lineup that was far more terrifying than the 4 top warriors of the Sun Wu army. If such individuals were to serve in the Sun Wu army, how could they not dominate the world? Casting a glance at Mulin beside him, and then at Elbu and Zhang Liao in the distance, Taisher Ci could not help but sigh inwardly. If such warriors could be harnessed for the Sun Wu army, they might have already captured Lujiang City and begun their campaign for supremacy, rather than retreating to Jiangdong. Of course, these thoughts were merely musings confined to his mind. Elbu was not the type to be subservient, and Mulin exuded a complexity that was equally remarkable. This young man, despite his age, harbored immense ambition. Taisher Ci speculated that there must be some underlying reason for Mulin's allegiance to Elbu. Furthermore, he felt an instinctive sense of danger from Mulin that far exceeded the threat posed by Elbu, despite the latter's higher power level. Taisher Ci found it curious that, despite Elbu's superior strength, he would prefer to face Elbu rather than Mulin as an adversary. He was acutely aware that neither Elbu nor Mulin would be of service to the Sun Wu army. However, the silver lining was that these individuals were allies rather than foes. Despite Elbu's current military force being relatively weak, numbering around 10,000, given time to develop, he would undoubtedly evolve into a formidable power in this chaotic landscape. To cultivate enmity with such a potent force was not the desire of the Sun Wu army. Taisher Ci fervently wished that the Sun Wu army would never find itself at odds with either Elbu or Mulin. Draped in a fiery red robe, Lü Lingqi gracefully approached Mulin, her enchanting eyes filled with emotion as she gazed at him. Were it not for the multitude of onlookers, she would have likely leapt into Mulin's embrace. Although only a short time had passed since Mulin departed from Xiapi, for Lü Lingqi, who had just fallen in love, each day felt interminably long, as if time itself had stretched into years. Now, finally reunited with the man she had yearned for, Lü Lingqi's heart was aflame with anticipation.